Cái bộ truyện này nó rất phù hợp cho những cái lúc mà bạn cần nghe một câu chuyện để giải trí ấy. Không bị gọi là mệt mỏi khi mà nghe đâu. Rất là thư giãn luôn.
In the year 2025, tombs began appearing all over the world. These tombs caused massive earthquakes when they emerged, and with them came things known as relics. These relics completely changed the world. Just like in ancient myths, fairy tales, and legends, they held immense power, granting their owners a myriad of abilities. The relics that appeared in our world were no different, bestowing upon their masters countless different powers. Because of this, stories of people whose lives were transformed by obtaining a relic spread like wildfire, and everyone began risking their lives to hunt them down. And so, our story begins. Watch the next episode on my YouTube channel. In a tomb lit only by the faint glow of a few candles, surrounded by cold prison cells, a bone-chilling sound echoed through the air. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. A bull-like creature with blood-red eyes was grinding its teeth, sizing something up. It turns out this is our protagonist. But what the hell? Why is he covered in blood and drenched in sweat? He grinds his teeth and curses, "Damn it, bastard." He furiously punches the stone floor, feeling nothing, even as his hand bleeds profusely. The stone slab beneath cracks under the force of his blow, staining it with his blood. The surrounding ghouls continued to let out horrifying sounds as persistent as a debt collector. Meanwhile, he has to use both hands to drag his bloody body across the floor as he crawls. He utters a vow of hatred. How dare that old geyser treat me like this? The end. I can't die like this. As he spoke, he lifted his head, his sharp gaze fixed on the source of that chilling sound. What is this terrifying sight? It turns out the sound was coming from a tomb beast. A gigantic python. It roared, revealing a mouth full of fangs, glowing red eyes, and a horrifyingly long tongue. It looked like a lone shark coming to. But he faced it without a shred of fear. I won't die in such a disgraceful way in this dangerous situation. Let me take a moment to introduce myself. My name is CEO Ju Hyan, 38 years old. I think today is the day I die. If I had to pinpoint when everything went wrong, it would have to be 15 years ago. I started this adventure later than most people. After much hardship, I finally obtained an incredible relic, the architect's relic. It granted its owner immense knowledge of tombs and other crucial information about relics. A new world order was established. The bastards who had collected countless relics began to monopolize them, creating a new society by restricting their use. The only choice left was to work for those greedy scumbags. A large corporation named TKBM recruited me for my exceptional abilities. The CEO of this company, Kwant Jun, told me my job wouldn't be easy. And he was right. My work was extremely difficult and I had to get my hands dirty many times. You could say my job was smuggling, thievery, and espionage. But the most important part was tomb raiding. I honed my skills and could sneak into any restricted area to steal relics. The tomb raiding team I led achieved tremendous results. Years later, that CEO became known as the strongest relic user, but it was all thanks to the relics we stole for him. The more famous the CEO became, the more people despised me. They call me a piece of trash working for a tyrant. Ignoring all of it, I kept working hard. What else could I do to survive in a world dominated by the power of relics? But honestly, I never thought I'd end up like this. The mission I'm on right now was a trap set by Quan. He felt threatened by our exceptional skills. What a shameless bastard. You could see the greed on his face. A typical corporate pig. Back in the present, Julian is being mercilessly attacked by the monster. Its eyes are bloodshot, blazing with killing intent. It lunges forward and roars in his face, causing him to clutch his head in agony. He can't take it anymore. He has to fight back. He reaches for a nearby rock. Then he shouts at the snake, "You damn serpent! You devoured my entire team, and you're still not satisfied? That rock was like throwing a pebble at a battleship. It only succeeded in pissing the snake off even more. Its eyes lit up like car headlights. He kept cursing at it. All right, come on. I'll tear you apart from the inside. He must think he's Sun Wukong or something. Tired of living, so he's trying to speedrun his way to the afterlife. Here I come. The snake willingly obliged, opening its maw full of sharp teeth, ready to send him to his grave. He still had enough breath to curse. You bastard. Quant Jun, even as a ghost, I will ruin your life. Julian's eyes burned with hatred. The snake was ready to swallow him whole. But unexpectedly, a voice echoed from somewhere. Good grief, you're a loud one. The voice startled not only him, but the snake as well. It looked around, searching for the source of the sound. Just when things were getting good, the tension was broken. He was still on high alert, even though he was basically a dead man walking. What did you just say? I'm going crazy. The strange voice immediately replied, Oh, you can hear me? He shot back. You think this is the first time I've heard a voice from a relic? I don't know what god you belong to. But while I'm still talking nicely, you better deal with this snake and get me out of here. Wow, this guy is on death's door and still trying to make threats. What a legend. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. The voice from the relic brought him back to reality, silencing him. Do you really think you can survive in that state? Your body is torn to shreds. You're dying. It won't be long now. This is the end of your pathetic life. Only now did he look down at his broken body and fall silent. The voice continued, Even though you possess outstanding talent, it seems you were born too late. You couldn't even enjoy the power you obtained. After the voice hit a sore spot, he seemed to freeze. At that moment, the snake stopped eavesdropping and opened its mouth, ready to finish him off. Zhu Haiyan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fury. Don't talk like you know me. You think I wanted to live like this? My life. He was in the middle of a sentence when he suddenly roared. Damn it. Just thinking about it pisses me off. That bastard. I'll kill him no matter what. As he screamed, the snake lunged forward. Is this really how he meets his end? But no, the director won't allow it. A bright light flashed and everything seemed to stop. The voice echoed with laughter. You've piqued my interest. It would be a waste to see a talent like you die here. This line sounds like something out of an overbearing CEO novel. Julian was startled. What are you doing? He wiped the blood from his mouth. The voice replied, I will give you another chance. From within the light, a majestic eagle appeared, spreading its wings. Could it be Yengu's eagle? The bird spoke with a solemn voice. Let's see if you can truly claim the throne this time. Until we meet again. After the blinding light faded, Julian opened his eyes again. His expression was grim. The throne, my ass. What was that just now? A hero class relic or a god class? It looked like a crow. While muttering to himself, he looked down and discovered both of his legs were intact. Of course, he was so shocked he shot to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? My legs? He then frantically touched his body with a look of suspicion. I'm not injured at all. What's going on? All my wounds have vanished. But when he turned his head to look around, everyone in his office was staring at him with contempt and ridicule. They were probably thinking, what the hell is this guy doing? All eyes were on him. His mind started to process everything. A police station? What's happening? Someone spoke up impatiently. What are you mumbling about? I'm asking for your information. You think we have all night to mess around? Hearing this, Julian understood the situation and sat down. Ah, I see. The police officer raised an eyebrow and continued, please state your name. However, Julian was still lost in thought. Did that crow do this? Is this a dream or a hallucination? I only had 2 drinks. How can I be this out of it? While he was thinking, the officer kept repeating. Name? Damn it. What's your name? The officer was getting frustrated. I'm going to lose my mind. Hurry up so we can go home. The officer next to him was sweating, completely fed up. I give up. This year is going to be the year of overtime. What a terrible 2025. Hearing that, Ju Hyan was startled. He looked around again. Is this really 2025? It can't be 2025, you know. While still doubting himself, he spotted the clock in the police station. Hamon, January 1, 2025. What the hell is going on? Then he turned to look at the smug-faced kid in a yellow shirt. Wait, that high school punk looks familiar. I remember a drunk high school kid picking a fight with me. Then we both got dragged to the police station. As he thought about it, his hands started to tremble. Unbelievable. Is this real? I've gone back in time. 15 years. While he was in shock, a voice echoed in his head again. Let's see this time if he can truly claim the throne. This snapped him out of it. If this is January 2025, then the world is still at peace. This is before the relics appeared. This is even before the God-class relics appeared. If that's the case, I can collect all the relics. As he thought this, he started laughing like a maniac. Doesn't he look a bit unhinged? With my past knowledge and memories, I'll start collecting relics before anyone else. After thinking this, Julian laughed like he just escaped from a mental asylum. His eyes gradually filled with passion and confidence. Things are about to get exciting. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. After the world descended into chaos because of the relics, countless things happened to Seo Ju Hyan. An experienced tomb raider like him was thrown into a deadly tomb. He still had to deal with the trap set by that bastard CEO Kwon Chun. And now he's been sent back 15 years before that great catastrophe occurred. This is the perfect opportunity for him to seize all the relics before anyone else. Lost in thought, a high school kid's mother suddenly started yelling at him. She demanded he pay compensation for hitting her precious little boy. Looking at the punk's face, he sighed because in the past, this kid was the one who provoked Julian into a fight and then played dead. Then he even cried to his mom to demand compensation even though he had asked them to reduce the amount by half. He didn't have any money to pay now. Without his tools and the architect's relic, how could he possibly get the money? The mother, getting annoyed at being ignored, was about to slap him, but he quickly blocked her hand and locked her wrist in place. Julian was also surprised by how strong he was. Could it be? Is this the result of 15 years of fighting experience? While he was stunned, the punk yelled, "What's your name?" The kid charged to punch him for hurting his mom. Bad move. He was slammed to the ground by Julian. One move and he was on the floor. He was even more amazed by this incredible strength. Seeing Julian still causing a scene, the police tried to intervene. He immediately put his hands up, telling the police to either throw him in jail or give him a criminal record because he didn't have the money to pay those two anyway. Mother was crawling over to check on her brat. "Son, are you okay?" she asked, then shot Julian a contemptuous look. Remember to subscribe to the channel. But Ju Hyan couldn't care less. After all, the real disaster wouldn't happen for another 15 years. While he was in his cell trying to figure out how to make money, suddenly a line of text appeared before his eyes. Tomb Raider CEO Julian. He thought his eyes were blurry, or something. But then the next line of text appeared mocking him, a pathetic pickpocket who can't even lift a shovel. Just seeing it pissed him off. He suddenly remembered the crow relic. Jo-hyun started yelling and cursing at the crow, but there was no response. Just then, the window appeared again, but this time it showed a skill. The scouting skill at Frank allows him to see all objects within a 1-meter radius. He didn't believe it, thinking it was a prank by that damned crow. He threw a few punches at the system window, but nothing happened. Just as he threw the last punch, the window showed a quest section. To become a full-fledged Tomb Raider, you must first awaken 4 basic skills. Hearing the continuous noise, the police officer got angry and went to Ju-hyun's cell, telling him to keep it down. After apologizing to the officer, he felt something was strange. Could it be that only he could see this system? But he put that thought aside for now. He immediately tried out his newly acquired scouting skill. Instantly, he could see countless objects appearing within a 1-meter radius. He was ecstatic about this new ability. If he could just collect 3 more skills, he would be back on his feet. However, Ju-hyun still didn't trust that crow relic, thinking it was plotting something. Suddenly, someone called his name from outside the cell. It was Detective Kim Ju, his adoptive older brother from his orphanage days. He had talked to the police and gotten him released. Once outside, Ji-woo comforted Ju-hyun, promising to throw that brat in jail. Seeing his brother's enthusiasm, Ju-hyun felt grateful. Ji-woo noticed something strange about Ju-hyun because this was the first time he had ever shown such gratitude. Even though he wasn't sure, Jo still smiled in response to Ju-hyun's thanks. Halfway down the road, Ju-hyun asked Ju about any cases caused by superpowers in the past few days. Ji-woo was shocked, thinking Ju-hyun was drunk and talking nonsense, but he still said there hadn't been any cases so far except for his nagging wife. Ju-hyun felt a sense of relief after hearing that. Ji-woo patted his shoulder, telling him not to worry and to go home and rest. Even with the current number of tombs, there hasn't been a single relic case yet. It seems this is the right time for Ju-hyun to start searching for information about these relics. His goal now is to fly to the US or European countries to begin. But the big question is, where will he get the money for a plane ticket? Just as he turned into an alley thinking about how to make money, a group of thugs suddenly blocked his path. His first opportunity to make some cash has arrived. G and Smuff. As Ju-hyun was on his way home, he was suddenly cornered by some thugs in an alley. The man in front of him was Kyang T, just a street punk. But now he was working with his older sister, Park Kyungju, at an art gallery, though they were up to no good. Hello everyone. Ju-hyun mainly worked under him to earn extra money, but he and his gang exploited him until he was 20. They even kept him there by withholding his pay as he was reminiscing. One of Kyanti's lackeys stepped forward and started provoking him. Before he could react, he threw a straight punch right in the guy's face. Then he glared at Key's gang and told him he quit. Like a bolt from blue, Kong's gang flew into a rage, ready to teach him a lesson. But Ju-hyun remained calm, ordering him to pay back all the wages he was owed. After hearing that, remember to subscribe to the channel for more updates. The whole group burst out laughing, then got serious. One of them threw a punch at him. Too bad for him. He got a counter right to the spine and his face met Ju-hyun's knee. Blood splattered everywhere. The end. The other two saw their leader go down. They looked at each other and hesitated. They charged in and were promptly knocked down by him. 2 quick punches to their faces. Kyantae and his gang were terrified by Ju-hyun's unusual strength. Seeing their fear, he let out a satisfied smile at the results of his future 15 years of training, then taunted them to fight back. Even while taunting them, he knew he had to end this quickly, because his strength was still limited. Enraged by this humiliation, Ken pulled out his family's heirloom relic knife and charged in to teach him a lesson. But one of his lackeys stopped him because it was supposed to be sold. But he didn't care about that right now. He quickly rushed to attack him. Thanks to Ju-hyun's scouting skill, he quickly knew that the guy was holding a C-rank relic to attack him. Even with the number of tombs created by relics, there were still some items hidden within human society. Even so, Julian had to get it. With his 15 years of combat experience, he immediately landed a punch right in his face, then easily dominated the fight. He took the knife, held it to his throat, and threatened him. Suddenly, the two lackeys charged in to save Kang. But with his current speed, he quickly vanished from their sight, using the skill of the deranked dagger relic to identify weak points, things the naked eye can't see. And just as the next two rushed in, he had already moved behind them and attacked them before they even knew what happened. As expected, this relic has an incredibly powerful ability. Afterwards, Julian easily intimidated the rest of the thugs. Blood started to trickle down. The entire group was terrified of Julian's strange power and begged for forgiveness. But if he still refused to cough up the money, he wouldn't be leaving this world alive. Kayante had no choice but to begrudgingly hand over all the cash. The money he withdrew from the bank for Julian, but he scoffed at this amount of money from them. Seeing it wasn't enough, he glared at Kong Ti, threatening to kill them if he found anything else. The whole group was scared stiff. Suddenly, Kang blurted out, "A golden statue for you." While Julian was examining it, the gang started whining, "Don't sell it." But he wasn't that stupid. Since they gave it to him, it was now his, and he could sell it for a large sum. After robbing Kong Ti's gang, Julian left with the valuable items in hand. A moment later, Kong Ti called his sister Kongju to report what had just happened, but she didn't believe for a second that Julian was responsible. She cited the uselessness of this bunch of idiots. Putting the money issue aside, Kong ordered Kong Ti and his gang to immediately get the golden statue back at all costs or there would be big trouble. An antique shop. The owner said this statue is probably not even worth 500,000 won. You'd be better off taking it home as a decoration. Julian was surprised, no way. The antique shop owner waved his hand. Trust me, I can tell just by looking at it that no one would want to buy it. Julian thought to himself, strange, that bastard Kong acted like it was worth millions. So, in the end, it's just junk. He took the statue and walked out of the shop thinking I clearly felt that this had some value. Could my feeling be wrong because I don't have the architect's relic here? Suddenly, a purple smoke emanated from the Buddhist statue. The system panel appeared. Skill scouting activated. You have detected something suspicious about the Buddhist statue. He waved the system panel away and said, "Is there something inside the Buddhist statue?" He suddenly shook the statue and a strange sound came from within. So that's it. I knew it. There's no way that bastard Park Hyang would be so desperate over a 500,000 won statue. Zhu Haiyan pulled out a small knife. Let's see what's in here. He sliced the statue, shattering it into pieces. From the many small fragments, a small vial fell out. Julian picked up the vial thinking some kind of drug. Just a few drops in a cigarette and smoke it. This stuff is damn expensive. That bastard is selling illegal drugs. Come to think of it, they own hundreds of art studios. What if all those studios contain drugs? Zhu Haiyan took out his phone and called someone. Shi Wu Hyang, it's me. At noon at an art studio, the reward for reporting stimulants is 100 million. Isn't that right, Mr. Chairman? A woman was on the phone with someone. I assure you, it's not that the goods aren't ready. We're just being cautious because someone is watching us. The person on the other end of the line yelled so loudly it hurt her ears. Yes, I'm very sorry for what happened. I will contact you as soon as possible. Subscribe to the Gain Me Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. As soon as she hung up, she cursed. That bastard. Why would I want to hog all the money? I hope that old geyser rots in hell. The door to the room suddenly opened. Two men with stern faces brought in a man who had been beaten black and blue. Seeing him, the woman shouted, "Where the hell have you been? Did you get the Buddhist statue back? We've been discovered. We're all screwed. I got caught. Hearing this, her face instantly changed. What the hell? A man approached and said, "We received a tip that you're organizing an illegal drug trade." The woman heard this and immediately retorted, "Stimulants? There are only works of art here. We are law-abiding citizens. Why do you criminals always say the same thing? How entertaining. We have enough evidence. I also know this isn't all you have. You're still hiding countless more of these in your warehouse, aren't you?" The woman thought, "Damn it, they know about my warehouse in Janggi-do. It's fine. The storage room in the warehouse is locked with a code." She continued to argue. "I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't have solid evidence, please don't blame innocent people. Just because you're a cop doesn't mean you have the right to interfere in other people's business." The police officer raised his walkie-talkie. A voice came through. 600 pieces found in the Wang Sai exhibition have all been inspected. We found stimulants inside them. Wait a minute. You opened my warehouse? Impossible. They all have passcodes. You're right. But we have our ways. Luckily, someone from the inside cooperated with us. Student Julian, it seems this warehouse hasn't been opened yet, right? Surprising, isn't it? How do you know how to open all of these? Jen smugly replied, "I have a good memory. The truth is, my memory is extraordinary. You could say it's my only talent." Because of that ability, Park Kyungju wanted to use me when I worked in a warehouse. At first, I had trouble because each storage unit had a different passcode. I didn't suspect anything at the time, but it was annoying, so I memorized them all. He gave a slight smirk. Everything is going according to plan. I'll get the reward money, and then I can start collecting relics soon. Look, there's still drugs here. These guys are bold. You did a great job, Student Julian. Yeah. I'm glad I could help. Oh, right. Can I ask you guys for a favor? The woman was being led away, but stubbornly said, "It's useless. Let me go." The officer picked up his phone. "Hello, Zhu Haiyan wants to talk to me." "Your little brother? What's up?" "Hey, wait a second. My little brother wants to talk to you." "Hello, ma'am. You should have treated me better. If I worked hard, you should have paid me in full." She was shocked and her voice trembled. "Zhu Haiyan, it was all you. Also, you should change your passcode every 6 months. Enjoy your vacation in prison." "What did you say?" "Seu Haiyan, I'll kill you." "You hear me? Really? You dog? Is this how you repay me?" The sky had turned to night. Julian walked down the street feeling relieved. Suddenly, he received a message from his brother. "Ji Woo Haiyan, you did well. I'm proud of you. You'll receive the 100 million won reward soon. Don't spend it all foolishly. Remember to learn how to spend money wisely." "Okay, that's Ji Woo Hai for you. Always worrying about me. But things are different now. I have the capital to start preparing. I'll find the relics before that. Bastard Quan, you just wait." Suddenly, he noticed something strange happening, he said in surprise. "Where's my house? The apartment where I live is covered by a tomb. It must be a tomb created by a relic." The residents of the apartment complex were in a state of panic. "What the hell is going on? Why did you push me? When did I push you? Calm down. The baby's crying because of you. How can I be calm in this situation?" "Young soldier, tell me what's happening." "Sir, please calm down." Zhu Hai squeezed through the noisy crowd. It's not surprising. It's only natural for people to panic. Tomb relics contain terrifying power, so they often cause huge disturbances. Come to think of it, around this time, I got a call from my roommate. He said our apartment had disappeared. And he didn't know what to do next. At that time, I didn't understand what was happening because I was being exploited by Park Auntie. When I finished work and came home, everything was back to normal. If so, that means someone has already cleared the tomb. The people around were confused and panicked by the current situation. But Julian knew that his opportunity had come because every ancient tomb contains a powerful relic. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Please don't shoot me. He turned to look and saw his roommate, Kim Jong-hun. To all of you, see you in the next videos. But the officer raised his gun and said, silence. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Stop asking stupid questions. Where were you? Julian moved forward and delivered a flying kick right to the officer's face, saying, How dare you point a gun at a civilian? Then he turned to greet his friend. Long time no see, Kim Jong-hun. You haven't changed a bit, you fat crybaby. At that moment, the officer slowly got up. Julian approached him and said, Have you calmed down, officer? The officer replied, Sorry, I lost control for a moment. Done. All right, then explain what's happening here. Why is the army here? This kind of issue is usually handled by the police. He thought to himself, something's not right. Why do they send so many soldiers here? Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Then he suddenly said, Are you guys trying to enter that tomb? This is top secret information. No, I need to know the reason. With what I know, the government could be my rival. Has the government already learned about the existence of relics? Don't kid me. I live right over there. So, I have a right to know. I need to know why the fully armed military is here. I think you're not in trouble, but you're making a big mistake. Do you know I can report you to the authorities for pointing a gun at a civilian? Don't make the situation worse. I just want to know the reason. The officer had no choice but to reply, Well, we're trying to investigate that thing over there and excavate what's inside. You don't have to worry about any danger. We will ensure everyone's safety. Julian put his hand on his chin, thinking, They're going to excavate it? No way. You can't open a tomb like that. The officer continued, We've invited foreign experts, so I'm sure everything will be fine. Foreign experts. Now everything is clear. Is that so? Thanks for telling me. I feel safe for now. All right. All right. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Are you done talking to him? What did he say? He said to do nothing and stay here. Hey, Julian. He's acting really strange today in a deserted area. A woman named Linda said, Are you sure the South Korean government knows nothing about the tomb? I believe so. Why do you keep asking? Because there are so many soldiers sent here. It's because they're trying their best to assist us and also to avoid curiosity from the public. There are people here who understand English. How are the preparations going? The explosive device will be activated soon. Everything is going smoothly. All right. Don't let your guard down until the very last moment. Understand? Suddenly, a man approached and said, Good evening. Linda asked who he was. The man continued, Why so surprised? Ha! I should be the one here, not you. We're neighbors with South Korea, but you came all the way from America. That's quite far. Are you people so desperate that you came here to steal? Hearing the man's words, Linda retorted, We are only recovering a relic that was stolen from the International Police Organization. Our mission is to maintain peace and conduct safe experiments related to relics. Oh, how wonderful! If we promise to conduct safe experiments as well, can we keep the relic? We all know you're not allowed to. Why do you think we should believe you? But it doesn't matter now. We share a common goal, so let's not have these pointless conversations. I assure you, the relic will be ours. You're quite confident. We'll see. See you again in the next videos. Zhu Hai went to check out the situation. He spotted two people talking to each other. They looked like high-level excavators. However, to him, they were just amateurs. After a period of observation and prediction, Julian successfully found a corrupted text. With the ancient characters of a tomb, every relic wants to introduce itself. Corrupted text. In its own way and hopes to be noticed by the world. Only those who understand these ancient characters can know where the entrance is and what kind of traps lie within. Basically, it gives us detailed information about everything. These special ancient characters would be extremely difficult for ordinary people to decipher. However, from Julian's perspective, it was incredibly easy. Not long after, he quickly solved the puzzle. At that moment, he had solved the puzzle. As soon as Julian found the entrance, the system immediately sent a notification reminding him that he had achieved a new title. That's right, Special Decipher. And unlocked the basic skill linguistics at Frank. Then, Julian went to the nearby riverbank where a character was printed. A red flower glowed brightly. He immediately used his dagger to slash it with great force. And from that character, a stream of red energy appeared. A column of red energy shot up into the sky. The entrance to the tomb was officially opened. Zhu Hai was also instantly transported inside. However, he didn't know that the two excavators from before had managed to enter the ancient tomb in time. Just a few steps in, Julian sensed movement from behind. It seemed someone was trying to compete with him for the treasure. Julian flashed a mischievous smile and immediately activated a trap on the wall, causing the two of them to panic. Not understanding what was happening, they were engulfed by a rushing torrent of water. Julian stood before a vast and challenging lake by the meaning of the dagger in his hand. Suddenly, he threw the dagger into the water. A giant snake emerged from it. The monster immediately asked which dagger he had lost, then it opened its giant mouth. Inside, a golden dagger and a silver dagger were neatly arranged. The monster asked Zhu Hai which one he had dropped. Zhu Hai couldn't help but scoff internally. This dream is still going. Is this giant snake treating me like an idiot? The relic in this tomb is called the Golden Axe and Silver Axe. It's based on a fairy tale derived from the fable of the goddess and the woodcutter. If he honestly answers that he lost a regular dagger, the snake will give him a precious golden axe. Julian immediately and decisively replied that neither of them was his. The giant snake then opened its large mouth again. Then is this one yours, little human? If he answered yes at this moment, he could successfully clear the ancient tomb and receive the reward. However, Julian wasn't that kind of person. He knew this tomb had another hidden solution. He immediately pretended to be confused, wanting to carefully check if it was the dagger he had dropped. The snake, without any suspicion, obediently tilted its head. Seizing the opportunity, Julian slowly reached his hand into the monster's mouth. As soon as he got the dagger, he immediately swung his arm with great force. A large gash was created on the giant snake's body. It angrily questioned, "Foolish human, what the hell are you doing?" But Julian just smiled faintly because he would never trust a monster. Long before his reincarnation, he knew that the golden axe could control its owner, turning him into a monster, a murderer. Because all relics have their own consciousness, and they were all born with the purpose of harming humans. Relics grant their owners powerful skills. But if used for too long, they will cause them to lose control. Without wasting time, Julian leaped high and plunged his dagger forcefully into the giant snake. The powerful attack caused the beast immense pain, but it refused to submit to that power. With a serious expression, Juyin continued to channel power into his dagger, aiming to finish the monster. Juyin said, "Let's see how long you can last. I will assert my dominance, and you will obey." He used a small sword to stab the python's neck, causing it to roar in pain. Stop it, human. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe to the channel to receive our latest songs. After speaking, he used his strength to push the blade deeper. At that moment, a soldier was pointing a gun at a civilian's chest, threatening to shoot him. That's why you need a certain level of talent if you want to control a relic. If you have no talent at all, you will be consumed by them. Scholars have divided that talent into three main groups, including sociability, which is the ability to form a relationship with a relic. The second group is dominance, which is the power to command and control a relic. The third group is compatibility, which is considered a strong bond between the user and the relic as if they were made for each other. For example, a musician finding a musical instrument relic. Most people want to enhance their sociability as it's the easiest way to use a relic and allows you to gain full power from it. But choosing that path is too brutal. When a relic becomes close to its owner, it can be found. It also starts to emit a poison that gradually weakens the owner. That's why he never follows the path of sociability. Those who choose that path are nothing but dogs. He shouted as he plunged the blade deeper into the python. "Relic, kneel before me." He glared at it. If it didn't obey him, he would tear it to pieces. He asked again just to be sure. "You don't think I can do it?" The python writhed in pain. "I thought you humans craved us." After a long battle, he finally knew. He obtained a golden axe carved in the shape of a python. See you again in the next videos. He held it in his hands with a look of joy. Suddenly, a notification appeared in the system. You have unlocked a title and discovered a new skill. You have unlocked the Basic Tomb Raider skill, Tomb Excavation. His basic skills list appeared, all still in progress. He was happy to have a new skill. Now he just needed to unlock one more. He didn't know what to do next. While he was pondering, a new notification about being a relic abuser popped up. You have unlocked a title that enhances your dominance ability, including Relic Dominance A and Relic Communication D. Seeing this, he yelled at the messenger crow. How the hell am I a relic abuser? But he didn't care that his sociability dropped. He never needed it anyway. Suddenly, from within the cave, two people shouted. Found it. Upon this, it was exactly as the prophet said. They laughed loudly. He glanced at them, surprised that those bastards had arrived faster than. They held a red vial and kept saying, "Come out, relic." She didn't understand what he was doing, so she asked, "What are you planning to do?" What? He then threw the red vial into the pond, surprising her. From the cliffside, he watched them with a contemptuous smile. Idiots. It's too late. He decided to follow them for a bit, feeling that they would get in his way later. At this moment, he unsheathed his sword, wondering if he should take their lives. Suddenly, the system notified him again, warning that this Egyptian ritual knife only has 54 uses left. Only then did he realize it had already been used, and this might be the crow's way of reminding him to think more carefully. He was angry because there was no reaction. The prophecy said he had to throw an item into the lake. She questioned a prophecy? So, there's a prophecy relic user in Japan. He then realized it didn't matter now anyway. He understood someone had already taken the relic. This had become complicated, meaning more people knew about them. She nodded because the tracks on the ground seemed to be someone's footprints. Someone had definitely been here. Suddenly, there was a strange sound from over there. It was because he had thrown a stone down there. He looked at the axe again and marveled. They're so easy to fool. I wonder how they'll escape when the tomb collapses. He then used the relic to close the tomb. The light from the axe shone brightly, and the earth and stones of the tomb also began to collapse, causing them to panic. While they frantically searched for an exit, he simply turned and walked away calmly. The sky was getting dark. He opened a manhole cover to climb out. He dusted himself off while complaining. The exit of the tomb leads straight to this sewer. And my clothes are all dirty, but I probably won't be noticed. When he returned to the apartment, the tomb that had enveloped it was gone. At first, everyone was confused, but eventually they all went back home. Suddenly, everyone was surprised to see Kim Jong-un turn. He greeted Ju Hyun. "Why are you spacing out?" Ju Hyun told him that the huge mountain had vanished. In contrast to his surprise, Kim Jong-un exclaimed, "Thank goodness. I'm starving. Let's go home." Seeing his courage, Juyeon couldn't help but worry. Is it safe to go home now? What if we get buried alive? But Kim Jong-un reassured Ju Hyun with a nonchalant attitude. Elsewhere, the guy was on the phone with someone. "I can't believe there was another prophecy that someone in South Korea got it before us," he shouted. "Why didn't you say so earlier? How could you miss such important information?" They apparently didn't find out until now. He already knew what the future guiding relic was like. He just remembered they couldn't read kanji and started trembling with anger. You're all scholars, yet you can't read it. Now, they could only blame the youth of today and promise to do their best so that what happened tonight wouldn't happen again. They also warned him to be more careful. The person who took the relic today seemed to be no ordinary person. The prophecy related to that person made him quite uncomfortable. Kim Jong-un was eating noodles, drinking beer, and also diligently searching for something. It was the linguistic skill. He marveled at how convenient it was to learn on here and to be able to look up information in any language. Suddenly, he felt they were no longer useful. This was before the existence of relics was known to the world. He quickly typed to find out what Kwon was up to. The results showed no useful information related to TKBM. Ju Hyun was very surprised to see him and didn't think he could read it. After thinking for a long time, Kim Joo-hae turned back and asked if he wanted him to read it for him. But Juyeon only asked to satisfy his curiosity without needing to know more about it. Kim Joo-hae asked him if he knew any new information about TKBM. Juyeon denied. And was curious why Kim Joo-hyun wanted to know. He said he just wanted to know the details about the CEO of that company. Hearing this made him even more curious. What did Kim Joo-hyun need it for? Ju Hyun scratched his head. Big companies like that don't usually meet with small ones. Kim Joo-hae said he had already quit his job. Hearing this shocked Ju Hyun and he repeatedly asked him for the reason. He told him to wait a minute because Park Hyunju has a light and art exhibition. I will use these guys to get information about Kwon. Kim Joo-hyun is on his way somewhere. Meanwhile, Hyung Nim was ransacking the room because they left without a trace. The junior member announced that the big sister had been arrested. We can't continue this work anymore. Now. We're truly unemployed. However, he already knew this information. Hyung Nim holding a cigarette cursed. It's all because of that bastard coin. He was determined not to let this slide and to kill him. Subscribe to the Gimme Nigo channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. The junior member laughed gleefully, praising him for having to repay the big sister. This was something. Hearing the praise made him puff up with pride. Smile. Smiling as if he were standing in a halo of light. The junior member reminded him that someone was calling him. It was Seo Juyeon. He didn't expect that dog to call him at a time like this. The junior member told him to answer it and Hung picked up the phone saying hello with a hint of anxiety. Suddenly, a voice from the other end replied, What took you so long to answer? Hearing this made him furious. And he yelled into the phone, "You bastard! How dare you sell out your big bosses?" Kim Joo-hai didn't hesitate to ask if they were still in the pawn business. He knew damn well. While he hadn't signed the contract termination papers yet, Kyung-nim challenged, "What the hell do you want, you bastard? Because of you, all the bosses got arrested and all the R was confiscated. Now we have no choice but to go out of business." The end. Kim Joo-hai inside. "So you haven't stopped doing business yet, which means you can still work, right?" He got straight to the point. "I want you guys to go to Midas." Hearing the name of this place surprised them all. Midas was the world's largest secret auction house located in Las Vegas. Many of the world's greatest treasures were gathered there. He even knew Kwon had participated in auctions there and bought many powerful relics. Midas was the best place to acquire all kinds of relics. If he had someone there, he could gather almost all information related to that bastard Kwon Jun. So Kim Joo-hae said, "This month, go find some items in the whereabouts of a person at the Midas auction for me. That person is Jack the Ripper, an alias Kwon Jun often uses. If you can't find him, report to Ko Joo-hae." He warned them, "If you dare to give me false information, don't blame me for what happens next." See you again in the next videos. Kyung-nim wondered how they could get into Midas since they had only managed to work so far because of their big sister's connections and skills. But Joo-hae just dismissed it and told them to find a way themselves because he was very busy. Joo-yeon promised to pay them depending on the quality of the information. Hyung-nim couldn't believe his ears and angrily shouted that no matter how much he'd paid, he would never listen to him. Joo-hae just shrugged it off, saying they would go to Midas one way or another, and even mentioned he would beat them until they agreed. Hearing this, they broke out in a cold sweat and reluctantly agreed to follow Seo Joo-yeon's orders. After dealing with the matter related to Kwon Tun, he resumed his hunt for relics. The streets at this time were dark and cold. People were still going about their business. Today's news reported that in the Uo area of Yeongdongpa district around 3:00 a.m. a 40-year-old woman attempted suicide by burying herself alive. At that moment, Seo Joo-yeon was passing by and heard it. He thought to himself, "I wonder what this is about. Could this case be a harbinger of the next tomb's appearance?" After thinking for a moment, he concluded it was probably unrelated. Suddenly, Koshi appeared out of nowhere and asked him how long he planned to stand there as Ko Joo-yeon was blocking the entrance to a convenience store. Although his expression was furious inside, this guy Koshi seemed afraid of him. He must be just remembered this was the bastard from the golden and silver axe relic tomb. But Ko Joo-yeon seemed to understand what he was saying yet maintained a cold expression. Koshi schemed that if Ko Joo-yeon was here, it meant a new tomb was about to appear in this area. Payback CEO Joo-yeon. In Japan, there was a user of a prophecy relic to help them. He sneered at the thought and then yelled at him. "Shut up. You're too loud. You think I don't understand what you're saying?" Koshi was surprised that he knew Japanese and immediately apologized repeatedly. He was also glad that his linguistic skill was quite useful. Suddenly, Joo-yeon spoke to him in Korean, being teased. He got very angry and cursed at him while he just laughed at him for starting the trouble. Koshi kept cursing at CEO Joo-yeon while he just went to pay and ignored him. Suddenly, the prophet reminded him that the bastard Joo-yeon had brought one relic and he didn't even bother to hide its power. What an amateur. He was still acting tough, chasing after Joo-hae, who was ignoring him. As he touched his hand on his shoulder, he got elbowed. The beer exploded, splashing all over him. This action made him even more furious. While he just kept provoking him with a slightly deliberate expression while pretending to pat him dry, he slipped his hand into his pocket and found a bracelet, a small relic. But if he stole it now, he'd be caught immediately. So he started making small talk to distract him. Suddenly, the guy's ID card fell out and was picked up by CEO Joo-yeon, making him very nervous. He didn't know if Joo-yeon had seen his ID. If the fact that a member of the Japanese excavation team was here got out, things would get very complicated. But he forgot that he was the king of tomb raiders. Suddenly, something unusual was about to happen. The surroundings began to shake as if there was an earthquake. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Then the ground caved in, causing everyone to fall in panic. However, Cyn wasn't scared. Instead, he was secretly happy because he had been waiting for a tomb to appear. He then ran off. Koshi stood there laughing like he'd hit the jackpot. This chaos seemed to be unfolding exactly as predicted. On the other side, the prophet called him and needed him to know one more thing. A Korean had taken the golden and silver axes and was nearby. Before he could finish his triumphant laugh, he had to strain his eyes and furrow his brow to listen further. This part of the prophecy wasn't very reliable, but he should still be careful not to drink alcohol. He suddenly remembered Co Jian splashing beer on him and that he was the enemy who would be mentioned in the prophecy. Everyone was running away from the place in a panic. He was listening to their prophecy. Koshi should be careful with alcohol. It sounded unusual. So, he realized that Seo Juyan was the one mentioned in the prophecy. Suddenly, Juyan appeared, right behind him, also holding a can of beer. Suddenly, CEO Juyan vanished in a flash, forcing him to search for him. He found him and told him to let him know immediately if there were any more prophecies. At this moment, Co Juyan was in a place that made him feel like someone was thirsty for blood. He walked around, looking at his surroundings because it was completely different from the last tomb and it seemed this relic would be hard to tame. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. He finally found Ko Juyan. He immediately pointed a gun at him and forced him to stop. If you don't want to get shot, don't move. He wasn't scared at all, as if he knew he would come. He ordered him to open his backpack, but he ignored him, which made him furious. Suddenly, Ly the crow notified him. The surroundings turned pitch black, making Koshi more wary of everything around him. It was a warning that a terrifying force was approaching him. At that moment, glowing yellow cracks suddenly appeared on the floor. The light seemed to be very strong and could erupt like a volcano. In the darkness, everyone noticed the light. He was gesturing everywhere. When Ko Jian had a severe headache, he even forgot his asked if he was okay. After getting his bearings, he stood up and saw a tomb filled with broken weapons. He had actually been to this place in his previous life. The crow said this was also called the tomb of the Japanese katana relic, Murama. As is known, Murame Mesa was a famous swordsmith in Japan during the Maki period, the founder of the Murama school. The swords forged from the Murama school were very famous and considered masterpieces. During that time, their relationship with Shogun Takagawa Ieyasu was not good. Murame's father and brothers were all killed by the very katanas he forged. Because of that incident, Tokugawa ordered. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. All of Murame's swords to be destroyed, and there were rumors that Murama's swords were cursed katanas. Koju Heian then realized that this relic contained a lot of resentment towards humans. Suddenly, the crow added that the relic's bloodlust was clinging to him and his skin was being damaged, so he needed protection urgently. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain somewhere. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Cracks started appearing on his skin, spreading everywhere, and he had to deal with this tomb quickly. However, Koshi still wouldn't let Ko Jian go, even telling him not to move and empty everything from his bag for him. He still held his hands up helplessly, but his mouth was still very provocative. He gave a cold, triumphant laugh, reminding him not to joke around if he didn't want him to pull the trigger. Contrary to expectations, instead of obeying Koshi's words, he told him to shoot. Go. But he still advised him not to because it would be useless. Being challenged, he angrily pointed the gun at his leg. Ko Juyan still dared him to do it. However, a bright light exploded from the paper in his hand, causing him pain. He just grabbed the talisman. Corrupted text. That relic was now his. So, he advised him not to dream about it anymore. Not understanding why Seo Ju-hyun had grabbed him, he resisted, but failed. He used a critical punch to knock him down. Advising him not to get his way anymore, Juhyun explained that upon entering a tomb, all modern weapons become useless because the relics don't want humans to easily clear them. Koshi was still skeptical, and he said he had already taken the golden and silver axes. Juhyun wasn't even afraid of others attacking him. He even lifted him up with his superpower. The ghosts in the tomb surrounded him while he sneered and informed him that the traps here were also very annoying. After saying that, Ju-hyun ran off, leaving Koshi there with the mummies. He must be one of South Korea's best. Thank you for watching this video. At this moment in the city, everyone was surrounding him, looking very strange. Koshi asked if anyone here could speak Japanese. Someone knew a little, so he wanted to ask for that person's help. And he mobilized everyone around to help. But everyone was hesitant because he was carrying a gun and could be dangerous to them. He reassured everyone because he couldn't just leave him like that. Koshi continued to plead for help by showing his ID to prove he was from the Japanese excavation team and had been trained to handle situations like this. He promised to get everyone out of here safely. At this moment, Ju-hyun was trying to figure out what Koshi's relic did when he threw him earlier. He managed to reach into his pocket and that bastard was planning to confront him without any knowledge of the tomb. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. His only relics were a bracelet and a small box of rice cakes. That bracelet is from the Korean folklore of two siblings who became the sun and the moon. At that time, the tiger had killed their mother to eat more rice cakes and was about to kill the two siblings when a rope descended from heaven and saved them. In short, Ko Juhyun found this relic not to be the best, but quite useful. The crow informed the petty pickpocket that he had unlocked one and discovered a new skill and had achieved it. Awakening the basic Tomb Raider skill, Light Fingers. So, Seo Jaehyun now had all 4 basic skills. A series of items appeared before him, announcing that he was becoming an official Tomb Raider. Juhyun will receive a reward after leaving the tomb. At this moment, he felt embarrassed, realizing that the crow was treating him like a game character. However, he still took the reward, so he didn't complain. Suddenly, from the other side, there were strange screams, but he didn't know what was happening. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. He started to look for where the sound was coming from. He looked under the tree by the lake from earlier. There was a girl holding a knife, harming everyone around her. It was a trap in this tomb. Down below, a female student was holding a sword, her body emanating a dark aura. The people below were scared, shouting, "Someone please stop that girl." "Student, calm down." "But she's lost consciousness. She's lost consciousness." Her face was ferocious, filled with killing intent as she looked at everyone. It seems the girl is being possessed because anyone who touches that sword will be possessed. Once a person is possessed by that sword, it's very difficult for them to break free and they will eventually die. That is the nature of this trap. The more people die in this pit, the more the bridge will develop. This is a sacrificial trap. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Juhyun standing above shouted, "Who brought you guys into this pit?" Was a Japanese guy. They replied, "Yes, it was him." Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. He sang a few strange songs and then escaped from here. They had helped him, but he led them into this trap. He said they needed to die to protect a secret. Juhyun angrily said, "That bastard." He thought, maybe that's what the prophecy relic user told him to do. Juhyun was not afraid. Ignoring the blades sticking out of the walls, he still jumped down to save everyone. People saw him jump down and worriedly said, "Be careful." There are a lot of blades on the wall. Julian quickly used his dagger to cut all the blades. Then he landed safely to everyone's amazement. When the girl saw Julian, she immediately changed direction and rushed towards him. Ko Jian didn't want to hurt the girl, so he took out a bracelet relic from his pocket that he had stolen earlier. Then he ordered it to tie up the girl. The bracelet immediately turned into a sturdy rope and shot towards her. It then tied up all her limbs, causing the girl to lose her balance and fall to the ground. The sword in her hand also fell out. He approached and picked up the sword, saying, "Stay still. I'll save you right now." The sword spoke in a threatening tone, "Who the hell are you? But does it really matter now? Now go kill all those humans." Julian frowned and said, "How dare a worthless relic like you tell me what to do?" After reading the notification panel, he continued, "Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos." AC rank relic. It's not even a proper relic. What a piece of trash. What useless relic. Where's the boss of this tomb's relic? As he spoke, he threw the sword away. The girl had now regained consciousness and was screaming, begging, "Please untie me." The rope cheerfully said, "Hey, human, play with me." He thought, is this relic insane? Normally, relics will do whatever they want when left alone. He then went over, retrieved the rope, and untied the girl. Then Julian turned and told everyone, "Follow me. I'll get you all out of here." Also in that tomb, but in winter in another place, a triumphant laugh echoed. "Ha! I'm a genius." That was Abe Koshi feeling smug for eliminating all the troublesome witnesses and finding the relics room. See you again in the next videos. Now he just needs to find a Maram Mesa and then escape this troublesome country of South Korea. Just then he discovered that his relic had been taken by Julian. He angrily said, "That bastard took my relic. Just you wait. He'll make him taste suffering after he tiredly inspects all the swords here." Then he angrily shouted, "Damn it, they're all fakes. Where is that Mora?" Suddenly a voice from behind him said, "Found him." He turned around. He saw that everyone was angry and said, "How dare you trap us?" He was shocked, wondering how the hell everyone managed to escape. Before he could recover from his shock, people rushed up, grabbed him by the collar, threw him to the ground and stomped on him. At this moment, the main character walked over and said, "You're truly ridiculous." Despite being beaten like this, he was still defiant, "You dog. It was definitely you. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos." Julian laughed and said, "Of course. Who else could it be? I can't believe you couldn't identify the relic even though you came here first. You really are an idiot." He took out the golden axe relic, which had the ability to locate treasures. He commanded it to locate the sword. Then a sword in front of him began to emit a mystical light. It surprised him. "I can't believe a broken sword like this is a mirror." He approached, pulled out the sword, and said, "That's because it only returns to its true form when it's activated." The sword threatened. "A human trying to dominate me. What a foolish human. My body has been weathered and broken. If Ju Hyan wants to use my power, he must sacrifice 10 people. I need human blood to restore my original state. If Ju Hyan can't do that, he can be buried here forever with the rest. He'll have no power." He wondered, is someone talking to Julian? Impossible. The people were worried. Meaning 10 of them would have to die later. Looking at the crowd in front of him, he fell silent. Watch the next episode on my YouTube channel. I turned and said to the sword relic, "Do you weapon relics always want to test people like this?" The sword replied, "That's right. What are you waiting for? Sacrifice 10 humans to me now." Julian refused. Then he gripped the sword tightly and used his power to dominate it. The sword shrieked in pain. "What are you doing? It hurts so much today." The tomb began to shake violently. Everyone was worried. Julian said, "The one being tested here isn't me. It's you. If you don't kneel before me, I will shatter you into 100 pieces." Julian shouted, "Obey my command, Maram Mesa." The sword cursed. "Bastard! Bastard! How dare a mere mortal do this to me?" Julian increased the power he channeled into the sword. His immense power caused a whirlwind to rise, kicking up dust. The sword emitted a red light that blinded everyone. After the dust settled, Julian had completely dominated the sword. Now the sword had turned blue, no longer exuding the dark aura it had initially. Transformation complete. The dungeon has been cleared. Reaching the exit, he told everyone to climb this rope. Everyone will get out of here safely. People left while thanking Julian. Abe Koshi tried to blend in with the crowd and leave, but was caught by Julian. "We planning to kill all of them once he got out. He promised he wouldn't do that. So he begged him to let him leave. If I do, then kill me. If he gets out of here safely, he will recommend Julian for a job with the Korean government." He tried to entice Julian. "You could earn 10 billion yen if you work for the Japanese excavation team. Also, besides, my country possesses a prophecy relic that guides the future. You can use that relic to make your life." Julian laughed and said, "Interesting, but from what I know, a future guiding relic can only be used by its true owner. How do you want me to use it?" He replied that there would be a team to maintain the relic. They will ensure to help you as much as possible. Finally, he agreed to let him use the rope to climb out, but he had to be the last one. He smirked, thinking he was saved. What a commoner. Blinded by the sound of 10 billion yen, he started climbing the rope, feigning an apology for his previous actions. "People with skills like Ju Hyan will always be welcomed in my country." Julian said he wanted to know more about the Japanese team using that prophecy relic. If they were an unreliable group, he wouldn't want to work with them. He confidently said, "No need to worry about that. Because it's a famous group TKBM." After getting the information, Julian flashed a cunning smile, then gave him a gift. He sent him crashing down below. He was surprised by Ju Hyan's sharp turn and couldn't react in time. Zu Hyan said, "Thanks for the information. You were so desperate to live that you spilled all the important info. Who want to work with trash like you? Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos." The tomb began to collapse. He screamed from below. "You really want to kill someone in cold blood like this? Come here, you bastard. Save me." Then everything went silent. Scene changed to a building somewhere in a men's restroom. It might be possible. Zhu Hien was standing washing his hands. He kept hearing curses in his ear. Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Let me go, you bastard. I'll kill you. Annoyed, he went over and opened his bag, saying, "You bastards are the ones who need to shut your mouths. Which relic has been jumping around? Was it you, Murame Mesa, being held by him?" Muramia said, "Leave me alone, you bastard." Seeing it wouldn't shut up, Julian threw it into the toilet bowl and said, "The taste of the toilet is quite nutritious." Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. Julian's hand was injured from using his dominance ability to obtain the relic. The normal way is to pass the relics trial, but by breaking this rule, he had suffered some injuries while trying to dominate the relics. The stronger the relic, the greater the resistance. And if he continues down this path, Julian's body won't be able to hold out for long. But he really had no other choice. If he doesn't dominate these relics, they will eventually betray him. Suddenly, the system panel appeared. You have escaped the dungeon, unlocking basic skills for the dungeon conqueror. You will now receive a prize for completing this mission. These are the reward options for this mission. Choose wisely. The path of dominance or the path of blessing? He asked the crow, "Are you telling me to choose the one I use the most?" It's some kind of test, isn't it? Just because his hand is in this state doesn't mean he'll stop what he's doing. He then decided to choose the path of dominance. The system reported, "You have successfully received the mission reward." He questioned, "Looking for master?" Please subscribe to the Lee School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Where's the reward? Why is there no difference? Shouldn't there be some kind of prize box in this situation? If you're going to make a game-like interface, you should do it properly. Then he searched his pocket and found a small silver pill. The system indicated it was a relic in the form of a silver pill. Eat immediately. He looked at it skeptically, wondering if he should eat it. Anyway, I have nothing to lose. If I die after eating this, then it's fate. With that, he immediately threw the pill into his mouth. Then he took Maram Mesa out of the toilet to go home. Smelling it, Ju Hyan said, "This smell is so disgusting. I regret pushing it in there." Mira, still unafraid, continued to curse. "I'll kill you, you bastard." Suddenly, he felt a change within himself. The pill had started to take effect. A moment later, when he opened his eyes, Julian sought his most beautiful memories. "I remember my most beautiful memories." The wound on his hand was healing. That silver pill might be a healing relic. He was happy because he now had a healing relic. They are extremely rare and valuable. The system appeared again. You have endured the poison from the relic and fully recovered from a wound. You have acquired the skill endurance. Julian was surprised. Endurance. This is the first time I've seen a skill like this. It's probably a very fearsome skill. Could this be a unique skill created just for Julian? Back at the Mirama dungeon, a reporter was on the scene. Tonight in Seoul's Yeongdunpo district, a massive earthquake occurred. A strange architectural structure has appeared at the epicenter. This mysterious structure has trapped 50 people inside. According to many witnesses, there were numerous dangerous traps inside. One of the people in there even tried to harm them. That person claimed to be from the Japanese excavation team. Our government has contacted the Japanese government and is awaiting their response. After this incident, the Chinese and Russian governments are also demanding an answer from the Japanese government regarding their responsibility in this action. Scene changed to the Japanese excavation team's government meeting room. A loud shout was heard. "You bastard! What have you done?" Now the media is buzzing about relics in tombs. Not only that, this is also a huge disgrace for Japan. The bastard who caused this mess is also dead. Death is not enough for someone like him. A man was bowing his head in apology. Then he said he had just received a prophecy from South Korea. He was Moji Hayaruki, commander of the Japanese excavation team. The other person shouted, "Who said you had the right to handle matters related to the prophecy?" He replied that they had tried their best. It's just that there were many different difficult issues surrounding this matter. But now things are different. They can use the future guiding relic to find Julian's location. The other guy asked, "Didn't you say the user of that prophecy relic needed certain conditions to pinpoint a location?" He said he could find him because before the other guy died, he told them who he was so they can determine his location. They're researching a way for the reader not to necessarily be the owner. The TKBM group has spent a lot of time and money to complete this research. So, the higher-ups gave him a chance. He promised to do his best this time to eliminate that Korean. The next morning at a certain hotel, the main character was lying in bed thinking about his new skill. If this endurance skill can withstand the poison of relics, that would be amazing because all relic users suffer from side effects. In his past life, everyone considered finding a healing relic to be the #1 priority. If it's really as described, then it's an amazing ability exclusive to him. It's all thanks to that crow relic. What is it planning? What does it gain by giving me these things? He asked, but no one answered. And the system didn't appear either. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Oh Sung-woo calling. He immediately answered, "What's up?" Oh Sung-woo replied that he had checked the participation list. It seems there are 3 people with the name Jack at this auction. He stood up and said, "Then I'll have to go check it out myself." Suddenly, a notification panel appeared. You have been marked by an S-rank relic. Your future can now be exposed. He was surprised. A future guide. This is going to be annoying. Jahai was deep in thought when Sung-woo called. He replied that he would go to their place, but not immediately as he had somewhere else to visit first. The Future Guide Book of Prince Shioku. Prince Shioku was a politician and regent during the Asuka period and a future guide. It's a prophetic sutra he wrote, although there is no proof of its existence. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. But it seems to be the first relic to integrate itself into human society. Instead of creating a tomb, it chose its own master. There was an old book being, "Thank you for watching and see you again." Then she placed it back on the ground. That girl is Sasaki. She is the one chosen by the future guide to be its master. Since then, the future guide has always followed her wherever she went, no matter where. Even though she had torn and burned it, it still reappeared intact, which terrified Sasaki. However, the Japanese government soon got information about Sasaki's future guide and made an offer to support her in using it for the Japanese excavation team. Thus, Sasaki's family escaped their difficult life and began to enjoy luxury. With the help of the future guide, the Japanese excavation team collected countless relics. It seems everything went smoothly thanks to that girl, Sasaki. But Sasaki dropped out of school to use the future guide for the government. So, she couldn't understand the true meaning when difficult characters appeared. Nor could she fully utilize the power of the future guide. Later, a better relic user than her will appear, leading to her death. At first, Juyeon planned to ignore that prophecy relic because she would die and disappear anyway. But now that they dare to track his location, things have changed. Not only that, they're also colluding with that bastard Kwon, so he won't let them off easy. Scene changed to an apartment where a blonde girl was watching TV. This girl is Sasaki and she's a big fan of handsome guys. She was watching a handsome idol sing on a show when someone appeared and told her to go read the future guide relic. She whined, "It's getting to the good part." He said, "This is the 4th time you've watched that show." She replied, "So what if it's 4 times? I still think it's good." She sat down at the table and said she always had to read and translate difficult texts. He replied, "If there are any characters you don't understand, just draw them and give them to everyone." Then suddenly, she screamed loudly. The 2 people there were startled and rushed over to ask. She said in fear, it says I'm going to die. This time it's written very clearly. I'm going to be killed. Sasaki said it must be because of that Korean guy. Absen also died because of him. The girl comforted Sasaki. Calm down. Did you see any other prophecies besides that one? You have the power to see the future, so you don't need to worry. Look carefully again. The guy next to her added, "That's right. If that guy intends to kill you, there will be more prophecies about it." Sasaki started to calm down. She could see the future, so she couldn't lose to him. At Haneda Airport, he had just gotten off the plane. At the same time, an emergency announcement was made to all units. A Korean relic user has arrived in Japan. They will track him through the future guide. It has already indicated his next move. The commander told his troops, "This is our chance to handle all the trouble. We will strike first." All of them acknowledged the order. Understood? At a Japanese restaurant, Zhu-hai was enjoying sushi deliciously. He wondered, when are those guys going to attack me? I will continuously threaten Sasaki's life. That way they will definitely find me. The future diary will surely inform Sasaki about the curse I wrote for her. That relic will definitely pay attention to it because that relic can't specifically identify me. I will carry out my plan very slowly. Suddenly, there was a noise from outside. He thought the Japanese soldiers must be here. Outside the door, 3 men were holding guns waiting for Juyin. The guy turned and asked Sasaki, who was carrying food, "Are you ready?" Sasaki wondered why it was so unreasonable. That person is trying to kill me, so why do I have to go in there? He said, "You just need to look into his eyes. That way you can keep track of him from the beginning. Goodbye. They will know everything about him. And he doesn't know what she looks like either, so she won't be discovered. And if things get complicated, there are people here." Sasaki thought. That's right. I'll get through this. People say the ability to see the future is the strongest ability. Now she has the advantage. And why doesn't he know what she looks like either? Sasaki opened the door and stepped inside, saying, "Here is your order." As soon as she saw his face, her heart started to beat, pounding. He's so handsome, even more handsome than that idol. My God, are they really planning to kill him? What a waste. Juyin said thanks and thought. So, this is the person who uses the future guide relic. She is coming to meet me on her own. He was about to pick up his sword. At this moment, at the command post, they were in an uproar. That bastard is drawing his weapon. Get in there now. Sasaki is in danger. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. The guys outside were also confused about what Sasaki was doing in there. They had told her to just look at him and then retreat immediately. Then the door suddenly closed, leaving the 2 guys outside stunned. After closing the door, Sasaki's position, she happily turned around and said, "Hey, can I be your fan?" Zhu Haiyan was also dumbfounded, not understanding anything. Sasaki smiled and said, "Oh, right. You're not famous or anything." The commander was observing, not understanding why Sasaki had closed the door. Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. A subordinate pointed and said, "She's talking to him. She's probably trying to get information." Juyin asked again, "What did you say?" The girl thought he didn't understand, so she took out her phone and typed and then showed it to him. He saw the strange characters and was speechless. Zhu Haiyan didn't understand what she was thinking. Did she know she was in danger right now? But it's fine. This is also good for him. I'm a lovely person. He took the phone and typed back a reply. Seeing his reply, she was very happy. The 2 guys were still guarding outside, waiting for an opportunity. Keep subscribing to the channel. Suddenly, a table flew out of the room, surprising them. Before they could react, the 2 of them were tied up by the bracelet relic. At this moment, Juyin and Sasaki slowly walked out of the room. Juyin smiled and said, "I knew you guys are planning something, so I prepared some rope in advance." Seeing her worried, he said, "Don't worry. I just tied them up for a bit so no one will disturb our date." The 2 of them were now in the room. Juyin was tapping on his phone. His fingers moved swiftly. The girl there looked quite happy. He finished typing. He smiled and showed her the phone, saying, "Here." I thought he was typing something else. Turns out he was too shy to ask her out on a date in person. On his phone, he texted, "Do you want to go on a date?" The girl smiled happily. She just said, "You know Vietnamese?" He heard that, stood up, adjusted his jacket, and smirked, thinking something devious. He said he knew a little and asked her, "You didn't come here alone, right?" He said he knew a little. He guessed that she might have come here with the Japanese army. The girl sitting below looked up at him, sweating a little. She probably thought, how did he know? Then she said, "That's right." Julian sat down again, turned to her with a smile, and said, "They don't like me, so they won't let you go with me." He thought she would find it boring, so he asked, "This is pretty boring, right?" He even said he wouldn't be surprised if they made her study and do boring work. The girl hearing this agreed, "That's right. That's right." After saying that, one suddenly reached out and patted her head, saying something like, "Let's escape together and have some fun." Not forgetting to remind her to follow him. This action made the girl blush. A simple pat on the head made her heart flutter. She seemed shy, her cheeks turning pink, thinking, "He's not as scary as I thought. He's truly a top-tier actor." So, they went on a date, but on the way, they met some people blocking their path. He didn't hesitate to beat them up. It seems there's some kind of scheme. He kept smiling as if he had something up his sleeve. Right next to him, the girl saw him handle the situation and thought, "Is he really the one who wants to kill me?" Both she and he had now reached an alley not far from there. The girl was still thinking that since she made eye contact with him, she could read his future. Even though his head pat made her like him a little, she was still suspicious of him and thought she had the upper hand because of her ability to read the future. Julian was the same. How could he completely trust her? He came here, turned his head, and said, "I think this is far enough." The girl's face was also bright and lovely. She thought she had the advantage, but a second later, she regretted leaving her future notebook at home. For some reason, she guessed that the notebook was no longer important since she met him, and a radiant smile bloomed on her face. Soon, the Maram Mesa blade appeared before her eyes. This sharp sword made her jump a bit timid. She raised her hands as if to beg. Julian pointed the tip of the sword at her, telling her not to say anything. He didn't ask for much, just for her to give him her phone. At the sharp point of the marama, she obeyed and took out her phone to give it to him, successfully making someone obey him. He looked very smug and said, "Good." A second later, he immediately threw the phone on the ground and stomped on it. In the moment, the phone broke in two. The girl witnessing this screamed, "Ah, my phone." Furious, she shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" But Julian's expression didn't change at all. He held the sword closer to her, signaling for her to be quiet. Done. Then he said he just wanted to get rid of anything they would use to track him. It would be troublesome if the Japanese army found out. As he spoke, he turned the girl around because he knew beforehand he could easily manipulate her psychologically. He whispered in her ear, asking, "Do you really think I don't know who you are? You're the user of the prophecy relic, aren't you?" After he finished speaking, she started to worry. Her face contorted as if she was about to cry, thinking, "What should I do now? He knows who I am." She also thought he was scarier than she imagined. At first, she thought he was a good guy, but it turns out he's a bad boy. Life really isn't like a dream. The girl didn't know what to say. So, she and he went to a drink shop. The two chose a room and also their drinks. Julian chose orange juice while the girl chose a very delicious-looking strawberry smoothie. The waiter brought out the drinks. Orange juice. Enjoy your time together, then left. As soon as the waiter closed the door, Julian ordered the rope to tie the girl's hands. She was extremely surprised, protesting, "You've gone too far." She cursed him, "Liar. I can't believe you said this was a date." Even though he had tied the girl up, he remained very calm. He even laughed. "Ha, what's wrong with you? We're already together in this couple's cafe, right?" He held the smoothie in one hand and a spoon in the other, as if about to eat. Not caring what she thought, he even asked, "If this isn't a date, then what is it?" She didn't know. The girl was bewildered, her face showing a bit of worry. She asked him back, "What are you going to do to me? Are you really going to kill me like the prophecy said?" Ju Hai was still enjoying her smoothie. He replied that he had intended to kill her earlier. He even said threateningly, "If you had approached me a little closer, then I would have considered slitting your throat with a mora." He called her foolish, saying she was more foolish than he thought for them to have come this far. Then he took out a notebook, placed it on the table, and seriously spoke about the prophecy. He told her to write down everything she saw in it for him. But she, possessing such a precious notebook, didn't realize she could summon it any time she wanted. Her face was worried as she said she had forgotten it at home. But he wanted to confirm that what he said was true. To confirm that she was really more foolish than he thought. He lifted her sleeve and said, "You think I care about that? This tattoo started appearing after you started using the prophecy relic, right?" He stood up, holding her hand and said, "Touch your tattoo and summon that relic. You can summon it here in this place. Goodbye." After saying that, he slumped back into his chair. He criticized her, saying he couldn't believe she didn't know something as basic as this. She didn't know. Seeing this, the girl called out to the prophecy relic. In an instant, the future book appeared immediately. It really could be summoned. A little surprised, she said. It really appeared. And so, she had to write laboriously with her hands tied. Julian felt no pity for her. He picked up the smoothie and continued to enjoy it, not forgetting to tell her to write as much as possible, even threatening her. "If you miss a single line, consider your birds flown. Focus." Hearing this, she didn't know what to say. She just kept writing and writing, but her face was very tense, afraid he would cut her birds. Time passed and the once full smoothie glass was now completely empty. After he finished eating, he just sat there on his phone. A second later, he looked up at her. Her writing speed slowed down. He was also cruel. Not letting her rest, he told her not to think about resting. "Why are you writing so slowly?" The girl heard this and whispered that her hand hurt, asking him how much more he needed. Same old answer, as much as possible. She was still worried, very afraid of death. So she offered to give him the future guide. She begged him to let her go, but he still had an indifferent expression, replying with a single no and telling her to keep writing. In his heart, he knew. He thought to himself that if he wanted it, he would have stolen it long ago. But thinking again, it was an S-rank relic. At this point, he thought of Pandora's relic ranking chart. The future book she possessed was almost at the highest tier. If he tried to suppress a high-level relic, the consequences would be unpredictable. Previously, company. Julian was severely injured just trying to control the Murray Mesa, which was a lower rank than the future guide. He thought to himself, if I try to steal it now, I might just get myself killed. Whatever he said, he had to think of himself first. The current Julian had no healing relics with him. So, he probably wouldn't dare to do something so reckless, even for money. While it was quiet, suddenly there was the sound of footsteps outside. He immediately paid attention. It turned out that 3 soldiers in uniform had entered the shop. The owner was worried about her shop and her customers. With a worried expression, she pleaded, "Please stop. My customers will be disturbed." But one of them, who seemed to be the captain, said with a scowl that they would handle it quickly. "Please step back." He then ordered the other 2 to check all exits in every single room. Receiving the order, the other 2 ran off to check. Inside, Julian had already realized it, saying, "They're here." He turned to the girl and asked how much she had written. She replied that she was almost done with the first volume. "A volume like that is enough." He walked over to the table, then took the notebook. She asked him if he would let her go, but it wasn't over yet. He said there was still one more thing. "Here we go again." You pulled out the sword from his backpack. The girl thought he was going to kill her and was startled. Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. She frantically begged him. Please don't kill me. I'll write more for you. Killing me won't do you any good. Despite her words, he smiled and raised the Marama sword, as if ready to strike her down, but he didn't want to finish her. He said to her, "This is the only way for you to survive." His dangerous presence made the girl tremble with fear. He smirked, looking terrifying. He decisively struck, stabbing straight, plunging the tip of the sword into the book. It turns out he destroyed the relic, not intending to harm her. The moment the sword pierced the relic, sparks flew, accompanied by the relic's screams. The shock made the relic shout in anger. "What are you doing, human?" The book cried out in pain. And that was the end. Faced with his unexpected action, the girl was truly stunned by this strange phenomenon. She collapsed onto the chair in shock. Successfully killing the relic, the system displayed a notification. Relic detection skill increased, and his scouting skill also leveled up. Because he destroyed a high-level relic, he became known as the Giant Hunter. In addition, he also successfully unlocked a new title, Evil Relic Destroyer. It was only then that he realized the answer to why he gained skill points for killing a relic. It was because it was an evil relic, which is why he earned so many merits. Julian glanced over it, confused as to why so many windows were popping up. Right at this moment, a loud bang echoed deafeningly. The Japanese soldiers now knew of his presence in the room and burst in. One of them kicked down the owner's door without hesitation, shouting, "So, you're in here?" The captain was also there. Seeing the future guide being consumed by those green flames, he was completely shocked, shouting, "What happened to the future guide?" Ju Hyan did nothing. Just stood there smiling and said, "What's there to be surprised about? I already told you I destroyed it." The captain stood there speechless, grinding his teeth in anger. He immediately pointed straight at him and loudly ordered his men to kill him. Captain Moji Hyoki shouted, "Kill him!" pointing at Julian. "Are you kidding?" "Normally, go ahead and shoot if you're capable," Julian sneered. "What?" A soldier growled through gritted teeth. "Hey, Andy." Julian threw a matchy cake at him. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him. Maid's delicious maki cake. Common S rank, consumable relic, single-use type. It belonged to Abe. Now I'm returning it to you. I heard the taste is to die for. After saying that, Ju Hyan vanished. That bastard disappeared. What kind of trick is he playing? A taste to die for. What's this? That's maki. Mine. Give it to me. The two soldiers following Captain Moji pounced. You bastards. That's my maki. Know your place. He screamed. I have gun too. Give me that maki cake. It's M. There's no better escape relic than a rice cake. The maid's delicious maki not only charmed S enemies, but also allows the user to teleport instantly. Anyway, let's take a look at the future guide. There's a support group for the future guide relic from Japan, the TKBM Corporation. Because of that, Sasaki might have been in contact with Quan. Among the prophecies here, there might be one about him. Let's see. Where is it? Ju Hyan focused on a page. Found it. Within a month, head straight to the underworld filled with greed. There, an omen related to the world's impending disaster will begin. The world filled with greed. I'm pretty sure that's Las Vegas at the underworld auction. Midas. That's where Owu and his group went to gather information on CEO Quan. He said there were 3 people registered under the name Jack. He must be one of them. The prophecy also points to this, the last part, an omen related to the world's greatest disaster. It must be that disaster. Julian pondered the great human catastrophe. It's true. It was an event described as relics appearing in mass all over the world. After that event, everyone knew about the existence. Tombs and the number of people discovering relics skyrocketed. But as I recall, that disaster didn't start so early. Not only that, in the next line, the God who understands human greed proposes a partnership with you. Ju Hyan closed the prophecy book. It could be that a god-level relic will appear at the auction house. Is CEO Kwon aiming for it to become as powerful as he was in the previous life? If so, then I must steal it from you. Julian's face darkened with a sinister smile. Japanese excavation research team meeting room. Although Sasaki had woken up, she was still very weak. As for the future guide, it had been completely destroyed. A meeting was in progress. Meanwhile, Captain Moji and his soldiers opened fire on each other. In the end, all were injured and removed from a mission. Yes, sir. A man stood up abruptly. He shouted, "What kind of ridiculous story is this? I'm truly sorry." You think this is a joke? Please calm down, Mr. Chairman. We need to. How can I be calm in this situation? It's confirmed that the future guide has been destroyed and Japan's self-defense forces have also suffered heavy losses. A girl opened the door. Are you serious? Damn it, she said, adding that only one person caused all of this. Yes, it seems so. Who is this crazy bastard? What should we do? Should we seek revenge for this loss? Revenge? No need for that, a mysterious man was talking to the girl. But what about the money we invested in researching the future guide? It's all gone to waste. That's true, but think about it. If one person is capable of destroying the future guide, then this person must have some power. What if we recruit this person into our team? Go like these people who destroy rare relics without hesitation. What if he does the same to the company's relics? What do we do if he damages the chairman's relics? It won't be a problem if we pay him handsomely. There's nothing money can't solve. All you need to do is find this person's whereabouts. Oh, Las Vegas, USA. These bastards. After thinking corrupted text. That statement caught Julian's attention. Here you are, Ju Hyan. Oh, Woo Sun-woo called out to him. What did you say? No, I'm with the person sitting over there. We have business to discuss. Got it. You guys are 30 minutes late. Go. It's because that tall guy wouldn't let us in. Oh Sun-woo explained. This is the Mid-Arth auction house. Only participants are allowed inside. If you're not a participant, please leave. See, this guy keeps rambling on like this. What do we do wrong to be treated like this? If you three continue to behave like this, we will be forced to use strong measures. Damn it. What is he saying? Speak Korean. Look, still acting tough now. You're in America and you expect them to speak Korean? Well, subscribe to the Jin Need Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. These three are my guests. Please allow them to sit here. I'm sorry. It seems I've made a mistake. Oh, Sun Ung-woo and his friends were stunned. It's okay. Looking at how shabbily Aho is dressed. The man from before left. You can speak English. Oh Sung-woo was surprised. That's not the issue. Report what you found. All right. Zhu Hien held the file. This is the document related to the three people named Jack. It seems you guys did your homework. These guys are pretty useful. So, did you find a person you were looking for? Oh Sung-woo asked Julian. Yes. He answered casually. This is definitely the fake identity of C. Kwon. If he came here, it means there's a very valuable relic at this place. I need to check first. If there really is a Godel relic, why are you looking at the auction catalog? Only the super rich gather here. If you win the auction, you wouldn't have enough money to pay even if you sold your house. Julian ignored Oh Sung-woo's words. You don't have any god-level relics here. What was the prophecy talking about? Hammurabi in Shakespeare's pen. Oh Sung-woo didn't understand what Ju Hyan was saying. He looked surprised. There are a few things I want to buy. Are you planning to join the auction? Ung-woo slammed the table and shouted, Get out! That's right. Julian replied casually. Are you kidding me? This is the Mid-Earth auction. There's nothing, right? The opening bid is usually 10 billion or 20 billion won. We're just here to make some connections. We don't have the money to buy anything. You're saying I don't have the money to buy things here? Ju Hyan closed the catalog. Yes. And left his seat. Wait, where are you going? Oh Sung-woo and the others followed him. Did you forget this is a city of gambling? You have to do something to earn some money. You plan to make money from gambling. You're crazy. This guy is really crazy. How much higher can a number go? He still has 10 turns left. It could go higher. Unbelievable. Oh Sung-woo was amazed. This machine can pay out so much in winnings. If you don't cash out immediately, you can accumulate that much, but that makes things even crazier. He's making millions of won with just one slot machine. Oh Sung-woo was sweating. How can he do that? Ju Hai smirked. Let go somewhere else. Stop loitering. Follow me to cash out. Jo Hai held the receipt and said, How much is this, Julian? I'm starting to admire you a little. What if some crazy guy comes and kills us all to rob the money? Stop right there. A hand reached out in front of Julian. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. May I search you, sir? We don't have many players who hit the jackpot like this. Sure, go ahead. You won't find anything. You're right, sir. May I ask what that is? You could say it's. The attendant noticed the ring with a golden plate on Julian's hand. It's a souvenir I bought. It's a golden knife. It's beautifully gold-plated, so I often carry it with me. It's a knife I like. Just a normal souvenir, Julian sneered. Ha, of course it looks like one. But that knife was actually the disguised golden and silver axe. Why must I take this humiliating form? The golden axe spoke. How much longer must I stay in this form, master? Changing a relic's form is one of the most important skills of a relic user. The golden axe has the ability to detect wealth and value. That's how I know which machine will give me the jackpot, and I can even find the easiest casino to win it. What a valuable relic. I'm sorry. It seems you're very lucky, sir. The staff also checked the machines. I've never seen anything like this before. Let's go to another casino. Don't make a big deal out of this. Hey, Ju Hyan. I'll call him. Tell me your secret. How may I help you, sir? Zu Hyan. And placed the check on the table. Cash all of it. All of it. The female employee was surprised. We will take you to the VIP room. Please wait a moment. No need. I'm in a hurry. Just give me the cash. Oh my God. I've never seen so much cash in my life. This is enough for us to live for the rest of our lives. Oh Sung-woo exclaimed. We're rich. Super rich. It seems you guys are mistaken. It's not your money. Hearing Ju Hyan's words, everyone was shocked. They broke out in a cold sweat at his statement. Ah, of course, but this is still a lot of money. Julian sneered. Hey, Julian, do you really need to join the auction? Wouldn't it be better to take all this money and enjoy yourself? No. With this money, you can buy whatever you want, live in luxury for the rest of your life. Because my goal is to obtain the relic at the auction to stand against CEO Kwon. I need a bit more money. Johai remained silent, not answering Oh Sun-woo's question. Hurry up and eat. I have to go to another casino again. Oh Sung-woo was startled. I can smell money. That's right. When will Master return me? To my original form. Whatever. I'll enjoy the smell of desperation from this casino a little longer. He stopped beating around the bush. Find me a jackpot machine. Alright, let's see. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. You have approached a place where relics enjoy themselves. Your compatibility with relics has increased. Your scouting skill has increased. Oh, although casinos are a place to make money, there's still a problem. It's but also like a battlefield. A place where humans seek desperation and sorrow. A place where humans suffer is a paradise for relics. I don't like doing things that please relics. Let's just make some money quickly and get out of here. Wait, Julian? A voice called out to him. What's in your bag? Why is it moving? Julian. Open his bag. It's coming, Silver Axe. It's coming, sir. Zhu Haiyan was surprised. If the golden axe has the ability to seek wealth and prosperity, then the silver axe has the ability to detect those with intentions to threaten its master. Why is this axe making noise? Julian's face darkened. Cheating bastard. The argument caught everyone's attention. What do you mean cheating? Cough up the money, sir. Please stop. This place is dangerous. The machines are all broken. Someone pickpocketed me. Damn it. I lost everything. What the hell is going on here? Oh Sun-woo didn't understand what was happening. Behind him, a waiter holding a knife wanted to attack Ong-woo. Give me the money, he shouted. Zhu Hai glared at him. Judging by your clothes, you're a dealer at this casino. Are you crazy? What were you thinking attacking a customer like that? Julian questioned. No, there are no tombs nearby. Why did he suddenly? Suddenly, Julian noticed a girl. What a beautiful girl. An actress. I bet she's famous. Ao was drooling. Damn. Let's get out of here. Pack up quickly. Julian shouted. What? Ao wondered. I didn't expect her to be here. No wonder. Bad luck is spreading like a plague. We have to avoid her. Aisling Hilton, the youngest daughter of the wealthy Hilton banking family. But there's just one thing wrong with her. Julian and everyone else were running when Aisling noticed them. God-class relics are the most powerful among all types of relics. The owners of God-class relics are above all others. Because of this, their users are called gods with titles like the God of Fate, the God of Conquest, the God of Wealth. These people hold immense power in the era of relics. Among them, Aisling Hilton is one of the owners of an incredibly fearsome God-class relic. Her title is the God of Failure. Everything near her becomes unlucky. People will lose all their money and go bankrupt. She even caused a global economic crisis. So, she must be avoided at all costs. Hey, you wait a minute. Aisling called out to Julian. He was startled and ran away. Wait for me. A notification appeared again. You have detected a malevolent aura from the door. Your relic has suffered serious damage. Warning. The number of uses for your relic will be greatly depleted. Damn it! Aisling ran up to Julian. Can you listen to me? Then she touched Julian's arm and a dark aura emanated from her. The system immediately warned. You are being enveloped by a malevolent aura. Due to the heavy malevolent aura, your relic is suffering serious damage. The number of uses for your relic will be greatly depleted. Your luck is overwhelmed by the malevolent aura. Everything you do now will lead to failure. Your work efficiency is severely reduced. Hearing this, Julian immediately pushed her hand away. Let go of me. Irene Hilton awkwardly said, I'm sorry. I got too excited when I saw you, so I might have overstepped a bit. The two friends with Julian saw this and whispered to each other. Why is Ju Haeon acting like this? How should I know? He looks like he's just seen a ghost or something. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. At this moment, another guy in a purple shirt said, I remember now. I remember who that girl is. The two guys heard this and turned their heads, saying, What? He continued, She's Irene Hilton. I'm sure of it. The other two were shocked, saying, What? That American girl from the Hilton family. Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. The guy in purple replied, That's right. I've seen this face on the internet. Despite the whispers around them, Irene Hilton asked Julian, You're the one who keeps hitting the jackpot that everyone's talking about? I've been looking for you all over. Zhu Haiyan's face was uneasy at this moment. Then she continued, If you don't mind, could you tell me how you did that? Hearing her say that, he felt confused. Why would the richest person in the world be curious about winning a jackpot? Strange. After thinking, he coldly told her she had the wrong person, then turned and walked away. The group with Julian chased after him, saying, You idiot. Don't you know who that girl is? She's Irene Hilton. She came all this way to find you and you just disappoint her like that. Julian didn't care what he said. Seeing this, he shouted, Are you listening to me? Stop. Let's talk things out with her. Don't miss this opportunity. Julian heard this and thought, These idiots. He turned back to see the three of them lying at Irene Hilton's feet, clutching their stomachs and crying. 911, call 911. My stomach. A strange aura rose from where they were. Irene Hilton awkwardly said, Please excuse me. A moment later, screams of agony mixed with curses. Julian, go easy on them, idiots. Get over here now. Wait a minute. Julian sat down and told Sun Woo, Listen carefully. Stay as far away from that woman as possible. Oh, Sun Woo wondered, What do you mean? He didn't explain further, stood up, turned around, and left, saying, When you recover, take the bag and go somewhere. Keep the money safe. Al, still sitting there, asked, Where are you going? Zhu Haiyan replied, The auction house. After I'm done, I'll call you guys to bring the money. I was planning to earn a bit more before the auction started, but oh well. I can't afford to lose any more money. At the auction site, Julian blended into the bustling crowd, deep in thought as he walked. What reason could she have for seeking me out? While lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard a strange voice right next to him saying, Hey, you don't block the way. Move aside. This is the VIP entrance. Comes go that way. Julian heard this, looked over, and thought, he's CEO Kwan's right-hand man. He's much younger than before, but he still has that same annoying face. If this bastard is here, then CEO Kwan is here, too. Suddenly, next to UNCO, a man in a sleek suit with a bewitching face appeared. He continued sarcastically. Right, Mr. Chairman. Julian looked at him and thought, CEO Aunt June, I finally found you. In his mind, a memory flashed. A vision of Zhu Haiyan, covered in injuries, screaming madly. All right, come on. I'll tear you apart from the inside. And that bastard Quan Jun, subscribe to the Gameo channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Even as a ghost, I will ruin your life. Back in the present, Chairman Quan glanced at him, then turned and walked away. Yunio immediately followed behind him. Julian saw this and thought, he doesn't recognize me. I will take all the relics you plan to buy in this auction. I will be the winner. After thinking, he continued walking. See you again in the next videos. At this moment, people behind were panicking, asking, what's going on? My stocks are plummeting. I lost all my money because of the flight. What does that mean? My phone isn't working. It was fine a minute ago. Julian watched the panic crowd and thought, wait a minute. Don't tell me. Then he saw Irene Hilton and his heart sank. Oh crap. She followed me all the way here. He quickly walked away, but she saw his back and shouted, wait for me. Zhu Haiyan wondered, how did she find me in this crowded place? She approached and said, please listen to me. I'm really desperate. I don't know what to do. Zhu Haiyan was so focused on running away that he carelessly bumped into a door. Irene Hilton came over and asked, are you okay? You ran into the door pretty hard. Julian furiously shouted, do I look okay? Stop following me. All of this is happening because of you. Irene Hilton looked at him happily and said, you're right. That's my problem. Julian was surprised, looking at this girl, confused by her answer. Irene Hilton looked around and explained, I don't know if you'll believe me, but it seems I cause bad luck to anyone around me. I want to be lucky like you because I believe there's a way to make everyone around me happy. Julian looked at her and thought, she's the god of failure. The one who ruined the finances of countless people, destroyed many nations. Why is she like this? Is she acting? Irene Hilton came closer, held his hand earnestly and said, can you tell me how to get luck like yours? I'll do anything to know. If it's money, I'll give you as much as you want. Zhu Haiyan looked at this girl in fear. The system panel appeared again due to the malevolent aura from the God class relic appearing again. Immunity has been activated. You're being attacked by a God class relic. Immunity has been increased. The system produced a small silver pill. Zhu Haiyan looked at it in surprise. His eyes widened as he thought immunity. That's the skill I got from eating that silver pill from a mission reward. At that time, I only knew it gave me a skill. This skill was activated by a God class relic. It was activated because her relic attacked me. Thinking this, he smirked and said to her, you're right. I'm fine. I was just thinking for a bit. Irene Hilton saw this and replied, I'm really sorry. My request was a bit too sudden. Julian looked at her and thought, if this really happens, then I don't need to avoid her anymore. Not only that, her being near strengthens my immunity. She can help me in the auction by messing with the other participants. Two birds with one stone. Wait, what about CEO Quan? He quickly glanced over to the side. He saw him shouting, what? Our company in China suddenly caught fire. What does that mean? CEO Yun was sweating nervously and said, the company just informed me. Before he could finish, Chairman Quan asked, what about the production schedule? Can they deliver on the agreed date? What are you still standing there for? Call them back and ask. CEO Yun quickly replied. Yes, sir. Juan, watching from a distance, guessed he got hit by the God class relic. In the past, he would have immediately left this area, which means he doesn't know about the existence of the god of failure. He glanced over at her. Then he smirked, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I can use her. Thinking this, he agreed to her proposal, saying, your offer isn't bad. Irene Hilton, hearing this, happily turned to look at him and asked, really? Zhu Haiyan looked at her and said, but let me tell you one thing first. Getting luck like mine is not an easy task. Irene Hilton immediately replied, "Of course, I understand that very well." He continued, "Although I want to go into more detail about this, I need to attend the auction." Julian continued, "If you don't mind, could you join me? It's understandable if you don't want to because the entrance ticket is too expensive." Hearing this, she quickly came over and said, "Money is not a problem for me." Julian looked at her silhouette and smirked, thinking, "I knew you would follow me. Buying an entrance ticket here is like buying a piece of chewing gum for you." Irene Hilton, I'm curious to see what kind of person you'll become. At the auction area, the host announced, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to begin the 74th auction. The first item on our list is..." Julian looked around and thought, so many empty seats. After Irene Hilton joined the auction with him, within 3 minutes only 2 competitors remained. Most people had to leave to deal with unexpected misfortunes. CEO Quan didn't leave even though his factory in China was on fire. That means he desperately wants something from this auction. Irene Hilton excitedly turned and said, "That item is a Russian imperial wine over 100 years old. Are you planning to buy it?" Julian replied, "The item I'm interested in appears in the second half of the auction." Aisling Hilton laughed, "Ha, is that so?" Zhu Haiyan didn't look at Irene Hilton, thinking she is the god of failure. Irene Hilton, but she's completely different from what I remember. But it doesn't seem like she's acting. The strangest part of all this is a memory flashed in Julian's mind. Irene Hilton telling Julian, "I don't know if you'll believe me, but it seems I caused bad luck to anyone around me." Julian thought to himself, the truth is she knows nothing about relics. If that's the case, then the relic must have attached itself to her. Back in reality, he asked her, "What for?" She replied, "You listened and believed my words. I also feel much better having someone to talk to about my troubles." Julian forced a smile and said, "It's no big deal." Just as he said that, the system announced, "Because the owner's mood has improved, the relic's power has also been enhanced. The relic's power is increasing at a dizzying pace." Irene Hilton, after hearing him speak, smiled brightly and said, "I mean, after you said it's no big deal, it made me extremely happy." Suddenly, a faint light emanated from where the two were. Julian shouted. Then the system panel appeared again, reporting, "The relic's influence has spread within a 1 km radius. Bad luck is enveloping you. The relic you possess is suffering serious damage." Inside, Julian screamed, "Ah, I'm cracking in pieces. Master, what are you doing? Do something." Julian thought. "I can't believe the happier the user is, the stronger the relic becomes." Irene Hilton looked confused and asked, "What just happened?" He continued to wonder, what kind of psycho relic is this? Seeing the system panel show his immunity had greatly increased, he thought, "My immunity skill is increasing like crazy. If this continues, my relics will fall apart." Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Johayan turned to her and said, "Don't get your hopes up. I would feel terrible if we couldn't come to an agreement." Irene Hilton then replied, "Come to think of it, we haven't discussed what we can do for each other yet." Julian said, "And about your luck getting better? How can you be sure that you won't bring bad luck to those around you anymore?" Hearing this, Irene Hilton fell silent and said, "You're right. I don't think there's any guarantee of that." As her mood dropped, the system panel suddenly appeared, reporting, "Because the owner's mood has decreased, the relic's power is also gradually weakening." Seeing this, he let out a sigh of relief. The auctioneer announced, "It seems there was a small tremor just now, but everything has been resolved. The current price is $770,000. Any higher bids?" Someone spoke up. $1 million. Then another person shouted, "What are you trying to do? If you don't like it, you can bid higher. I'll take any price." "Ha! You think you can beat me? Ju Hyan watched them argue and thought. Their minds aren't right. They're being affected by the relic. Wait, I can use her to eliminate the remaining opponents. Julian said to Irene Hilton, hey, you don't be sad. Nothing is clear yet. Maybe if you're luckier, people won't have bad luck anymore. Watch the next episode. Let's handle this soon. You said you wanted to know how to be lucky. I'll show you how. Irene Hinton said joyfully. Really? Julian smirked, thinking, I've been corrupted text. Thank you. I intentionally said that to make Irene Hinton happy. I tricked her into believing I could solve her problem because when she's happy, the relic's power increases many times over. As a result, the remaining opponents will lose control and bid on whatever they see. In the end, they burned all their money on useless luxury items. I'm glad everything went smoothly because everyone burned through their money in the first half of the auction. If not for that, I would have nothing. So, I could secure all the relics I wanted in the second half of the auction. There were a few relics I had to concede to Kwon Tae-jun. That's because he wasn't much affected by the relic's power. It's because his relic dominance ability is too high. That bastard. But my understanding of relics is much greater than his. So I only gave him some rather useless relics. Then he took out paper and a pen to write. Saying, let's see the Code of Hammurabi, Shakespeare's pen, Marie Antoinette's necklace. Julian thought, the godly relic mentioned in the prophecy still hasn't appeared. The auction is over. Strange. Give up. Suddenly, Irene Hilton turned and asked Julian, so, have you decided to make a deal with me? I feel like you've been beating around the bush. Hearing this, Julian put away his paper and pen and said, I'm very sorry. I think it's time for me to be a little more serious. Let's go somewhere quieter to talk in detail and make a deal. The auction is about to end anyway. Just as they were about to leave, the auctioneer announced, all right, we will now begin tonight's surprise event. Let's reveal the final item. It is the mysterious almond tree that has been attracting a lot of attention recently. Watch the next episode on my YouTube channel. Zhu Hyan suddenly realized, heavens, that's the elixir plant of Qin Shi Huang. Julian looked at it and assessed, it's a god-level relic. Not only that, it's a healing type. I must have it at all costs. Below the elixir plant, the relic itself cried out, arrogant humans, take care of me properly. Don't use this fake sunlight. Night and bring me some real sunlight. The truth is it's not enough. After Jian thought, I have to win, he stood up and raised his hand. Seeing Kwon Jun also raise his hand, he thought, damn it, he knows it's an extremely valuable relic. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Julian thought back. Emperor Qin Shi Huang was a powerful figure during the Qing dynasty. When rumors of the elixir plant spread, the emperor sent people everywhere to search for it. After many years, it was finally found. The almond tree. Before he died, Kwon Jun already possessed it. At that time, my body was full of diseases due to the influence of the relic. Because of that, I had to depend on the fruit produced by the elixir plant to survive. As a result, instead of receiving money, I only got this fruit and ended up having to do everything Kwon Jun ordered. Simply put, that relic was the thing that held my life in its hands after I was defeated. That bastard. So, he got it from here. That bastard. This time, I will snatch it from you. If this relic falls into his hands again, my life will repeat the past once more. The auctioneer laughed loudly. Ha ha. We've caught the attention of a few people just as expected. The fruit of this tree has the ability to restore a man's vitality. Ju Hin, hearing the auctioneer, rolled his eyes and thought, you bastard. Do you even know what male vitality is to be promoting it like that? How embarrassing. The starting price is $200,000. The auctioneer shouted. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Julian immediately bid $300,000. Kwon Jun didn't back down and shouted $400,000. Julian, not to be outdone, said $500,000. He looked around and thought the others are participating enthusiastically too. On Kwon Jun's side, he bid $10 million. Yunishio, hearing this, was shocked and exclaimed, "What, Mr. Chairman?" Kwon Jun glanced over at Julian, thinking, "You bastard. You're not going to give up, are you?" Julian wondered to himself, does he know it's a god-rank healing relic? I don't know much about relics, but one thing is for sure. When it comes to money, I can't beat him. Then Jin said to Irene Hilton, "Let's start our transaction. I promise to find a solution for your bad luck, but in return, you have to buy that thing up there for me. We'll trade for what we both need. Is that okay?" Irene Hilton enthusiastically said, "I think that's a great idea. When it comes to money, I don't lose to anyone. At an auction, wealthy tycoons are competing fiercely. Sky-high prices are being called out one after another. $46 million, $47 million, $48 million, $49 million, $50 million. The auctioneer said, "It seems we've reached the $50 million mark. Anyone else want to bid?" A man stood up abruptly and said, $100 million. The people around start to murmur. Damn it. He bid $100 million straight up. Crazy. Julian thought to himself, that bastard. Over $100 million is beyond my means. A table saw right from the start. The auctioneer said, "The current price is $100 million. Anyone else want to bid higher?" However, a female voice rang out saying $150 million. This was the perfect time for the cavalry to arrive. Ju Hyan flashed a smile. The host was surprised and said, "What?" The man who had refused to back down before continued. He raised the price to $160 million. Ashling, not to be outdone, directly raised the price to $200 million. The other man said angrily, "What? You weren't bidding before? Why? Are you joining now? I think we should give up." "Mr. Chairman, what did you say?" "If I'm not mistaken, that woman is Ashling Hilton, the youngest daughter of the Hilton tycoon family. This family's money could burn for dozens of generations without running out." The other man said, "Damn it, $220 million. I'm not backing down." Ashling immediately raised the price to $300 million. The auction attendees were all amazed. My God, they're raising the price by hundreds of millions now. Julian thought to himself, this is satisfying. We've overwhelmed CEO Kwon's price twice. In the end, the elixir plant belonged to Ashling Hilton for a price of $500 million. Julian picked up his glass of water and said, $500 million is quite a steep price for you, isn't it? Ashling replied, "No, money has never been a problem I had to worry about. It's a problem for me." "Ah, that's right. How are you going to solve my problem? Are you going to share your luck with me or give me some kind of charm to increase my luck like a rabbit's foot?" Julian told her, "Actually, I'm not going to give you any." Ashling was surprised and asked, "Did you trick me?" Julian waved his hands and explained, No, please let me finish. Your problem can't be solved even with a lucky charm. The only way to solve this problem is to separate the thing inside you." Ashling was confused and said, "Separate? Julian will hand over the object you possess." Julian thought to himself, that's right. The only solution to this problem is to deal with the relic she possesses. If I do that, I'll possess the bad luck relic, too. I'm the one who benefits the most. Julian continued to speak to Ashling. I'm sure you've noticed that there's a strange object that follows you. No matter where you are, you just need to give it to me and your problem will be solved. An object that always follows me. I don't think I have any such object. Absurd. Try listing all the items on you right now one by one. I tried before but nothing came back to me. Strange. Julian asked further. What about tattoos? Do you have any tattoos that appeared on your body? Aisling was surprised by his question, which made him certain that she had a tattoo somewhere on her body. Relics are divided into two types: consumable relics and possession relics. A tattoo will appear on the owner of a possession relic, which is why Sasaki also has a tattoo on her hand, creating a link with the owner through the tattoo. Anyone can use consumable relics, but they have a limited number of uses. Unlike consumable relics, possession relics have no limit on their use, but only the owner can control them. All powerful relics are possession relics. Aisling opened her wallet and said, "Let me show you." Then she took out a picture just by looking at it. Seeing it, Julian immediately recognized what kind of relic it was. Seeing his surprised expression, Aisling asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Julian thought. Aisling's relic is a parasitic type. This type of relic is quite rare and they reside inside the user's body. Subscribe. Be to the LA Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos, because her relic is god tier and brings misfortune to all things. I was expecting it to be something like the golden apple of Aries. What kind of relic does she possess? But one thing is for sure, I can't separate that terrifying power from her body. If that's the case, then Julian told her, "I thought this would be easy, but it seems I was wrong." Then he gave her his phone number and said, "This is my number. When we have more time, let's try to think of a solution together. I can't force the relic out of her, so it's best to make her an ally. Building relationships with others isn't a bad idea. Who knows, they might be useful someday. Since you pay for this almond tree, it now belongs to you. You can pick up the other items after payment." All right. All right. Let me call my subordinates to pay. The auction host from before said, "Take your time." He called his subordinates, but no one answered. Why aren't these bastards picking up? Something's not right. Did I entrust the eggs to a wolf? Anyway, I said, "Wait a minute. I have a favor to ask." Then he took out a wad of cash from his jacket and said, "It's nothing special. I just wanted to pay for your handsomeness. Somewhere else, a bull." The name was running for his life. "We've run far enough. He won't find us. Let's rest for a bit, boss. This thing is too heavy. Maybe we should rest for a bit." "All right, let's rest for a bit. I'm out of breath." "Is the money all there?" "Of course. We're freaking rich now. Ha ha. This is more than enough for us to enjoy for the rest of our lives." Suddenly, Elwaya tore through the poster next to OS Wu. Ju Hyan coldly said, "How dare you take my money and run?" The group said in fear, "Julian, how did you find us?" He thought to himself, with a golden axe in hand, "It's not hard, you bastards." Sung Woo stammered. "Ju Hyan, we just..." He pointed the axe at them and said, "Don't make any excuses or you'll all lose your heads. We were wrong." Ju Hyan took a stone from his pocket and said, "Now I guess I have to use this." Sung Woo wondered. "A foot-scrubbing stone. Watch and you'll see." Suddenly, behind Julian appeared a massive boulder. The three of them were shocked and said, "What the hell is that?" One of the famous sayings in this law is an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. And just like that, whatever the enemy does will be reflected back at them. This is called the perfect counterattack relic. A new relic from the auction house that I just acquired. I got it early because I had to ask the staff at the auction. Julian flashed a dangerous smile and said, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." "I don't know. I will answer your betrayal with another betrayal." The three thugs' faces were panicked as their hands were restrained by an invisible magic. He secretly worried that this relic wouldn't work as he intended, but unexpectedly everything was fine. The object in Julian's hand is the Code of Hammurabi stone tablet. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, is the phrase that activates its ability to counter anything the enemy uses to attack. However, because the Code of Hammurabi is a law book, he was curious if this relic could control the opponent's current and future actions. That is the law he needs. The relic's effect gradually wore off. The three of them trembled and said, "What was that just now?" Zhu Haiyan saw this and smiled, saying, "It's nothing. I was just using you guys to test my strength. As long as you don't betray me, nothing will happen. If you try to pull anything else, your bodies will be torn to shreds." Suddenly, the system showed that according to the Code of Hammurabi, the relic had begun to monitor the designated target's actions. Hearing this, the three of them were surprised and challenged. "What?" Despite their panic, he continued, "You can consider this as signing a slave contract with me." "What the hell? Under what conditions?" the blonde leader asked. The bald man whispered to his boss. "I think he's telling the truth." The rock appeared and disappeared in an instant. The blonde guy pressed. "Do you have superpowers?" Julian calmly replied, "That's right. One thing you should know is that this world is about to be turned upside down. As long as you are my slaves, you'll be fine. Although this is a slave contract, it's not that bad. If you do a good job, I will reward you." The three of them looked at him with confusion and hesitation. Julian continued, "You can earn more money than the amount you just tried to steal from me. I'll give you as much money as you want." "Really?" The three thugs were surprised. The blonde man asked worriedly, "All right, then. But what do we need to do?" "You'll find out soon enough." The next day, the three thugs gathered at Julian's house. They were all surprised to see a pot in the middle of the house. Julian saw it and said, "I told you to be here at 9:00. Then he calmly continued, "What are you confused about? This is part of your job. You see that tree over there?" They were all surprised. "What the hell? Why is there a tree there?" The tree on the floor was whining. "How dare you treat me like this, you filthy humans?" Julian, while getting the pot, said, "You have to plant that tree for me." "It won't bite you. Go on, plant it. Don't make me say it again. That tree is worth $500 million. Take good care of it." $500 million. The blonde man gently picked up the tree. They all carefully planted the tree in the pot. The tree trembled and said, "What is this, you filthy human? The way you hold me is quite comfortable." "That's right. Treat me like this, human." "Very good. I accept you now." Julian glanced over and thought, "It seems these guys have high compatibility with relics. Last night, it was difficult to make a deal with the divine tree, but it was so noisy that I couldn't sleep at all. This type of elixir plant hates being possessed through dominance and generally prefers people who are more compatible. It seems these guys are the perfect companions for the elixir plant." Julian smiled to himself, thinking, "I gave them the task of taking care of the tree simply because I don't like taking care of it. Who knew these guys would be so suitable for the job?" Suddenly, a phone call came in. He checked the number and then answered, "Hello." "Hello." In his heart, Jian thought, "Although if I didn't save this number, it feels surprisingly familiar." The person on the other end of the line answered, "Are you Julian? I am a CEO of TKBM Quan Chun." He cheerfully replied, "Is that so, Mr. CEO? What can I do for you?" Julian silently considered, this is his private number. If he's calling me, it means he started investigating me. Quan Chun with a sinister face said, "I want to get straight to the point. I heard you're the one who bought the almond tree from Irene Hilton." He thought, this bastard gets information fast. Quan Tun continued, I want to talk to you about this matter. Before he could continue, Julian quickly replied, if it's about that tree, I have nothing to say to you. I'm busy right now, so I'm hanging up. Mr. CEO Quan Tae-jun, subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. This bastard, he got angry. The man in glasses was restless. Is there a problem, Chairman? The conversation didn't go well. He didn't even listen to me and hung up. That bastard. He angrily slammed the phone on the table. The man in glasses chimed in. He hung up. What an idiot. He probably doesn't recognize you, Chairman. You introduced yourself as the CEO of TKBM Corporation. Quan Jun angrily shouted, damn it. Even so, he still possesses that almond tree. Among all the relics, it's the most powerful one I've ever seen. I should have gotten it at all costs. He blamed the man in glasses. If you hadn't stopped me, I would fought to the end. Please forgive me. The man in glasses bowed his head in apology on the outside, but inside he thought resentfully, come on, is this my fault? I just made a judgment based on the situation. I need to find a way to solve this problem. This is the perfect opportunity for the chairman to recognize my abilities. The man in glasses spoke up. I will take full responsibility for this and find a way to get the almond tree back. He promised. Even if my hands get dirty, I will bring the almond tree back for you, Chairman. He's just a commoner. This will be a piece of cake. Please allow me to use some of the relics from the company's warehouse. At Julian's house, the thugs were making a racket. The person you were just talking to is the CEO of TKBM Corporation. Do you know who that is? But Julian hung up on him. The blonde guy shouted, you idiot. Don't you watch TV? He's the most powerful person in this country. Julian angrily picked up his axe and threatened, how dare you be disrespectful to your master? Want me to use this axe on you? The blonde man was startled and sheepishly apologized. I just meant. Julian was about to leave and said, I'm going out. Take care of the tree for me. Remember to take pictures continuously to monitor the tree's growth. You try pulling any tricks and see what happens. The blonde guy shouted, damn it, I know. Julian went out, walking and thinking, Juan is the type of person who will get what he wants at any cost. He'll soon track my location and steal the elixir plant. If I want to ensure the tree's safety, I must act first. Julian walked around the city with his axe. The silver axe in his hand reacted. He started to make his move. He went to an empty place to lure his pursuer out into the open. Finally, he sought his pursuer. It was the man in glasses whose name was Ununis. Julian thought to himself, he came alone. It seems they're underestimating me. Not me. Wait. He's carrying a relic. I can feel it. If that's the case, he smiled. Unio angrily shouted. How many times has it been? How can I trust you anymore? Is finding one person so hard for you? Don't do that. If you keep doing this stupid stuff, you won't get a bonus. Eunishio was walking and talking when suddenly he saw him sitting and drinking at a bar. Eunishio walked up and said, excuse me, are you Julian? He took the bait. Fool. He didn't realize he had walked in my trap. Ju Hien continued to drink calmly, not answering. That bastard. I know he heard me. Unio thought angrily. Excuse me, Julian. He still sat there motionless, not answering like a statue. CEO Yun angrily slammed the table and shouted in his ear, are you deaf? When someone talks to you, you should at least answer back. Julian suddenly turned to look back. It startled Junseo so much he fell to the ground. He laughed and said, where did you learn those manners? shouting in someone's ear the first time you meet them. If you want to talk business with me, ask politely. You sitting on the ground shouted, you're the one who started it. Julian thought to himself. I can feel the relic getting stronger. I'm going to steal that relic. CEO Jun Hune made a phone call with a gleeful expression, thinking that old CEO Quant has found out I have the elixir plant, but just as I thought, he sent someone to hunt me down. However, the person who received that mission was only Unicio and he. Although he's a rather skilled relic user and carries a few relics, that's still not enough. Unicio shouted, you bastard. How dare you hit me? Despite his cries, Julian smirked and thought, if he sends someone like Unicio, it means he still underestimates me. In that case, I'll steal all his relics. Then he said, you should have asked more nicely. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. But you have something important to say to me, so I'll listen to what you have to say. Unicio gritted his teeth in anger and said, you bastard. I'll overlook this for the sake of the chairman. We met last night at Midas. Remember? I want to talk about that. Hearing this, Julian asked, really? I don't remember meeting you. Unio got angry and said, don't play games. I know you saw me. Juhai looked at his scaly skin with amusement and said, now that you mention it, I remember. You're the loser who sucks up to that old geyser. Unicio heard this and was so shocked his glasses cracked. He shouted, what did you just say? Code Julian saw his expression and thought, just as I thought. This is his weakness. Uio is always easily swayed by others' words. Although he acts tough on the outside, he always has a big inferiority complex inside. He was once the heir to a large company, but because he did some stupid things, he was stripped of his inheritance rights. Thanks to CEO Quan, he achieved some success in life. He worked hard under that old man because he wanted to be recognized. He had never bowed to anyone else. When I worked at TKBM, that bastard tried every way to oppose me. If I hit his weak spot, he would get angry and lose control. Then a memory flashed of a scene where Unio, enraged, held a bat in his hand and shouted, don't think I'll let this go. Julian ignored his words. Stop it. I'm talking to you. And turned away, thinking. Because of this, he can't use high-level relics properly because controlling a relic depends heavily on a user's state of mind. I need to take advantage of this. Thinking this, Ju Hyan said, come to think of it, CEO Quan contacted me. As you can see, I really need the elixir plant. What do you think I should do? Unio asked curiously. What are you rambling about? Julian said, there's no way I'm just going to hand over that tree. He continued, if you had asked nicely, I might have given it to you. I was gifted that tree so I can give it to you if I want. Unicio gritted his teeth and said, you bastard. Just like then he bowed his head and said, thank you for your cooperation. Could you please give me that tree? It is an important item for our company. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Unio suppressed his anger thinking, you bastard. Just you wait. After I get the tree, I'll tear you to shreds. Zhu Hyan, seeing his expression, burst out laughing. You really believe that? I wish I had an entertaining subordinate like you. Unio popped the cap off a relic bottle and lunged at him, challenging, how dare you? I knew it. I should have acted from the start. I will turn you into a slave and kill you. Seeing this, Julian calmly said, are you really going to use that? I don't think you should. As he spoke, he gracefully dodged the other man's attacks. Unicio, holding the bottle, wondered why it wasn't working. Julian seized the opportunity, pushed Unicio against the wall, and said, I told you. I warned you. Unicio cried out, ouch, my nose. Julian said, of course it didn't work. After your relic control ability has decreased. Machio shouted, what the hell? You know about relics? Julian said smugly, of course, I'll take it now. Yunishio replied hopelessly, no. Ju Hyan managed to get it and said, so, you're a dominance-type relic. Your new master is me. The relic bottle looked at Ju Hyan and asked, who are you, human? Your control ability isn't bad. I will obey your commands. Then Julian poured the relic potion on Yunio, who screamed, stop. Anything but that. Please stop. Julian smiled, thinking, this relic is the zombie powder of the voodoo sorcerer. Besides being an A-rank relic, it has a very cool ability. Voodoo sorcerers in Africa have the power to control others. They turn sinners into zombies. This rumor spread and this potion appeared as proof that it's true. If you touch or inhale this powder, you will temporarily lose consciousness and become a brainless zombie controlled by your own relic. You deserve it. Then he left him lying on the floor. He turned his back and said, this control will slow down Kwan's plan. I should quickly pack my things while I still have time. It's time to leave this place. Scene changed to Chairman Kwan's location. UNCO was in jail. He couldn't help but be furious. The police officer asked, is this your man? The chairman pondered. The police officer said, I'm asking you. The two men following the chairman replied, yes, that's department head. Chairman Kwan picked up his phone and read in the newspaper that in the middle of the day in Las Vegas, a naked man was running down the street. This Korean man wanted to sexually harass people and was soon arrested by the police and thrown in jail. The police discovered that this man had used some kind of stimulant. On the other hand, they also diagnosed that this man was suffering from psychological trauma. After reading it, he gritted his teeth and cursed, you bastard. Another assistant came and asked, what should we do? They won't let this go easily. It seems department head Yoon is still not sober. Chairman Kwan said, there's nothing more we can do. Just comply with their request. If this story spreads in both the US and Korea, my reputation will be tarnished for being involved in this scandal. How dare he do that? Go and retrieve the relic that bastard is using. Then the two of them followed and said, you see, sir, when they found apartment head Yoon, they said he wasn't carrying any relics. They could have been confiscated by the police or stolen. Kwon Jun shouted, what? Then the subordinate continued, we will start investigating the places department head Yun's been. Kwon Jun said, no need. It's obvious that the one who made Yoon SEO like this is the one who took all the relics. The two of them were bewildered, not understanding why department head Yoon was like this because of someone else. Department head Yoon is a very skilled relic user. Who could have done this? CEO Kwon immediately said, it's definitely that bastard Julian. He must have a large corporation backing him or he's extremely skilled at using relics. Call my lawyer. Here, Lina. He's just a brat. A little candy will make him behave. Scene change in McCarran International Airport, Las Vegas. Please subscribe to the channel to support me. Sung Woo asked. Ju Hyan, what's up now? Ju Hyan said, I thought I told you to call me boss. Oh, Sung Woo stammered, right, boss. Julian continued. Don't lose it. That bottle of potion will make us a lot of money. Oh, Sung Woo looked at the bottle and said, it doesn't look very valuable. Julian thought, I can find some relics in a place like this. Now I need to bring them back to Korea safely. The relics I collected in South Korea are the Egyptian ritual knife, the golden and silver axes, the escape cloak, and Muramia. At the Midas auction house, I obtained the coat of Hammurabi, Shakespeare's pen, and Mary Antoinette's necklace. And finally, the elixir plant of Thekan Emperor. I also got the zombie powder from Unio. He also had a foxtail and Homer's glasses. This is more than enough money for me to continue searching for relics. Now I can get even more relics. Suddenly, a voice approached and said, Are you Julian? I am a senior lawyer of TKBM Corporation. Lina. Seeing the lawyer walk in, Julian thought, what is he planning? The lawyer made an offer. We know you possess things that belong to Unicio. It's useless to deny it. Our chairman has thought a lot about your skills, so I came here to make you a job offer. We want you to work for the excavation team of TKBM Corporation. Julian smirked and replied to the offer. I was wondering why you came here, or it turns out you're here to offer me a slave contract. The lawyer was a little surprised and said, you're using rather strong words. You won't get a better offer than this. We'll pay you $100 million. Not only that, you'll have an annual salary. Zhu Hai looked indifferent. The lawyer continued. We also won't interfere with your daily life. Your job is just to be associated with TKBM Corporation. He put down his water glass, interrupting her. What if I refuse that offer? He laughed with a contemptuous tone. You see, this offer has no value to me. I know exactly what that old man is trying to pull. Mr. Jian, she said seriously, I'm just giving you some advice. When you talk to others, please choose your words wisely. It's not only good for you, but for everyone else, too. I'll overlook this because you're still young and don't have much life experience. She lowered her voice threateningly. Have you thought about the consequences of your theft if CEO Quan takes action against you? For example, a street accident, a person disappearing without a trace. There are many such cases. People disappearing without anyone finding them. Don't think you're an exception. On the contrary, Julian wasn't scared at all and even laughed. There it is. Now you're showing your true colors. So, you're threatening me. Basically, you're saying if I don't want to die, I should work for you. He raised an eyebrow. Miss Lawyer, allow me to advise you. As he spoke, he put his hand in his pocket. If you're going to fight someone, you should first choose your opponent wisely. It could cost you your life. The one who disappears without a trace will be you. With that, he took a small bottle containing a yellow mixture from his pocket, holding it provocatively. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. The lawyer was surprised. Oh, zombie powder. She looked at him wearily. I know you can't use a relic in a crowded place like this. She forced a smile to hide her fear. You want the existence of relics to be discovered by everyone. Zhu Haiyan slowly opened the lid. So, you're quite confident about this. You really think I wouldn't dare to act? Fear was clearly visible in the lawyer's eyes. The noise caught the attention of Julian's three subordinates. The blonde-haired guy looked towards the source of the sound and asked, is that sound coming from the cafe where Zhu Haiyan is sitting? Another guy also looked over. Should we go check it out? Meanwhile, the lawyer covered in the yellow powder frantically brushed it off, screaming, get it off me. She looked angrily at Julian, who was holding the bottle and laughing triumphantly. Are you crazy? I can't believe you dared to use a relic here. Subscribe to the Jinni Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. He looked at her. I don't care if the world knows about the existence of relics. I'm different from you guys. Then he turned to the gossiping crowd in front of the lawyer's horrified eyes. What are you all doing? Hurry up and film this. It's pretty cool, right? Look at the glowing powder flying around. After you're done filming, remember to upload it online. The lawyer was furious. You're insane. Julian looked at her and said, after touching the zombie powder, you're still fine, which proves your relic control ability is quite high. If you're carrying a relic, you better pull it out now because my next attack won't be so pleasant. The lawyer frowned, suddenly pulled out her relic, and got into a ready stance to attack. She shouted loudly. Taste my water cannon, she shouted, simultaneously swinging her relic to create a wall of water aimed at Julian. He stood watching the lawyer, mocking, "Not bad. I will answer your betrayal with another betrayal." The lawyer was hit by the water and fell to the floor. She sat on the ground, looking helplessly at Juyin. "That's the code of Hammurabi," he answered confidently. "That's right. Kill the enemy who dares to harm your master," he added, lifting his silver axe. The lawyer begged for her life in fear. "Wait, I lose. Please spare me." Suddenly, the blonde guy shouted, stopping Juyin from attacking. "Juyin, boss, what are you doing? Are you planning to kill someone in broad daylight?" He gave a dangerous laugh and reassured, "Don't worry, this thing can't kill anyone." A loud explosion. The security forces have arrived to resolve the situation. One of them spoke into his walkie-talkie. "We heard an explosion at the coffee shop." The voice from the other end replied, "It could be a terrorist attack. Block all exits. Set up a perimeter." The security guard continued to update the situation. "We've received a report that there's a naked woman running around inside the coffee shop." "Are you kidding me?" Coincidentally, the entire conversation was overheard by a middle-aged man nearby. He angrily growled, "How dare you, Juyin?" Unbelievable. Juyin picked up an ink bottle from the ground. "I dropped this. I wonder what it does." The blonde man looked at the ink bottle and asked, "Is that a relic?" The ink bottle stats gradually appeared in front of Juyin. Ink of Paris Monitra beer rank rare type consumable relic uses 50/100. "Well, we'll find out soon enough," he said. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in his ear. Human, only Juyin could hear it, which immediately caught his attention. "Follow the direction of my voice. The place you are standing will soon fall into chaos." Juyin replied, "Is that you, Crow?" The blonde man looked at him confused. "Crow? Boss, what are you talking about?" "You're scaring me, boss. Muttering to yourself like that." At this point, you should remember to subscribe to the channel to get notifications for the newest videos. Only then did he realize that only he could hear that voice. The voice continued to urge him, "Hurry, follow my voice." Juyin cursed under his breath. "Don't order me around, you damn relic. You sent me back to the past and turned my life into a video game, and only now do you decide to talk to me." He waved his hands in the air, much to the bewilderment of his underlings. The voice sounded provocative. "You'll regret not listening to me." This made him so angry, his face twisted. "Don't joke around. You think I'll believe a word from a relic?" Suddenly, from behind, the middle-aged man's voice said, "You're pretty good." Juyin turned his head to see him walking towards him. "You're Juyin?" he asked. Juyin thought to himself, "It's Quant Jun." He turned and smiled in response. "That's right, Mr. Quant Jun." The blonde underling beside him was astonished. "It's really him. Is everything going to be okay?" He was so scared. He was trembling. "My body can't move." Juyin glanced over. Then he glared at him, thinking, "That bastard." Every single day. From inside his jacket, he quickly pulled out a knife and appeared behind him. One hand on his shoulder, the other holding knife to his neck. He threatened. "This is getting a bit troublesome, Mr. Quant Jun. You shouldn't control other people, especially when they're someone else's subordinates. Shouldn't you stop?" Hearing this, Quant Jun also calmed down and looked at Ju Hyan through gritted teeth, saying, "I understand." The Sunwoo gang immediately felt themselves regain their senses. Quant Jun continued, "So this is why Yunishio and my lawyer ended it up like that. Your skills are better than I thought. It seems your relic control is very good. I don't think I can hold back any longer." Zhu Hai didn't reply, just gave a slight smirk. Old Man Quan then revealed that he had recently heard a prophecy that one day the whole world would know about the existence of relics. Julian thought to himself, so he's also been gathering information from the future guide. Back to Old Man Quan, he added that he didn't want these things to happen at all. He had many things he wanted to do with the relics. So, he decided to kill everyone who knew about it. This was to delay the prophecy for as long as possible. As Quan Ti-jun spoke, he activated his ability. Purple lightning flickered on his hands. Quan Jun smiled smugly, thinking it was a great reason to kill someone. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately swung his hand to attack Julian. The shockwave made Sung Woo's gang shield their faces and exclaim, "Not again." Damn it. At this point, Julian smiled faintly and said, "So, you finally decided to show yourself, huh?" Seeing Julian still standing tall before him, Ti-jun wondered, "Why didn't you disappear? This relic should have sent you to another dimension, far from this world." Before he could finish, Julian held up 2 black tea and said, "You mean these?" Quan Jun was surprised and shouted, "Since when did you?" Zhu Haiyan said he had stolen it earlier when he went behind him. Zhu Haiyan even boasted that he was really fast. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. He also reminded Quan Jun that he would use this relic. Well, this really pissed Taejin off, but he could only grind his teeth in frustration. "You bastard." At this point, the system showed that his pickpocketing skill was also sufficient. Had already reached Deer rank and unlocked the title pickpocketing ability that surprises even the gods. And thanks to that, he also had a chance to change his skills rank and discover a new skill, Thief's Hand. Zhu Haiyan wanted to complain to the crow about this troublesome system, but he had no choice but to ask it to analyze the relic in his hand. After analysis, the relic in his hand was the invitation of a solitary god, SES rank, god level, with 43 out of 50 uses. However, he couldn't use it to send Quan Tae-jun to another dimension, because his dominance ability was still very low. So he had to put in his pocket and save it for another occasion. At this moment, Quan Ti-jun saw Julian still determined to fight him. So he released a malevolent aura from another relic within him. Julian immediately recognized this relic's aura by the clock. That is one of his powerful relics, the Conqueror. And just like with Irene's parasitic relic, he can control people's minds and force them to obey his commands. However, Julian still hadn't had the chance to learn more about this troublesome relic of his because he still didn't know what to do to counter the relic he carried within him. Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Quan Jun saw Julian starting to tremble. Press closer and release streams of aura from his relic, confidently saying this wasn't even 100% of his power yet. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Now, Jian, not to be outdone, began to play back, saying he was just making excuses to hide the existence of the relics in the tomb. But in fact, part of it was his fear of Quan Chun's fortress and the terrifying power of the Conqueror relic along with the current rebellion situation. Just as Quan Jun was about to deliver the final blow and force Julian to submit, a voice suddenly called for them to stop. Quan Jun was startled by the sudden tremor. And on Jian's side, the system warned him that an Egyptian malevolent aura was about to cling to his body. And according to the power of the death relic, his relics would also be affected. The earthquake hadn't stopped yet when the system suddenly displayed another warning, telling him that a large number of powerful relics could cause an apocalypse. Before he could recover, he and the others were transported to another dimension. Julian immediately looked around and saw that everything was almost perfect. He heard thunder somewhere. So, Julian looked out the window and witnessed the scene of the great apocalyptic disaster of the chaotic era with relics. The tomb of the Anubis relic had also risen, destroying the international airport and turning it into one of the giant tombs. Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Not only that, this tomb has also affected the entire world and in turn created tombs in Las Vegas, Tokyo, and Seoul, South Korea as well. While Julian was still overwhelmed by this catastrophic scene, the system appeared and informed him that the tomb of the Egyptian relic Anubis had begun to appear in the world. Julian felt a sense of unease when suddenly a voice caught his attention, and it was S. Wu and his cronies who ran over to Julian in a panic to ask about the current situation. CIO Jin thought it was all because that old CEO Quan Ti-chan kept showing off his power, causing some spatial contradictions. But he denied it because he had never used a relic to the point of causing something like this. Julian sighed and said that as long as they cleared this tomb and completed it, everything would disappear instantly. But that won't be easy at all because it took him 3 months to clear this dungeon and times have changed. Luckily, they were right in the center of the tomb. So, he immediately led Obu and the other two to find the master of this tomb. But just as he was about to count his items, Jun suddenly blocked his way and released the aura of his relic. Even at this point, he was still stubbornly showing his ego. Julian sighed at this and thought he was being too complacent about exploring this tomb. In fact, Quan Jun wanted to kill Julian and his companions here, and then it would happen. He would go and take the relic of this Egyptian tomb himself. So, he used the Conqueror to increase gravity and crush everyone and force them to obey his orders. Just like when the end, he saw Sun Wu still calling for Zhu Haiyan's help in this situation. Quan Jun couldn't believe that Julian's group hadn't lost their minds like this. While Quan Jun was still stunned by this, a voice suddenly criticized Quan Jun's vile behavior. He was startled to see that Quan had been caught. There is a god-level relic with the power of health. It has the form of a white blood cell and is present here. Just then, Julian also managed to break free from the terrifying pressure of the relic. He didn't pay much attention to the Conqueror, but rather to what was probably that white blood cell because it was one of the 9 main gods of Egypt named Set. This relic is known as a desert god, representing chaos, darkness, and evil. Therefore, the Set relic is often violent and ghostly with the ability to destroy the life of any other relic user. Next to it, Jackal spoke up agreeing that all humans here should be killed. Coincidentally, the jackal with the Osiris collar is Anubis, also one of the 9 gods of Egypt. After his body was destroyed by Set, it was Anubis, the god of life and the afterlife, who symbolizes death in tombs, and Anubis himself will lead the dead to the afterlife. Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. While Oh Sung-woo and the others were afraid, Julian was excited to see all 3 god-level relics appear at the same time. But as always, at this moment, the 2 gods started fighting again. Due to different opinions on whether to kill these humans to show their power, Zhu Haiyan was still amazed when the system suddenly popped up to inform him that due to the dense malevolent aura, his immune system was also being strengthened. But instead of being happy, he saw those lines as a warning that the 2 gods in front of him would not let them get out of here alive. Oh Sung-woo, who happened to hear this, also panicked. Following that, Seth couldn't stand Anubis' presence anymore and decided to deal with Julian and the others himself to prove his power and strength right here. Se began to slowly approach, and seeing this, Julian had to worry that he was about to make his move. The Set relic began to attack the group. The other 2 also joined in. In an instant, a murderous aura enveloped everyone. Suddenly, his nose started bleeding, which panicked one of his teammates. He shouted loudly, "What the hell? I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding." It wasn't just him. The others, except for Julian, also started showing signs of vomiting blood. Seeing this scene, another person quickly spoke up. "Are you okay?" Julian isn't. Julian calmly observed the situation, thinking, without my immunity skill, my body would be destroyed quickly. Mr. Taejun was also collapsed in pain. He panicked and said, "What the hell is this? Why is my body?" Hearing this, he secretly marveled. Even that old man couldn't escape. He turned and said to the others, "You guys find a place to hide those relics. Don't care about worthless people, so you can leave this area." Hearing this, they wondered whether to be happy or sad. Despite that, they quickly carried each other away, wanting to escape the Holy Land. "All right, lift him up." The one in red was trembling and said, "Boss, I'm bleeding, too." Next to him was a pitiful guy. Now, Quan Tun spoke up. "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing that Julian was completely unaffected, he became suspicious. Why are you completely unharmed? Hearing this, he smirked and said, you could say it's a difference in ability. Hearing this, he was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. What did you say, you bastard? Osiris saw everything. He asked, why is that human fine? Set said, were we too easy on him? Hearing this, Osiris, filled with killing intent, said, let's get serious. Thump, thump. But when he saw Julian's clenched fist, he realized something and said, wait, that bastard smells familiar. At the same time, the stone slabs behind him were lifted up and a relic appeared. Julian, overwhelmed with pride, said, is that all you've got? Seeing this, Set laughed coldly and said to Osiris, haha, what are you going to do with that? Osiris said contemptuously, that relic's level is nowhere near ours. What is that? At this moment, Set's eyes were also filled with killing intent as he said, I will make you regret this. A wave of red energy rushed towards Julian. Seeing this, he sneered. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I will answer your betrayal with another betrayal. He raised one hand, creating a barrier that sent that wave of power back at them. Osiris and Set shouted, how is that possible? Julian calmly replied, that's what happens when you underestimate others and let your guard down. Then he launched a wave of energy towards them. Anubis at this point became sinister and said, we need something else. Let me use my power. Hearing this, Seth quickly shouted, I refuse. If we use our power, our lifespan will be reduced. Osiris smirked and said, is your nose broken? Being mocked, Seth flew into a rage. How dare you look down on me? My nose is perfectly fine. You want to fight? That's my nose. Music. Watching the two beasts argue, he thought to himself, I was a bit curious why they didn't fight at first since it's Set and Osiris. It's inevitable that they would fight. In Egyptian mythology, Set committed terrible deeds. He was jealous of his brother Osiris and murdered him. If history is correct, the relationship between these two relics will also be like that. He thought to himself, this is my chance. I need to attack them while they're distracted. He acted, seemingly realizing something. He said, this human is planning something. A voice rang out. Can you two calm down and focus on the main mission? Anubis said irritably. I guess I'll have to handle this myself. It seems you're the only sane one. I'll take you down first, Anubis said with a frown. Arrogant. Let's see if he can survive. With that, he unleashed his power towards him. A huge wave of energy enveloped him, leaving Jian a bit confused. Ha! What the hell is this? Set said smugly. Someone like you can never pass my trial. A trial? Hearing this, he began to think. So, this is a trial. He cried out, my back. This is a drop of water. Please subscribe to the Lee School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Anubis appeared in front of him and said, that's right. This is the scale of judgment. I will now begin to judge you. It's nothing. Hey guys, please comment, like, share, and subscribe to the channel. My big family happy face. In his mind, a plan began to form. This is his trump card. If I can overcome it, this relic will be mine. He thought his malevolent aura can affect me. So he came up with this method, but it inadvertently created an opportunity for me to obtain the relic. He recalled, in my past life, I met a user of the Anubis relic. That person told me that the Anubis relic would ask a series of questions and I just needed to answer no. He doesn't remember what the relic asked, but he said the questions were quite easy. If the questions are so easy a child could answer them, then I don't need to worry at this moment. Anubis said all the judges are present now. I will ask you 42 questions. If you can answer no to all of those questions, you will pass the trial. If you lie, the monster deep inside him thought, it's just as that kid told me. Anubis began to ask the questions. Here is the first question. Have you ever stolen anything? Hearing that, he froze. He observed his expression and said smugly, "Ha, I knew it." He then laughed and said, "You can hear the second question. Have you ever lied?" Hearing that, his heart started pounding and he broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, as often as I eat, he continued to ask, have you ever hit anyone else? Have you ever broken something that belonged to someone else? Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Have you ever caused someone to lose their property? At this point, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, I get it. It's not that the questions are easy. It's because children haven't lived long enough to commit those sins. Anubis laughed even louder, extending his hand to grab it. I guess you're thinking that you can't answer no to even a single question. Am I wrong? Truly a human full of filthy sins. And just like that, he was completely in Anubis's grasp. He let out a cry. Anubis added, "Your heart is heavier than steel. Stay in hell where you belong." With that, a demon appeared, baring its teeth, ready to devour him. At this moment, he also panicked. What the hell? Wait a minute. I'm screwed. Rude Anubis too. Let go of him and drop him down. The demons swallowed him whole. Damn it, I'm in free fall again. And so he fell into the belly of the beast. Inside were countless human skeletons mixed with the bones of other animals. He wished someone could help him. He let out a groan. Ouch. It always hurts. At this moment, he also noticed something appearing inside. Countless dark shadows appeared. He marveled and said, "Seriously? Not even giving me a moment to rest. Do you know I?" He picked up a bone and got into a ready stance to fight, shouting, "Come on, you want my life? Bring it on." Immediately, the horde of vengeful spirits rushed towards him. He shouted, "I'll kill all of you." And so, he used all his strength to fight them, taking them down one by one. But he also had to admit that there were too many of them, always too many. At this moment, a demon suddenly charged at him unexpectedly. Luckily, he managed to block it with a bone, but they were too numerous and pinned him down. He thought to himself, "This is the end. Am I going to die again?" Just then, a voice rang out. "It seems you need help, human. You are truly foolish." A wave of power appeared and blasted the horde of demons away. High above, a blinding light flashed. Looking closely, it was the silhouette of a bird with 4 glowing eyes and emanating a green aura. Because he was so focused, he had momentarily forgotten about the presence of the monsters that had been relentlessly pursuing him. The bird said, "I will help you." But it was also strange because he didn't know who it was, or why it was helping. So he was a little wary of it. With that, it flapped its wings once, creating a wave of power as if to overwhelm everyone. It created a purple sphere followed by a huge energy source that enveloped them. Although it took some time, when it was done, beams of energy erupted. In an instant, the space created by Anubis began to explode, revealing an exit for them. When he clearly saw him and the bird coming out together, Set's reaction seemed quite dramatic. It seemed that the bird, in order to protect humankind, had killed their 2 brothers. To absorb energy, and was imprisoned, but he didn't know how it could have escaped. It seems Set was furious at the sudden appearance of that creature. Soon, a source of good energy. A massive one enveloped Set and Ubid gradually spread out. Soon countless living dead appeared on the ground. Because of that bird interference, it can no longer help him. But he also knows that if it gets too involved, things will only get worse. You might think he would be scared, but no. It seems to be the opposite of what you'd expect. It was surprising that he could use his relic. He picked up the sword and gently unsheathed it. Then, please remember to subscribe to my channel. He leaped high into the air with a killing intent that could kill anyone. As he landed, he plunged the sharp sword straight into the head of that strange creature. He swiftly made a clean cut, slicing the two strange things in half. He didn't stop there, but made one or two more slashes. He directly tore them apart more, and it seemed they were almost completely destroyed without much effort. The true forms of Set's staff, Osiris's hourglass, and Anubis' cross began to be revealed. They began to mobilize their forces in order to destroy him. The outside was wrapped in layers of claw. That people often used for mummification, so it was stronger than ever. They grew larger and looked at him. One of them threw a punch that shook the heavens and earth at where he was standing. But luckily, with his agility, he managed to dash away. I am straight for it to slash. In an instant, the sword shattered and flew from his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled out another knife that glowed with a blue light. One of the creatures said, "I feel like I'm home." Because this knife belonged to the one who performs funeral rites for the Egyptians. It was natural for them to find it familiar. See you again in the next videos. Feeling comfortable and with their own abilities, the group became careless and paid no mind to anyone. They did that, but then after a short while, he leaped up, gripping the knife tightly, and sliced clean through the head of one of them when he saw the Set monster momentarily fall apart. Seeing that the other two were terrified before they could recover from their shock, he swiftly took down another one. With one slash, the Osiris monster couldn't even keep its body intact. He skillfully used his knife to cut through each layer of cloth on the remaining creature. When there were no more layers of cloth, the end cost of Anubis was revealed. He began to negotiate with it, saying, "Let me try. Let me take the trial again because the last result was flawed. I guarantee you won't regret it. Nothing will happen. But for our subject, the condition is that you must change the questions. If not, I will shatter you into pieces. How about it?" The Anubis relic had no choice but to reopen the trial. The great scale and the 42 jurors appeared once more, just like before. Well, not all of them were exactly the same. Now, for the first question, it was louder last time. "Shut up, you dog." Zu-Hai grabbed Anubis by the neck. "You will ask me the question I tell you to ask. Understand? Here is the first question. Have you ever stolen from anyone?" "What? What do you mean asking it? Like that implies you've already committed the crime. What's the point of asking the question like that?" Anubis shouted. He raged at Julian like I care. This isn't even a proper judgment. You think I'm going to die? Answer me. Repeat my words if you don't want to die. He kneeled before Julian. I will tear you to pieces if you don't obey my command. Why don't you want to possess me? Don't you care if I'm torn to shreds? Julian smiled. I will possess you. If I can't, then I'll just have to destroy you. If you break, it means we can't be together. Simple, right? Ha! Anubis glared at Julian. He grumbled. Damn it! Have you ever stolen from anyone? What? I can't hear you. Speak up, bastard. Have you ever stolen from anyone? Watch your mouth. Julian kicked a noob straight in the jaw. No cursing. Speak to humans with respect. Have you ever stolen from anyone, sir? Julian replied with satisfaction. Oh, now for the second question. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. What should I say? Are you planning to pass all the questions like this? He asked in surprise. Of course, you idiot. Julian cursed at him. I will answer yes to all the questions by changing them to my advantage. The Anubis relic was weeping because the trial was about to end. You have completed the mission given by the giant tomb. One of the 3 relics that created the tomb has completely surrendered to you. You have cleared the tomb of the Anubis relic. Julian obtained an item because I obtained a God class relic. Tons of information popped up. Level C notification. You have completely defeated the Egyptian God class relic. Your relic dominance has increased due to the Anubis relic. Your immunity to death relics has been increased. Your immunity has been increased to level C. You have earned the title Tomb Raider, enhancing your tomb excavation skill to rank E. You have earned the title Deceitful Tomb Raider, slightly weakening your relationship with relics and enhancing your tomb raiding abilities. See you again, guys. Another notification popped up. This crow is happy now. How am I supposed to use these titles? Anyway, clear this tomb for me. Zhu Hai held up the relic and said. A moment later, the tomb began to collapse. The tomb is shattered. He's obtained a relic. A man said, that little brat. Oh, he was a little surprised to see Zhu Haiyan run. Zhu Haiyan is a terrifyingly skilled individual. He's not some brat I can mess with. If I can't kill him, then he must work for me. New notifications appeared. A part of the tomb covering the earth has been defeated. There's no more energy to maintain the giant tomb. The massive tomb has completely vanished from the world. Great. Now I can breathe some fresh air. Hey, you. A man approached. I didn't recognize your abilities. I apologize for being rude earlier. I want to make you an offer. Do you want to work with me? I can. I thought you wanted to kill me. Julian cut the man off. That was when we didn't understand each other. The man quickly explained, relics will change this world. In the new world, people like you have the greatest potential. See you again in the next videos. As the chairman of TKBM Corporation, I promise to support you fully. You can swim in the big sea. I want to hone your abilities. Work for me. After hearing those words, Zhu Haiyan's face darkened. Subscribe to the Guinea Go channel, so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. He pointed his sword at the man. You dare say, work for me? Right after saying, work with me? Is that your true intention? Fine, you'll invest in me. But you'll make me vomit out results worthy of your investment. Then you'll kick me aside like trash when you want. All you want is to use me. Yet you dare open your mouth and tell me to work for you. How ridiculous. You ha. The man replied calmly. I was just saying, why are you so sensitive? Right now, I have more valuable things than you. So it seems more fitting for you to work for me. But why is expecting a good return on my investment considered evil? You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. That's how this world works. What a cunning fox. Think carefully. You've been through countless dangers to collect relics. You'll find it difficult to handle this alone. If you get injured, I can talk to the hospital that works for the corporation, the man said with a sly smile. Zhu Haiyan beheaded the man. You were going to provide me with medical services. I can't stand here and listen to you ramble on. I still remember the day my team met its end at your hands. You treated me like a slave. You treated me like a slave. You treated me like a slave. The man smiled, sinisterly unfazed as a red aura surrounded him. Surprising. You're good. Quite fast. The splattered blood returned to his body. The cut automatically healed. Zhu Haiyan looked on in disgust. How disgusting. This is the power of the relic he possesses. I agree. He glared darkly. A Julian. The body of Achilles bathed in the river Styx is considered a godly relic. Achilles was a warrior from Greek mythology. His mother was the sea goddess Thetis and his father was the human Pelus. Thetis wanted her son to be immortal like her. So she dipped his body in the river Styx, holding him by the heel. Achilles gained a strong and resilient body. But the heel that wasn't dipped in the water became his weak point. Achilles hid from an arrow to the heel. Since it's Achilles' relic, that must be his weak point as well. The problem is, I don't know where that weak spot is. He just reattaches whatever I cut off. Now you understand you're beneath me. Got it? I understand your abilities. You can't defeat me. I don't want to fight. I want to be your ally. Isn't it obvious? Ah! Ju Hyan attacked him. Focus all your power. Mira, what are you doing, human? Have you ever heard of a mutiny, old man? That's what I'm about to do. You're right. I should have chosen your side, but I don't want to. Just seeing your face is enough to fill me with hatred. What? Mira is the perfect weapon for a mutiny. It becomes stronger against higher-ranking opponents. Let's see if you can shut your mouth when I stab you with Murame Mesa at full power. You're insane. Why are you going this far? Corrupted text. He slashed him. An explosion occurred. I slashed him with Nir's Mesa at maximum dominance. You can generate power many times greater than the relic's actual level. Thank you for watching the film. In the end, that relic will be destroyed. That guy was rambling that my efforts were useless. And he wasn't wrong. This is really reckless. But to let my sworn enemy escape like that would be an even bigger mistake. I guess it felt threatened. So the old man's dominance relic activated on its own. If I step into the relic's sphere of influence, it means I'd be in danger, too. I can reflect some of the shockwaves with the Code of Hammurabi and have them all reflect back onto that old man. The Hammurabi relic was also affected a bit. The explosion stopped. The Achilles relic and the Dominance relic suffered no light damage. He won't be causing trouble for a while, but my Murame Mesa is broken and the Hammurabi relic was heavily damaged. I tried this hard and still couldn't take your life. It's so frustrating. Anyway. Ju Hyan, what's wrong? A man walked over. Are you guys still alive? Why? Why is there a corpse here? He continued to ask. I was hoping it was a corpse, but no such luck. Were you trying to kill him? Forget it. He'll be stuck in a hospital for a long time. I don't have any way to kill him either. I'm so hungry. Let's go get something to eat. I wonder if any restaurants are still open after that earthquake. Wait for me. Speak politely. I'm starting to lose my patience. Yeah. Devastated city. Reporting on the damage caused by the terrible event just now. We receive information from witnesses about monsters. Corpses crawling out of the ground. A group of reporters said, that's right, mummies. It looks like mummies. I wish this was just a dream. And some people were using superpowers with strange objects. Look at them. Every channel is talking about this. The whole world will know about relics. Relics? The thing I left on the bed. That thing I told you. This world is going to change. Those with good relics will be the ones in power. Go. Damn, master. You act like you're the only one with a mouth. My body is about to break. The relics began to complain. Red. Aren't they about to break? He continued to ask. That's the problem. I have a solution for this. I have some very useful friends. With that, Ju Hyan pulled out his phone. Friends? What friends? Dear Ashling, I know this isn't the time to call you, but I found a way to break the curse. What? Really? Aisling was surprised. Of course not. But it's not a complete lie either. I need a few more good elements to find a way to break your curse. That's right. I need you to find someone. I hope you can help me with that. Of course, I can. But who is that person? Dukia, a relic restoration expert. All relics are destroyed due to overuse. There is no way to restore a destroyed relic. Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Perfect. There are some relics that have the ability to restore other relics and their owners are called restoration experts. Dush Ha is one of the best. He dominated the black market and was called the king of scams. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. However, he caught Kwan's eye and we were once on the same excavation team. I have to get him to work for me so that damaged relics are no longer a concern for me. That girl probably doesn't know what time it is. Who makes you search so hard for them? It's Duka. Whenever it comes to relics, he's like an expert. But restoring relics is a very difficult job. This part is for him. Art-type restoration relics. They require an extremely high level of delicacy. If I try to use one, my brain would probably explode. If I can't use them, I'll just find someone to use them for me. Simple. That's the look of a slave trader. Sorry. I'm a little late. I'll be down there right away. A helicopter? I wasn't far, but the traffic was terrible, so I tried to get here as fast as I could. Sorry for being late, Julian thought to himself. She even has a helicopter. Just as I thought, a different class. Alright, let's go somewhere to talk. Who am I looking for? He's a Korean. Named Ducha. Do you know him? Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. I've never heard of that name. You don't know? It's probably because he uses a fake ID. Do you know anyone who collects works of art? My brother does. He even meets with people who share the same interests. Great. If you're interested in that, then you must be related to him. He looks like this. Ask your brother if he knows anyone who looks like the picture. This person. Are you sure you're looking for him? Yes. Why do you ask? Do you know this person? Of course. A month ago, he scammed my brother. I met him when I visited my parents' house. I remember that face very well because he was so kind. I was very surprised to hear that he scammed my brother. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. My brother bought a piece of art from him, but it turned out to be a fake. 20 other people had the same piece. Well, he is the king of scams after all. Around this time, he was scamming other people. Who could stop him? But I don't think you can find him. What do you mean? I don't know either. I heard he's dead. Julian was surprised. He was caught trying to scam my brother's friend. My brother saw him with his friends. I don't know if the brakes failed or if he was going too fast. The car flew off the cliff after crashing through the guardrail. Julian thought to himself, dude, Shiha is dead. That's impossible. He's only 26 now. In 5 years, he'll meet me for the first time. There's no way he could be dead. Did the future change? Listen, come to think of it, not. Everything has happened the way it did before I died. The relic that created the giant tomb used to be from India. This time it's from Egypt. The events that occurred are not the same as in the past. But it's impossible. I need his ability. Let's try to find him. What? He might still be alive. He's a tough one to kill. We have the hope. A strange phenomenon has occurred all over the world. Large architectural structures resembling ancient tombs have appeared. New news. The government has decided to research relics. At that time, when will you get tired of rambling about this nonsense? Damn it. I tried so hard to keep the existence of relics a secret from the public. It's all because of that bastard Julian. I'll kill him, but why isn't my body recovering? Mr. Chairman, please calm down. What's going on over there? Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. You look terrible. Chairman Quan Edward, get out. Yes, sir. Yes. You've been acting a bit too reckless lately. Summoning a tomb of that size. I swear to God, I didn't know a tomb would appear at the airport. It was an accident. That's not the point. It doesn't change the fact that a tomb appeared after you activated a relic. You should lay low for a while. My clients are very angry. What? Everyone already knows about it. Of course, I'm their source of information. Why did you tell them? I'm not just a weapons dealer. I also sell information. I see. You don't care about gaining my trust. I have to provide accurate information to gain their trust. Listen to me. If you make a mistake, you have to fix it. Look here. Why aren't your wounds healing? I know you have an immortal relic. I don't know why it's not working. Maybe the relic is damaged. It's all because of that bastard. Julian. That guy sounds interesting. To be able to damage an immortal relic like that. A damaged relic is your problem. Just fix it. What? Is there a way? I'll contact a relic restorer. You just need to collect the relics and give them to me, the broker. Important. I'm leaving now. Find out what kind of person Julian is. Yes, sir. Who's calling? Lost concentration with Edward. Edward, long time no see. Why did you answer my call so quickly? Dude, Shiha answered the phone immediately, which means he's out of money, right? You know me too well. I just scammed a few people. Now I have to pretend to be dead. My car is broken. So I have to keep a secret. I can't go out. I'm going crazy. You faked so many things and now you're faking your death, too. Is that a compliment? Thanks, D. Cha asked. Did you call me to assign a job? The man replied, that's right. Please subscribe to the Lee School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. There's a request to restore a relic. Ducha frowned. Restore relic. I don't like those kinds of requests because restoring them is exhausting. You think money is easy to come by, but the person requesting this time is a big shot. It's Quan Tun, the chairman of TKBM Corporation. Ducha was surprised and got excited. Really? You know what? You don't have to worry about the pay. Ducha happily replied, I'll do it 100%. Thanks, old man. Scene change. A group of people were standing in our gallery. This is the address Aisling gave us. Do you believe he's still alive? He's not easy to kill. Go in. Welcome, esteemed guest. Excuse me. Is Dude Chiha there? The waitress was surprised. What? Subscribe to the Gimmick channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. I'm sorry. Sorry, but our CEO is not in the office. Is that so? Juhai smiled to himself. I can feel the relic's energy. He's not in the office, which means he's faking his death. He slammed the table and shouted, "Slam the table. What are you doing, you idiot?" Julian flicked his ear. "We need to talk to her, don't we? We're here to entice Chiha. Use your brain a little." "I'm very sorry." The female employee said, "I don't know why you're here, but you shouldn't behave like this. Our CEO passed away in a car accident." Julian was surprised. "Oh no, Dutchub passed away. What am I going to do with all these things? What's this?" She was surprised. "Relics? More than 10 relics? And they're high-level ones." The girl in front of him, I can see the expression on her face. Julian smiled triumphantly. "Let's end this. Do you realize what these are?" "Oh, please help me. They're all very valuable, but they're broken. It doesn't have to be Zazana, but I need someone to restore them." Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Working with Ducha. You're so lucky. What do you think? Can you repair the relics for me? She hesitated. "Please wait a moment. I'll go to the restoration room. It'll be quick." "All right, I'll wait here." Julian smiled smugly. "I knew you would. That girl is Ju Minhee, Ju Cha's assistant. She's just as greedy as Ju Cha. She wouldn't pass up the chance to steal the relics from me. Yuha must still be alive. Director, we have a problem." "It's the relics? What are you talking about?" "Someone came asking for the director to restore some relics." "Send them away. I'm working with TKBM Corporation now." "That's not it, Jumin. He said he has more than one relic. It seems he even has a god-level Egyptian relic." "What?" Dush was surprised, not believing his ears. "They look easy to fool. What should I do?" "Leave that to me. I think I can make a little more money now." Da laughed. "Take those relics and bring them to the restoration room." "I'll be right there. I'll make a perfect fake and swap it with a real one." "Sorry to keep you two waiting." Jae Minhee came out. It's fine. This is an urgent matter, so I'll restore it for you right away." "Thank you very much. May I take them to the restoration room to assess their condition? We need to use machines to check them." Of course you can." "Oh, Sung-woo, all your achievements are in there." "What?" "They run away. This is the estimated price and the contract. You can read it while you wait." "Yeah, you take them all. If you want to catch a big fish, you need good bait. But you have nothing to negotiate with when you've already given away all the good stuff." Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. You're right about that. Ju Hyun looked surprised. He smiled and replied, "Just consider this a gamble. Let's see our plan. Whether it will succeed or fail, dude." She said excitedly. "Oh my, these things are truly amazing. This stuff is good and the rank seems high." The woman next to him was a little scared and said, "What if we get caught? There's a bunch of thugs on the side too." Dish pointed outside and said, "All right, go out and let me check. I'll make a copy in a flash." The woman replied, Okay. Then he picked up the relic sample. "Faking this is as easy as making a cake." "Yes. The forgery of a forger would shock the world, it's AB rank. Rare attribute superpower type. That is Du Cha's relic." He put the paper in his mouth, picked up the real relic, and then copied an exact replica. "That guy is using it to make a copy of my relic. He's going to base it on that and remake it. Damn it." When your hand touches a relic with something to be faked, you can create a fake that is identical to the original relic. This fake relic partially mimics not only the appearance, but also the function of the original. The fake relic created emits an aura no less than the real one. Others will never notice it's a fake until the half-day duration ends. But now I'm in my second life. Others. The blond man held a piece of paper and read it with annoyance. What is this? Restoring a relic to its original state. Is this expensive? It costs 10 million for each wound the relic suffers. This is daylight robbery, JN replied nonchalantly. I don't care. I have no intention of paying anyway. The woman who had brought the relic to Dayan earlier apologized for keeping him waiting. Dayan waved his hand and said, "It's fine." How's the condition of my relic? The woman stammered, "I'm very sorry, but your relic is too damaged. Restoring it might be a bit difficult. These relics are almost completely destroyed," Julian said as he slowly unzipped his bag. Immediately after, his eyes became serious as he said, "Is that so? Tell me." With that, Julian swept all the relics off the table, startling the woman. He shouted, "Who do you think you're fooling?" The blonde kid behind immediately interrupted. "Hey boss, what's wrong with you all of a sudden?" Now Julian growled, "What's wrong?" "This woman turned my stuff into fakes." Hearing this, the blonde guy was extremely surprised and asked back, "What?" As for the woman, when she heard this, she broke out in a cold sweat. She thought, how could Julian know? And what should I do now? She trembled with fear and looked towards Julian. Then she pointed to the distance and said, "I'm sorry. The real one is over there. I'm not the one who faked these things, so please spare me." Duka behind the door heard everything. He thought to himself, what the hell? How did that bastard know? Don't do anything. How did? Before he could finish his sentence, the door suddenly burst open. And just like that, Dude Shah fell backwards. When he sat up, he held his head and let out a cry. Then Julian walked in and said, "So it's you, Grapefruit." Dushha, hearing this, was startled and replied, "Who are you, big bro?" Before he could finish his sentence, Julian immediately ordered his rope to tie up that nuisance. Scared, the rope shot out and wrapped around Duka. While he could only let out a few hopeless cries, "Big bro, don't tie me up." "I'm happy, don't tie me up." Very quickly, the plastic pig dude Chiha was lying still. The Takuta's rope relic, having not wrapped someone in a long time, squealed with joy. "Play with me, human. Who's my little dog?" As for Julian, he also came over and asked Ducha where he had hidden his relics. Now, let's watch the next episode. Unable to escape, Chiha quickly confessed that he had hidden Julian's belongings in the safe. He said if he was released, he would go and get them back for him. Zhu Haiyan looked ahead as if he had already figured something out. Despite Ducha still crying out pitifully, he walked over to the safe and sat down to open it. "Ducha, will you shut your mouth? I need to pack my things first." Shah was very surprised to see Zhu Haiyan able to open his safe. He shouted, "What is this, big bro? Are you a magician? How the hell do you know my safe's combination, big bro? What's your purpose for coming here?" Ignoring his words, Julian just stared intently at the relic in his hand. Julian picked up his bag and replied, "So what? You're the one who committed the crime first." Duchiha immediately retorted, "What are you talking about?" Julian thought to himself, why is he like this? I don't remember him having this personality in his past life. Ducha is not this kind of person. He was a rising artist, living a peaceful life. Moreover, he even studied at a famous university in the US. But he lost the artistic style he had developed by spending too much time and effort painting, not for himself, but for his teacher. His name is Jean Gitschuk. He received a lot of attention with the painting style he stole and won an award for. There was a copyright lawsuit, but it was dismissed. On the contrary, Ducha, who existed in the cognitive aspects, was buried deep in despair. From then on, this little friend started to cheat. He deceived the extraordinary talents he possessed. But thanks to that, the relic of forgery also approached him. The liar had attached wings to him. If this continues, it will be very difficult to persuade him to work with me. Dude Cha continued to struggle and scream. What did I do wrong? It's all a lie. Think about it, you idiot. Zhu Haiyan was losing his patience. Persuade what? He held a relic up in front of him and asked, do you know what this relic is? It's called Shakespeare's childhood pen. A few things will become reality when I write them. What are you going to do? In memory of Du Chiha, 26 years old, who died by being strangled by a rope. The source of the pain is his entire body. At this, Ducha went wild and shouted. What the hell do you think you're doing? I'm so dizzy. Crazy. Unable to bear it any longer, Chiha quickly apologized to Juyin and said he would no longer charge a restoration fee. In addition, he would also do whatever he requested. Hearing this, Juyin smiled faintly to himself. Oh, just as expected. He approached and told Chiha that not charging a fee was a matter of course. But if he wanted to be spared, Chiha had to sign another contract. Dude, Chiha frowned and wondered, a contract? What kind of ridiculous contract? Very quickly, a slave contract was successfully signed. Zhu Haiyan officially added another plastic pig to his list. This year, lying on the ground, Chiha cried and lamented, this is ridiculous. It's a blatant slave contract. This is a sham. In response, Zhu Haiyan just said, how can you call that a slave contract? There's a more elegant word we can use. For example, an exclusive contract. Hearing this, Chiha got goosebumps at the name in front of him. He quickly replied, no, you shut your mouth. Where did this kind of contract that requires free restoration services come from? And having to come whenever called, not accepting any requests, except his and not betraying him. Do you even see me as a human anymore? Then he said, let's see what the part about being punished according to the law of Hammurabi, if the contract is broken, is about. To this question, Juyin looked over at the three guys and replied, you can ask your friends over there. They'll tell you what the law is. It's best not to whine to me about this contract. It's not a small matter. The down payment was $6 million already. How about it? Furthermore, I'll also give you a bonus for each restoration. What? And it says in the terms that Party B will be responsible for all ceremonies, convenience, and safety of the master. Did you read the contract carefully? Don't be so subjective. Hearing this, Chiha flew into a rage and pointed straight at Juyin, questioning, why does everything benefit you? What if I don't accept, are you going to hit me? There's a lot I haven't even said. I object. With that, Chiha immediately screamed and ran straight out. Oh, Sungwoo, seeing this, spoke up and asked, Boss, do you want me to go and carry that plastic pig back? Juhi inside and agreed to let Sungwoo go and get Chiha. However, he still reminded everyone not to be too rough with him. This kind of spoiled brat is complicated. If you're not careful, he might cry for his mommy. Juyin thought to himself. Although the contract has been signed, it was forced, not voluntary. For this part, I have to think of another way to handle it. Back to the story. As soon as he ran out, Chiha immediately called Old Quan, receiving the call. Receiving Chiha's phone call surprised the old man. He thought, I didn't expect you to contact me first. In response, Chiha said that since it involved Chairman Quan, he had to take the initiative to contact him first. Hearing this, Chairman Quan seemed very pleased. Soon after, Chiha asked if Quan Ti-jun wanted to restore relic. If so, just let him handle it. This statement made Old Quan a little surprised. He immediately ordered his men to turn off the TV. He thought it had been a while since things had gone his way like this. All right, big brother. Now, let's talk about the terms of the deal. Shah said again that he wanted to help old Quan restore the relic. He hoped he would leave that job to him. Quan spoke up. Excellent. Finally, things are going my way. Tell me, what terms do you want? Suddenly, at this moment, from the other end of the line, there were sounds of squawking. Hey, let me go. Don't pull down my pants. Oh my God, help. Old Quan was quite skeptical, not understanding why young people these days have such strange hobbies. And over here, Shiha had already been tied up by Ao's men. Zhu Haiyan immediately told Sung Wu to go and bring Chiha's phone here. The voice on the other end of the line spoke again to old Quan. Oh Lala, who is this? Are you Chairman Quan? My Mr. Quan, do you also need a relic restored? Hearing this voice, it seemed old Quan had already realized who was on the other end of the line. Before the old man could speak, Jian interrupted. I have some bad news for you. Dush is now my exclusive relic store. You got the wrong guy, you fool. Hey, old Quan, after hearing this, gritted his teeth and said. Julian, you son of B. Old Quan was rolling on the floor screaming. It's you again, you dog. As for Chiha, he spoke up and asked Zhu Haiyan why he said that. In response, Julian said. That was what he wanted to say. It was as simple as that. Julian also criticized Chiha, saying that if he intended to trust Quan and that TKBM organization, then he truly had no taste. Hearing this, Chiha was very surprised and asked back what Julian had meant. He told Chiha that it was best for him to stop fantasizing about far-fetched things. Chairman Quan and the TKBM organization were just a corrupt organization. Only I am the lifeline you should be grabbing onto. This statement was immediately refuted by Chiha, who argued that Julian had nothing to make him trust him. Big bro, tell me why I should work for you. I'm not stupid enough to follow that slave contract. I'm definitely not stupid. Seeing Chiha's attitude, Julian quickly realized he was really angry. He thought he should try to persuade him from a different angle. With that, Zhu Haiyan began to reintroduce himself to Chiha. Then he offered to ask him if he wanted to be the head of his excavation team. If he agreed, Chiha would let him be the restorer. I'm done talking. Now it's your turn. Chai is very surprised, thinking, what is this? Why are you only doing these things now, you bastard? In response, Zhu Haiyan slightly said that he wanted to say hello because he was a very cautious person. Then he picked up a notebook from the ground and continued saying that he would do something if Chiha didn't want to. Then Julian continued to list a series of facts about Chiha's identity, from him being an international student to having a mole on his left buttock 5 cm from his anus. Hearing this, Chiha was extremely surprised and asked back how Zhu Haiyan knew those things. Furthermore, Zhu Haiyan also mentioned a rumor that had been circulating about Chiha recently, that he can copy the artworks of other artists. Some people said that his paintings resembled those of the famous artist Jean Gi Chuk. This statement seemed to have enraged Chiha. He immediately jumped up. He rushed towards Zhu Haiyan and shouted, "Shut your mouth. What did you just say? Say that bastard Jean Gichchuk is the one who stole my work?" As Chiha spoke, he swung his fist, but Zhu Haiyan blocked it instantly. He pushed Chiha's hand away and asked back, "You're saying Jean Gichchuk stole it?" In response, Chiha immediately confirmed that it was true. However, Zhu Haiyan argued that drawing is not easy to copy, which Chiha did not deny. Chiha recounted that he used to think that if he didn't do anything in front of him, he wouldn't know. However, for some reason, that bastard still knew what he was going to do. It felt like being read like an open book, which was truly ridiculous. In response, Julian suggested there was another possibility. Hearing this, Chiha was very surprised. He asked back what Julian meant. In response, Julian said this happened because some relics have similar abilities. If Gonchuk is a relic user, then it's possible his relic allows him to transform into a character he desires. Along with that, his knowledge and abilities are also perfectly copied. Hearing this, Shiha was very surprised and asked back how. Jian knew that according to Jian, he would help him reclaim the fame and style that had been stolen by that bastard Dingchuk. However, in return, Shiha would have to become his exclusive restorer. Julian thought this was a good deal for Chiha. And from the beginning, Julian had aimed for this to try and convince Chiha to work for him. After hearing this, Chiha looked very thoughtful considering the new conditions. As for Julian, he thought to himself, I'm sure he can't refuse this offer. Who would turn down such a good deal? However, Chiha suddenly told Julian to wait and let him think, which greatly surprised God. According to Chiha, he wanted some time to think before making a decision. Julian at this point was curious and didn't understand what else this guy needed to think about. He said this was a condition that even someone like him could answer without thinking. Julian guessed that Shaha was probably waiting for that old man Quan. You're trying to get on his good side. Hearing this, Chiha immediately denied it, saying it wasn't like that. Before he could continue, Julian threw a phone at Chiha's face and said, It's for you. Decide what you want. I'll respect your choice. In response, Chiha also said that if that's the case then however he's not stupid enough to be fooled even though Julian has been talking very nicely so far. Following that, Julian threw another necklace to Chiha telling him to take it. He said this was a self-defense relic. Anyway, you need to come back here in good health so take it. Holding the necklace in his hand, Cha's eyes welled up with tears. He mumbled, I'm a person, not a cat or a dog. Why do you throw it like that? So, according to the god's calculations, he thought that Shaha would have to go there anyway. If there were more benefits than when he was close to old Quan, he might turn against him at that moment. The next day, Shiha went to see old Quan. The old man was very happy and said he wanted to hear his proposal. At this point, Shiha asked old Quan if he knew Jean Chuk. Needless to say, Quan definitely knew. He thought, how could I not know such a famous artist? But why did Shiha suddenly ask about that? At this point, Shiha stated directly that the man had stolen his work. He had used a relic to steal his work, which was why he was so famous. Now, the request Shiha wanted to make here was to ask old Quan to make him admit his fault. If he did, he would then sign an exclusive contract with the old man. Old Quan, after hearing this, looked a little surprised. However, he then burst out laughing, making Shiha wonder, what's so funny that he's laughing while we're talking? After his words, the old man said that what Shiha just said was very interesting and quite ridiculous. But the problem was that it seemed he had chosen the wrong person. As he spoke, the old man ordered the person next to him to call that G.I. Chuk. After he picked up, Wei Jun said he had just heard some very interesting things. Furthermore, he also asked him if he knew Du Chiha. At this point, Shiha was shocked, not expecting old Quan to know that guy, Gon Chuk. Furthermore, the issue wasn't just about knowing each other, but both were key members of Pandora, a soon-to-be emerging relic hunting group. When old Quan handed the phone to Chiha, a voice from the other end rang out. Du Chiha, do you not want to live like a coward and want to die instead? Or do you want me to bury you somewhere sacred? Putting the phone down, old Quan told Chuk to calm down because he would personally do it. It seems that at this point, Ducha was so angry he wanted to cry. He couldn't believe that the person he came to for help was in cahoots with his enemy. Old Quan continued, as you can see, Chuk and I have a rather close relationship. Hearing this, Shiha immediately turned to leave, saying, let's just pretend I was never here. And said nothing. However, once you've entered the tiger's den, it's not that easy to get out. Old Quan blared and said, did I say you could leave? Immediately, a bodyguard from behind rushed over and put Shiha in a chokehold. He panicked and shouted, ugh, damn it, let me go. At his words, old Quan sat there laughing and added, don't break anything. It's expensive to replace. Now, Shiha spoke up, asking, damn it, what kind of gang are you, you thugs? Tell me. With that, he remembered the relic Julian had given him earlier and immediately reached into his pocket to take it out. However, as soon as he held it up in front of the two bodyguards, nothing happened. It was completely useless. Just like that, the three of them stared at each other for a moment. At the moment, the others were about to give Chiha another beating for being a snake. It seemed not. Juhyan had also appeared. This was the god's purpose from the very beginning. When you appear at someone's most desperate moment, that is the golden opportunity to build their trust. And so, Julian gave those two bastards a good beating in front of Chiha's utterly astonished eyes. What's wrong? Are you too moved? After seeing the scene of Julian single-handedly taking on the two bodyguards, Chiha sat on the ground wondering what was going on. He asked. At this point, Julian turned and said he was here to help Chiha, so he should get up quickly. Not stopping there, that old Gizerquan was also sitting on the side, screaming his head off, "Julian, you bastard! It's you again!" In response, Julian just turned and gave a light, contemptuous smile. "Long time no see, old man." Surprised, he added that he didn't want to cause trouble, so he would just take his friend and leave. Furthermore, even if old Quan wanted to do anything to him now, he couldn't because all his relics were broken. Ha ha. Old Quan was furious and warned Julian not to mess with him. At that moment, the two bodyguards beside him had also woken up. Seeing this, the old man immediately told them, "Were you two sitting there for go and get that bastard right now?" However, Julian at that time had taken out the relic Shakespeare's pen from his person and said, "I can't do anything else. This is something I can't say." This made Chiha extremely shocked. Then Julian wrote that if the bodyguards hit Julian and do Chiha, they would suffer extreme pain before they died and the pain would start right now. After everything was done at Julian's house, Cha spoke up and asked what he wanted him to do first. At this point, Julian said that his relics were broken and in addition, Chiha was in charge of the restoration role for the excavation team. So before Julian could finish, Chiha interrupted, "Wait a minute. That's not a position related to excavation." At this point, Julian didn't hesitate to admit that what he said before was simply a lie to convince Julian, or in other words it was just to sound impressive. That's all. Hearing this, Chiha could only cry out in frustration, "You dog, you tricked me." In response, Julian said that this didn't count as trickery. Furthermore, from now on, Chiha would have to call him boss. In a fit of rage, Chiha immediately snapped back. "Boss, my ass. You look younger than me. You're the one who should be calling me boss." With that statement, Chiha successfully convinced Julian to give him a beating. He told him to stop talking nonsense and start restoring immediately. Julian added that Shaha had to repair all these relics within 3 days. Hearing this, the kid who was still moaning suddenly sobered up. "Do you know?" He immediately retorted that it was impossible. "How can I do so much in just 3 days?" Then Shea said he needed at least a month for this pile of relics. Hearing this, Julian immediately realized that this old man was playing tricks on him again. He asked Chiha back why restoring relics took so much time. In response, Chiha said that although he didn't know much about it, just feeling it made it seem difficult. Besides, Julian's relics were all broken, just playing around with these would probably take about a year. Before he could continue, Julian let out a curse. "Shut your damn mouth. Don't you feel guilty at all? Instead of being a lazy fool, you should have a little conscience for me." In response, Chiha stammered that it wasn't like that, but in fact, he was wondering to himself why Julian knew he was lying. "Hello." Then Julian said he wanted Chiha to prove to him that he could restore this pile of relics quickly. Hearing this, Chiha was very surprised. He asked back how Julian wanted him to prove it. To this, Julian said he would give Chiha something. "This will help you a lot in restoring the relics." As Julian spoke, he handed Chiha a rather old-looking pen. He said this was a B-rank brush from the Josian Palace flower garden. Although he didn't know how durable it was, he was afraid that if he used it, Shiha would feel left out. Hearing this, Shiha immediately bit back. No, you shut up. If you can do it, I'll bet anything. So, and then Shiha made a bet that if Juyin failed the relic restoration, the job would be unified to 1 relic per month. So what if I succeed? Juyin asked back. Cha immediately replied, I'll bet my salary. Hearing that, Juyin immediately glanced over and asked, What? Don't say something like that so easily. A moment later, upon seeing the blue light, Shiha couldn't help but exclaim, How is this possible? Impossible. Good. What is this crazy speed? Why are you restoring it so fast? Are you cheating? Very quickly, Juyin finished repairing the golden axe relic. He held it up in front of Chiha and asked, See, did I win? In response, the kid could only hold his head and shout, Impossible. This is insane. Yes, you're already so good. Why did you hire me? It only took a few minutes. What the hell is this? Juhai didn't reply. He just held out the pen to Chiha and said, Here, try it. As soon as it got close to Chiha, the relic immediately reacted, crying out, The smell of shamelessness no less than my master's. Don't touch me. Get away. Cha also felt he couldn't use it very well because he had heard that to use a relic one must have high compatibility. In addition, if he used them, their durability will also decrease. However, Juyin didn't seem to care much about that. He told Sha to just try it. He reluctantly replied that he didn't feel right because even so, he still couldn't do it as fast as Juyin. No matter what you think, you probably got the wrong person. But before he could finish speaking, Ju Haiyan pushed him down into a chair and said, Stop complaining and get started. Work is everything. Then Juyin said he would pay Chiha, but in the future, not now. Just do your best and I'll be on the other side. If you need anything, just call. After Juyin left alone, Shiha muttered and complained. This guy's like a fortune teller. He knows everything, even my safe. Hey! Suddenly at this moment, another phone call came in. Sha picked up the phone to check and saw that it was Edward. On this side, after going out, Juyin asked the grunts how the tree was doing. According to them, the tree was thriving. Overall, it was living better than a king. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. The Death Hand skill has been upgraded to C rank. In addition, Juyin has also received a new title called Restoration Expert. The Deft Hand skill has been upgraded to Crank. With this skill, when a relic is destroyed, the damage will be significantly reduced. In addition, the success rate of stealing relics from humans is also significantly increased. Next, he also received a new title called Restoration Expert and the skill Dungeon Restoration. He was very curious about what this skill was. Furthermore, what am I supposed to do with the tomb after restoring it? While he was thinking, Shiha came out and said, Hello, boss. Hey, someone wants to talk to you. As he spoke, he held out the phone. As soon as Juyin answered, the person on the other end said, Hello, wifey. Just by hearing this, Juyin knew that the person on the other end of the line was Edward. This greatly surprised Chiha, who wondered why they knew each other. To put it simply, Edward is known by the title King of Wealth. He is also a major investor in the relic market, but perhaps now he is called an intermediary connecting relic users with him. Back to the story, Edward was also very surprised that Juyin knew him. As for the god, he thought he must have a lot of important information, but this information was exchanged for the blood of many people. Juyin reminded himself to be very careful with this person, otherwise it would be troublesome. Edward said he was interested in Juyin and the things he had done to Chairman Quan. Then he asked him what Juyin thought about him, introducing him to some not-so-bad jobs. However, Juyin immediately replied that he wasn't interested, so he didn't need to. This didn't faze Edward at all. On the contrary, the old man continued to try and persuade Julian, saying that if he didn't participate, he would regret it. Out of curiosity, Julian asked back what the job was and what the pay was like. Hearing this, Edward was very pleased. He thought that finally, Ju Hyan was starting to cooperate a little. He said that if Ju Hyan was interested, he would explain it to him. That is, a dungeon has recently appeared in China. If Julian agrees to participate, he will pay him billions of won. And if they secretly take a few relics, the government over there won't find out. The next thing is that Julian just needs to give that relic to him. Hearing this, Julian asked back, "Is that all?" This made Edward quite surprised. "So, what do you want? If things go smoothly this time, I want to treat you like a VIP customer." "Where?" In response, Julian immediately said that he shouldn't think he could fool him. Furthermore, he was the one who said all those things just now. Hearing this, Edward began to get nervous and broke out in a cold sweat. Julian said he shouldn't think he was just an amateur. Instead, he knew very well about him. Even the story about China was a lie. Then he asked Edward who had ordered him to do it. In response, Edward asked back what Julian meant. Although this was not a normal request, he could reveal a little to him. Actually, this was an order from General Xia. Hearing this name, Julian was immediately very surprised. What? To put it simply, Xia is a general of the United States, the Director General of relic-related affairs. She is an incredibly formidable woman with a nickname, the War King. Julian really didn't want to get involved with this woman at all. Just as he was about to reply, Edward continued, "That person is reassembling the map artifacts." And of course, China also contains a map artifact. Hearing this, Julian was once again extremely shocked. However, the War King is monopolizing all those artifacts. This immediately sparked a few thoughts in Julian's mind. Next, Edward asked, "Now that you've heard everything, what do you want to do?" In response, Julian gave a faint smile and said that he himself would take those things. "No, just protect because we agreed. We will go back. Never repeat mistakes if you have the time to talk." Corrupted text. Go his fell around here. Go top. Break the red. Hold on. Eating. I saw her somewhere before. A moment later on the plane, though the person was not yet visible, Chaz's loud voice was heard. "This is ridiculous. Why are we leaving already? I just accepted the job." Hearing this, Julian just calmly replied, "If you agreed, then you have to go." Sha held his head, wondering why they had to get on the plane right after Julian received the call. However, before he could say anything more, Julian reminded him that if he had time, instead of gossiping, he should be fixing the relics. At the same time, Irene also approached and said she hoped the seat was comfortable. Seeing his wife appear, Jan also smiled warmly and said, "Oh, you're here. Thank you for helping us. Because all the airports and hangars around here have been cleared out." Hearing them talk, She-Hawk could only think to himself, "Wow, this chick is gorgeous. But wait a minute, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before." Before he could finish his thought, Jo Hyun spoke up and told him, "What are you sitting there for? Go and greet her. She's the one who gave us a private jet." Immediately, Cha bowed politely and greeted her. In response, Irene also smiled warmly and said, "Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you, the scammer." Hearing this, Shiha was so surprised he choked on his saliva. Watch the next episode. Over here, Julian introduced her as Aisling Hilton and asked if Chiha had heard of her before. Furthermore, if he had anything to say, he could say it now. After all, he would be seeing her a lot in the future. Chiha was extremely shocked to learn that the person in front of him was from the Hilton family. He bowed his head in apology and begged Irene not to hand him over to her family. To this, of course, Irene did not refuse. She immediately agreed and said that Chiha didn't have to worry about this matter. However, Julian whispered in Irene's ear that she should scold him a little because this guy was quite a fool anyway. Not stopping there, the god also added that this guy even demanded a month to repair the relic. And no matter how he was forced to work, he would only think about being lazy. This made Aisling very indignant, and she asked back if it was really true. Overwhelmed, Shiha could only cry and beg Ju Hyan not to talk about him like that. After that, then Aisling told Shiha that Julian was very important to her, so she needed him to work harder. Only then would she not say anything to her brother. With no other choice, Shiha had to obediently agree. At the same time, Julian also spoke up and told Irene that she didn't need to act so dramatic. After all, this guy was also a part of solving her problem. Then, Julian told Irene that from now on she should learn how to use relics from the two of them. Hearing this, Irene was very surprised. At this point, Julian revealed that the bad luck relic was a type of parasitic relic living in her body. This meant he couldn't completely separate it from her body. So, it's best for her to learn how to control and use it. Zhu Hyan said he was still looking for the best solution, but in the meantime, why not try everything? Julian explained that he himself had the ability to control relics, while Chiha could use his social skills to control relics, so Irene could learn both methods. Although it's very difficult to dominate its power, it's possible to control its effects. Hearing that it sounded reasonable, Aisling agreed to do it. Okay, goat, remember. Not long after in Macau, Shiha was holding his phone and wondering why all the stocks he bought were plummeting at the same time. In response, Julian reminded him that it was best not to touch stocks at this time if he didn't want to end up a broke dog. Back to the story. According to Julian, 2/3 of Macau has already turned into a tomb. The entrance is near Taipo Island. However, the bridge to the island has been cut off. It seems this is the work of a relic. So, the only way they can get there is by boat. But Julian wondered if that relic had anything to do with boats. Just then, Shiha suddenly shouted, "Damn it! The relic is gone." What is this? This made Julian very surprised and he questioned Sha why he hadn't noticed it. But before he could finish, the system displayed a notification. A cunning thief is targeting your relic. This is a cunning thief. This made Julian very surprised. And at the same time, something suddenly flew past his body from out of nowhere. The god thought to himself, "Damn it, those three aren't bad, but you missed the most useful relic." He then immediately ordered his rope to chain that bastard. Hearing his master's command, the rope cheerfully replied, "Are we playing again?" Woof woof. At the same time, Shiha also turned and asked Julian if his relic had been taken away as well. In response, Zhu Hyan told him not to worry because he knew teleport. So, there was no way that thing could escape. How sad. See, the rope didn't come back. Let's see what we caught. A moment later, both were in front of the women's restroom. As soon as Julian was about to enter, Shiha spoke up to remind him, "Hey, wait a minute, big bro. That's the women's restroom." However, in response, Julian said that he heard some sound coming from inside. It turned out that inside there was indeed a woman tied up tight lately with a rope. She was struggling and letting out a few sounds. The rope seemed to enjoy women with such a resistant attitude. So what? Julian spoke up. Hey, look who it is." Cha was curious and asked back if Julian knew this girl. According to the god, this girl uses the Medusa relic. And she worked for the government. Hearing government here, Shurao became a little curious and asked back the government. However, immediately after, he covered his eyes and asked if looking at the girl's face would turn into stone. In response, Julian said not to be afraid. How can I not be afraid? Look at her hair. Julian asked back worriedly. With that, Julian snapped his fingers again. Done. Immediately, the rope tightened around the girl's hair. The god also moved closer and said, "It's useless, kid." Julian said that before she was cursed, Medusa was known as the woman with the gorgeous hair. How could he explain Medusa's beauty to this kid? In short, Julian told her that if she wanted to fully use the Medusa relic, she should become an adult. First hearing this, Shiha was very surprised. He had never heard of this before. However, Julian also warned him not to underestimate them, no matter how young they are. Relic users are very dangerous. As Julian spoke, he held a knife in front of the girl and asked, "Understand, kid? If you plan to do anything, you know what will happen." Then he ordered the rope to loosen a little. At this point, Shiha felt that they now looked like they were committing a crime against a minor. After the rope was loosened, the girl looked extremely sulky. Johyun said she shouldn't be here at this time. However, in response, she just said that her gang had a lot of people. This made Julian curious about how many people they had. Then, according to the girl, her group had more people than the students in a school. Hearing this, Julian thought to himself, so, at least 20 people, huh? However, he then said that it seemed the excavation team had arrived. Sha quickly asked back what that meant. As far as he knew, the whole group came here to handle the trouble for Edward Kerr. That was all of them. In response, Julian said they ensured we got that relic. They know how big the Chinese excavation team is. Xia is desperate to possess it, so it can be inferred that this relic is extremely useful. This is worth stealing. As the god spoke, he revealed a face that couldn't be more wicked. Seeing this, Shiha immediately asked what would happen to the customer's request. For this part, Julian said that of course he would give him a fake made by Chiha. But he started to worry, thinking that they would find out it was a fake anyway. So he wouldn't do it. Very quickly, Shiha was bobbed on the head a few times by Julian. He reminded him not to forget what the contract said. That is, the little flies must follow the boss's orders without question. Lying on the floor, Shiha gritted his teeth and said his past self would definitely not have pointed at that paper. He bobbed him on the head. We better hurry before he gets annoyed. After that, he turned to the girl and said, "Thanks for the useful information. We have to go now." After his words, Zuhai took out his relic again and said he wanted to lock this girl up because he didn't want her hanging around. However, Shiha spoke up and stopped him, saying it was not allowed. He said he still hadn't repaired that relic. This made Ju Hyan very angry because he had clearly reminded him to fix it first. Useless. Who said that if the Hammurabi relic is broken, it can't be used anymore? It's just that if it is used, it won't be able to display its full potential. With that, he said to the girl again, "Listen, if you dare to snoop around our place again, don't blame me." Then Julian told Shiha to take all the relics that girl had stolen. Hearing this, the girl immediately shouted, "Damn it, what do you think you're doing?" A moment later, Julian told Shiha that they didn't have any more time to waste. In response, Shiha asked how they could enter the tomb now as they still didn't have many relics to use. This wasn't part of the plan. Hearing this, Julian immediately turned to him and sneered. "Didn't I tell you to fix it quickly? Since we know the American excavation team is here, we need to hurry up." Feeling a bit intimidated, she has suggested they leave empty-handed. At least they could save their lives. However, Julian didn't think so. He believed he had to get that relic at all costs. In a firm voice, Julian said, "There must be a way." However, she has still held his head, thinking, what way is there when we're not even prepared? Later, at a warehouse, a voice now shouted, "You lost all the relics you brought with you? What can this kid even do?" "Tell me," Linda from DIA standing beside immediately spoke up to calm him down. "Calm down, Thomas. Yelling at the girl will only make things worse." In response, Thomas said they were wrong to let a kid join the team. She always messes things up. Hearing this, Vivian was very angry, but could only argue back that she didn't mess things up. As soon as these words were out, Thomas immediately shut her down. Losing all the precious relics. If that's not messing up, then what is? He said. Vivian immediately replied. I didn't lose them. I was robbed. What did you say? Hearing this, Thomas and Linda were extremely surprised. While Vivian could only cover her mouth for having said something she shouldn't have, she remembered when Julian used the Hammurabi relic on her, saying that if she continued to snoop on them, she would suffer pain. And even if she used a relic, it would be the same. The girl seemed very scared as she remembered those words. However, at that moment, Thomas continued to question her. Tell me who robbed you. In response, Vivian said she had forgotten. All right. Thomas was so angry, he shouted. Damn it, stop making things up. At that moment, Linda also approached and told Vivian not to make things up and to tell the truth. If she told them, they could prepare for any situation. Not to mention, she had also said she would help everyone before. Hearing this, Vivian was finally relieved and began to recount everything. She said there were 2 men and a husband. Before the girl could say more, a wave of power suddenly shot out. Vivian quickly knelt down and cried out, "Oh, oh. Oh, my mouth. It's so sad." This made Thomas and Linda extremely surprised. Help! And so Vivian could only beg Hayon to stop this. But Thomas didn't believe it. He stubbornly refused to believe and even told Vivian to stop joking and tell him. It turned out that before G let Lucy go, he had placed a curse on her. If she revealed what had happened, she would be tickled until she stopped. Anyway, he didn't know. Although it's not a deadly or severe punishment, it will still leave Lucy with a bad impression in front of her 2 colleagues. On the other hand, near the entrance of Typo Island on a warship, Julian and Yuha had quickly disguised themselves as sailors to be able to enter the dungeon freely. Shiha still couldn't believe they were breaking in without any relics. In response, Juhai said to use the relics they had taken from Vivian. They might be of some help. But the problem was that after opening the pile of stuff, there was nothing useful inside. This once again made Shiha fear for his own life. Suddenly at this moment, a voice from somewhere rang out. A fleet of ships, human. That's right. This is what you call fleet. I grant you passage. At the same time, the sky suddenly darkened. It turned out they were all entering a tomb. The Minister of Epidemics. Suddenly, another sailor ran over and said to the 2 old men, "Hey, what are you 2 still doing here? It's an emergency. Are you crazy?" Hearing this, Shiha was extremely shocked. He quickly asked Ju Hyan if they had been exposed. Julian calmly replied, "The guy just now said the fleet is being attacked by monsters." As soon as he finished, Shiha asked again, "What?" From beneath the water surface, countless strange creatures were charging straight for the ship. From under the water, they all rushed up and clung to the ship's hull. This made the people on the ship extremely scared, and they shouted, "What the hell is that?" Monsters from below were relentlessly throwing their venom at the crew members on the ship. Not stopping there, some other monsters also climbed onto the ship and clung to the people there. A young man screamed, "Damn it, a snake bit me." A voice from another side reminded, "Don't shoot. They'll explode." This scene sent shivers down the spines of even the onlookers. Even Julian couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it." He said to Chiha that this pile was smaller than he thought. Hearing this, the kid was surprised and asked back, "Really?" Julian added, "It seems we don't need to use any relics. I guess we don't have to worry about dying here." Suddenly, at this moment, 2 ships unexpectedly lost control and crashed into each other, startling everyone. Julian quickly realized the ship was losing its balance. At the same time, Shea told him to look ahead and see. Then it seems everyone here has been possessed. To be more precise, something is controlling them. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice replied, "That's right, human. An unexpected event can change everything. These are the dangers of the sea." Mwaha. Shiha was now terrified to the extreme. He asked Julian what they should do now. As expected, even the god didn't think he would end up in this situation. He thought to himself, damn it, this is so annoying. With that, he told Sha to run, but in reality, they couldn't run anywhere while in the middle of the sea. Suddenly, Julian stopped again and reached in his pocket to find something. He said that while those idiots were dealing with the monsters, he would activate his relic. Then he took out a pen and said that since they were only human, he just needed to use this. Those controlled by the relic all realized their foolishness and licked the floor. Sure enough, right after that, the soldiers all laid down and licked the floor. This scene made Shiha wonder and asked what on earth was going on. In response, Julian said they only needed to worry about the monsters now. The voice rang out again. Not bad, human. Truly the one unchosen by that crow. At this, Julian wondered why that voice kept targeting him like that. The voice said that news of Julian had spread among all the relics. Hearing this, Shiha turned and asked Julian if the relics communicated with each other. In response, he said they were just a bunch of bastards who enjoyed tormenting others. What was that? I had just dozed off when that voice angrily shouted, "Foolish human! A lowly human like you dares to call us bastards. But don't worry, your insolent mouth won't be arrogant for long because all the relics will unleash their wrath on your arrogance." Julian smirked in reply. It would be great if they came to me to do that. Shaha also agreed with this idea. He thought that if that were the case, it would be no different than them all crawling into one bag. Then Zhu Haiyan loudly challenged. You people talk too much. If you want to take me down, you should ambush me or something. Right. All right. Cheap relic. Why don't you tell me more? The crow you mentioned, what is it? Anyway, Zhu Haiyan remembered that the Egyptian relics also talked about the crow. It seems to be famous among relics. At this point, the voice quickly replied, Why should I tell you? Think for yourself. Who's getting cocky now? Zhu Haiyan said sarcastically, Tell me. Don't tell me you've forgotten. Relics are smarter than humans. But unfortunately, feeling insulted, the other relic immediately let out an angry hump. It said it remembered very well and told Julian not to underestimate others like that. As expected, the god had guessed correctly. It was clear that this bunch of relics were all simple-minded. Just a few words and they had fallen into his trap. He then told the other relic that if it remembered, it should prove it. Immediately, the waves and lightning surged. The voice roared with anger, saying, You think I can't, you lowly human? Then, according to the voice, the crow is a respectable relic. It could devour its enemies and absorb their power. He was also a very strong ally, but then he suddenly made a pact with humans and betrayed the other relics. Countless relics were swallowed by that crow or turned into slaves for humans. We couldn't stand that damned crow, so we push him into those pillars. Hearing this, Julian immediately thought of the dungeon he had been in before he died and guessed that it might be the prison holding that crow. Julian remembered that he himself had once realized that there was definitely something wrong with the scenery there. If it was a tomb, all his subordinates would have already cleared it. With that, Julian asked further if it can devour relics. How the hell was it imprisoned? The voice laughed loudly, saying that of course it would be very difficult to fight it head-on, but they tricked the humans. Humans are very simple. When we showed them something better than a crow, the humans didn't hesitate to abandon it. That's how we sealed the crow and killed that human. In short, we tricked the humans. Hearing this, Julian fell into a thoughtful silence. Then he smiled faintly and replied, I don't care about those things, but I got some good information from you. I have nothing. I don't know what that crow is or if it's okay to follow it, but after hearing what you said, I think teaming up with that guy is a pretty good idea. Hearing this, the other relic immediately asked back, Good. Did you hear my story? If you team up with him, all the relics will turn against you. However, Julian didn't seem to care much about this. He said he had no intention of being friends with those silly relics. Hearing this, the other relic angrily said, I can't take it anymore. Immediately, a horde of monsters rose from under the water. As expected, this time was much more terrifying than the last. Julian smiled faintly and wondered, the second wave, huh? The monsters appeared in greater and greater numbers. This made it extremely difficult for both Julian and Shah to fight back. Very quickly, they were both surrounded by the horde of monsters. It seemed they didn't care about the others. They only focused on attacking the two of them. Julian sneered and said, if that's the case, then one strike to kill them all should do it. As the god spoke, he swung his knife with great force, slashing the monster in front of him. Perfect. However, immediately after, a rather pleasant sound was heard. Crack. Shah immediately turned his head and thought this sound. As soon as he saw Julian holding the broken knife, he immediately shouted, damn it, it broke. That's why I told you to be careful. The god Julian, knowing he had just destroyed a relic, also stood there frozen, not knowing what else to say. After that, the unlucky god immediately turned and ran, not forgetting to remind Shiha, stop talking nonsense and run. We don't have any more relics to fight them with. Hearing this, Shiha was startled and shouted, my god, you dog. You tricked me. Julian told Shiha to hurry and run into the cabin. Then the god complained again. Damn it. Are there no more combat relics? Should I just give up here? However, Shah spoke up to reassure him, saying they had to survive at all costs. Julian asked, this tomb is hard to conquer, isn't it? It's huge. This whole sea area is part of the tomb, so it's very difficult to find the entrance. Those fools got angry and rushed over in droves. They sent a bunch of lackeys to hunt us down because I know where it is. But we don't have any combat relics here. Get on that boat. We'll escape from it. Johayan placed his hand on the ship's railing and said, find the boat's steering function. We use it to cross the sea. Hearing this, Shiha immediately asked back, what? Do you know how to drive? No. At the same time, on the boat next to them, Vivian, after seeing Jayan and Shah, immediately shouted, ah, thieves. Realizing she had once again spoken out of turn, the girl quickly covered her mouth to prevent herself from saying anything more. However, Thomas had already pointed at the two people in front and asked if they were the two bastards who had stolen relics, but there was nothing. Seeing the girl with the other group, Julian smiled faintly and said, so, she from the American excavation team? The two ships were getting closer and closer. This made Shiha worried, and he asked Julian what they should do now. However, in response, he just told him to ignore them. He had nothing to do. He looked straight at Thomas and said, you have some good stuff, too. Then, Julian told Shiha to go find a boat and a rope. He would take care of the rest here. Hearing this, Shiha quickly ran off with the rope. Thomas had now jumped down in front of Julian and asked, are you the one who stole her stuff? I will take them all back. In response, Julian just said, who says you can do that? It seems you have some useful relics. Wouldn't you mind handing them over to me? No. After hearing this, he said, you bastard. Today, I'll make you stop laughing. With that, he directly swung the steel pipe in his hand, attacking Julian. The god sensed that for a big guy, this bastard in front of him was quite fast, but it must be a relic. How is it a rank? With that, Julian immediately rushed forward and elbowed Thomas in the stomach. Before he could figure out what was happening, Julian landed another punch on Thomas's face. I told you to hand them over. However, being punched so hard, but immediately after, Thomas turned back to look at Julian with an expression of utter fury. This made the god very surprised, and he wondered, you're not falling? Before he got an answer, Thomas used his pipe to repeatedly strike at Julian, forcing the god to run for his life. Suddenly, on Julian's sleeve after the recent attack, a rather deep gash appeared. This made him realize that on the outside it looked like a steel pipe, but inside it was a sword relic. One slash and you're a goner. not to mention that speed and power. It's best to avoid a direct confrontation. As Julian spoke, he took out the silver axe relic from his person. After cornering Jin, Thomas stood before the god and arrogantly said, "It seems you understand your situation now, but that won't change anything." With that, he swung his pipe at Julian again, but luckily the god managed to lean back and dodge it. Following that, Julian jumped up and delivered a blow to Thomas, who also struggled to block it. The god laughed loudly and asked back, "You think so, kid? Do you know that I'm always lucky when it comes to blowing away all my enemies?" With that, Julian immediately ordered the silver axe to unleash its power. One of Thomas's arms was quickly torn apart by the intense wave of power. Not long after, all the clothes on his body slowly disintegrated into smoke. This made Thomas extremely surprised, and he exclaimed, "What the hell?" At this sight, Julian couldn't say anything more than try to suppress his laughter. He bent down, picked up the pipe, and said, "You should have dodged that. Why did you block it? Now show your true form, relic." As soon as he finished speaking, the steel pipe in Julian's hand slowly transformed into an incredibly sharp sword. The system also displayed its detailed information, revealing that this was the sword of the Flower Knight, bestowed by the king for his bravery. It was an A-rank relic, with about half of its durability remaining. Holding a newly acquired item in his hand, Julian couldn't stop marveling at it. This is a real treasure. Suddenly, a voice from behind shouted, "Group leader, let's go," which startled Julian and made him turn his head to see. Turning back, he saw that Shiha had found a canoe and was waiting behind him. Before jumping down, Julian didn't forget to remind Thomas that this treasure was quite amazing, so he would use it effectively and he didn't have to worry about this matter. Thomas, naked and furious, shouted, "Come back here, you dog. Give it back to me." At the same time, the monsters from behind suddenly rushed forward. I don't know what the scene was like afterwards, but Julian, sitting on the boat, turned his head to look back with a very satisfied smile. Now, Shiha spoke up and asked them where they should go. Now, in response, Julian said to just go straight and he would show the way. After a while, Julian asked Shiha if the boat had much fuel left. The kid replied that it probably had enough. The only question was how far they were planning to go. About that, before Julian could finish his sentence, a rock was thrown onto the boat. Turning back, he saw that it was that CIA group. Thomas was still alive and standing on the boat, shouting, "Stop right there, you bastard. Give back the stuff, you lucky bastard." Ignoring those words, Jan immediately threw out his rope and said, "Let's try something different this time. Go rope." As soon as he finished his words, the rope shot out and wrapped tightly around Linda's neck and wrist, startling her so much. She fell backwards, not understanding what the hell was going on. Immediately after, the rope lifted Linda up and pulled her into the air right in front of both Thomas and Vivian. Without another word, he immediately dropped her into the water with a splash. Julian turned back and reminded them, "You better save her quickly. That relic summoned underwater monsters to hunt me." Hearing this, Linda was extremely panicked. Thomas also quickly ordered his men to hurry and save her. Quickly hearing the order to turn the boat, the police officer beside immediately interrupted, "But if we turn the boat back, he'll escape." In response to this, Thomas just said, "I told you to turn the boat back." He glared angrily in Julian's direction, then gritted his teeth and said, "You bastard. You'll pay for this." A moment later, both of them had reached the designated place. Julian turned and said to Chiha, "There it is. That relic is hiding right under that tree." Holding the sword in his hand, Julian approached the relic. It spoke to him, "You found me, human. If you want to obtain me, you must offer a worthy sacrifice. Come here and satisfy me." In response, Julian said, "What if I say no?" And just like that, a wave of energy immediately enveloped the entire tree, causing it to let out a few pained cries. Julian moved closer to the tree and said, "It's time to eat, relic." This statement surprised the tree, which didn't understand what Juyin wanted to do to it. Which means, first, the god replied, "I will show you how sharp I am." As Juyin spoke, he poured his strength into the blade. Seeing this, the tree quickly screamed, "No, no, oh, one more time." A bright sword light was released. The tree broken, too. He couldn't believe his own eyes anymore. The tree was surrounded by a dark aura emanating from Juyin's sword. He looked at it with a satisfied expression. Finally, the map of Janhai appeared before him. Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. It has a durability of 2 out of 500. This is the Western treasure. Zhu Haiyan held the map in his hand and exclaimed, "Look, it's the map of Janghai and Duchiha." With a map of the Western treasure, he traveled throughout the West to collect treasures. He explored the northern seas under the orders of the Ming Emperor with over 60 ships. He traveled throughout Southeast Asia, through India, and all the way to Africa. And it recorded all the treasures he passed. Juyin immediately sensed that this was a precious item, so he said to repair it as quickly as possible. Dukiha advised him to be gentle with relics next time. Bye. They boarded the ship and continued their search for relics in the vast ocean. Juyin saw that the scam was about to begin in the bustling city of Macau. Subscribe to the Jin Neo channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. They were still studying the map of Janghai. Koyan just asked Zhu Chiha how long it would take to create a copy like that. However, he had just started so he couldn't be sure. But we're really going to hand over a fake? If so, it will be very dangerous. Dude Cha worriedly said that they needed to take such a risk. If they handed over the relic, they would be paid a considerable amount. Aisling also seemed worried and felt it was very dangerous and best not to create more enemies. Zhu Haiyan explained he was doing this because it was necessary, especially to solve Aisling's problem. He then told her to place her hand on that relic. As soon as she put her hand down, Juyin began to chant, "Listen, relic mark." All the points related to Aisling's bad luck. The map of Janghai lit up across the continents, creating a fantastical and beautiful scene. He secretly smiled because it worked. However, the land of Turkey did not light up, so they needed to go there to deal with Aisling's problem. Juyin looked at her and continued, "We don't just need the map for this reason. I'll also use it for my personal purposes later." Du Chiha spoke up. "Although we need it, that doesn't change the fact that this fake will disappear after a while and we'll be screwed. As for Xia, she will hunt us to the ends of the earth." Zhu Haiyan nodded in agreement with Duke Cha's point of view, except for the fact that she's going to hunt us down anyway. She also wants to take all the map relics, and she has some pretty useful hands on her side. She'll find every tomb and conquer them. Juyin recounted that he even knew the Columbus map was the most annoying of all her relics. Once it marks a location, it records full information about the tomb and the relic. Not only that, many tombs around the world are already in her grasp, and Turkey is one of them. Juyin concluded that if so, when they arrived in Turkey, she might rob all the relics they had and also target her and her relic. Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. And he doesn't have many relics to lose, but for her, it's a different story. CEO Jun Han was worried about her personality. She craves powerful relics like hers, but because it's a parasitic type, she can't directly steal it, which means she'll do anything to get it. Hearing this, Irene was very confused and worried. Zhu Haiyan remembered witnessing this before he died, and there was no way someone like Irene would become a god of destruction. He continued to reassure her by saying he wouldn't let them touch her, which moved her as if she was being protected. In his heart, he thought this time she won't be like that, and the power of the god of misfortune and the endless wealth of the Hilton family would be his. Juyin put down his beer can, satisfied. For that very reason, he needed to set up this scam and would provoke her out. Zhu Haiyan just remembered that Xia was somewhere around Macau again. When she finds out the relic is fake, she'll lose control and might even give him a grenade. Dukiha was worried for him and didn't know what he planned to do after meeting her. He just coolly replied that he would destroy all of her map relics. Hearing this, Shiha became even more worried because he was being too reckless. Zue knew that he would have to confront her later anyway, so he took this opportunity to deal with her. Now, the city was still sparkling with lights. At the CIA headquarters, a group of people were discussing closing the tomb's entrance while they hadn't found the relic. The blonde man angrily shouted, "So, some bastard has already stolen it?" But his underlings could only apologize. He recounted that agents Thomas and Linda were captured by the Chinese side. They explained that they were ambushed by a very skilled relic user who appeared and they were not informed about it. He got even angrier because they even dared to blame the owner for not giving clear information. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Suddenly, someone in the headquarters announced there was new information from General Xia. He continued to scold them. Xia appeared because it was too noisy. She reassured them to cheer up because she wasn't angry. He quickly composed his face, looking a little worried. He started to explain, but Xia said that although they had failed, she had used another method. Then she expressed her disappointment in the world-renowned CIA for failing. So she made a request to Edward. And he succeeded. This transaction is about to happen. So she ordered them to investigate that very skilled relic user. In Xia's cold eyes, a look of interest in such strong people appeared. At this time, Julian had already completed the fake and handed it over to Edward, who would then give it to Xia. Julian thought that if there was no trouble, it seemed Xia wouldn't realize it was a fake. At this moment, Dukiha was trying to repair that relic to make it look as authentic as possible. Finally, the map relic was repaired. Zhu Haiyan told Irene to practice using her relic because she was a beginner. It looked a little awkward. Edward paid them immediately, so they had a little fancy dinner. That old man, Edward, would surely be shocked if he knew the truth. But for now, they just enjoyed the delicious food. Then old man Edward also found out it was a fake. So he came to find them and pointed his gun. And right at Julian for daring to do such a thing. He was very angry because he was a scammer. In his head he secretly wondered. He finally realized, but his mouth kept denying it. Why would I ever cheat? He calmly recounted that the relic he had given had disappeared and General Xia was hunting for his head. Zhu Haiyan wondered if they had abused the relic, so it disappeared. He just recounted that they said it worked well. However, after the relic disappeared, some other people disappeared with it, and the British Prime Minister was among them. Hearing him say that made Dukkha very surprised. He didn't think this would happen. Old Edward continued, he's about to meet with the general, and if this happens, we're dead meat with her. Ducha looked at Julian with extreme worry, not knowing how to handle the situation, but he just gave a cryptic smile. Ducha asked Julian why he opened the door. The Prime Minister of England is in trouble, so this is a very bad situation. He burst out laughing because it was also a great opportunity for him. He said that Xia always throws herself into trouble. So this is the best time to trick her in this desperate moment. Dushai, hearing this, was very worried for him. Suddenly Julian told him to watch and learn. He just said, how long are you going to stay here, Mr. Edward? Hurry up and connect me to her. He tried to advise Julian that calling her now would only make things worse. Old Edward's actions proved he was wary of Xia. He continued to explain to Edward that he didn't tell him the call to make stupid explanations and that he could help him. With Julian's help, he immediately did as he was told. While connecting to Xia, he casually said it was better than sitting there waiting to be killed. Throughout the process of calling Xia, it seemed Edward was scolded quite harshly, which was why he seemed so confused. Then he gave the phone to Julian. At the beginning of the call, he simply greeted her as an honor, showing no fear at all. And Xia was very happy about that. At this point, Xia questioned him about him playing some of her people to take away a relic. However, she asked Julian if it was wrong for her to ask him to take responsibility. Since the relic he gave this time had a problem. He didn't deny it, but even provoked her because he didn't feel happy at all being accused like that. He had already taken back the relic and given it to Edward. Driven mad, she threatened to kill him if he lied and forced him to confess what he had done with the relic. Zhu Haiyan remained indifferent and denied it, which made her even angrier. He said defiantly that he only wanted to help. So, he had contacted the general and he had heard of the British Prime Minister. So, this wasn't something he could ignore. Because of what happened after the transaction with him, both Xia and Edward probably wouldn't want to work with him anymore. Julian acted so convincingly, even explaining that it would be terrible for someone with his talent for using relics if he lost all his business like that. How would he survive? Hearing him say that made Ducha feel embarrassed for him. Zhu Haiyan even made an offer considering this an included service and he would help her out. Hearing this surprised Xia's people as they didn't know who she was talking to. He even hoped they could cooperate more in the future. Julian's explanation was so persuasive that it made Xia think for a long time. She then asked him how he planned to help. I heard you say you can find the British Prime Minister at this point. Zhu Haiyan was happy because he had gotten the upper hand. He smiled and said that was correct. And he also heard from Edward that she possessed a few map relics. If she agreed, he wouldn't reveal himself if he used that relic in a normal way. But what Julian wanted most was to activate the power hidden deep within those relics. To pinpoint the British Prime Minister's location. He even argued further, many people think they can use a relic's power, but that's a mistake because I can also use the hidden power within relics. Hearing this, both Dukkha and old Edward's eyes widened in surprise, of course. However, Xia also didn't believe it, so she invited him to explain again. Julian said he was able to shake off the CIA and protect the relic thanks to using the hidden power. At this point, Xia seemed more wary than ever, so she was silent for a long time to think. In the end, she agreed to let him use her relic, but with one condition. He had to go to the place. Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. She designated. Without bringing any relics and do everything under her supervision. Without hesitation, Julian agreed immediately. After the conversation between the two ended, he gave the phone back to Edward, who was amazed by his persuasive abilities. Julian said he should sit here and relax while he went there alone. Hearing this, he truly admired him. So, Ducci timidly asked, "What about me?" Julian said he could judge his follow him or not go anywhere and finish repairing the other stuff. The crow notified him that the scammer had failed. Subscribe to the GMMigo channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. He had received a new title, Tomb Raider who scams instead of raiding tombs. The ability to exploit. His social ability has decreased. And his success rate in tricking relics has increased. Being monitored for all his actions made him very angry. Not only that, the crow also told him that he could show the relics his bad side. At this moment, Julian told Duchiha to hurry up and get to work, which made him cry a little inside. As for old Edward, he could go wherever he wanted. Xia had summoned Julian to a hotel near the one he had stayed at before, and she told him not to bring any relics. Of course, no soldier goes anywhere without a gun. So, he gathered all the useful relics and disguised them to bring with him because he used his dominance ability to make them change shape, but it didn't last long. So, he had to end this quickly. Looking around the luxurious hotel, Dukia couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was only natural for someone of Xia's status. The hotel receptionist came over and asked them what they needed because they weren't paying attention. It startled Ducha a little. So Zhu Haiyan told him that he looked a little lost. So he came to help. Then he told her he was here to meet someone. The receptionist also understood and finally two people also came to greet them. Hey! The guy asked if he was Julian. He knew the general had sent them. So he told them to lead the way. He then led them to Fu Quack Xia's office. She turned back to look at him with a cold expression. "Hello, Julian." She just said she didn't see him bring any relics, so it seemed he had followed her orders. Ju Hyan asked why she looked so young to be a general. Ju Hyan said she probably wore a lot of makeup, and told him to shut up. Then Xia led him to the relic storage room. As soon as he saw them, his eyes lit up. The table was full of relic maps. Among them were the maps of the pirates Barbaroa Drake, the hand-drawn world map of Anaximander, Tommy, the map of Columbus, and a copy of the Puddingar table. Julian looked at them with a scheming look full of promise to deal with all of them here. Xia then told him to start showing off and prayed to God he would do well so he wouldn't get shot. Julian asked her to borrow a pen, so she gave him one and didn't forget to tell him not to play any tricks. "I'm sorry," he reassured her because the general had seen that he wasn't carrying any relics. After saying that, he started to put his pen to the relic. Suddenly, one of Xia's soldiers shouted, and pointed a gun at him for daring to do that to the general's precious relic. He just glanced at him and calmly explained that this was a necessary step to activate the hidden power within the relic. Although Xia said to ignore it, they still didn't lower their guns. She looked up at him arrogantly, hoping it would have some effect. Zhu Hyan just said to let him handle it. Julian wrote a line of characters that confused everyone, so he explained that it was a name, called tomb hieroglyphs. It's the language of relics. He then asked Xia, they love to talk, right? So, they even have their own writing. Xia smiled triumphantly because he could read it. Because previously, Julian had an archaeology relic, but now he doesn't have any relics that can be read. Is because the crow played some tricks. They wondered what his plan was. After completing the incantation, the hidden power will be activated. He started to fidget because the incantations and hidden powers were just a trick. So, what he wrote had nothing to do with finding the Prime Minister. Damn it! Before coming here, Xiao Junhan had already pinpointed the Prime Minister's location using Zhang Hai's map, so he knew the answer very well. A blinding light emanated from the relic. At the same time. He also announced to them that he had found the British Prime Minister's location. Hearing this made Xia half believing, half doubting. Julian said the Prime Minister was in the Sahara Desert. "Give me a piece of paper so I can write down the exact location. Because he is moving, let's expand the search area. Hurry up because he is in the middle of the desert." Xia gave a location to a soldier to contact the nearest base at this location, and she also allowed the use of a scouting relic. So find the British Prime Minister immediately. After he left, he looked at her and said he had kept his word. Before he could finish his sentence, Xia pointed a gun at his head. She ordered him to stay here until the Prime Minister was safe. Dude, Shiho wondered when they would find him. She told them not to worry because her people would find him in a flash. Xia suggested that while they waited, Xiao Junhan could tell her about the language of relics. However, he refused to reveal it because it was a secret. Hearing him refuse made Xia a little disappointed because Zhu Hyan wanted to continue doing business with her but wouldn't reveal any of his tricks. At this point, he also changed his mind. But he only explained the first step. As he spoke, he glanced at Dutch Ha as if giving a signal. He seemed to understand what he meant. Then he started to put pen to paper to write. While he was writing, one of Xia's men announced that they had found Prime Minister Albeck. She then asked about his condition while he was also writing. Luckily, the British Prime Minister was still fine. So, he looked over at Xia to leave. But before he could finish, she scolded him to shut up and finish writing. Zhu Hai sneered and asked her if the general was pushing things a little too far and he didn't think she would release him soon. Zhu Hai repeated himself. Am I wrong? Xia's face fell. If that's the case, what are you going to do? So, you'd better shut up and follow my orders because Xia would never let someone with your abilities go so easily. She forced him to cooperate with them until they understood how to activate the hidden power of the relic. Ju Hyan provoked her. What if I don't say anything? Hearing this made Xia's anger show on her face. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion right in that room. Xia shouted, "What on earth is happening?" Unfortunately, her relics were all on fire. Everyone was trying to put out the fire, but she could only scream and hold her gun. Suddenly, the eyes of Xia's bodyguard lit up. Everyone ganged up and tore it apart. Xia at this point didn't understand why they were doing that, so she ordered it out, shot them in the leg to stop them. Then she realized this could only be caused by a relic. She then asked a soldier about Julian. Where is he? He must be the culprit. The soldier replied that both of them had disappeared. Xia could only curse. Unable to do anything more at this moment. At this moment in the city, everyone was looking at Ju and Dukiha lying in the middle of the fountain. Ducha was happy to be free and played with the water like a child while Julian just felt embarrassed. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. He then praised him for doing a great job because he had drawn all of that in such a short amount of time. Dude Cha happily replied, I'm confident in my drawing ability. As soon as the explosion occurred, Julian gave Duke Chiha a relic to escape. In the chaos, if he used the relic, he would end up at this fountain. As a result, they succeeded according to the plan. Before going to meet the general, he made sure he could draw this fountain. The relic he used was the one that Quant Jun's lawyer carried. This relic is a bit ordinary, but it becomes useful if there's an artist around. Ducha asked what he had done this time. Julian recounted that when he borrowed the pen from her, he had made Shakespeare's pen look like it and swapped them. Because he had remembered a few names beforehand, it made things go more smoothly. He had written the command in their names in a language that none of them understood. As for the hotel staff, he pushed her to the brink of terror. That place was room 2002, and John Smith and Jim Evans were terrified when they saw an evil spirit emerge from the map relic. So, they thought the general's life would be in danger if they didn't destroy them. At this moment, Xia was thinking about something. Suddenly, a soldier announced that they had connected. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Jean Chuck asked Xia what was wrong. She asked him to use a restoration relic to repair them because her relics were severely damaged. Jean Chuck didn't hesitate to agree to repair them for Xia. He mentioned that lately there had been many relics needing repair, and he had just received a request from TKBM Corporation and was now busy repairing them. Xia suspected that the person who caused this was the same person from TKBM Corporation. He then asked her about the name that came with Dukkha. Thank you for watching the film. If they don't hunt him down, he will surely get in their way later. Jean Gitchchuk reassured her that Pandora was about to be activated. So a normal person can't use it, so let's possess them. Let's go. Your kebab, sir. Thanks. It looks delicious. Aisling looked at the waiter. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Huh? What problem? No. Have a lucky day. Central Turkey. Aisling was walking and eating. She got into a car. I brought you some food. Thanks. I'm starting to get used to controlling relics. It's worth taking the time to practice. Well, nothing happened on my way to buy the cake. It's all thanks to you. Thank you, Aisling said with a bright smile. Oh my god, the sign fell down. Oh my god, that car. Drive like a human. Will you that guy? It's a bit early to say thanks. Isn't it? Irene cried in response. But things are much better. I think you have good social skills. From now on, you should practice your dominance ability. What do you mean? She still has a lot to practice. She only knows the basics of society. to prevent the relic from harming her body because it's a parasitic relic. If it weren't for that, I would never make her do it. Understand? Social skills are just trash. Trash? That's harsh. Ducha was surprised to hear Ju Hyan say, "Deal with it." "All right, I understand. Let's eat quickly and get going." "Okay, wait. In Cappadocia, Turkey." That's strange." Everyone was surprised. "Ha! This tomb is very stable. Because of the relic inside Irina's body, the tomb should have disappeared. Look, the other side of the tomb has collapsed." "That's right. It's very strange. There are a lot of people here. All of them soldiers. Those are American Special Forces. They work for Xia. And over there are Turkish soldiers. It seems they're forming an alliance. With that level of security, nothing can get through." "That's right. There's no way we're just walking in. But that doesn't mean there's no way in." Ko Jun Han smiled. Ju Chiha was surprised by CEO Jun Han's statement. "What? I said it before. I'm not a tomb explorer. I'm a tomb raider. Watch and learn. I'll show you how to act like a real tomb raider." Juyin smiled confidently. "Why do we always have to deal with other people? Going to the toilet every time before doing something." The three of them went to the toilet together. "Well, it's always like this. I don't like it either." As Juyin spoke, he rummaged through his backpack. Normally, a relic's aura surrounds the tomb, protecting it from others. It always has a weak point, and it's right here. Hearing Juyin's words, Aisling and Yuha were surprised. "We'll drill a hole to get inside." "Wait, that relic is what is this again?" "There is a C4 explosive relic, rank A. This isn't an ordinary tomb. It's one of the relics I got from that Medusa kid." Ducha was surprised. "Super sweet potato brother ranked D. It helps the user to fart easily." "What, that useless thing?" Hearing this, Dukcha reacted strongly and shouted. "It's quite useful in this case because it's useless. Thank you for watching this video. The basic skill of the Tomb Raider. Tomb Exploration. If I use this skill, I can create a hole into the tomb." A notification appeared. Tomb Exploration activated. Enhanced spatial awareness and understanding of the tomb's structural features. Digging a hole or destroying any area related to the tomb increases power by 20%. I can break through a tomb wall without getting a scratch. Since I still lack power, I'll have to destroy a relic to enhance the effect. After thinking about the method, Ju Hyan said, "Block your ears." Juyin used the relic. "Come on, explode. I'll use a little of your energy." "Stop. Stop. What are you doing? It hurts." "Stop." The relic glowed with a blue light. "Dream." It seems it doesn't want to listen to Juyin. An explosion occurred, startling the guards. Relic explode. Ju Hyan made a relic disappear. "Don't worry, it won't harm anything unrelated to the tomb. It's already made a hole." "Cut it." "Is this hole okay?" "It leads us straight into the tomb." "Hurry up. I hear soldiers above. It seems they found us." "It's okay. There's a place to hide in here. But this is a dead end." "It's possible. So, we need to blow up another relic." Ju Hyan dead as he took out a relic. Another loud explosion echoed. "The sound is coming from over there. Hurry." "Wow, this is amazing. We're really inside. I told you have a little faith." "Wait a minute. I need to gather some information about this tomb." Let me come with you. Aisling and Yuha looked at each other. Anything different? Cut. Interesting. Did you find anything? First, the relic of this tomb is the hand of Midas. That's why the relic on her is a bit strange. Midas, the story of a man whose touch turned everything to gold. That's absurd. She's been having nothing but bad luck. But in the story, that hand turned into a hand of misfortune at the last minute. Remember the last detail carefully. According to Greek mythology, Dionysus, the Greek god of wine, granted King Midas one wish, agreeing with the myth to thank him for protecting his disciple. Midas wished that he could turn everything into gold with a single touch. Although the god thought it was foolish, he still kept his promise. However, Midas' happiness did not last long. Whatever he touched, food or water, everything turned to gold. He slowly starved to death. The pitiful Midas begged the god Dionysus to take back his wish. He thought that if he washed himself in the Pacus River, he would be able to wash away his wish. That's right, the Pacus River. If there's something like that, there must be a way to separate the relic from her. And I will take control of that relic. I've got it. Really? Agreed. First, before he could finish his sentence, they were attacked. The soldiers are here. Run. Get them over there. Shoot. Why are they opening fire inside a tomb? I don't know. Maybe because this tomb is already damaged. Are you okay? I'm fine. She's out of breath. I can't drag this out for too long because. Why did you stop? You two go ahead. I'll catch up after I've dealt with this group. I'm not the type to run away. What? There's a request for assistance from the tomb in Turkey. We can't contact our people there. Although the message content seems complicated. Report. They spotted some suspicious individuals entering the tomb. 2 men and a woman. I don't think they're fully armed. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Why did you let them in even though they weren't fully armed? They brought relics. Sia shouted. My apologies. Wait. 2 men with relics are. Ah, that bastard. Sia shouted, her face darkening. Nothing. You fools. Stop. Whether your sword is a holy sword or not, it can't fight against a gun. 2 flowers. Ju Haiyan ran away. He's running after him. Quick, from now on, I'll attract them by using a relic. I'll increase my speed by using the power of the Flower Knight sword. They will fall into the trap and follow me into the trap room. It's a dead end. Surrender. You're surrounded, a soldier said. Throw your weapon away and raise your hands. Oh, no. Wait. He turned into a golden statue. A blinding light appeared. Julian attacked with 1 soldier. My gun. You pathetic flies. He's finished them off. Number 2. Let's go. I found a path leading to the Pacus River. What about the soldiers? Poor things. Did you kill them? Isn't it obvious? This guy is terrifying. Wow. A lake this big underground. Great. Just like what the ancient characters in the tomb wrote. And it's truly the largest lake in the country. Go take a bath over there. Huh? A bath there? Aisling was surprised when Julian said that. King Midas got rid of his golden hand power by bathing in this lake. I hope we can deal with the parasitic relic in you. Julian, touch the water, giant. There are no traps. Hurry up. We'll be over there while you bathe. Okay. Hey, Aisling stepped down. Is it okay to peek at her? Don't you have any conscience? I'm doing this in case something happens to her. You said there were no traps. What if the relic separates from her and then attacks her? We shouldn't be careless when facing a relic. Will this work? Corrupted text. Female. A bright light shone. Welcome, my friend. Damn it. Ju Hyan rushed out. The relic sleeping deep in the lake has awakened. The golden hand relic emits a malevolent aura. Warning. Luck is dropping suddenly and could be dangerous. Understand. Stop it. Get out of there now. I can't move. Ashling's hand turned to gold. My body is starting to turn to gold. Damn it. Julian rushed over. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. What should I do? Think fast. This isn't a trap. The notification says a sleeping relic is awakening. But isn't the relic of this tomb parasitic on Irene? There's another relic. That's very possible. When the tomb disappears and the traps function normally, it's clear there's a relic here. Don't worry, I'm here. Who are you? Don't get in my way. I'm going to reclaim my brother. Julian, stop. Listen to me. If you don't, you'll turn to gold, too. Damn it. This is why I can't move my legs. Ha ha. Just as she said. If you want to live, let go of her and get on the shore. I just need to kill her because I can feel my brother sleeping inside her. I'll spare you because today I'm reunited with my brother. Julian, I see. Hey, I found it strange when this damned relic mentioned some brother. Come to think of it, everything makes sense. The relic of Midas is split into two pieces. The golden hand and the hand of failure. Of those two, you possess the hand of failure. No way. Aisling was shocked. The golden hand is trying to take back the hand of failure from you. We have to fight it. We have to subdue the golden hand by fighting it. Use your dominance ability like I taught you in training. Subdue the golden hand. Not social ability, but dominance. I'll help you. We will win easily if we combine our dominance powers. Damn it, Captain D, Shiha shouted from ashore. How dare you hurt me? Stop it. No, you're the one who needs to stop resisting. Submit to me, Relic. Excellent. That's it. I've taught a good student. A bright light shone. Submit to me. Hey, my body is back to normal. We succeeded. The tattoo has changed, too, because the deal is complete. Then you have nothing to worry about anymore. The power of the golden hand will balance the power of the hand of failure. It will be easier to control the hand of failure. It won't go crazy anymore. Aisling was overjoyed to hear what Aisling said. She rushed over and hugged Julian. Thank you so much. Goodbye. It's all thanks to you, Julian. Calm down first. Water got my nose. What do you mean you can't find them? All the soldiers who went into the tomb have not responded. Could they all be dead? How dare you say that to me? Sia shouted. I'm sorry. It's because of them. I'm sure of it. Don't send a support team. What? I will use a relic and burn them to ashes. Is that okay? The relic will be completely destroyed if the general does that. The government in Turkey will complain about this. I don't care. The biggest reason why Xia holds the title War King is because she possesses the Semet relic. In Egyptian mythology, Sekhmet is the goddess of destruction sent to punish humans. She again, because it's at the god level, she can destroy a target no matter how far away it is. That's why she actively collects map relics so she can launch a destructive blow with precise location of the enemy's lair. The tomb is collapsing. Am I dead? No, you're still alive. Thank you for watching this video. What's this? A relic? It's so heavy. What have you done to me? This is the code of Hammurabi, but it's not normally used this way. Phew. We escaped death thanks to it. But if we stay here, we'll be buried alive. She's right. Get me out of here. I won't let that happen. Don't worry. Remember how we got in here? By creating a new hole. I'll do that again. You blew up a bunch of low-level relics to get us in here. Are you planning to blow up the rest of the relics? That's right. Hey, really? Isn't getting out of here more important? I can always collect new relics. That's right. But before that, I want to try something. Ow. A few days ago, I got a skill called Dungeon Restoration. If someone gets the relic, the dungeon will collapse. I don't know where to use this Dungeon Restoration skill. At that time, I didn't know when to use it. The situation where we're trapped in a collapsing tomb, this skill will be useful. Let's see. A notification popped up. Dungeon Restoration. If your dexterity skill is above during, you can restore the area inside a relic. If your dexterity skill is above seer rank, you can restore the path inside a tomb with a 2 mm radius. Restore the path. Great. That's useful. Restoring the tomb. A bright light emanated from Julian's hand. The fragments are moving on their own. We can get out of here by repeating this over and over. We're getting out of here. It's written in our agreement. I have a responsibility to ensure your safety in life. Knife. There were times you didn't keep your promise. What contract? Aisling was a little surprised. You have no trust in me at all. Trust me, I won't let my slave die in front of me again. Again? What does he mean? Aisling and Yuha were surprised by Ju Hyan's statement. Find anything? The guards were looking for the three of them. Still no news. It's been 3 hours since the tomb collapsed. Are they using relics to search? They could detect relic power, right? We've used them, but there's no response. This is trouble. How are we going to report this to the general now? According to the news we just received, a new path has appeared in the tomb. What? That path leads straight to the nearby village. What do you want? I have an urgent report for the general. Not now. The general is busy. What? This is an emergency. Tell me and I'll pass it on. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Edward Hagenoji Hayaruki replied irritably. All right. Hello. Is anyone there? Jean Chuck said, are you trying to prank me? With a video call. Baby, where are your parents? The baby was crying. Who's video calling? This baby is General Xia. What? This is a risky side effect of using the Sekhmet relic. Normally, you wouldn't know this top secret information. Ha ha. Changing shape is a side effect. Legend says the goddess Sekhmet also has another form, the goddess of love. The end. If that's true, then she's used the relic too much. Have you caught them yet? I was about to report that we've lost them. Hearing this, Xia cried loudly. This is terrible. Jean Gitchuk tried to soothe Xia. Calm down. I don't understand what you're saying. She asked about Pandora's progress. How do you understand? I'll give you some good news. The inauguration of Pandora with the International Tomb Control Committee took place today. From now on, tombs and relics will be under Pandora's management. Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. People are forbidden for making deals with tombs or possessing relics. The Pandora's box relic will lead us to destruction. Anyone who breaks the law will be considered a terrorist and punished accordingly. Pandora will protect humanity from relics. Thanks to the dungeon restoration skill, all three of them, Koju Hyan, the blonde girl named Irene, and the brown-haired guy, managed to get out of the tomb safely. Currently, he and the other two are on a private jet. A private jet is an aircraft that transports people or goods domestically and internationally. They're using the Hilton family's private jet to return to New York. And the flight is departing. Actually, Ashley had to take him and the brown-haired guy back to Los Angeles where the elixir plant was being grown. But she wanted to invite him and the brown-haired guy to her house because her parents wanted to meet them. Aisling seemed very happy. So, Julian guessed that she must have told her family that she was free from the bad luck. And when her family heard the news, they were overjoyed and wanted to invite the person who helped their daughter over. And now corrupted text. And of course, this was an opportunity not to be missed. Ju Hai had his own agenda, so he considered it and decided to seize this opportunity. Even though he had the opportunity in his hands, Ju Hyan still had a question because he had previously played a nasty trick on that black-haired girl. This time, if he wanted to act, he had to have someone backing him up. He even thought that seizing the opportunity would make things easier. But things didn't go as smoothly as that. The next morning at Kennedy International Airport, Seo Ju-hyun had woken up early. The brown-haired guy had just woken up. He a few times and asked if he was ready to go, but he had a serious expression. He was silent for a moment. A second later, he said he could feel a very strong relic at the airport. The guy hearing him was a little surprised. He asked again as if he didn't believe it. Everything had been going smoothly, but he didn't expect to run into this situation. He gritted his teeth in annoyance, saying that it seemed some troublesome people had appeared here. It really is trouble. At this time in the passenger area, there was a group of people claiming to be from Pandora. They said what they were doing was just to ensure everyone's safety. These people were carrying weapons, so it was probably nothing. That day, someone requested that all passengers present at the time, all those who possessed relics, please step forward. From now on, Pandora will manage your relics. Relics are not toys, so the passengers were a little skeptical when asked like this. Everyone became noisy. Some even thought this was complete nonsense. Some even asked, "You're not giving them to us?" Meaning they weren't allowed to carry relics with them. Amidst the noisy scene, a member from Pandora suddenly received a signal from the relic detector. He picked up the receiver to listen. A voice from the machine said that a relic signal had been detected. Ed. He said it was in the 1-0 direction and ordered the man in uniform to arrest that tall guy. The man in uniform immediately acted, but the tall guy treasured his relic. How could he let someone else take it so suspiciously? He didn't comply and ran off. The man in uniform, of course, rushed to catch him. The tall guy shouted in frustration, "Don't make me laugh." Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. He also affirmed that this was his relic. And so he was caught. Enraged, he shouted, "You robbers in uniform." The other passengers, seeing him being captured like that, were also hesitant. Even though they didn't want to, they had a hand over their relics to others. Blonde hair, blue eyes. This man is a colonel. He saw everyone cooperating like that. He said, "Good. The first mission is going smoothly." Then he turned and gave an order saying to punish those who resist as an example. A second later, another soldier came to report the situation. He said they had detected a very strong relic nearby. He heard this relic was related to wealth. As soon as he finished his sentence, for some reason, the colonel smirked with amusement. "Hey," he said. "Good," and then told him to leave. The way back to Julian. Now, he was still casually walking across the bridge with Aisling and the brown-haired guy, but the girl and the brown-haired guy looked quite worried. Julian smiled and told him not to be so scared, but the brown-haired guy was worrying about the future. He told him, "Why aren't you scared? We're surrounded by enemies at the airport." He replied, "It's fine." While the situation was now dangerous. As he was talking, he suddenly remembered something. He called out to the girl. He turned and said to her, "We've completed the Midas relic. Should we try it out here? Remember?" But she seemed worried and said she had never tried to use that relic before. But he said it was easy, just like when she commanded the relic. Fun with his own intentions. He even said that if anything happened, he would help her to win her over. But before the girl could say anything, all three of them were surrounded by a large group of soldiers. They held guns, pointed straight at them. They shouted for all three to stop and not move. The colonel there said they were from Pandora, the organization that controls relics. He also confidently said that they knew for sure all three possessed relics. He heard the word Pandora and showed a confused expression. It may seem that way, but the truth is not so. These people who claim to be from Pandora, they say they're managing relics for the passengers, but in reality, they want to monopolize them. Not to mention, they even made up the excuse of protecting humanity from relics. In his heart, he thought because of few people. This world is so unfair. So in his mind, Pandora was founded a year after the discrimination against relics became apparent, at least 3 years from this point. He thought to himself, the future has changed again. Putting that aside, after a moment of silence, the colonel spoke up. He said that it seemed all three of them were afraid of death. But not to worry. Then he added in a voice like a robber. "If you obediently hand over the relics, we will let you all go." Yeah, but just when it seemed that after such a threatening statement, everyone would obey and give the relics. No. He coldly said just one thing. "Get lost." The colonel, hearing this, was startled and asked, "What?" His tone showed no respect for him. He told them, "What right do you have to demand I hand over my relic?" He even said, "Get lost if you don't want to die." Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. He said, "What? Get lost if you don't want to die." He burst out laughing. "You think this is a joke?" Julian said, "It hasn't even been that long. And he's already about to go crazy." He angrily threatened. "Maybe you'll come to your senses after I shoot you in the head." He wasn't scared. On the contrary, he provoked them, telling them to try at those fools. As he spoke, he glanced at Aisling, whispering to her that this was the moment. She understood and secretly used her relic. This guy's on the death list. The colonel couldn't take it anymore and shouted in anger. He called them fools and said this was his final warning. With that, he immediately ordered, "Shoot their heads off." But unfortunately, as soon as he finished his sentence, the guns of the entire unformed group exploded. He stood there in astonishment. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. One of them screamed in pain. My gun suddenly exploded. The colonel still didn't understand what was happening. He said, "What the hell is this?" He saw she had succeeded. He said, "See, you did it." Aisling was also a little happy. Did I do it right? A second later, he used a trick. He suddenly grabbed her hand and said, for first time, "That was very good." This action of his unintentionally made her a little shy and she blushed a little. He looked at her, smiled, and told her to try making it stronger. Stronger this time. I'll help you if the relic gets out of control. Not knowing what to say, she just quietly obeyed. The colonel cursed him, calling him a bastard, and said, "It seems you're quite smart." Then he said, "Let's see if you can block this." As soon as he finished his words, he pulled out his relic from behind. As he took it out, he ordered everyone to prepare their relics and switched to close quarters combat. They could use their relics to control the target. He wasn't just an ordinary person either. Very arrogantly, he said, "You dare to face me?" As soon as he finished speaking, they were all blown away by his power. The system confirmation immediately appeared, notifying him. A radius of under 1 kilometer is now under the control of the Hand of Failure. His face was full of satisfaction. He thought to himself, it seems everything is going as planned. So, he had already come up with a plan while on the plane. How clever. But things didn't end there. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. The girl also tried to charge forward. Using her power, she instantly shattered all the relics of all the men and women. The men in uniform immediately screamed in confusion. Not only that, but there was something very wrong with their bodies. Suddenly, everyone collapsed and started vomiting blood. The pain she inflicted on the soldiers made them terrified. Their instincts urged them to run away from there. The colonel, seeing his men run away like that, suddenly became scared. He shouted, asking them where they were running. He told them to come back, but no one did. He even called them cowards. He walked towards him, suddenly grabbed his collar and said that my message to Pandora, instead of creating useless laws, they should spend that time on something more useful and don't miss out. He also added that if he could make it back, he should pass on the message. The colonel was extremely angry hearing every single word he said. His expression showed he didn't expect him to be this powerful. With that, the entire airport exploded in an instant. This was definitely part of his plan. So, he and the girl drove off in a car. At this time, the news was also reporting. The media reported that an explosion occurred at Kennedy International Airport at 2 p.m. on March 1 St. The number of casualties has not yet been determined, but due to the extensive damage, the airport will be unable to continue operations. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Pandora will be held responsible for this loss. Sitting in the car, he heard the news and laughed his head off. He said, "You guys deserve it." He told Aisling that because he and she had caused a scene at the airport, they would now be suspicious after the loss of the relics. He smiled very happily and said it was all thanks to her. Thanks to her, they were able to take them down easily. The blonde heard this and was also happy, saying, "It's nothing." But then he pretended to ask if she was sick or if there was anything wrong with her body. She said she wasn't sick at all. Hearing this, he found it strange. The truth is, side effects are what relic users have to endure in exchange for the power they borrow. The relic will torture its master every time it borrows power. But strangely, the blonde girl, despite using a large amount of power to destroy everyone's relics, she was still normal. So this made him very strange. He also thought she used a large amount of energy at the airport. Her relic must demand a price. What do you think? I thought the problem here was that I didn't understand what that price was at all. Go. As expected, things happened as they should. Just as he mentioned it, she started coughing. A bright light emanated from her body accompanied by a sharp pain. He shouted her name. Her face tensed up again as she said, "I can't breathe." Hearing this, his expression gradually changed. This is really troublesome, he thought. Damn it, it's starting. The car was speeding down the road. Inside, the driver and Ducha were worried, not knowing what was happening in the back seat. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. In the back, Irene was clutching her chest, unable to breathe. Because she had used too much of the relic's power, she was now suffering from the side effects. Ju Hai was worried seeing her in so much pain. He placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Calm down, Aisling. Now I will try to restrain it with my dominance ability. Look. After he stopped using his dominant skill, she fainted immediately. Dukkha was confused and asked why she suddenly became like that. As soon as he finished his sentence, she suddenly woke up. Juhyan called her, but she didn't react at all. Suddenly, she stared at him, as if in a trance, then quickly leaned in closer to him. He broke out in a cold sweat, not knowing what she was about to do. Dukkha also panicked and screamed, but she just rushed over, hugged him tightly, and then smelled his body. He was confused and didn't understand anything. He asked, "Yuk, does she seem small?" Like she was fine, she was sleeping. A notification appeared. The side effect of using the Midas relic is that the user will reveal their deepest desires. They will feel an intense urge and do whatever they want for that desire. And this time she craved the smell of his body once again. After a while, she also woke up and found herself hugging him. She blushed and screamed. After calming down, Aisling returned to her seat and shyly apologized to Juhyan. She didn't understand why she did that. Juhyan explained to her that the relic made her do it. That was the price to pay for using the relic's power. After learning that using relics has side effects, Aisling will probably not dare to overuse it next time. Juhyan wondered if Aisling liked the smell of a man's sweat. Then he smelled himself but didn't smell anything. Aisling was confused because she didn't know what he was talking about. They had arrived at the Hilton mansion. Dukkha didn't feel well, so he was sleeping. Wanted to stay in the car because he had previously offended George Hilton, Aisling's older brother. If he gets caught by him now, he's done for. Aisling happily said not to worry. Her brother wasn't home right now. Dukkha also knew that. But his intuition told him that danger was coming. Juhyan said, "Stop rambling and let's go. They'll have to visit the Hilton family often so they can't avoid it." If so, when he realized it, he just begged for forgiveness. He had to pay the price for his actions. Dukkha screamed, "I'll die before I can even beg for forgiveness." But in the end, Dukkha also had to go in. Aisling led the way for the two of them. "I'm so happy. It's been a long time since I've been home." Previously, she was afraid the bad luck would affect her family, so she always stayed in hotels. Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. But thanks to Juhyan's help, she can now stay at home, so she is very grateful to him. Juhyan said she also helped him with the auction, so they were even. Suddenly, she saw a blue Ferrari in the parking lot. This is her brother's car. Hearing this, Dukkha was startled. Before he could react, a gun was pointed straight at his head. The person holding the gun was George. He had recognized Dukkha as the one who sold the fake painting. Aisling was surprised. Why is brother home at this time? He replied that he had some urgent business and had to come back. Dukkha was kneeling and crying, begging for forgiveness. George angrily said, "Shut up if you wanted to beg for forgiveness. Why didn't you do it sooner? This time I'll kill you myself so you can't play dead." Dukkha, scared, turned to Juhyan for help. "If you don't help me, I'll really die," he spoke up. "You need to pay the price for your actions. But this guy's life is expensive. He also helped your sister break the curse. Since it's a curse, can we let it go? Consider it even." He had also heard Irene tell him that he had helped break the curse on the girl, but he blamed him. Instead of separating the relic from the girl's body, you made it completely parasitic in her. And you call that breaking the curse? You two are cut from the same cloth, a pair of scammers. Then he pointed his gun at Juhyan. Juhyan annoyedly said, "You don't know anything about relics. You just know how to shout. The relic has been parasitic in her from the beginning. We helped her control it. The relic in her can never be removed." He was angry and couldn't believe his sister had to live like this for the rest of her life. He believed that he would be able to remove the relic from his sister's body. George hates relics because the Hilton family is Catholic, and Catholics have a rather negative view of relics. She sadly said, even though the relic became, I'm still your sister. Don't talk to my benefactor like that. After calming down, he realized he had overreacted, but he still didn't change his opinion that he had succeeded. Relics are very dangerous. It will kill you. Julian saw him. Why are you reacting like that? He asked again. Did something happen? He turned away and said, that's none of your business. Seeing his reaction, Julian was 100% sure that something had happened to make him hate relics so much. Julian continued to ask what had happened. He angrily said, you're not welcome here. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. You guys should just leave. Be glad you're leaving here safely without a hole in your head. Julian ignored him and turned to Aisling saying, take me to meet your parents since they were the ones who invited me here. He immediately blocked Julian and said the appointment had been cancelled. His parents didn't want to see anyone right now. Julian angrily punched him. Then he ran off saying, Aisling, please hold your brother back. Don't let him follow me. Julian has to go check on your parents. Something unusual has happened. Hearing this, she was surprised. Ju Hai ran straight into the house, calling out the names of the old couple and Hilton, but no one answered. George chased after him, shouting, stop, you dog. Julian went up the stairs and smelled rotting flesh. The smell of rotting flesh. This smell was very familiar to him. It was the thing that had killed him in his previous life. He opened the door to the room and saw a person lying on a bed with a rotting body looking like a corpse. Aisling, seeing this, screamed in panic, not knowing what had happened to her father. George helplessly said, are you satisfied now? They're not free to see anyone. Dude, Shiha, and Irene were stunned, not believing this was Mr. and Mrs. Hilton. Julian asked, when did this symptom start? George replied that he was swamped with work, so he didn't know. It's probably been a while. For this reason, I've had to isolate myself from the relics. Dush asked if he was sick. George also didn't know. He had just called the family's private doctor. Doctors to diagnose. Julian spoke up. No need for a diagnosis. This is relic syndrome. He can say this with certainty because he suffered from this disease in his previous life. He understands everything about it better than anyone else. Anyone who has prolonged contact with a relic can get sick, especially in people with low compatibility with relic. It can cause hallucinations and the person will self-harm. Gradually, a series of other symptoms will also appear such as acute bleeding, internal organ dysfunction, and blood infection. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. In short, it is a disease that crushes a person from the inside out, and there's no cure for it. In Julian's previous life, a third of humanity had died from this disease. As long as there are people who hold relics, this will happen sooner or later. In this life and death situation, the only ones who benefit are those with medical relics. In his previous life, Julian also had to work hard to get a single painkiller. The pain was excruciating. For now, no one knows the horror of that time. George was devastated. Impossible. Is my father really going to die like this? Julian replied, not necessarily. He was surprised. Julian continued, I have a medical relic. Now, I'm going to show you guys my videos. Please subscribe to my channel to support me and see you again in the next videos. You can try using it on Mr. and Mrs. Hilton to see what happens. This is the best Julian can do right now. George hesitated, not knowing what to do. Then Aisling said, trust Julian. Hearing this, he also agreed. Julian smiled and said he would help, but not now. George angrily wanted to rush up and punch Julian, but was stopped by Dush Ha. Zhu Haiyan said that although he had a medical relic, it was still not complete. If I use it now, it won't prolong their lives for more than a week. At this point, Ducha had been thrown to the ground by George. Zhu Haiyan felt something was strange because Samsung Hilton had reached the final stage of relic syndrome, but this disease doesn't appear suddenly. It should have taken a long time to develop. When Aisling called her father, his voice was still very healthy at that time. And if they were this sick, they wouldn't have invited others to their house. If we assume it started when the relic appeared, then it's still flowing now. Hey guys, please comment now. It couldn't have gotten this bad. Or did someone intentionally make it worse? That makes a lot of sense because when the mild symptoms of the first stage just appeared, from then on, he lived far away from the. After that, he solved the relic problem and bankrupted Aisling and was invited here. Julian suspected that someone had used some. Subscribe to the Gimmick channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Tricks to speed up the progression of this disease. After thinking for a moment, Julian turned and asked George if anyone had been visiting recently. He wasn't sure because his parents always had a lot of guests. Julian asked further if any of them used relics. Irene replied, probably not because none of her family's guests used relics. George wondered why Julian was asking about that. Julian said because he suspected someone had worsened the stages of the old couple's relic syndrome. So, he assigned the investigation to George while he had to go and collect the rest of the medical relic. Aisling wanted to follow but was stopped by Zhu Haiyan, who refused. He advised her to stay home with her parents, but she had a relic, so she also wanted to help people. Her brother stopped her, saying, "Don't go, it's very dangerous," but she insisted on going. Seeing this, Zhu Haiyan had to agree. He turned and said to George, "I'll keep her safe." They all got in the car and left the Hilton mansion. The two people sitting in the car said that after such a stressful period, they just wanted a rest. The two of them just wanted a joke to ease their worries. But it seems this joke wasn't very funny. Ducha asked, "So, what are they going to do now?" Zhu Haiyan smiled and replied, "We're going to find a facility, a pair of relics called the Divine Bees. That Sufu's relic is the key to awakening. The true Qin Shi Huang." Sufu was an ancient Chinese person, often said to be a deist priest. He was one of the people Qin Shi Huang hired to find immortality. He convinced the emperor to let him find the place where the immortals lived to learn their secrets. Thousands of children, gold, and silver treasures, and even soldiers set out. But he went out to sea and never returned. Some people say he went to a faraway place, found the land and became a king. And no one knows if he found it or not. No one is sure of that. But why did you suddenly come to the subway station? Because there's someone I want to meet. Don't you date anyone at this subway station? In short, that person is very special. Ah, there's a homeless person here. Zhu Haiyan realized something. Hey, wake up. Yu, what are you doing? What a frog. Edward, what's wrong? Oh, someone like you enjoys being homeless. G and you, dog. It's because of you that I'm in this situation. What's wrong with you? I helped you find a prime minister. After that, what did you do? You burned all the general's artifacts. She suddenly took her anger out on me. My assets and relics have been confiscated, and to this day, I'm still being hunted. It seems it's all your fault. What should I do now? But just show me where that relic is and I'll give you a new life. Then I'll give you some benefits. Benefits? Do you know where Sufu's relics are kept? Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Ah, I don't know. Julian thought to himself. I knew it. I was looking forward to that too much. In the past, I got the rest of Sufu's information from him. Zhu Haiyan said, "It seems I smell a rat. Do you want me to report that there's a fugitive here?" Ah, don't do that, Xa. See ya? He gave it to that damn woman. He was surprised and asked, Kezia? Why would Xia need that relic? I don't know. He thought to himself, there's nothing an intelligence expert doesn't know. It really doesn't make sense. Should I try again? Listen, Edward, Time. I once called you a future partner. That wasn't just empty words. If you help me, I'll help you earn a lot more money than you did when you were in the US. A lot. Is that so? Of course. You know my abilities. He hesitated. All right, let's make a deal again. He thought success. It was quite easy after all. Subscribe to the Guinea Go channel, so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. The Sufu relic seems to have something interesting about it. It has become a very strong support item for the medical relic. I have the main ingredients now. I just need that. Oh, my son, you're amazing. If I have the remaining relics, I can create many more powerful medicines. And what if we use it to make money? This is not a lie. I will really create a pharmaceutical company, Kim. Money by distributing drugs to treat relic syndrome at a low cost. This is to avoid the monopolization of Imu Den pharmaceuticals, preventing the risks that occurred in the previous life for those with the syndrome. This is the fastest and most profitable way. Could this be the reward? We met you. I'm sorry about this. My brother probably sent bodyguards to protect. The boy Hanoi whispered in Julian's ear. Is it okay to let them follow like this? Well, it seems a little annoying. I can't take this many people into the dungeon. I understand. I've heard a lot about you. You're an experienced person in this matter, but we will still do our best to help you. All right, thanks. Let's go then. Edward said the rest of Sufu is in Ghana, Africa, and Xia seems to be doing something with it. There's something a little strange about this. The end. It's clearly related to a dungeon, but she didn't deploy any military forces. It seems to be done secretly with some of her subordinates. Why is everything so difficult? I don't know, but there's something shady about them. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Is it very interesting? The outskirts of Accra, Ghana, Xia's people are here. Especially her, the relic user. So, what do we do? Maybe they're just at the casino. Should I try to bait them with this relic? They just circled it and then waited outside. So, you're going alone? I'm going alone, too. I need you to help me outside the casino. If I give a signal, use your power. That bankruptcy is today's lesson. Johann in Dutch Chi has stepped into the world after finishing the silver and looking around once. This is ridiculous. How? If you have someone to blame, blame your own low character. But this is impossible. How can there be a winning streak like that? What are you doing? All right, it's my turn. I want to play with these guys, too. This is the first time I've met you. Do you think you're capable enough? I also want to give it a try. All right, then sit here and try. He sat down and played a game. Zhu Haiyan looked around. The medicine and food in the corner of the table. She might have hidden that relic in the middle. Yes. To use it to boost her luck. That's an annoying relic. Let me teach you what real bankruptcy is. Corrupted text. She was worried as Julian continued to play. Corrupted text 5. And finally, 10 seconds. GQ. How is that possible? Why did it happen? Maybe it's because I'm lucky. Isn't that just like you earlier? Besides, I also know you use relics to increase your luck. You don't know anything. She was worried. Look, what's this? The coin of the goddess of fortune. It grants the owner's wishes. But with a mediocre and rather common relic like this, it's still not enough. And I'm putting a little SS rank power on them. Aisling left the casino and is now using her bankruptcy power on everyone except Yaha and me. Help! It seems she hasn't gotten any better since last time. Anyway, everyone is unlucky except for me. I'm sorry. Hey, boy. You know about relics. Don't mess around. Give me the money. Hey. Hey. Not enough. What did you say? You have to pay more for tricking me. $1 million per game. Give it to me now. What the hell? Where's the law? Oh, you're not going to pay me. If you don't have money, I'll accept payment in other things because I'm quite easygoing. The relic of Sufu from to go into Xia. What are you doing here? Tell me everything in detail so you intentionally approached us. Subscribe to the Jinni Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos for this purpose. Our secret information. You think, oh, my stomach feels like it's being crushed. What's going on? What's going on? I haven't done anything yet. Suddenly my teeth are all falling out. It hurts so much. Could it be addicting? It's not good. I don't think I can control it anymore. Miss, are you okay? Dokiha told me not to overdo it. What should I do? I was hoping you'd do that sooner, though. I still don't know how to solve it. If you go a little north of this place, you'll find a forest, and inside there's a dungeon with something grown in it. What the hell is in there? I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyway, if you want to enter that tomb, you have to be a child because the Sufu relic only lets children in. The end. So that's how it is. I thought that woman had some weird relic. That's something. That's all I know. Now, can you stop it? I'm sorry. I can't stop it, but I will. We'll help you forget the pain this way. Dukia Fraz. This way is too painful. I only acted because I needed to keep a secret. If we untie her like the girl before, they'll report it to Xia right away, which will cause trouble like in Turkey. Alright, you have received the title Robber, the Unforgivable Tomb Robber. With the titles Destruction of the Tomb Robber, Relic Destroyer, and Deceiver, they have been combined to obtain the hidden ability, the Tyrant. This skill is always activated, helping you increase your dominance ability. This crow. The notifications popping up were annoying Julian. Anyway, where's Irene and that bodyguard's name too? With that Julian took out his phone. Is she not well? She used that power just now and might have lost control. Maybe using it too much is risky. Something serious has happened. I've lost track of Irene. What? Suddenly, I felt a bit weak, so I let my guard down for a moment. Suddenly, she pushed me away. I tried to chase after her, but I couldn't catch up. I can't believe she's so fast and strong. Right. That's right. It's a risk. Let's search around here. She must be nearby. I'll take this area. Ducha said, I'll go the opposite way. The bodyguard also said, subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Ju Hyan quickly ran to find Irene. What will happen if I can't find her? Should I use the purification map to find her? But wait, to use it, I need Irene's help. Wait, maybe I can't. Julian stopped. He might have figured out a way to find Irene. How does he find the light of the power Irene is using right now? That's the only way. Focus now. Julian closed his eyes to feel. Then he opened them. He quickly ran off. It's over there. Why did you go to a hotel? I don't understand. May I ask you something? Have you seen a white girl with blonde hair here? The woman was startled. Yes, I have. Are you a boyfriend? Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Thank goodness. Anyway, please get her out of here for me. It's so noisy. Although I've taken her money, I can't accept this. After opening the room, corrupted text inside, he saw Irene lying there hugging a bag and saying, Julian, is the risk this time alcoholism? Did she drink too much? Even if the effect of the risk disappears, she's had too much to drink. I won't be able to ask her anything until tomorrow morning. It's better to sleep here until morning. She's sleeping so soundly. Julian touched Irene's forehead with his hand. I thought my bag was taken by someone. Ah, this is Ju Hyun. Thank you for watching the film. Did you sleep well? Why did you drink so much? Irene wrapped her arms around Julian's neck and pulled him down onto the bed. I was waiting for Julian, so I drank while I waited for you. Still not risky enough. So what's the risk? Irene, subscribe to the channel to get more information. Let more kisses. Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. She finished her kiss and smiled at Julian and went back to sleep. A notification appeared. The risk this time is targeting your lips. You just said something everyone already knows. Hello everyone, then go. That was a damn risk. But luckily, I made it back to the United States safely. Have you tracked all of them? Sia asked. They moved from Turkey to New York and then back to Ghana. The locals nearby said they used a special plane from the George Hilton family. Hilton again, one of the intruders at the Turkey tomb. Was a woman. If it's a woman from the Hilton family, it's very likely Irene Hilton is acquainted with them. So, any new news from Ghana? Yes, but it's not good news. Some of the soldiers stationed there seem to be having a nervous breakdown and they were arrested after running naked through the province. They seem to have been mind-controlled by some artifact. These bastards, this time you won't escape my grasp. Sia gritted her teeth, her face darkened, and she sat down. But why did they go there? There's nothing special there. Did the general place any tombs in Ghana? But the relic there is not useful in actual combat, so I moved it to a remote place. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Also, why would they need it? General, do you want us to launch a surprise attack? This is not that serious yet. What I need is information about the Hilton family. Investigate the Hilton family, Sia said with a murderous look in her eyes. Hey, why didn't you contact me yesterday? In the car, Duka asked Julian. You found Irene, so you should have told us. Do you know I slept on a cold street? There was a little problem. Julian glared at Duka. So why didn't you answer my calls? Oh, you were holding me too tight. I couldn't get away. I'm sorry, Irene. Are you okay? Maybe it's the risk this time. What is it? Don't tell me you, too. Dukia screamed. That's impossible. I swear on this hand. Come on. What's there to be shy about? Miss, please don't drink anymore, Ashling's bodyguard pleaded. Ah, I understand. Ashling replied shyly. All right, enough talk. We're entering the dungeon. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Attention! This dungeon can only be entered if you're a child. This dungeon has been conquered. It now has a master. Someone got here before me. Julian was surprised. But why didn't the master of this dungeon close it? Why would he do that? The more Juyin thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Oh well, let's just go in and see. Give me some low-level relics. Ah, are you planning to break more relics? Duka was startled by Juyin's statement. Maybe their car entered the dungeon. Hey, human. What are you doing? An explosion went off. There's a hole. It was filled in by someone else. What are you so surprised about? You'll be even more surprised when you go inside. What? Where are you going? The bodyguard worriedly asked. Ju Haiyan stepped on the gas. He drove into that lake. What the hell is this called a plan? The car shook. If it's not a road, then I'll make one. What other reason is there now? Let me up. It seems the dungeon entrance is down here. I just have a feeling about its existence. This is the best way. After driving for a while, we've reached a dead end. Corrupted text. It's a dead end. Juyin sneered. Give me another relic. Another loud explosion erupted. It stopped. We're alive. Aha! I thought I was going to meet my ancestors. Juyin got out of the car. A notification appeared. This is a dungeon that has been conquered by humans. Therefore, you can use human items. What? My phone works here. What? What the boss? Look. Zhu Haiyan was surprised. A huge tea field. How could they grow it in a place like this? This place is as big as 3 football fields combined. No joke. Yes. And those kids over there. Are those kids being controlled? I definitely made a lot of noise. What a strange sight. See you again in the next videos. When Juyin still hadn't figured out the problem, the notification continued to appear. These humans have been controlled by the rest of Sufu. The tea is being harvested on the relics orders. This made Zhu Haiyan very surprised. He told the crow to give him more details about these damn things, asking if his tea garden was also made of relics. Then, according to the crow, it was a tea leaf that embodied human power. Even the dead could feel this power. Once you taste it, the aroma is truly indescribable. In short, it has no aroma. With that, Juyin turned and told Du Shiha and Irene that this garden was made of Shinong's relic. Shinong, a being with a human appearance, but a pair of terrifyingly large horns on his head. Shinong is just another name in Chinese mythology. Shinong was the first to create farming tools and teach humans to cultivate. In addition, he personally tasted all kinds of herbs, even if they were poisonous. If he was poisoned, he just needed to chew on tea leaves to be cured. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Hearing this, Duka asked again about the rest of the book. In response, Zhu Hai said it was also nearby. At this point, Juyin pieced everything together and felt something was not right. This dungeon was created by the Shinong relic. So, but does that mean Xia has been here too? Why would she waste this tea plantation? If she doesn't need it, then why didn't she close the dungeon? It's also possible they want to take more instead of closing it. But there's a restriction that only children can enter this tomb. Did she take the rest of Sufu and entice the children in Ghana to work there? With that, Juyin told everyone to split up and find the rest of the book. As he walked, he thought that if it had a fragrance, it must be somewhere around here. Suddenly, a cry rang out, startling Juyin. He turned his head to see. It turned out Dukiha was being attacked by a child. He kept shouting for Juyin. Boss, my hand. These kids are on something. Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Hearing this, Julian glanced over at the kids in his area. As expected, they were all being manipulated. The children's eyes had all turned a soulless purple and were emitting an incredibly strong malevolent aura. But Julian wasn't about to back down. He suddenly glared back at them and released his own malevolent aura. This caused the two kids in front of him, despite being manipulated, to retreat and scream in terror. So scared. Hurry! With that, he told his rope to hurry up and tie up the kids. And so, one by one, each one of them was tied up by the rope. Seeing the scene before him, Ju-Chiha exclaimed, that was close. I only got a small bite. Julian also came over and asked if he was okay. In response, Chiha said, Are you blind? Can't you see my hand is swollen now? After that, Julian turned and asked about Ashling's and the bodyguard's condition. Luckily, both of them were fine. Suddenly, Duke Cha shouted, calling him, It's not good, great king. Look! As soon as Chiha followed his gaze, he saw that all the children here were looking at them with eyes that couldn't be more dazed. Julian thought to himself, damn it, this is starting to get annoying. However, after Julian and Irene escaped the first wave of children, the other children also started to go crazy. Their faces were filled with killing intent. Dukiha was quite scared, but Julian was very calm about this matter because it was partly the good side of this farmer's achievement. He seemed to feel a puff of air nearby. Seeing the opportunity ripen, he told Dukaha to take the bankruptcy relic and run over to Irene's place. As for him, he followed the aura. But the closer he got, the more children rushed out to protect something. Seeing this, he ordered the rope to bind all the children and then drew his sword. Preparing to fight this relic, unable to bear the sight of violence against children, the relic was enraged by this behavior, but Julian wouldn't let it escape so easily. He glared threateningly. The other children, too. At this point, he also detected where the aura was coming from. Then, he looked down and saw a worm carrying a relic. Seizing the opportunity while the relic still didn't know him, he stomped on it. And the relic was terrified. Wondering how Ju Haiyan knew, Julian moved closer and caught it in his hand. While the relic was still rambling, he asked Dutch Ha and the other two to find a room while he investigated this relic. With my knowledge, Julian, I am very knowledgeable about this relic. Previously in the story, although Sufu was also strongly supported, he ultimately never returned. In this sense, that guy must have carried the relic of transportation. So just by signing a contract with it, you can use it. And thanks to that, Julian was able to collect money from the casino. It seems this relic also really likes money. So he wants to negotiate the price with a price of 2 million, and Julian agrees. He immediately threw out a bag full of money to prove it. The worm relic was also skeptical. For a moment, but then got excited. However, the relic still wanted more. And of course, Julian had anticipated this. So, he immediately added 5 million to the money bag, bringing the total to 7 million. The worm relic got even more excited and started counting the money like this. Still not feeling it was enough, he asked Julian to increase the amount further. Unexpectedly, General Korea had paid a lot of money just to build this worm relic. What did he think of that? That was it. And Julian had a headache inside, but he had to endure it. So he turned around. He asked Duke, Chan, and Irene to bring more valuable items. After a moment of rummaging through his belongings and documents, Irene's precious items to offer to this worm relic. Finally, the worm was full and satisfied, and taking that opportunity design, Julian immediately took the jar and trapped it inside. The worm relic flew into a rage. But regardless of its anger, he maintained his boss-like demeanor and immediately ordered the worm. Now, first release the children from the hypnosis, then create an exit for us to escape. But the worm was afraid that if it did that, the agricultural relic would be furious. Of course, Julian will take care of that. And that 7 million was set aside for this worm to dig a tunnel. Julian planned to give the worm the money after it created the tunnel, but because it was whining about this deposit, so he got angry and started shaking the jar. Until the worm knew its place. After a while, the worm had no choice but to obey and began to hypnotize the children to work. Meanwhile, the three of them will go and pack their things to leave and let those kids had collected fake leaves, but a problem arose. There was no name. There's not enough room to hold all these kids. Julian immediately turned and asked the worm Relic to show him a shortcut, but the worm demanded another 7 million. And he had no choice but to agree. After the transaction was complete, Ju Hyan gave the worm to Jucha so everyone could get out of here. On the other hand, because the forest has been abandoned was destroyed, which made the relic really dangerous, he flew into a rage and immediately created an earthquake. It seems Julian has realized this is the shop. An opportunity to get other relics. So he told everyone to get out of here and told Ducha to hold the bag of fruit while he went to collect it. However, just as the bag flew over, his statue materialized between Julian and the others, blocking the bag's path. After being trapped inside an invisible barrier by the Shinong relic, Julian wasn't the least bit surprised. Irene and Ducha were about to move forward to free him, but he stopped them and told them to get out of there quickly. Still not satisfied, the Shonon relic immediately used its roots to tightly bind his legs. Julian, but he used his ice sword with the ice coating technique to slice all the roots off his legs, then used his acceleration. Fly out. Thanks to his scouting skill, he used it to discover the relic was hidden in the center of the tree. Just as he was about to charge in and snatch it from the tree, the Shonon relic suddenly spewed out a cloud of poison that spread everywhere, making Julian feel a bit suffocated. However, he quickly took out the Homo erectus flint, humanity's first fire, and also a relic, a D-rank relic to burn this whole place down. He aimed to create a massive fire to burn down this entire garden while the real relic. The farmers were struggling to fight back, but just as he was about to kill them and use his sword to take the relic played a trick on him. It created a deep pit right under this garden. And of course, the relic had to drag Julian down with it to die together. Even though Dude, Shiha, and Irene screamed and shouted. No matter what, it was useless because right after that, the hole was filled with a pile of rocks. In just a little while, the entire dungeon would collapse. So, the bodyguard urged the two of them to leave the place quickly. But of course, Ducha couldn't just abandon Julian and the stuff in his bag. Whether they could be saved or not, the three of them were now separated by an unforgiving wall. Because of that, Dokiha could only follow the bodyguard, and together with Irene, they took the children and left. Elsewhere, the Shonon relic had also dragged Jian down to the deepest abyss of this garden. It was like trapping a mouse in a cage. While the Shonon relic was rambling, Julian used his sword to cut the long, slimy roots clinging to his leg. Julian thought to himself that this Shonon was just newly created by the relic. Created, but it seems it can't last long. So, Julian had to go all out. He sheathed his sword and slowly, empty-handed, walked towards Shonon. Shonon thought he had given up, but Julian immediately pulled out the Homo stone from earlier and used its terrifying heat to create a massive explosion and escape. At this point, either Shannon would die or both of them would. But Julian still wanted to bet his life. He didn't care anyway. Ju Hyan immediately ordered the stone to generate immense heat. But if he did that, the stone wouldn't be able to bear the pain, and before the stone had finished speaking, he had already set it on fire. On the other hand, Dukiya and Irene had also gotten the children out of the dungeon when suddenly there was a massive explosion from the dungeon and chunks of rock also began to rain down. The bodyguard shouted for them to get out of the way if they didn't want to be crushed. After settling down, Duke Chiha and Irene looked into the cloud of dust and saw a figure that looked like Julian walking out. Walking slowly and deliberately out of the smoke and dust. It really was Ju Hyan. All four of them were overjoyed to see him come out alive, especially Du Chiha, who was very worried for him. It seems because he was saved from the chairman's grasp before he was worried about where he would end up, which is why he was so concerned. Julian found it ridiculous because the three of them were overreacting. He had already said he could clear this dungeon. It wasn't him. The reunion wasn't even that happy before Jian immediately threw the barely conscious and damaged Shurnome and a smoldering Homo Flint to Duchiha to have them repaired over a long period. Just as Duchiha was about to question him, he was cut off. Julian silenced him with a scolding and a plea. He even gave Duchiha the Hammurabi stone tablet to repair as well. After everything was settled, Julian and the others turned and left. At this time in Los Angeles, the relic worm was close, had been placed in a plant pot to eat, living, and being served by Hyung Nim along with the other butlers. Hyung Nim felt extremely humiliated because instead of taking care of people, he was now a butler for a plant. While Hyung Nim was complaining, the ringing of a phone suddenly broke his train of thought and he started to give up. He picked up the phone and on the other end was Ju Hyun calling. The two butlers also noticed. So after waiting for Hyung to answer, it must be. He asked to confirm if it was Ju Hyun. Hyung nodded and then told the two butlers to quickly pack their things to go to New York as per Ju Hyun's orders. Hyung Nim was also partly happy, because it had been a long time since he'd been out. After some time, Julian, Ducha, and Irene also arrived in New York and were taking a temporary stop at the airport. At this time, Ducha was going to wake up Julian, but he just mumbled, yes. And then turned, bye-bye. Back to sleep until Irene woke him up. Julian immediately took off his eye mask and sat up. Irene couldn't contact her private driver early here. So now she doesn't know what to do. But Zu Hyun suggested taking a taxi to get there. A moment later, the three of them had found a taxi and headed straight to Irene's parents' house to treat them. While Ducha was admiring the beauty of the city through the taxi window, Julian was discussing things with Irene. It wasn't her mother's business about her family when suddenly a bell rang, interrupting his conversation. CEO Jun immediately answered the phone and on the other end there was a desperate scream from Hyung Nim and his gang. At this moment, they were being targeted by a group of Americans because of the almond tree they had in their hands. Julian had anticipated this because of the tree's rarity. But when he tried to use a relic to fight back, summoning a fire block to help Hyung Nim's group, the fire fought back against him. Even Ju Hai didn't expect this, so he had no other choice and told them to run to the location he had just sent. Ju Hyun also warned them that if they lost it or got caught, they shouldn't blame him for not being lenient. After instructing Hyung Nim's group, Ju Hyun, he hung up. But Irene, on the other hand, was worried for her friend Ju Hyun and her parents at this moment. Seeing this, Julian went over to comfort her. Everything will be all right. But still, it wasn't enough to dispel Irene's worries. Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. While the two were comforting each other, the road they were on was being blocked and, due to this, the foreign driver suggested switching to another road. However, they couldn't get out now because there were many cars behind them. Let's go. At this rate, everything will go up in smoke. But this was also the moment when Irene's relic had become agitated. Not long after, there was suddenly a massive explosion right in front of them. And Ducha was terrified and turned around to ask Julian what was happening. Julian seemed to have already figured it out and turned back. Turning around, he saw that Irene had already activated her relic. According to the system, emotions, the greater they are, the more the relic's power increases. And at this moment, Irene's negative emotions were taking over her. Julian had no choice but to rush in, grab her hand, and comfort her about everything. Everything. And a moment later, Irene had returned to normal, but she couldn't remember what she had done. Just as Irene was about to call the police to deal with the blockade, it was also the time. It's time for him to try using this relic ticket. The invitation of the god that he had stolen from Chairman Kwan. Although at that time, he still didn't have enough ability to use it. Now he was different from before. On the other hand, in an alley, the group of foreigners were still waiting. They were hunting Hyung Nim's group for that almond tree. At first, they were going to use an interpreter to assist with the transaction, but then one of them suddenly pulled a gun. We want to take out Hyung Nim's group and directly take the almond tree from them and sell it for a high price. The whole group agreed and started hunting Hyung Nim's group, but they didn't expect. They had disguised themselves as nuns and were hiding inside an abandoned building. Just when Hyung Nim's group thought they had escaped, they were suddenly tailed by another group of police because there was a report about a man dressed as a nun. Without saying much, Hyung Nim rammed into the police group and escaped from there. And while they were arguing about whose fault it was, they were also caught by the foreigners with guns in their hands discovered them and the prisoners. The police officer blocked the back door just when they thought they were done for. The foreigners and the two police officers vanished before Hyung Nim's group's eyes at this moment. In the past, Ju Hyun was waiting for Hyung Nim's group. Hyung Nim and the two others were very surprised by his presence and wondered where those people had disappeared to. Seo Juhan just said he had sent them to the ends of the earth and left them there. And Hyung Nim's group immediately had a question mark about this matter. On the other hand, in the wilds of Crest, a long time after, the group of foreigners and the two police officers had also landed and were completely bewildered by this desolate, lonely place. Everything was done by Juyin. Invitation of the Lord Relic based on Japanese tradition. The relic would then send a group of people to a certain place to be satisfied after suffering countless times. Hyung Nim suddenly remembered and showed the intact almond tree to Juyin. After a quick look, Juyin suddenly let out a satisfied smile because this almond tree had also reached its complete form. So, he could use it to heal Irene's parents. What? That tree over there feels like my lost half. Jo Hyun walked over to the tree and said, I'll help you become more complete. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Then he pulled up the tree. Suddenly, the tree let out a cry. Ah, what the hell? Don't get away. This human's dominance is terrifying. Hyung Nim standing beside him panicked and said, Boss, be gentle with it. Its leaves are very weak. Juyin said, 1 or 2 wouldn't make a difference. Then he threw the tree hard into the pot. It screamed in pain, you bastard. Where are my servants? Give them back to me. It hurts. Zhu Hyun looked at the earthworm in the jar and said, All right, go to your new home. You have a roommate now. The earthworm happily said, Era. My other half is found. Are you trying to claim my territory? We belong to each other. Stay away from me. I don't need anyone. Juyin poured a new load of soil into the pot, replacing the old soil completely. Then he used his dominance ability to stimulate the tree's growth. The tree once again screamed. What dominance? No, never. I hate it. So painful. A circle of power surrounded its neck. After that, the tree immediately produced fruits. Extremely beautiful red berries. Juyin said, It's done. If anyone eats this fruit, all kinds of illnesses will be cured. Now we just need to give it to your parents. Let's go. Aisling immediately replied, Yes. On the way home at Ash, Juyin's group saw people scattered everywhere. Juyin immediately ordered the car to stop. Subscribe to the Gamio channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Then he got out thinking to himself, what on earth happened? My house. Dude Cha asked in surprise, what the hell is this? Aisling replied that she couldn't contact her private driver. Zhu Hyun just said one thing, go inside. When everyone walked into the house and immediately saw a man severely injured lying in a pool of blood, Irene screamed, Big brother. Juyin went over and called out, Hey, wake up. Even though there was nothing, Aisling saw that the man was still alive. He said, Thank goodness you're back. We were attacked. But the wounds were too severe, preventing him from sitting up. Juyin thought, the wound is too deep. It looks like a relic wound. Juyin asked, Do you remember who they were? The man struggled and said, My father and mother. They were targeting them and then they were sucked into a strange painting. Julian immediately turned to Du Chiha and said, "Check Mr. and Mrs. Hilton's room quickly." Suddenly, the nearby phone vibrated, signaling an incoming call. "Hello, is anyone there?" "Aisling Hilton, you lost your family in one night. But don't worry, only your brother was very stubborn, but rest assured, your parents are still alive. If you promise us one condition, your parents will be safe. If you're ready, then contact this number. Don't forget, my patience has its limits. You know what I mean, right?" "I don't know what's so surprising. Who is that woman?" "Xia, that's a threat. Only she would do this." "Dude," Cha ran down and said, "the Hilton's room is empty. I don't see anyone." Hearing that, Aisling completely broke down. Seeing her like this, Julian immediately comforted her. "Calm down, Aisling. I have a way, but save your brother first." With that, he picked a few berries and handed them to George. "Here, eat this and you'll be fine." George wondered, "What is this?" Julian, losing his patience, stuffed the berries into George's mouth. "Eat? You talk too much." The fruit was extremely foul, making everyone around a bit scared. The smell was like bad breath. "Damn it. I'm definitely going to kill you. This smell is unbearable." Suddenly, George's wound burst open and gradually healed. The wound healed on its own. "See, effective, right?" Aisling rushed over and hugged her brother. The man gently comforted her. "It's okay, Aisling. I'm fine now. Besides, we should be worried about our parents." Suddenly, Julian said, "Don't worry about that." Which surprised the Hilton siblings. Ju Hyan continued. "Your parents weren't kidnapped." "What did you say? Are you kidding?" "I saw them get sucked into the painting with my own eyes." "Yes, that's right, but they were fakes." The man was surprised. "What?" Dude Chiha waved his hand and said, "I performed some tricks before coming to Ghana." "How could that be?" "Before I was protecting my old parents." "All right, calm down. My brother was just following the boss's orders." Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Zhu Hian interrupted the two's argument. "Anyway, thanks to that, you avoided the kidnapping of your real parents. It's all thanks to me planning this in advance. Otherwise, we'd be screwed." Aisling said, "If so, then thank goodness." "How did you think of that, Julian? Did you know it was going to happen?" Not everyone knows that the past king of bankruptcy is very different from the current Aisling, but it's probably because of this incident that she was forced to work for them. Her parents were weakened by the relic outbreak syndrome. That was her fatal weakness. Plus, the disease progressed faster than expected, leaving them alone. Phone was too dangerous, so I decided to use. Julian briefly explained to her, "I was prepared for the worst. Someone intentionally accelerated the progression of your parents' illness, so I couldn't rest easy. That's why I took them away. Someone else has already taken them home." The other man said, "Why didn't you tell us before?" If you want to fool the enemy, the first thing you have to do is fool your allies. Now, let's get to the main point. I will take revenge on the woman who did this in this song. A luxurious black car, George Hilton asked what was wrong with him and General Xia. She has a very high status. Even for me, it's difficult to get close to her. Julian, while tapping on his phone, said, "I have my own ways. It's Edward. I asked him to write some reports. Maybe it's already started by now." Doko wondered what report. "If you're curious, try looking it up on the internet." "Oh, no need. The radio will do." As soon as he turned on the radio, hot news came on. A series of children have gone missing in Ghana. The culprit is General Xia of the United States. It seems this news is very shocking. That a general would exploit child labor. According to sources, the children are being exploited by General Xia. Damn it. What's going on? This news is how about it? Unbelievable, right? The dungeon in Ghana was conquered by Xia when I knew I could use my cell phone. I was in the dungeon, so it must have been very useful. Also, thanks to Edward's help, I found out Xia was doing something secretive in this dungeon. Furthermore, I was wondering why she left this place after conquering it. It's possible it was for some purpose of hers. I realized that there was something unusual. Ow. Xia kidnapped children in Ghana, exploited their labor and forced them to work. And I also filmed the process of the children harvesting tea leaves. Just a small scene is enough to provoke the viewers. Of course, I will also take this opportunity. I sent this video directly to Edward. Edward used his media contacts to write articles. I helped him get back to being the old Rickman, so he was very willing to help me. She must be very confused right now. Anyway, I prepared a lot of plans. This is just the beginning. Ducha trembled and said, "That's scary." George said this was a very good plan. Is that so? Ha! Aisling said she was the top search result for a day. Even the president of Ghana made a statement that he would leave Pandora. Zhu Haiyan said it went smoother than he thought. There have been many large protests to stop the exploitation of black labor. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs stated that this case was an arbitrary act by General Xia. A system notification suddenly appeared. A suspicious painting is targeting you. Julian immediately ordered the car to stop. George slammed on the brakes. Julian quickly continued, "Get out of the car quickly or we'll be goners. Everyone hurry. Get out of the car." When they got out, they were shocked to see the car being hit by something. A strange liquid destroyed it. Forget it. They looked up and saw a group of people holding a strange painting that was emitting that liquid. Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. These people are. Damn it, that's the painting my parents were sucked into. Douche said, "Hey, isn't that Vincent van Gogh's painting? Is that a relic? It's supposed to be in the Netherlands, right?" A woman suddenly did some very cute things. "Julian, how dare you blame me?" "Oh, so it's you, General. Why do you think I'm blaming you? I've never bullied anyone, so how could that be? Are you trying to slander me? Where's the proof?" "I don't have any proof." End of Part 1. Part 2. Just letting the world know the daily life of a general. I'm not at fault in this matter either. Even if I didn't expose everything, sooner or later, karma would have gotten you. Xia was so angry she was grinding her teeth. You think I'll fall just because of a few things like this? Anyway, Julian, not to be outdone, retorted. "So, what are you going to do to me now that you've lost everything?" KZ said, "I'll make you take responsibility for this. Don't forget the Hilton family is in my hands. Hand over the relic you just got and Aisling Hilton. If not, you'll see how the Hilton family dies." Aisling from behind said, "Julian, don't worry. I'm here. It's okay. If you're so tough, then try it." Xia was so angry that blood rushed her head. She said, "You dog. The Hilton parents are in this painting. Don't think I'm joking." "Is that so? Are you sure?" Kezia immediately ordered, "Take the two from the Hilton family out and kill them." The soldier beside her immediately obeyed. Suddenly, she heard the panicked voice of the soldier. "Ah, impossible. This I don't see them in the painting, General." "What did you say?" "They've both disappeared. They're not here anymore. Help!" Then she angrily shouted, "Julian, what did you do? Zhu Hian suddenly burst out laughing. He said there was no way he would tell her. It's an internal secret. Sia said, "You bastard." Then used a relic. A purple circle suddenly appeared around Julian, sucking him in. All of them. Damn it. I should have done this from the beginning. Dukkha looked at his body in panic. My body is being sucked in. Suddenly, a golden protective layer appeared, shielding all of them. Sia was surprised. What? The relic suddenly lost control. Ah, it's back to normal. Julian laughed and said, it's back to normal. Thanks to you, I'm alive, Aisling. Aisling was angry, her eyes glowing gold. She said, "How dare you take my parents hostage?" Julian said, "Let me handle these people. You go save your parents first." A system panel appeared, announcing, "The bankruptcy relic is reacting to the user's emotional changes. Destruction is being enhanced." Julian grabbed George's sleeve and said, "Hey, let's go." But the worried man said, "Julian," blocking George's words, "you're worried about the wrong person. Your sister is not simple." Aisling firmly said, "I will end everything here with you." Sia looked amused. "Oh, what did you eat for breakfast?" Aisling used the power of the patient. He said to himself, "I will never forgive you and everything will end right here." Sia has said contemptuously, "Forgive me? Talk less. You're all talk, kid. It seems you have a very useful relic." Sia used her power to create a "but don't be too smug. If you oppose me, then there's no other way. Don't do it." She shot a powerful arrow towards Aisling, creating an explosion. It was incredibly large with smoke and dust everywhere. The soldier beside her wondered, General, aren't you going to capture that girl alive? She could be dangerous later. We shouldn't let this drag on. Besides, she's alone now, so it's to our advantage. Suddenly, the soldier beside her said, "General, over there." She was completely unharmed. It seems Xia was happy. Too soon. Hello and see you again. My turn. The place where the two women's fierce battle took place was marked by continuous large explosions and fires raging everywhere. At this moment, Julian was driving to a safe place. George worriedly asked, "Is my sister really going to be okay?" "It's fine." "Don't you trust your sister?" "Help me." "But what if I say it's not okay?" "Then if you want to go back, what can you do when you can't use a relic?" Hearing Zhu Hian say that, he was speechless. Zhu Hian continued, "All right, you don't have to worry. I mean, your sister is stronger than you think. We're almost there. Get ready to see your parents again. It's nothing." Hyun Nim and another person were carrying the relic tree. "Boss, isn't this a hotel? Is it okay for us to come in like this?" "No problem. I've bought a unit here. Let's go." Hyun was surprised. "What?" He walked into a room. A foul smell emanated strongly. The man shouted, "Dad, Mom." Julian Hyun ordered Hyun Nim, "Go to get the cloth and fruit from that tree and bring them here." Hyun Nim held his nose and said, Okay, I'm going." I should have handled in stages, but there was no time. He squeezed the juice from the fruit with force and then into the old man's mouth on the bed. Immediately, his body glowed and gradually returned to its original state. "The recovery speed is too fast," asked. Zhu Hyun said it still wasn't enough for Mr. Hilton. "There's still Mrs. Hilton. Just do as I just did." George nodded and replied, Yes, I understand." Hyun Nim was amazed. "This tree is amazing." The tree let out a cry. "Don't touch me, human." Mr. Hilton gradually regained consciousness. He struggled to sit up and asked, "Where am I? What happened to me?" Zhu Haiyan replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Hilton, you're much healthier now." "Dad, Mom. Mom. Mom, can you hear me? She'll wake up soon." "Alright, I'll go back and get Aisling. You stay here and take care of your mother." "Hey, are you going alone? Be careful." "Thank you sincerely." Julian turned his head back and said, "Alright, I'm leaving now." Although Aisling is stronger, she still can't control that power. "Well, in my previous life, I had a very difficult time killing her." The system panel displayed a notification. The bankruptcy relic and the war relic are nearby. "Oh, so she's around here." Ducha pointed in a certain direction and said, "Ah, look over there, boss. This place has completely turned into a sea of fire." Julian got out of the car and said, "We'll take the car from here. This battle is terrifying. There are many more terrifying things. Unfortunately, you can't retreat anymore." Normally, coming to a dangerous place like this, you can only feel fear, a shadow of a person. Layer upon layer appeared in the smoke and dust. Dukkha was a little scared and said, "Boss, that is." It turned out to be Aisling. She called out Zhu Haiyan's name. "Luckily, you're still okay." Ducha said, "You scare me half to death." Aisling said, "Kezia suddenly disappeared. We were fighting and then she just vanished." "Did she run away?" "A woman like that is definitely not one to run away. That proves that the war relic is still nearby." He let out a smirk, a smile, and said, "Her risk might have been activated." Aisling wondered, "Risk?" "She has the Semet relic, the goddess of destruction in Egyptian mythology. The other goddess of destruction is Hatherther, also known as the goddess of love. Following this logic, the relics have undergone a transformation. I was notified that it was nearby, but I couldn't find it. There must have been some change here. Maybe we can take this opportunity to gain an advantage over her. But finding her in this neighborhood is not simple. But there will be a way to find her easily." Elsewhere, a strange worm-like creature was crawling on the ground. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. It turned out this was Xia's transformed state. She said, "Damn it. Did I use too much power? So, the risk came too quickly. So, this is the risk this time. I can't see anything. My body can't move. If they catch us in this state, we're in big trouble." Dude Shiha walked past Xia, who was in a form of a worm. He asked, "Boss, I found this. Is it a relic?" Then he held up the relic painting. Julian said, "So, you wandered around just to get this?" "I felt like I needed this, so I went looking for it. That's what they left behind when they disappeared. Although it's a relic, it's a very famous painting by Goth." Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Dukkha was talking when Zhu Haiyan reached out and tore off a piece of the painting. Ducha was both angry and crying, saying, "Ah, what the hell are you doing? It's a beautiful painting in a limited edition. And it's also a relic. The purification map. I disguised it as a notebook. It's a very useful thing. Now tell me where the owner of this relic is." Xi suddenly felt danger approaching. Then she heard a familiar voice. "What is this?" Julian approached with a dangerous smile and said, "Really? I can't believe I caught you, General." Julian picked up the white worm. It wriggled and lay comfortably in his palm. Ducha asked, skeptically, "It's just a worm." Zhu Haiyan confidently said that Xia was definitely inside. She just changed her form. "First of all, we won thanks to you and I also saved your parents, so don't worry about anything." He turned and said to Irene Hilton. She was happily excited. "Really? Thank you, Zhu Hai. I really don't know how to thank you. It was a right thing to do. We were just helping each other out. It's nothing. Julian replied cheerfully. After the battle ended, New York became peaceful. George and Mrs. Howell said they would gather at the mansion to hold a celebration party. As for Julian, he still had some things to deal with regarding Xia. He drove a black car on the road with Du Cha in the back. Dutch Chia, while working, wondered why he wanted to create a copy of the original painting. Julian turned his head back and urged Du Chia on because it was still useful. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up. Oh, and can you make a copy with the same function as the real one? He asked. Du Cha frowned and replied, very similar. I often use it to scam people like you, so I'm very familiar with this. At this moment, Zhu Haiyan was extremely tense with the goal of taking down Xia as soon as possible. Finally, they all arrived. This is the second Hilton mansion. This place is rarely used, so it's not very tidy yet. Is that a problem? The bodyguard asked. Julian happily said. No problem. I don't plan on staying long anyway. Zhu Haiyan opened the door and stepped inside. Dutch Ha holding a painting followed behind, marveling at the house. Julian reminded him to go to any room and get to work and to finish the copy as soon as possible, not to stand there rambling. Ducha sadly obeyed, took the painting and quickly went to work. At this moment, Julian, a small box containing Xia with a purpose of reducing her dominance ability. Come out here. You have to be punished for what you've done. Zhu Hai poured the worm onto the ground. Thank you for watching and subscribing to the channel. Xia was now just a tiny useless worm. She thought to herself, you bastard. Who do you think you're punishing? You think I'll be in this state forever? I'll be back. I've thought a lot about how to torture you. You can't do anything as just a worm. He happily opened a bottle of wine. Well, then let's see if aged worm confirm wine is any good. Julian smiled sinisterly as he picked up Xia and dropped it into the wine bottle. He sealed the wine bottle tightly and enthusiastically shook it like this. Has never been shaken. Xia then here in the form of a helpless worm. She spun wildly in the wine bottle, screaming, ah! This is too much alcohol. At this moment, the system displayed a series of notifications. The goddess of war is feeling dizzy. The power of the goddess of war is weakening. The spirit of the goddess of war is significantly decreasing. Finally, Code Julian stopped. According to mythology, humanity rebelled against the sun god Ra. Then Ra sent Sekhmet down. Sekh was so cruel that humanity was in danger of extinction. God Ra, seeing things getting out of control, secretly poured a large amount of vodka on the battlefield. Sekhmet, thinking it was human blood, drank it, got drunk, and was given a new name, Hathor, the goddess of love. Humanity escaped destruction. Because of these anecdotes, these relics are also affected and vulnerable to alcohol. In his previous life, Julian also used this method often. Julian sat down on the sofa waiting and wondering. Clearly, it should have a certain taste, but Xia is still alive. She's still wriggling in the wine bottle. Is it because she changed into this form? In another room, Yuha was creating a copy of the original paintings in his studio. This was the core condition for the plan to be effective this time. Finally, Duke Shah finished. He brought the painting over to announce. Zhu Haiyan was lying on the sofa. I'm glad you finished in time. He stretched and sat up, saying, it's probably almost time, Julian. Dush asked, huh? Almost time for what? Zhu Haiyan looked around, making Duchan nervous. What is it? What's going on? Are you talking about me? He just looked and judged that Xi's men had probably surrounded this house. What is it? What should we do? Hearing this, Dukiha became even more restless. Julian calmly said, no, I intentionally attracted their attention. I left many clues for them before we came home. He examined the painting and asked, "This is a copy, right?" Dookie has still wondered why Ju Hyan did that. Ju Hyan explained further, "Just eliminating her doesn't mean the risk is gone. We need to clear her remaining chess pieces. Only this way can we completely eliminate our enemy." Outside, KZ's henchmen quickly broke into the house. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. That's why Juyin used Xia as bait to lure them in. At this moment, they all pointed their guns at Juyin and ordered him to freeze. "Where did you hide, General Xia?" Ducha flustered, raised his hands and said, "Hey, calm down. Have some tea." Xia in the wine bottle heard this sound and recognized her own people. The soldiers menacingly threatened, "Hand her over to us. Don't need to fire a warning shot at your feet." Juyin held out his hands calmly and said, "Calm down. I'll cooperate." Xi had desperately tried to shake the bottle on the table to get help. He turned and saw the bottle shaking. Quick, he picked up a bottle and said, "I hope we can resolve this peacefully. And I'll give you this bottle of wine. Go." As he took it, Juyin threw the wine bottle containing Xia straight at the soldiers. The bottle hit the soldiers, fell to the ground, and shattered. Xia on the ground pointed at Juyin. "You bastard. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. I helped your general relax in the wine. No need to thank me. Wine made from such large worms is very precious." Juyin taunted. The soldiers enraged stomped Xia flat and shouted, "You bastard. Are you messing with us? Hand Xia over to us now." The soldiers stomped on her, feeling the worm was both soft and hard. Xia was crushed flat and screamed helplessly. At this moment, the system announced that the relic user was injured. Dominance was shaken. The war relic is temporarily unusable. Measure. The subordinates who had crushed Xia began to break down. "You bastards. Who dares to step on me? I am your general, you fools. The target's dominance has been temporarily reduced." As soon as the notification finished, Juyin quickly pulled the cloth covering the painting. All the soldiers were sucked into the painting. This is the Starry Night painting by Goth. He painted to suck everything in to complete a perfect picture. "Stop it, Juyin. You bastard. Let us out, you dog." All of Xia's henchmen were sucked into the painting, screaming. "How does it feel to be inside your own relic?" Zhu Hyan looked with satisfaction at the soldiers trapped in the painting. "You stupid fools." At this point, Xia had returned to her human form, towering and furious. "Get out." A soldier fearfully explained, "General, why are you here? It's not like that. If not you guys, then who?" Xia flew into a rage and beat the soldiers to a pulp. After taking out her anger, Xia ordered her soldiers to find a coordinate point to escape this relic. Not letting Xia escape so easily, Johayan and Shahai drew ugly things on the painting. At this moment, some owls appeared in the painting. Monsters obstructing Xia. Xia has found it. He quickly reached for the black spot, but couldn't escape. It's useless. There's no way to escape. Give up. Should I start to? Still not moving an inch, Johayan looked at the door and replied. Xia and her people were continuously tortured for their sins. Finally, Ko Julian also got some useful information. With nothing left to ask, he took the painting and set it on fire. Xia, seeing this, panicked. Didn't you say you'd let us out of this damn painting if you got the information? What were you expecting? You think I'd save you? If I saved you, it would only cause more trouble. Julian mercilessly burned the painting. The demon Xia looked on with hateful eyes. Sleep well, General. No, don't. A tragic scream echoed. The painting has been completely burnt. that is the end of the war, King. Currently, all media channels are reporting the following news. Recently, there have been many controversies surrounding the disappearance of General Xia. In addition, all key TSLF officers under the general's command have also gone missing. No traces were left behind, making it difficult for the investigation teams. Zhu Haiyan laid back, happily listening to the news. He was currently on vacation on a cruise ship. This place is beautiful, boss. What should we do here? What do you think of this place about the party on the Hilton's yacht? Dude Cha sat on a chair and asked excitedly. Mr. and Mrs. Hilton came over to Julian and said, it's all thanks to Julian. I'm sorry that my family has caused you so much trouble. Julian happily said he was just doing what he should. But don't do that. Just say what you want. George Hogan, I will do my best to help you, Mr. Hogan said, wanting to express his heartfelt gratitude. Julian smiled and frankly stated his business proposal. Mr. Hogan, Mr. Hilton asked curiously. Could you elaborate, Julian? Don't be shy. You're our benefactor, Mr. Hilton said enthusiastically. Julian continued, I have some useful artifacts. I want to turn them into products and sell them. A typical example is the fruit of that almond tree. You already know its effect. That's one example. Not just that. There are also items from the tea tree that have a wonderful taste. And if we continue to excavate, there will be more artifacts, relics, and more that could be used as supplies. And I also know a very good manager, Julian shared. Mr. Hilton, after hearing this, felt very interested and was ready to help him anytime. And he asked Julian what he wanted to name his company. Julian took off his glasses, thought for a moment, and said a name. Greed. As soon as he finished speaking, a talking crow suddenly flew over. It emitted a very strange relic energy. Irene Hilton once felt the strange relic of this friend. Quickly, she brought a weapon for Julian. Suddenly, a spell was cast. Corrupted text. The crow felt the power of Aisling Hilton. Then suddenly she shot out sparks, causing Irene Hilton to scream in pain. The bankruptcy relic is out of control. Irene, what's wrong, my dear? Mrs. Hilton ran to her side worriedly. The crow said, I didn't think you had such a strong ally. Zhu Haiyan was surprised to realize. It's you again. You've been following me for a long time. The crow said this was the first time he had met them. Julian pointed at the crow and warned, all right, next time don't appear like that. Everyone, don't be scared. It won't hurt anyone. Everyone, go to the dining hall first. He turned and reassured everyone. Mr. Hilton found it strange and asked, what is that thing? He replied that it was just something that likes to stalk and follow others. The crow was skeptical. It's a stalker. Zhu Haiyan said the crow had always been like that. The crow had no choice but to accept it. He asked the crow why it appeared here. The crow acted dangerous and said, human, you're doing very well. You are very smart in handling things, but in the end, you're just a stinky shit. If you want to lecture me, do another time. If you have no business, then leave. Julian glared back. The crow, unconcerned, continued. I have nothing to say to you. I came here to see your face. Besides, the relics out there are paying attention to you. Julian crossed his arms and replied. Last time, the Azure Dragon map also said something similar about the relics, about the rumor being spread that I'm a target that must be eliminated. The crow admitted that was true. He continued. They also say you're a crow that eats its own kind. However, it also benefits you on the path to unifying the relics and you won't be affected by them, the crow replied. Zhu Haiyan also had to admit. The crow continued. Relics always see humans as enemies in particular. I came here to tell you your enemies are paying attention to you. Among those relic users, there are some who trapped me before. So be careful. The recent movements of the relics are very unusual. The dungeons will once again escape from that very place to find you. The crow warned Julian. He laughed with great amusement. Why worry about a little dirt? The crow flapped its wings and flew into the sky, not forgetting to remind Julian. Be strong, human. You must be careful. I happened to pick this up on the crowd. This is for you. As it flew away, the crow dropped something for Julian. He asked me, what is this? The crow was adamant with Julian that this would help him. Then it flew straight up into the sky. Every time I want to say something, it just leaves. Julian watched as the crow flew far away. At this time at the mansion, they all met Mr. Shell, the director, and the princess of the Hilton family. Hey, Mr. Edward, don't you see me? Dude Cha exclaimed when he saw him, ignoring him. Mr. Edward slowly took a sip of his wine. Do I know you? Julian cheerfully went to greet Mr. Edward. He had come here early to get information and see what was happening. Julian wondered and asked him if he had found out anything yet. Hey, get lost. I don't know much. But there will be chaos because everyone is pulling together a group to enter the tomb. Pandora is doing the same thing. They're short on manpower. Maybe this is the purpose of this party. The relics are gradually increasing. I think this is a natural phenomenon, he said with a thoughtful look. Ha ha. Is our director also joining them? Some woo. He happily took a sip of wine and asked. Julian was certain that he would not join any team. Edward reminded him to look around. As soon as the issue wasn't about the tomb, many people became interested in you. A lot of girls around were looking at you. Suddenly, a handsome blonde blue-eyed man approached. He struck up a conversation with Julian. You must be the famous Julian. I've heard about your abilities. I'm one of the party organizers, and I wanted to say hello to you. I'm Austin Rockefeller. Dush was surprised to meet Austin Rockefeller, a famous star in person. Kojian wondered who Austin Rockefeller was. Alan Hilton added that Austin Rockefeller's talents were extraordinary, writing books, acting in movies, and even performing music. As Austin Rockefeller walked by, all eyes and admiration were on him, but Julian sensed that this was no simple man. He didn't feel any relic energy, but Julian was certain Austin Rockefeller was hiding it. Ha! I thought I'd greet you normally, but I didn't expect it to be this noisy. I'm very happy to meet you. The man came over and wanted to shake Julian's hand. Suddenly, I'm very happy. Suddenly, Duke Chiha cut in, holding a notebook in front of Austin Rockefeller, hoping for his autograph. Austin Rockefeller took a pen from his pocket, ready to sign for Dukkha. In his heart, Austin Rockefeller celebrated, "Ha, you gave me a chance to use my relic. You'll be surprised by this relic. With this relic, I will turn you into my fan. Me and you'll become my slave." As soon as he finished signing, Ducha tore the notebook much to Austin Rockefeller's astonishment. Dude Cha, unable to control his own body, shouted, "Wow, my body is moving on its own. This feeling I really want autograph." Don't tell me, boss. Dush suspected. Realizing something, he turned and saw Julian tapping on his phone. The 26 foolish. Crazy men tearing up another fan's autograph. Hey, you're right. It's the Psycho Pit 10 relic. Damn, I don't know. I'll tear up all the signatures here. Dukkha madly rushed into the crowd and started tearing things. Taking this opportunity, Julian quickly took Austin Rockefeller's pen, saying that, "I can't believe you're using such a common skill. If you use it incorrectly, the relic will kill you." You said relic. I don't feel any relic energy. He was surprised by Julian's words. You cleverly hid it. You're really talented, but when you used the relic, the energy leak was too small, but I still noticed. Julian replied with a smile. Subscribe to the Law School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. He also reminded him that if this was a valuable relic, he shouldn't use it for fighting. Austin Rockefeller, seeing his relic taken, angrily scolded. "Why did you dare to destroy my relic? What are you talking about? That's clearly a fabrication." From the beginning, Julian had recognized this man. His name was Rockefeller. He was from a wealthy American conglomerate. Like the Koreans, the Rockefellers are a family that supports relic users. They have great potential. They can even create an artificial king. The war god Xia also works for them. They also have close ties with Pandora, whom Julian despises. Besides, the man in front of him can eliminate those who lack the potential to become king. It's better for Julian to get away from Austin Rockefeller right now. He's also destroyed his relic. But this is strange. In his past life, the user of the relic, it wasn't a man, but a female actress. In addition, he can reduce the relic's energy, but cannot hide it. The future may change, but Julian doesn't care. This bastard. Let's see how I deal with you. Austin Rockefeller was about to pull something out of his jacket, when suddenly a group of reporters holding cameras pointed them at Austin Rockefeller, bombarding him with questions. "Can you show everyone how to use the relics? Is it like in a Pandora organization? What kind of relics do you usually use?" At this point, Julian in the crowd teased him. "You're a celebrity, but you're afraid of cameras. Is that true? Shut up. I'll definitely teach you a lesson." You Rockefeller was furious. Julian didn't stop, but continued sinisterly. "You can speak clearly. I'm also curious. What relic do you use? Is it possible you're using relics that you cannot speak of?" Interview. The documentarian hearing this also asked skeptically, "Is that so, bro?" "That's a complete lie," he replied irritably. Scared, Julian casually said, "I'm not a celebrity. It doesn't matter how I'm slandered. You're truly shameless," Austin Rockefeller retorted. Suddenly, in the party hall, an announcement began. "All right, let's begin the meeting." More and more people are dying due to the appearance of the holy tombs. Our organization has established temporary shelters and provided relief supplies. Zhu Haiyan immediately recognized this voice. The man speaking on the podium was Julian Miller. Julian Miller. When he was under Julian, they both had similar roles. If Julian was Old Kwan's right hand, then Julian Miller was his left. He has the root relic, which can see through and retrieve information from tombs. With this information, the team devised a solution and implemented it perfectly. However, unfortunately, the two were not compatible. There was a huge argument between them before when they were working together as a team. Julian didn't want to remember that fight, and his goal in coming here was not to confront him. The information provided by the Jujikard relic is not unique either. Julian also has 15 years of past life experience and help from the Crow. But the reason Julian came to this party was because of Julian Miller. Julian waved goodbye and left Austin Rockefeller surrounded by reporters. The person who sent the party invitation was Old Kwan, so he must be around here. Zhu Haiyan will not let Julian Miller work for Old Kwan, and certainly not the others related to Pandora. Zhu Haiyan hated the old man. So he came here with the intention of destroying all of Old Kwan's plans. The hall was packed with reporters, notebooks in hand, cameras aimed at the stage. On it, Miller was disseminating the content of the press conference about the charity issue. He affirmed, from now on, charitable activities will be carried out. "I hope everyone present here will join hands and donate." As Miller finished his speech, applause erupted, signaling the end of the meeting. In a corner, Julian looked towards the stage deep in thought. The meeting is over. I can't let old Kwon talk to Miller now. But beyond Jian's expectations, the reporters wanted to get more juicy information called Kwon and Miller over. This indirectly created an opportunity for Kwon to chat with Miller. We're from Chairman Kwon's side. Mr. Miller, please wait. Please give your opinion on joining the TKBM group. Was Kwon like? He turned and exclaimed, "Ha, why are you leaving in such a hurry?" Thanks. Thanks for the speech. Give me a moment to say hello first. And expressed that he would pay a price for him to gladly come and work for him. Your presentation was very persuasive. You don't have to worry about money if you work for me. Miller thanked him for the address. The offer made Ju Hyun on the side very surprised. What does this mean? Attitude. The harmony between Kwon and Miller as they shook hands in front of the reporters. He had clearly talked about joining TKBM before the briefing. He had persuaded Miller from the beginning. Actually, episode. Damn that stinking old geyser. Julian just thought to himself. He took out his phone and typed a message. No matter how much the future changes, old Kwon is still the chairman. His face looking at the screen seemed to be calculating something. He finished composing the message. And to protect the message, Julian decisively pressed send. Yuya and the man in the white suit received Ko Juno's message. Oh, this is a letter from the boss. Do you have a notification? From CEO Juno. Although I don't know why. If the boss assigns it, we have to do it. The man in the suit quickly laughed. Yujia told Irene, wait a minute. I'll be right back. After hearing Irene say yes, he followed behind the man over here. Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman Kwon. Still caught up in an interview with reporters. It is said that he has donated a lot of money to an orphanage to commemorate his collaboration with Miller. There are even rumors that Professor Jean Richard has donated his paintings. It is said that he donated his paintings to an orphanage to commemorate his collaboration with Miller. It is said that he donated his paintings. It is said that he donated his paintings. A reporter mentioned his name and Jean Richard immediately asked who said that. The reporter explained that because he had donated his latest work, it might be used for donation. Another person wanted to know about the latest painting. A barrage of questions came, making Jean Richard sweat. He was unprepared and didn't know how to answer. He forced a smile, denied everything, and made the excuse that Pandora was busy, so he had no time. However, no way. Richard said that, and then CEO Jun immediately interrupted, exposing his lies. He said in front of the reporters that this was ridiculous because it wasn't that Jean Richard didn't have time, but because he couldn't copy anyone else anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Gon Richard angrily shouted Ko Junwon's name. Turning straight around, seeing Yugaha and Eward Zing, Richard couldn't help but be shocked. He asked them why they were here. Then Miller cut in and questioned Zing Richard if the reason he was busy was because of Pandora, which was why he couldn't draw. His serious demeanor made Zing Richard tense. Shura Jun smiled faintly and asked if Miller hadn't heard the rumor. The next words of his made Zing Richard freeze. A sharp accusation aimed straight at him. Zing Richard was accused by some people of stealing ideas and turning them into his own work. When he heard, having realized that, some reporters also expressed their doubts. Losing control when suddenly attacked, Jean Richard shouted at the reporters that it was just a fabrication and they shouldn't pay attention to its meaninglessness. Yun Duka crossed his arms and sternly demanded he prove it by creating a new work. Prove you're not a fraud with your drawing ability. Richard angrily said, you fool. Using his teacher's authority to threaten him, saying he was being ungrateful. I'm not sure you can do it. With a sharp response, Yuji also spoke loudly with his own reasoning. He angrily questioned Jean Richard why he used a relic to steal his ideas and make them his own. He had no right to be Yuji's teacher. So how could he say he was ungrateful? The reporter who was present, as if they had caught a juicy story, continuously urged each other to take pictures and write articles about the news they had just heard. Julian on the side sneered at Jean Richard's madness. Doesn't he want to live under the media's scrutiny anymore? At that moment, provoked by hitting a nerve, Jean Richard rushed at Yuji, asking if he wanted to die. Back off, Yuji fought back against his anger. He also said he didn't want to die. He continued to aim the arrow of public opinion at Jean Richard, saying he would not be a victim anymore. He was not afraid. And challenged him to do whatever he wanted. Jean Richard rushed at Yuji even more, asking if he could go home safely after saying those words. In front of the chaotic scene, the reporters scrambled to take pictures. Over here, Julian advised Miller not to get involved with those people. There were a lot of problems and they were all victims of Gone Richard. Miller was silent when he heard those words. So, Juno said, especially the terrifying Chairman Quan, who has the conquest relic and always forces others to obey him. Then he hinted, probing Miller. Could it be that you're also a victim of Quan? He remembered the time he was suddenly forced to sign a contract. Quan became furious when he was accused. He denied it and claimed it was a lie. He did not use the relic on Miller and argued that it was a relic that could not be used secretly. Currently in that life, Miller trembled as he remembered. He said that when he was forced to sign the contract, he saw a lot of energy emanating from him. Chairman Quan quickly said no, and Julian thought he definitely didn't use it because if he had, the party would have collapsed. He quickly sought help from Edward, a relic merchant, for assurance. Quantum demanded he stop being silent and tell everyone the truth wasn't like that. However, Edward ignored Chairman Quan, which angered him, and he declared he would not cooperate with Edward if he continued with such actions. But Edward sarcastically replied to Chairman Quan that when he was kicked out onto the street, there was not a single word of inquiry. Yes. In another corner, IWC was trying to get Miller out of this mess, reasoning that it was too noisy to talk. However, Miller coldly said that no need because this noise is caused by them and I don't want to talk about it anymore. Love you. Corrupted text. The CSU was confused by his words. He tried to ask for the reason again. Chairman Quan on the side also became impatient thinking Miller believed those people's words. He threatened that he would regret that decision. He looked back with a sharp gaze. One has no right to decide this. So then he shifted his thoughts to Julian. The man was surrounded by a halo and he wondered what it was. Miller coldly left. He didn't care anymore. Quan still tried to hold on, shouting that Miller couldn't go. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Julian saw this and smiled triumphantly. Chairman Quan has lost an important person. It's not the same. His anger exploded in a wave of power that surrounded Chairman Quan. He shouted, "Julian is a bastard." The dark gray sky rumbled with thunder. A straight punch into the hall. A large hole was punched in the ceiling with bricks and stones, raining down. Everyone panicked and scrambled to run. Run! His eyes turned purple as he growled, threatening, "Juhaeon, there's no way out." Don't worry. Yunio fearfully tried to stop him. If you use the relic, it will cause a lot of damage. But Chairman Quan didn't care. He couldn't suppress his anger anymore. Julian, seeing this, further provoked him to go all out because I'm much stronger than before when he has no plan to deal with it. He won't have a plan to deal with it. A blond man in a blue suit stepped forward to intervene. He requested Chairman Quan to please wait and asked to be allowed to handle Julian. We advise that if the chairman uses the relic, it will collapse this place and at the same time create ill will with the other administrators of Pandora. And there's one more reason. He has a personal grudge against Julian that needs to be settled once and for all. At this, Quan agreed. The blonde guy just waiting for this flared up and asked Julian if he was ready for the show. He unbuttoned his outer jacket and took out something. A red-covered book with a mysterious source of energy. Julian smiled sarcastically, then drew his sword and said, "Shall we play with our feelings?" "You foolish guy. If you use a mental attack, I'll do the same." Seeing this, he couldn't help but panic. "Wait, why did you draw your sword? You'll kill these people. The people here might obstruct your company. They have no reason to. You don't need to worry. Just watch. Because this is a mental attack with just a simple slash." But Julian seemed to have created an illusory attack, making the gentle young man. The blonde couldn't help but tremble in fear. "No. Why? What's wrong with me? It's not cut, but it's not cut. But I feel a lot of pain and my skin is torn." Ju-hyun burst out laughing. "Damn it. It's so funny seeing you look like you've peed your pants. Out of your mind. How embarrassing." The blonde young man enraged said, "Did you give me a hallucination? Wife, not just you. I'm doing it to everyone here just now." The others present at the confrontation. The party guests screamed in pain one after another. He continued, "I can make everyone see the horror of the dark battlefield. You're not the only one who knows how to use mental attacks. Anyway, why? I will use this relic successfully." The blonde-haired youth was now trembling with anger. "You bastard. In the time it takes to resist my relic, you must be from now on this relic. It's mine." Sparks flew off the electronic book as a national system appeared right before his eyes. This relic still has an owner. It cannot be used. It requires the owner's dominant guardianship. Possession. Hey, you vomited everything, but you're still alive. Idiot. Fool. Don't you know it's not good to take someone's relic? With that, the blonde youth controlled the relic. "Come back here to me." It seems he was a step too slow. Suddenly, a rope from the left shot out from Julian's sleeve and wrapped tightly around the young man's neck. "Don't do it. Annoy the master." Julian at this point could only helplessly explain. "I didn't call it. It tied you up on its own." At this moment, the dominance has decreased. The dominance has decreased. The dominance has decreased. I think the air in your house will be better. You should leave this place soon. Yes. Now go. The book will come. The book in Julian's hand suddenly felt something wasn't right. This is strange. The master's dominance is decreasing. The system continued to chime with notifications. The master's dominance power is decreasing to rank B. The owner has lost contact with her Bexa. Now, let's see how far I can go. The book in his hand wanted to resist but couldn't. Ha! Who are you, you bastard? Scared. Julian couldn't help but think, I'm dominating it. At this rate, it seems possible. My dominance power has increased a lot. The second time before, my arm was broken when I tried to master the Mas Simeon relic, but I don't think I'll lose to this SS rank relic. My book is my song. Showed an arrogant expression. Weak power. You are just a human. The young man could. The blonde man standing nearby was writhing. You bastard. What are you doing in my bed? Untie me. Rope. You're just a relic. Low rank. I'll show you my dominance power. Obey me. Yes, that's how it happened. Now it's choking him. The rope broke, still stubbornly wrapped tightly around his neck. Hey, Dia! Suddenly, a woman appeared out of nowhere and cut the rope. Ah, damn. It was cut. I was cut. It hurts. It hurts so much, master. It hurts. It hurts. Zu-hyun couldn't help but you're not allowed to destroy other people's relics, young man. The blonde man hearing this retorted, you just stole and destroyed my relic. That's because you started it. Anyway, I've completely dominated this relic. Everyone could do something for me. Our duel is over. I'm leaving. You should enjoy this party. He immediately ordered his men to capture Jian. You bastard. Stop. Very good. Catch him. I'm not one of your men. I have a lot of time to play with you. With that, he threw a smoke bomb towards the two of them. He ran towards Dutch Ha and the old man, saying, "Hey, let's go." I prepared an escape route. Bested first. We need to find Irene and then we'll leave. All right. Zhu Haiyan suddenly noticed Miller, the handsome young man. The man in glasses just now remembered. You're the one from before. The party is over. Come with me. Can I? Relics to escape from here. He was a little hurt. I'm suspicious. How can I trust you? You're the reason the party is in chaos. And Julian also secretly admitted, although your mouth isn't very nice, you're right. This is business. After all, I've always helped you. Now, if I wanted to do something to you, why would I offer to escape together? Why couldn't I help you? Why did you help me again? I didn't miss it. Maybe we had a close relationship in a past life. At New York, Julian's private company, Grandma. The Pandora party ended in chaos. 80 people were injured, 300 others were slightly injured, and many others were reported missing. Corrupted text accusations that Pandora was a warmonger, but Pandora explained that the person who caused the riot was not a member of Pandora. There was no way to quell the spread of criticism. Miss Jin sat on a chair giggling and said, "It's troublesome for me if you're still okay, Pandora." She walked away, came and asked if he had interfered with the party and if everything was okay. He replied that everything was fine. Everything was according to plan. He also received a relic as a reward, which was great. He usually thought, with this relic in my hand, their chairman's seat is still empty. The future king will surely be different from before, and Qilong is also dead. More and more things are different from the past. Zhu Haiyan put down his beer can and thought to himself. The information I have from the past 15 years will be limited from now on. Those are all the lessons. It's time to be careful. This is faster than I thought. A voice rang out. Boss, help me. He looked and saw his dude, Sha. He asked. What's wrong? He pointed at the bloody rope. It's broken. I was trying to fix it, but there's something very strange. He said. Seriously, here, this isn't the first time. But he emphasized again. I want you to be careful. He asked. What's strange? He replied. No, it's fine now. Why try to touch it? Come back here. Observing the rope, he commented. It seems normal to me. Douche said. Wow, really? It's really? What are you laughing at? Try to approach the rope. You'll be fine. But this rope will be abandoned. After trying again, he excitedly wrapped it around his neck. It shouted, Don't cause trouble for my master. He explained, No, I just want to fix you. He lost control. He looked away. Boss is still shouting. Be careful. He looked at the current situation, sweating. This is very strange. What did you say? I command the rope to come here. The rope replied, Yes, master. The rope. He was very happy to wrap himself around him. What can I do, boss? He asked, Why won't you let me fix you? You're broken. It's so beautiful. He replied, Sir, I'm in a strange mood. He asked me, What is it? The rope suddenly glowed. The rope has achieved a new accomplishment. There has been a change in the rope's body. Possession. Ju Hyan was excited. The rope is evolving. A new achievement does not follow the dominance of the masters. Hey, he was surprised. What? He remembered that time when Joker tried to dominate it and attack him. The rope is a relic with no specific owner. It should have been dominated back and attack me, but has no mode. It refused. This achievement seems to belong to the rope. You are now a rare B class. Proficiency 0%. Rank has been gifted. The rope has changed. The 1/1 each relic, the power of the relic has increased. He looked at the rope, thinking beside it. See you again in the next videos. I feel very good. The two of them were surprised. What happened? He said this was the first time he had seen a relic evolve. It was a one-time thing, an ownerless relic, he said. He said, first, we need to make an oath. The rope quickly wrapped around his face and said, yes, master. Contract is executed. He was shocked. It's extraordinary. It doesn't need to be repaired anymore, but there's a risk when it becomes an attribute relic. It said, sir, look at my new skin. There's a lot of information about it on here. The panel shows the risk praise. He wondered. He said, it looks like a mastiff. What does he mean by that? I think all relics have strange risks. For example, a rope, a relic that wraps around its owner. He replied, no, this is just a common case, right? Is also the rope wrapped around him. He opened the panel to look. It contained the content. Received the title Relic Trainer. Increased compatibility with all relics. Ability to use available relics up to 90% increased relic storage. He said because it's related to talent. I understand. He said this is we will unlock them so they can hit the jackpot. If other relics can evolve, we will win. We have to research the development of relics. Pandora Headquarters. The chaos from this party was a huge loss for Pandora. So a meeting was in progress. The blonde man said a product from a group within Pandora had created a radar with special performance. The Pandora system has successfully scanned all participant statistics. Through this we can find out that we can see the user's information and planned achievements is to attract neutral relic users to Pandora and we recruit them. But dinner. The party has ended and was interrupted. Someone suggested, but we don't have a word. We can throw a party. Another matter, Blondie. But we don't have much time left. Someone asked, what do you mean we don't have much time? He said that. He explained that some tombs have already appeared. Exactly. 7 tombs will appear sooner. The size and danger of these 7 tombs are different from the previous ones. At the same time, powerful and rare relics will also appear here. According to the predictions of the Pandora Relic users, those who start using the Pandora Relic will be able to create more beautiful images. The government that conquers this world will change the world. That's why we have to attack these tombs no matter how dangerous. The person said, I'll go. The man beside him said, yes, really. I'm doubting my own abilities. The person on the throne said, I'll go. But someone else said, that's why we need more manpower for this. Even though the plan is to get it, the strong as soon as possible. That's a big problem. Anyone have an idea? Someone raised their hand. I'll spend a lot of money. Someone else retorted, that's stupid. The problem is manpower, not money. This man, the blonde man, had an idea. Let the Pandora system choose someone with the ability to conquer the tomb, even if it's an individual. Can the system do it? Can he do it? Adopt. That's a good idea. Look, Please subscribe to the channel to receive the latest videos of the people appeared on the screen. God of Conquest, Quant June, relic number 21. He said, many people are already our members. By now, many people are already our members. Artist Alton Rockefeller, relic number 20. Master Sculptor Gene Gitschuk, 6 relics. Master Strategist Julian Miller, relic number 19. He said, these people are all very elite. The people we need to find are these people. Then there's billionaire Irene Hilton, relic number 1. Someone was shocked. Wait, she uses relics? This man was also surprisingly on the list. Relic Merchant Edward, relic number 17. Julian, relic number 5. Someone whispered something after hearing it. He said, esteemed members, in fact, there is one more person above all. What is this? This is so extraordinary that I've concluded. Julian appeared, age 22. With the number impressive relic count 50. Everyone was amazed. Surprise, what? He has 50 relics. What the hell? He continued. In addition, on the list above, there are some people who are working for him so far. Unfortunately, he has a hostile attitude towards us. So, he is not at fault. Is the biggest threat to Pandora. The members were all stunned. How could a young person do that? The blonde guy patted his shoulder. Calm down. Esteem members. He has ability, but Pandora is also smart and has abundant resources. An extraordinary talent. He will never be able to enter our tomb. We have information that he doesn't have. About the 7 tombs when in this moment Jun Han was sitting chin in hand studying the conditions for upgrading a relic. D to C rank is applied through daily actions. C to B rank is applied through rare measures. B to A rank is applied by performing a designated task. A to S rank is applied by being a hero of the era. And S to SS rank the object or owner will be new. This is what we need to know, or it makes him not understand anything. Only knows that after meeting the conditions, his relic will be evolved. And after that, the designated level relics. He could only ask the crow for more details. But instead of getting an answer, he only received silence from the crow. And to find out more information, he asked the relics he had collected, but from the golden axe. Thank you for watching this video. See you again in the next videos. You guys also don't know how to upgrade relics. While walking and cursing at the crow, Julian ran into Dukkha. She has shared the latest updated information. If we mark these tombs on the map, we will have connections to each other. A big game. The television reported and interviewed Pandora for an answer. But in reality, Pandora's side also had no answer. Immediately, Zhu Haiyan realized this was too normal for someone who had been reincarnated like him. This was just an answer to cover up Pandora's huge conspiracy as well as the government behind it. Since Du Chiha didn't know the truth, he asked Zhu Hai for the reason. And of course, with his vast knowledge of relics, Du Chiha immediately got an answer from Julian. Soon 7 tombs will appear larger and of course with more treasure. These are the lessons. The tombs represent the 7 deadly sins in Christianity. Lucifer for pride, Mammon for greed, Asmodeus for lust, Behemoth for wrath, Beelzebub for gluttony, Leviathan for envy, and Belphegor for sloth. Just hearing the names of these tombs makes you not want to go. And last time, Julian got the relic that gave him the ability to steal thanks to one of the 7 tombs, the Tomb of Greed. The conqueror of these tombs almost reaches the level of a king. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he only became Quan Jun's lackey. Back in the present, these tombs are his targets to conquer. And of course, they are all extremely difficult to. Dukkha lamented, I'm not sure if I can. It's just difficult to enter the tomb, and he also has to pay attention to Pandora. He can't let Pandora enter first. That would be terrible. He began to think of a way to enter the relic. But his strength was insufficient. In a short time, there was no way to enter the relic tomb. He could only prepare a strong relic with good performance before entering the relic. Suddenly, an idea came to him, a plan. And the most perfect way to prepare to enter the relic was to upgrade his own relic with the Avesta, the specialized relic. He could do it. He immediately went to the safe containing the money, but there wasn't a single coin inside. A successful idea to use it to increase his own fame. From then on, he could upgrade a relic from A to S. A truly brilliant idea that left Uchiha with his mouth agape questioning his own existence. He then ordered Avesta to make him the master of the relic. And of course, everyone knows the result. It was just a lie. If you work, you eat. Only by going through bitter and sweet experiences can you get results. A series of notifications appeared. The conditions for using the relic have not yet been met. The conversion relic requires the user's fame and popularity. You need at least 10 people to be enchanted by you. This notification pissed Julian off completely. He slammed the relic down and gave it a few more kicks to vent his anger. If I were famous, what would I need a missionary relic for? Damn it. He started thinking about. Austin Rockefeller, an artist and the main character, is sure he can easily charm 10 people. Zhu Hian asked Duke Cha about his jobs and learned that Austin Rockefeller is an actor and singer, and he also writes pretty good novels. What is this? A thought came to Julian's mind. Singing and acting were too difficult for Julian. But if it was a novel, Julian, anyone can think of just needing a computer and being able to write a novel. He started by reading a novel by Austin Rockefeller. He thought he could understand the novel, but he didn't understand why the novels were popular. And he was instructed by Oh Sung-woo to focus on his desires. On the contrary, he only believed in his heart. Ju Hyun will write something that goes beyond a novel. It sounds really grand and low. Oh Sung-woo wants to know what kind of novel he plans to write, but anything too obvious will lose its appeal. Everyone just needs to wait for his work. Then Julian spent hours writing his novel. Everyone will remember. Things went really smoothly for him. He realized that writing a novel was really interesting. He might even have fans. It would be his side job in the future. After hours of sitting and writing his novel, the manuscript was finished and he was very eager to show it to Dutch Chiha and everyone else. Ducha was very surprised because his debut work was not only fast but also used very evocative and realistic things. The important moment has come. Everyone just needs to read his novel. 1, 2, 3, just 6 readers and he will have 6 fans. It's really easy for him. He has already thought about it being published and having thousands of fans. He won't have time to write and will neglect the tombs. Oh, what a beautiful prospect for everyone and for him personally. Sometime later, the main character asked Duke Chiha for his thoughts on the work. Dude Cha was scared but immediately took the name. Back to nature, the face is very genuine and honest. I rate his work 10 out of 10. No buts. Ko Juno immediately realized the problem and questioned Ducha to tell the truth. Otherwise, he would use a relic to check. How foolish. Ducha's honest words were like knife wounds cutting into his every fiber. The content was ridiculous, not very fun, and had no desire at all. And the most confusing thing was that the story was only about achievements. Of course, the main character's mind is only full of relics. So what Jian wrote was just that the others also didn't understand what he was writing about because he used too many difficult terms. In the end, he didn't know what to say. What is the FA is Xylan? Then he was stabbed a few more fatal blows by Dukkha. You're IC user, not a writer. What are you not doing? May the main character change his outlook on life. Novels. This thing is deeper than I thought. While Ducha was repairing the relic, Ju Hyun suddenly opened the door and threw it. A bag for Dushha to pack for the trip. Nothing suspicious before Dukkha could recover. Shaha immediately said that this trip would be to Kyoto, Japan for a difficult case. The case of 2,000 women who have gone missing for several days. Julian guessed this was the work of the people made by the Hurm relic. Although that relic isn't strong or anything, it's probably enough to manipulate women into doing what it wants. How annoying. Shah planned to use that relic to pick up girls. As for Julian, he used it to charm 10 girls and get them to sign a contract with the Avesta relic. In both their minds, the words dead with dad appeared. And since there was already a target, Julian immediately dragged Duchiha and ran for their lives. Let's head to Kyoto. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, the police are also working hard to find the missing girls. Julian with Duchiha followed the trail to find the Hurm relic. But this time Duchy was extremely scared because he had accidentally stumbled upon a case where the Prime Minister's daughter went missing like a police officer. Hearing this, Julian immediately asked if this relic user was taking advantage of the designs. If it continues like this, there will be nothing. Couldn't find any clues. So Ju Hyan told Dukkha to stay here. And he would personally go and investigate. He went around and checked. While the two police officers were still searching with flashlights for the missing girls, Julian suddenly he shot out like an arrow. He knocked out 2 police officers. It seems Julian is determined to obtain that Hurm relic after briefly seeing its power. On the other hand, on the side of the other 3 police officers, they also found the missing women and were about to lead them to find out. But the women didn't hear anything like ghosts. They immediately drew their weapons and rushed to fight the 3 police officers. Julian also happened to hear. He could hear the screams of pain from the 3 police officers, but at this moment, he had also been caught by the women. Please subscribe to my channel to support me. Forced into a corner, Ju Hai was about to retreat. As he was walking, a woman holding a stick rushed forward to fight him. Ju Hyan, while he was slipping while fighting the women, as he was with the women, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. There was a familiar girl. It was Sasaki, the user of the future guide relic. And it seemed she had also been hypnotized. The number of women was increasing and he was also blocked. So Julian had no other choice and called on a relic to change and knocked out the women with great speed. Wow! After clearing that group, what's the next target? His target was Sasaki. So he immediately nimbly knocked the knife out of her hand, then jumped behind Sasaki and restrained her with a relic. Taking that opportunity, Julian immediately ordered the future guide relic to restore the girl's consciousness of the girl with the name of the master Sasaki. After struggling for a while, she realized the girl's consciousness had begun to return and then she fainted. Fainted and collapsed. On Dukkha's side, he was still sitting. He was sitting and waiting. And then Ju Hyan, suddenly out of breath, he carried Sasaki beside him and brought her back to here. A moment later, when the girl woke up, Ju Hyan asked what was going on here. The girl said it was all because of an American soldier named Simon who used a Hurm relic to control the girls. Julian also guessed that this Simon must be working under General Xia. But he still didn't understand why those 2,000 women had such terrifying fighting power. Sasaki immediately explained that it was because Simon had used the effect of the necrosis relic, and by combining it with the Hurm relic, he was able to create a formidable force of women. Of course, among those 2,000 women, Simon also had his own army of women by his side to supervise. If in a month already. It seems things are getting difficult for Jo Hyan, but he can do it. He already has a way to deal with that situation, so he doesn't need to do anything. He plans to go to the inn to check out the situation again. Zhu Hyan couldn't leave Sasaki alone either, so he gave the girl some money to take a taxi home safely and warned her not to get involved in the fight. I appreciate this action and please subscribe to the channel to get notifications first. Sasaki immediately asked him, saying she would save G. Ian's in our future, and Julian also felt awkward and had to refuse to understand her thoughts of the girl. Dushha, seeing them so close, became jealous of the girl. And while they were chatting, Julian's system suddenly appeared. It stated that to use the Avesta relic, he needed to charm 10 people. But the screen showed that there were already 4 people he had charmed. Okay. Juhyun looked at the 4 people with suspicion. He was sure he had charmed Sasaki. So who were the other 3? At the end, Ducha gave Juhyun the Egyptian relic which was broken. And of course, it couldn't be used for recovery. Juhyun knew that beforehand, so he decided to use it for dog training. Dush behind him was thinking about this. And then Juhyun suddenly threw the relic tree down in the middle of the garden. A moment later, a bright light began to appear, and a second later, a creature slowly materialized in front of them while the Egyptian beast was still wondering where it was. Then, Juhyun immediately jumped down and questioned it once. But because of their past life's grudge, the Egyptian beast was about to pounce and bite him. Suddenly, its leg couldn't stand up because of the damage to the relic at that time. Taking that opportunity, he immediately went over to make a deal with the Egyptian beast. If the Egyptian beast agreed to cooperate with him in this life, in the time to come, Seo Junhyun will hand over the relic to Ju Cha to restore it. But the Egyptian beast immediately refused because of the pride of a god. Juhyun also knew this beforehand, so he immediately used the rope relic to train this stubborn dog. The rope immediately obeyed and tightened around the Egyptian jackal's neck, which was not beneficial. He gave the other end of the rope to Juhyun, so he could lead it away. A light walk. The Egyptian jackal immediately resisted and started struggling. Was choked by the rope until it couldn't breathe. And Juhyun, watching from a distance, was satisfied with the scene. After being pulled up by the rope for a while, it could be found. The Egyptian jackal had no choice but to obey Juhyun and wanted to sign a contract with him, but in return, he had a guarantee to restore his love. That was CEO Jun Hyun's original plan, but he saw that this jackal's heart was still not willing to recover. So he took a ball, threw it far away, and ordered it to fetch. The Egyptian jackal with the honor of a mythological relic felt extremely humiliated by this act and was about to turn to rebel, but was threatened by Juhyun's loyal rogue. And was pulled away with a whoosh to fetch the ball. After fetching the ball, the rope immediately flew back to its master Jaehyun's side and started cuddling while the Egyptian jackal was unconscious after a series of pulls and sweeps. At this point, the jackal also gradually became aware of this. So, it let Juhyun train it to be able to protect itself. Its life after one time. After being trained, this one, the Egyptian jackal, had also completely changed. Starting from 1912, it pledged allegiance to Juhyun and agreed to sign a contract with him. On Juhyun's arm, the tattoo of the Egyptian relic tree also appeared and he was also satisfied with this. Seeing that the jackal was so loyal, he immediately told Ducha to restore its relic after this was over. The jackal was grateful for this action of his noble gesture, but a moment later it became aggressive again because he also threatened to smash that relic to pieces. It's true that cruel people often live like that. Please remember to subscribe to the channel to receive the latest videos. In Simon's harem, his servant immediately reported to him that there was an intruder. Awakened by this troublesome matter, he naturally was also very annoyed. So he decided to deal with the intruder. That's always it. Actually, the intruders were Juhyun and Yuha. Standing in front of the harem, demanding a duel with Simon, not wanting to fight these ordinary women. And not finished, Juhyun even provoked him too. Too noisy. He personally revealed himself and when he saw them, the people were standing in front of him. So Simon clapped for this generous display because this was the first time that people had been so bold. He didn't hesitate at all. Immediately snapped his fingers and ordered 2,000 women to surround them. And he boasted that with his necrosis relic, the fighting power of these women would also increase many times over. While Simon was still being arrogant, Juhyun suddenly smiled and pressed his hand down on the ground. And a moment later, a bright light flashed all around him, and the ground began to shake. And then bony arms began to rise from the ground up. And those are the servants of the Great One that I have after making a pact with that relic. Simon was terrified at the sight. The sight of being surrounded by skeletons and the difference for this great work. He also refused to lose and immediately called out his army of women to fight like that. But they hesitated and Julian felt it's very ridiculous because the power of these skeletons is 10 times greater. So if they charge in it would just be suicide. Oh well. A moment later the women had to kneel before him and without waiting for Simon's command. As soon as he gave the order, Ju Hyan immediately gave the order for the rear guard to advance, place their blades and cut of his. Ju Hyan told him to confess everything. And then when Simon mentioned he had spent everything just to wait and conquer the 7 tombs, Julian and suddenly became interested in this matter. See you again in the next videos. The man told of the 7 tombs. After being threatened, he revealed that there would be a tomb appearing near Kyoto. Zu Hyan ordered the skeleton soldier to lower his sword and retreat. Yes. At that moment, he thought he had escaped, but now the master of the Hưởng relic, or rather the 2,000 women, were transferred to Julian. He looked at the women glaring at Simon. He suddenly smiled because a plan had formed in his mind. That is to have 20 women beat him up as revenge for hypnotizing them. To have 20 women beat him up as revenge for hypnotizing them. But as he watched the women approach one by one, Simon became more and more panicked and retreated. Then a piercing scream echoed throughout the entire harem and it was also a natural one. Several hours later, Ducha and Julian were having lunch at a restaurant while discussing their battle plan for these 7 tombs. Ducha, while eating, was annoyed by the noise and looked out the window. He was terrified by the sight of a whole line of women pressing against each other, screaming and praising each other to get a look at Julian. A line of girls just like that. They screamed for Julian to look over at them and give him a sign. At that moment, when Ducha was about to question Julian, he stood up and walked out of the shop. He opened the door like a god and spoke to advise the women to go home. The women refused because they wanted to be with him more. Therefore, and he also anticipated this awkward situation. So he immediately gave the girls a sign with a link to his fan page. That is my YouTube channel, ma'am. Review. If you girls want to support me, just go here and subscribe to the channel. Cha, seeing this, wondered when he had established it. He revealed that Sasaki had helped him do it because the girl is a fan. This will make it easier for him to breathe. Suddenly at this moment, he saw a familiar figure in this group of girls. Oh. The red-haired girl is Lee Sua, one of the very close members of the TKBM excavation team under him in his past life. Her ability to search for and conceal relics was very good. Therefore, she played the role of a scout. Next life, she's very close. Julian wondered why she came here, but he just wondered and didn't care. Then went home. After returning home, Julian immediately took out all the relics to see if there were any new changes. He picked up the notebook and smiled with satisfaction at the changes in some of the relics. Normal. His 3D rank relics have been upgraded to C rank, and his A rank Shakespeare's pen has also been upgraded to S rank. I didn't expect this pen to level up, too. He thought, although it's not a new product, in this case, this job wasn't in vain. Besides, I've signed a contract with Avesta and I've received a reward. Casanova's perfume. It's used to gradually increase my fame. I'm excited to see what new thing will be first. At this moment, a knock suddenly came from outside. Now, Zu Hyan reflexively glanced over, extremely wary. This also made Chiha a little curious. He said he had heard a suspicious voice. Sha said it was the sound of a card. I guess it's a hotel staff member. He opened the door and saw that it was indeed a card, but unexpectedly Lee Sua had become a waitress. This made Ju Hai a little amused. Besides that, he also smelled a relic. He immediately told her to stop, but the girl didn't react. Instead, Julian grabbed her shoulder and said, "Hey, I told you to stop." When she wondered, he said he wanted to ask a few things. You were following me before I even entered the hotel, but you're pretending to be a hotel mate. You think I don't know? That's not all. As soon as he finished speaking, Sua immediately pushed Julian's hand away. I don't know what you mean, but Julian was still insistent, asking, still won't admit it? Seeing Sua still trying to resist, Julian immediately brought up the matter of the relic she was hiding. He told her to explain this. Douche also happened to hear this and wondered about Swear's true identity. So her identity was exposed. She immediately summoned the Moon Assassin. Julian also recognized this as the Moon Assassin, a ghostly relic that appeared in the history of the Three Kingdoms. This relic is very, very dangerous. He narrowed his eyes and decided, then you'd better not immediately act without hesitation. A group immediately pushed Sua into the room and then stood blocking the door. Instead, Shiha was surprised and shouted, "What are you doing?" Julian stammered that he didn't have any relics that could fight her. If you make a mistake, your soul might be taken. Hearing this, Shiha became scared and asked back, "My soul will be taken?" Julian continued, "That means death." Suddenly, from inside the door, a strong aura erupted, making him nervous. Tua had also revealed her true nature, raising her voice and asking, "Hey, you fool, do you think you can stop a soul with a door?" Then he ordered the Moon Assassin to kill them quickly. I still have to interrogate him. Now, besides the two of them, Julian was extremely anxious, wondering if there was any relic that could counter it. He thought not, but there was a substitute. By the way, this is crazy. Seeing that Julian hadn't run yet, the spirit hand was right behind him. Shaw wordly called out, "Boss, you're going to get caught. Hurry!" When Julian turned his head to look, his face was extremely grim. The soul was right behind him. It seems there is no other way. Sua and her soul were already outside. She saw the soul was motionless and immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Attack him." But her soul replied, "It seems there's a relic blocking me." Really? So, Julian also realized he could actually fight back. I don't know which relic to use. There are too many. Meanwhile, Sua's soul relic had shrunk and disappeared, leaving her clueless as to what the hell was going on. Julian spoke up, mocking. This relic ran away before the fight even started. Faced with Sua's question about what he had done to her relic, Julian took out the rope relic from his hand. I don't know, but you're very lucky. By the way, you will be punished for entering someone else's room. As he held the rope, it shot out and tied her up. Seeing this, Sua helplessly told Julian to kill her, but he couldn't do that because he still needed her to answer a lot of questions. After Lua was captured by Julian and Shiha, Julian immediately asked who had sent her, but she was still stubborn and refused to say. Of course, Julian wouldn't give up so easily because he had many other things he could do to make that happen. Sua seemed to have underestimated Julian. So, now she just had to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. So, Sua lied that she came here to investigate the missing women at the temple. But as she passed the shop, she saw the women were completely infatuated with him. So she changed her target to him. Julian didn't believe she was a police officer investigating him at that time. But Sua was smug because the more she spoke such nonsense, the more time she had for her teammates to arrive. At this moment, right at the elevator door, two male servants stepped out, waiting. On the way to save her, one of them called out her name. Mississippi, if you can, 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 if you can. Had encountered the mascot of the Egyptian relic, but the two of them didn't care. And then the loves, a piercing scream from the two men while Sua was screaming at him about it. It seemed Julian's mascot had also discovered it. And at this moment it was biting the man's but very painfully because he had ignored this divine mascot. The man was writhing in agony. Julian immediately opened the door and threatened the man with a small knife in his hand and cut evenly. He cut the rope on his wrist. Julian held the bracelet in his hand and with the death symbol he knew. He learned that these two men were from the Chinese excavation group. And so he invited the man into the house to help. He ordered the man to quickly call his superiors from the International Relic Management Organization Pandora run by the US and China. China established all of them except for China because they had joined the alliance. Zhu Haiyan also didn't expect the China-Russia alliance to act. So he had to interrogate SUA and the man about their purpose to Japan and the matter of following him. If he refuses to speak, Julian will tell him. The mascot bit his front instead of his. But like before, the mascot was still angry because the man had ignored it. So it breathed fire to scare the man. The man was so scared he died. He had no choice but to tell everything that they were sent here to investigate Simon, the man who had kidnapped 2,000 women before. CONF. LY saying that he had important information about how to conquer the 7 tombs from their organization. Hearing this, Julian guessed that this information came from China instead of the US. So, it seemed this was an interesting piece of information he received. Just as the two were happy about to be released by Julian, even though the man had betrayed General Xia, Jian immediately asked the two how China got this information. The man was utterly bewildered, but he didn't know. He was determined not to release them until they revealed that interesting information. The next morning in Osu City, Japan, Zhu Haiyan had gathered some more information. And that man the two of them had hacked and stolen information from the Pandora organization about the top-tier relic detector, also named Pandora. So he also got top-secret information about these 7 tombs. But he wondered if did Ander inform China about this leak and is China's information network discreet? Although Julian had gotten good news from the Pandora system, that still didn't rule out the possibility that the China-Russia alliance also had their own Pandora system. In short, Julian didn't like either side because both were trying to control the relics of their own people. At this moment, Shiha wondered about Julian releasing those two, which interrupted his train of thought. As for Julian, the man who betrayed Xia could die, but only SUA must live. Hey, as soon as he released them, he placed a relic on them to track them. But his real purpose was to make SUA return. He worked under him as before, and maybe that would take quite a bit of time because she was also quite stubborn and disobedient. Julian suddenly raised his hand to hail a taxi and told Shiha that he would use this information to excavate those 7 tombs. So as soon as he got in, he told the driver to go to Kyoto even though he also knew what had happened to it. On the way, he remembered Simon had said that in 3 hours a tomb would appear here. And he knew that if he got stuck between those tall buildings, it wouldn't be fun. So, he moved into the dormitory to stay. Upon arriving, they were surprised because Kyoto seemed to have collapsed. It looked like a Roman arena. Julian felt as if the city had been completely invaded. A tomb worn by Pandora covers the entire land of 1027 km. Pandora has issued a level 3 civilian evacuation warning. A moment later, the driver had also dropped the 2 people off at the tomb and the 2 people also started to explore where the entrance was. While they were searching, Shiha saw some tomb excavation groups ahead who were also present. As for Julian, he was smug because he had guessed that the Pandora organization would find out and get involved. While the two were discussing what to do, the senior Nunio came to help to scold Julian for ruining the party. The cooperation between his chairman and Julian that day, but Julian, he then brushed it off and said he was just telling the truth. Of course, the source couldn't believe him. And then there was a word. A voice interrupted their conversation when Julian just turned his head. He was shocked to see this figure familiar. The man slowly approached and will represent Yuno to apologize to Julian. The black-haired man politely offered his business card and said, "I'm sorry he bothered you, Mr. Ju. We don't want to be your enemies. If you run into any trouble, please feel free to contact us. We would be very happy to help you." But Ju Hai coldly replied with one word, "No need." Then he crumpled the business card with a huff, which surprised the black-haired man. Julian continued, "I'm warning you this time. If I see you again, you'll die." How could I forget him? This is the bastard who led me to my final tomb. Is the one who carried out old Quan's dirty plan. Quan said, if you agree to do this, I will give you the position of director of TKBM. Him. The problem is he was a member of my team. Although I found out the truth too late, I once thought he was my brother. I never thought he would betray us. Julian, I'm feeling a little tired, so I can't go this time. But the tomb won't be a problem for someone like you. This is an abandoned relic you can use in a bad situation. All right. So why did you leave Dukkha at home like that? He can't bother you. Although he seems like a clumsy person when entering a tomb. He's my teammate. Zhu Haiyan, that's an important issue, but any tomb should be easy for you. Whatever it is, it depends on you. All right, I know. I should have known that was his plan. An easy tomb is the worst kind of difficult. The escape relic was used to escape the tomb, but it turned out to be a trick, so I lost my great teammates. But before I died, I met the crow and got new life. Now I have a new life. Now I want to say thanks. Although it's not hard to pretend to be close to this bastard. The black-haired man asked, confused. Why did you suddenly do that? Julian thought to himself. But I still find him disgusting. He's like a pile of trash on the outside. Julian said, because I don't like looking at you. Look, you're still confident you can persuade him. What are you doing, you tag-along dog? Julian turned and walked away, saying, we're going straight to the tomb. The man in glasses was surprised and said, what? Just you guys want to enter the tomb? Julian turned back and said, all right, do you have any complaints? The man in glasses continued, you bastard. My whole team got stuck at the entrance. You think it'll be different? Zhu Haiyan, while walking, replied, of course, you just stand there and watch. The two of them, Zhu Haiyan, entered the tomb's entrance. Suddenly, Duke Cha asked a question. Boss, can we go back? Is it because we're getting close to the tomb that you're worried? Duke Chiha was amazed and exclaimed. Wow, we're in Italy. Boss, all these people are unconscious. It's a relief to see them like this. They're just lying there hugging and waiting. Oh, I really want to. Ducha started to get sleepy. Oh, what's going on? Boss, can we rest here? Zhu Haiyan just said we need to be faster. Zhu Haiyan just said we need to be faster. Julian dragged Dukiha forward, saying, the relic's influence is stronger than I thought. It doesn't affect me? What's going on? Why am I being dragged on the ground? It's the laziness in you. What's so lazy about the 7 tombs having the attributes of the 7 deadly sins in Christianity? Wrath, greed, envy, sloth, lust, gluttony, and pride. This is the tomb of sloth. It seems that, even as you approach the entrance, your mind will be consumed by extreme exhaustion. The others lying on the ground were talking in their sleep. It's so annoying to get out of the excavations. This place is so comfortable. Du Cha struggled against his sleepiness and said, I think I want to get out of here. What? You want to leave here? Du Hai held a cross and summoned a dog. The dog, as soon as it appeared, said, human, so you have forgotten me here. We can only care about defeating Quincy Lee. It can give natural laziness to people. Julian, cut it off. It's noisy. I called you because I have a job for you. Let's start. Then a rope tied Duke Chiha. As Ducha was being dragged away, he shouted, Boss, why are you doing this? Zhu Haiyan replied that it was so he couldn't sit and sleep again. The system panel appeared with a notification. Because of the patience effect, the laziness attacks are nullified. He became immune to laziness because of the influence of patience. This is clearly very useful. I have to hurry. This is quite concerning. The dog continued. This is amazing. How am I here? Wait a minute. The entrance will open soon. So, what are you going to do? What's the plan? Zuian just answered with 2 short words, good point. Which confused the dog. We'll search here. I won't be able to enter when the entrance opens. So, I need you to create an explosion. The dog was shocked. What cute! He said, I'll help you after I'm done. Hey, human, you. A huge explosion occurred. Dude Shiha at this point had also gradually regained his senses. The entrance test has been completed. Let's go. Help me fix it. We've really made it to this tomb. By the way, what relics are in this golden palace? Do you know, Emperor is a famous code? Who is that? What is that halo? Suddenly, a huge fire erupted before their eyes. Ah, suddenly there's a fire. My God. And if this is the fire of Emperor Nero, you can find out. You're right. Damn it. Nero is famous as a tyrant. Eichel King. This tomb is too dangerous. I also think so. We need to put out the fire. Take out the Van Gogh relic and use it to absorb the fire. Does this trust me? It could be used as a weapon later. Ducha held out the Van Gogh relic and ordered it to absorb all this fire. After absorbing all the fire, everything became easier. Oh, it's effective. Much better now. Over there. Enough. What the hell? Why are you sleeping at the door? Suddenly, a group of people rushed into the palace from somewhere. Duchiha said there were too many of them and they were coming here. Julian smiled and said, no, I'll play with them. Julian thought they had fallen into his trap. The man in glasses ordered, capture them and get information. I know some of these people and some of them I just saw. It's like a monastery. I've observed and analyzed them. There's no other way to deal with them in the current situation. Zhu Haiyan placed his hand on the ground and used his strength to create an explosion, stopping that group of people. She was surprised. This is really useful for archaeology. If this were an excavation, archaeologists would probably come. The system panel appeared again. You have received the number. The title expert demolitionist of structures and the skill of excavation. The tomb has been upgraded to tomb destruction. After a while, the other group also managed to get out. It's not working anymore. Hurry up. They seem to be arguing. Zhu Haiyan smiled dangerously. Let's try out my new skills. Then he raised his hand and the ceiling immediately collapsed. The other group panicked. This time it's a ceiling. Julian said it was very useful. Act while they're still unconscious. Ah, yes. Chaos said, wow, this is scary. Boss, what are you doing? I'm blocking their way up. A large boulder fell, blocking the path. This skill quickly leveled up to C rank again. Sha gasped for breath and said, stop. I feel like I'm about to suffocate. Julian replied, I understand. Wow, this is the Roman theater. Nero's relic is in this room. Suddenly, all the doors slammed shut. A strange voice echoed. Ha ha. Welcome, esteemed guest. Now, let's watch the art performance. This pan is called Aquarin. The best begins or Emperor Nero, known as a tyrant, was also a lover of art. I think he liked being an artist. He seemed to want to become a famous writer, but his writing was terrible. During that time, a fire broke out in Rome. It is said that he was the one who started that fire for the sake of art. I've prepared all the Homer's gaze relics I got from Jonio before. Homer was a Greek writer whose epic works were the Iliad and the Odyssey. Nero was a Roman but was fascinated by Greek culture. Suddenly, a burst of fire flew from somewhere and knocked the glasses away. Sha weirdly asked, "Boss, are you okay?" The voice spoke again, "Young man, don't be hasty. You are not worthy to use Homer's masterpiece. People who don't understand literature like you cannot use its full potential." Sha held up Van Gogh's painting and said, "We'll die if we continue like this." The other fire once again stole the painting. Julian angrily said, "Do you think this surprises me?" The voice replied, Surprised? Are you impressed? You should praise my work. You can't leave here. Just enjoy them with these things. You think you can get out of here?" Julian thought to himself, this is really a big problem. If this continues, I'll die of dehydration. Suddenly, the fire went out. "Oh, this place. Look, who's that? Isn't this Julian? The writer of the secret diary?" Sha was confused. "Hey, the writer of the secret diary. What exactly is he talking about?" "That's right. I've been waiting for you. The only human saved by that crow." Julian was startled, led, and said, "What are you talking about? How do you know the foreign relic spoke of this?" "Julian, you are very famous." Julian turned and asked, "You secretly moved the relics to Deacon. Why did you ask me?" The other voice continued, "Come closer to me. I'll give you a chance." Julian thought, what happened? I haven't even finished writing my novel yet. Ju Hyan approached the fire and suddenly a shape of Emperor Nero appeared. "A pleasure to meet you, Ju Hyan. A man on the rise." Shiha was surprised. "A relic that looks like a human. I've never seen a case like this." Julian explained that Heil relics can do such things, although it's just an illusionary screen to communicate with humans. Emperor Nero said, "Julian, I've read your novel, The Secret Diary. It's truly different. Very moving." Sha asked where he felt moved. King Nero replied that when he saw them, he felt a blue color. An extraordinarily creative and expressive little friend. Secret Diary is the masterpiece of this century, and human hands are not allowed to touch it. I can understand what you mean when you say that Julian's fans are gradually decreasing. She has said, "Congratulations, you have a big fan. You'll be deified immediately." Julian said, "Shut up." Emperor Nero continued, "That's a good thing, Julian. Keep trying. Try to develop your literature. Yes, there's no difference between you and the people around you." The two of them, Julian, after hearing this, didn't understand what he was talking about anymore. Julian, yes, I still think he's talking about something. Nonsense or a horny pig? The illusion of Emperor Nero continued. Ju Hyan, this is a hard-learned lesson. The young and the old are truly alike, like clothes in a suitcase. Brothers, let's protect each other. The more Julian heard, the less he understood. His son, standing beside him, was clutching his stomach, laughing until tears streamed down his face. "Hello, Shiha," while laughing said, "Why don't you do it?" Julian angrily said, "Can you please shut up?" Emperor Nero hearing this was surprised and said, "You think this is a joke? You don't understand me." Julian regained his composure and thought, this is not the time for me to talk nonsense with it. I need to find a way to subdue it. As it is one of the 7 highly relics, I need to use it correctly. Just the fire alone. I couldn't stand it. What else should I do? The 8 people from before have now woken up and arrived at this place. They said, I found them. They're here. Julian crossed his arms and said, "These fools." Suddenly, a flame shot towards the group, making them exclaim, "Hot, too hot. Get out of here." Nir said, "I don't care about you. Get out."
Mình sẽ cố gắng chia sẻ ngắn gọn bộ truyện để cho mọi người cùng thưởng thức nhé.
Luckily, it helped me escape these guys. It seems I have a chance. My dear friend, if the system panel appears, notifying that tactical relic energy is approaching. Powerful relics can identify the weak points of the tomb and the relic. That tactical relic is Julian. A figure flashed by caught in Julian's sight. Julian Miller, he's here, too. Julian has the zygote resonance relic. It can see the weak points of a Nero relic. What's wrong with you? We need to fight to conquer me. I can't just stand by. What is he planning to do? I won't let others get in your way. Let's go, Shaw called out. Boss, Julian thought with amusement. This will be a way to prevent Julian from touching Nero. Although this feels like a solo challenge, I don't care. But I have one condition. What condition? I don't want to fight here. What? If you follow me, I promise to fight you. The Nero relic said, it seems you're trying to trick me. What do you want? Destroy my pride as a ruler. What if you don't keep your promise? He often said, you can kill me with your fire. Shah, hearing this immediately said, Boss, this kid won't kill me easily. It's very annoying. I felt death once instead of once. He likes Nero and said that was impossible. Ju Hyan continued, I just want us to fight fairly. You're the one who agreed. You're a strong person. You certainly know the importance of the environment here. You can use your power freely. But for me, this place is very uncomfortable. It's only natural that I can't use my power in this place. If you can help me in any way. If you want a fair competition, you need to come to the place I choose. The Nero relic said, you're right. I understand. You must keep your word. Then Nero's illusion vanished, leaving only a laurel wreath. Good. I've convinced it. It's time to get out of here. Suddenly, someone called his name. Mr. Julian, you too, Julian. He turned and said to the other person, Forgive me, Miller. Forgive me. You were 8. And this relic is already mine. Don't do it. Lies. This tomb is not conquered. What do you mean? Relic, get out of here quickly. It won't be long now. Then a circle of golden light appeared, taking Jian and Chiha outside. The relic energy is gone. Did he really get that relic? Even the tomb wasn't cleared. The master of the tomb has disappeared. The tomb will soon collapse. The other group panicked and said, the tomb suddenly collapsed. What happened? Then the tomb completely collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the air everywhere. A moment later on TV, the news reported that the large tomb that appeared in Kyoto had suddenly collapsed. The International Relic Organization, Pandora, stated that the tomb had been conquered. Kyoto began to recover, and life returned to normal. A blond man after watching the news report angrily said, What the hell? They said the tomb was conquered. Why didn't they mention who conquered it? Relax, the secretary beside him said. Mr. Rockefeller, new information has been sent. The person who obtained a relic in Kyoto. Julian. What? Rockefeller angrily shouted. It's him again. What is our excavation team doing? How much did I pay them? Because they all found the entrance and were blocked at the door. They all got in with the help of Julian Miller, but it was too late. Damn it. This makes me sick. Julian took my relic and now he's taking relics from the 7 tombs. Have you investigated him yet? If not about him, you must have investigated something else, right? The secretary immediately replied that Julian has very good destruction relics. Not only that, he also brought a subordinate with him. What? He only brought one subordinate, so only 2 people enter the tomb. Besides, the tomb can't be conquered by 2 people. How could you know? I've spent my life training people to excavate tombs. It takes 100 people to conquer a tomb. So, I think he has a smart strategy and strong subordinates. All the people I sent couldn't attack the tomb, but the two of them entered normally. Tighten surveillance. I want to know what he's doing. The secretary immediately obeyed. At Julian's private residence, he was talking privately with the Nero relic. We're out. Let's start. I'm ready. Julian said, I want to ask you one more thing. What is it? I hope you can help me by investigating. Investigate what? How did you read the secret diary? I thought it was distributed through a route I didn't know. I had to pay to read it. That's true. Julian thought, what? Hey, that means someone stole my novel and sold it. I just read it. I don't know where the direct delivery room is. All right. I'll investigate further. Good luck. The suspect is here. I'll interrogate them all. First, start with the rope. Are you calling me handsome? Don't talk so much. Answer me. Do you know the novel I wrote? The rope nodded slightly. Julian asked further. Did you take it? The rope at this point looked at Julian guilty. He angrily said, Look at that. Tell me. Why didn't you tell me? Tell me the truth. You sold that novel. I'll sell it. Did I say something wrong? His anger made the rope scared. You little dog, adding fuel to the fire. Your answer is very interesting. Rope Julian asked further. Where did you learn to lie? The rope shook its head back and forth and said, No, I don't know. Just read it. I didn't do anything else. Did someone take? I really didn't take them. So, who really took them? Shah spoke up. Boss, hurry up and eat before the food gets cold. Wait a minute. He asked. Shah. All the relics are in your room. Shah honestly replied. That's right. Is there a problem? Julian coolly replied. Nothing. In his head, he thought. The rope has no reason to take it. But who? Because this is my income. It's really easy to make money. Whatever it takes. Julian stood in front of the door and heard a voice. This voice, could it be him? He grabbed the doorknob and opened it. A deadly killing intent flashed in his eyes. He ordered. Stop right now. Everyone, gather here. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. The artifacts, the relic said, everyone run this pressure. Who allowed you to take my novel and sell it? How did you know? Cha ran in and asked, What's going on? The relic said, Who snitched on us? I told you. You guys try to find the culprit who sold the novel. Shiha, holding a fried chicken leg, asked, So, who do you think it is that was behind and started all of this? All the relics immediately pointed towards the earthworm, not toward the car. The earthworm angrily said, You bastards. Julian asked, Was it you, worm? So, what if it was? Is there a problem? Julian stomped on the worm. He said angrily, You're very brave. Why are you here? You should be with a medical relic. Because it hurts so much. Damn it. You still haven't sent me the money. You're cheating. I don't understand what you mean. Then he lifted his foot off the earthworm. It said, Because you haven't given me the money, I tried to find a way to make some. And then I found the novel. Julian picked up the worm and said, Be quiet. You've caused me trouble by selling my novel to others without permission. Remember to subscribe to the channel for updates. Hurry up and give me all the money. Ah, damn it. That's my money. Julian turned to look at the other relics and said, "It seems you guys also participated. Should I give you all a beating?" "Oh, we don't have any money for you to extort," the earthworm angrily said. "Hey, you guys participated, too. Hey, why are you just standing there? Come here. And help me." Julian unleashed his power on the worm and then a pile of money fell out of its body. Shiha was amazed. "This is crazy. So much money." Zhu Haiyan asked, "How much did you sell the novel for?" Shiha with shining eyes piled up the money. Zhu Haiyan said, "We're going to have trouble with this pile of money. It's so hard to organize. It could buy anything in the world." The earthworm suddenly said, "Yes, it's very hard to clean, but if you let me keep it." Before he could finish his sentence, Julian gave him a blunt no. Suddenly, something appeared in Julian's hand. "Hey, what's this? What about now?" The worm, seeing it, panicked and said, "No. Why is it there? Who did that? I got rid of it." Please subscribe to the channel to get more new videos. Julian's eyes flashed with killing intent. "If you want another beating, then stop it." After a painful beating, the worm finally confessed everything. It said that it was the nature of relics. You can get it from a damaged relic. There's something inside the relic. Yes, like a soul. And I can say it brings life. Hearing the earthworm say that, the other relics became agitated and said, "Damn it, what if he takes all of our souls?" She has said, "This is really interesting. Relics have a secret like that. It's worth studying, right?" It took half a day to clean up the money from the earthworm. I have to admit that earthworm has a lot of money. Now that the Kyoto matter is over, we're going home. I want to relax in New York. By the way, I've run into a bit of trouble. Julian, our excavation team wants to invite you to join. That's something. Is it him and his assistant? What relic does he use? This is not a relic. All the excavation teams have gathered. It seems they know who got the Nero relic. That means there's a witness, right? There's no such announcement in the news. Shah asked. So, who is it? As soon as we left the tomb, it also disappeared. If we hadn't conquered it, there would be no way out. It wouldn't be easy for the foolish miners to escape, but they escaped safely and uninjured. It can only be said that Miller saved them. For example, he was surprised and said Julian Miller when he was there, it seems he found an escape route or something else. Even if it's an enemy, he won't let anyone die. So, isn't that a good thing? It annoys me. Zhu Hai opened his phone to check and said, "Damn it, the messages have increased too. If this continues, it will be very crowded to get to the airport." Suddenly, Shiha had an idea. "Forget it. I have an idea. How about this? Selling fakes to them. Here, the fake item you made last time disappeared. So, this time I'll do it differently. When you have the relic shell, then put a soul inside it. How will that work? Copy disappears quickly, but the exterior lasts longer. If you put a soul inside, it's very possible. And then sell them to attract attention. Very good. On the contrary, we'll go to the airport. It won't be a problem if we destroy the relic. So, let's get going." A moment of silence for the unlucky relics. Shiha excitedly said, "This is my idea. If there's a reward, I'll work even better." "All right, listen to that." Shiha immediately ran back to his office. "All right, I'll get to work right away." Julian thought to himself, this is the future king of scam artists. The future will be very fun. After they finished discussing the auction, corrupted text, Zhu Haiyan wondered where Chiha would post the auction. She has suggested posting it on a relic forum created by Pandora because this is a website that relic users often visit to learn more about relics as well as for trading sessions. Su Hyan saw a diverse website. He thought this was also created by a clever monopoly. He would take advantage of it right now. But the only thing is Chiha doesn't know what to post to attract customers. Seeing Chiha struggling, Julian immediately pushed him aside and did it himself. I posted about the relic excavation team and the Kyoto tomb that had found the Julius Caesar relic. Although Julian wrote such a fake post just to attract more people to the auction, he also thought they wouldn't know the two were faking the Julius Caesar relic. But despite Shaha's advice and attempts to stop him, Julian posted it. He posted on a forum and ordered Shiha to prepare the prize for that relic. Yes. A few minutes later, his post had attracted thousands of views. And not only that, this incident also spread quickly because the media was involved. He remembered me. Received thousands of inquiries and confirmations about this auction after being watched. After answering those notifications, Julian also set up a location to hold the auction, which is in Los Angeles this month. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, Yucha also set to work making a fake Julius Caesar relic using Nero's high-quality material. In a Roman theater relic, Julian was conducting other transactions on the auction website, such as shopping on auction websites. Time flies so fast. Finally, the auction day has arrived and already thousands of people are gathered in front of the auction venue. They were also losing patience because Julian had only rented a small place like this as the auction venue and the lighting. He still hasn't shown up yet. Julian, on the other hand, along with Chiha, was hiding behind the door of the building, happening to overhear the complaints about him. Julian thought it was time for the two of them to quickly go in and start the auction. Before leaving, he instructed Chiha that he would be the one collecting the tickets so that no one could sneak in. And he would also be the host of this auction. And at this moment, Chiha was very nervous, but Julian saw through it and immediately comforted Chiha. It's okay. Because thanks to the relic seal he had placed on Li Sua and her gang from the Chinese tomb excavation group, he could guess that they might be stalking him in the crowd by disguising as someone here. And of course, this plan will succeed as soon as this auction ends safely. Chiha immediately lit up and said he would do his best, actually because of the reward that Julian had promised to give after this campaign ended. After discussing, the two of them slowly moved forward from behind, and before everyone could react, Julian immediately called out to everyone, "Transaction. Bring out a relic you have in exchange for an entrance ticket." And of course, regardless whether the person comes in a pair or a group, because Julian required each person to hand over a relic themselves. Even Austin Fowler was also confused by the ridiculous request. But Julian just calmly saw it as a give-and-take exchange. Because the space inside the building couldn't accommodate everyone here, a relic to get in was a good deal. Regardless of whether people complained about the ridiculous request or not, Julian was still a lovely man. Julian immediately pointed at Chiha and told everyone to give a relic to his subordinate. However, Ju Hyan should reconsider carefully because remember, the space in this building is not enough to hold everyone. So, there will be winners and losers. Julian finished his instructions. He immediately turned and left, leaving Chiha to deal with the complaint about Julian's robbery. But Chiha just thought that the auction should start. And so, he advised everyone to put a relic to get inside and see it as a good thing for highlight relic users. I thought everyone would lead this behavior. Shah didn't expect someone to be ready to take a relic. He gave it to him and then a series of relics were thrown from the side, making Chiha unable to react in time. Good life. After stabilizing, Chiha immediately told the bidders to form a line, fill out the information on a piece of paper, and then told them to put the relic in a wooden box like this. As for Julian, he thought this was a small benefit of renting a place like this so that the bidders could compete with each other. At this time, inside the building, a few people had already entered as well as the ever-present Austin Rockefeller, one of Ju Hyan's potential customers, and then he saw. Everyone was also getting excited and eager to see. So, Julian immediately told someone to open the cloth, so everyone could admire the beauty of the Julius Caesar relic. Everyone gasped in awe at the heavenly beauty of the relic and wanted to buy it now. But Julian said the auction would only begin when enough people were present. At the same time, Shiha had also just let the last bidder in and had to silently apologize to the other bidders because there was no more room. The remaining people were all disappointed, but they could only obediently leave, and Shah felt happy because the auction went smoothly and was happy to receive the rewards soon. Just as Shiha and the others were about to carry the 3 boxes of relics into the warehouse, Shiha ran into a famous bidder. Thank you for watching this video. See you again in the next videos. But when Ja was confused and wondering why Julian Miller was here. Julian Miller. He also wondered why Shiha and Julian would dare to auction such a fake relic. Hearing this, Shiha was terrified because this person, as Julian had said, had a little. He could see the characteristics of a relic, so he could tell if it was real or fake, and even a copy from the flaw of a relic. One must admit this person is not ordinary. Seeing that things were not right, Shiha intended to pretend not to know to distract him. But unexpectedly, Julian Miller saw through everything and demanded that Shiha let him into the theater for free to verify. Shiha still stubbornly refused. But when Julian Miller asked about Shiha and Julian's true purpose in selling the fake, "What is it?" Shiha was silent, unable to speak. "All right." And seeing that, Julian Miller pushed Shiha aside, went in to investigate himself, and said he would reveal the truth later. However, if Julian were to enter now, everything would go up in smoke. So, Shah had to think of a way to stop Julian Miller. Shah, holding the box, followed Julian Miller shouting, "Hey, you stop and listen to me. Where are you going so fast?" Julian Miller ignored him and walked straight to the auction site. Shah from behind shouted, "Hey! I said, stop. Hey, I'll tell you everything." Hearing exactly what he wanted, Julian stopped and turned back, asking what he wanted to tell him. Shah urgently said, "I'll tell you the truth. They're really fake relics, but we're not doing anything bad. We'll give you a few auction relics." First of all, Shiha thought he should just meet all of Julian's conditions and keep him here, not letting him enter the auction house. Julian Miller retorted, "Your boss said it was real." Hearing that, Shiha was speechless. "You still want to lie to me? You disappoint me so much." Julian Miller turned away. Shah miserably followed. "What? Try to pull my leg? Oh no, wait a minute. How about this? I'll give you our secret information. Please stay and talk." "Okay." "I don't need to," Julian Miller said curtly and walked straight into the auction house. $250 million. Inside, people were bidding sky-high prices against each other. Julian Miller went in, or where he used to. His relic, amplifying the volume of his voice, said, "Stop. Go stop the auction. I have a few things I want to say to everyone here." Julian discovered Julian Miller was interrupting his auction. Sheha followed behind, trying to stop Julian Miller, who was a free man. Julian wouldn't allow Julian Miller to disrupt this auction. He ordered the rope to tie him up. "Listen here. The relic on display there." Unfortunately, before he could finish, Julian was hit by a rope, was tied up tightly, struggling on the ground. Julian laughed and said, "No matter what you do to take all the relics, it won't work. I'll stop you. Anyone with the same intention as you, I'll do good." Similarly, a few others chimed in, agreeing. He continued, "In fact, I know Julian Miller quite well, and on the other hand, you want those relics, but we can't give them up." The people in the audience hearing this changed their opinion of Julian Miller, not expecting him to be such a person. "Understand how you feel, but I want a fair auction." Julian ordered the rope to drag Julian Miller away. Oh my. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Julian shouted, "Continue the auction." From then on, the auction continued safely. The value of the relics had reached $900 million. Then at one point, a girl in the audience raised her hand and made an offer that she would pay with. Isn't that an SS-class relic? The people around were surprised to hear that. She asked Julian and if he liked this. The people around retorted, "No way. This is too unreasonable." He smiled slightly and said, "This is a desirable proposal. I understand. But even SS-class relics are a bit weak." The people hearing him speak were in an uproar. What? What? Really? I'll provide you with many M-class relics. SS. Then I'll do the same. I'll provide you with an LVA relic. Then I'll provide you with 2 LVA relics. Everyone took turns trying to win it. From then on, they began to argue that they would join the relic. He found this to be a worthy sight. And at the end of the auction, the fake relics were given to Princess Sophie of Monaco. She was the first woman to open an auction with a relic. The hammer slammed down on the table, announcing that the owner of the relic being auctioned had been found. Congratulations, the Julius Caesar relic has been sold successfully. Sophie was ecstatic with joy. Everyone else couldn't believe it. Austin angrily stood up and cursed. This is ridiculous. This damn bastard. I offered so much money. Honestly, you intentionally gave it to her. He calmly replied, I'm not stupid. The value of $200 million for an SS relic. Just 2 S-class relics, 3 A-class relics, and 10 B-class relics are enough. Enough. Sophie won the auction for the relic and looked arrogantly at the ticket. Julian was secretly happy and judged. You dog, Austin, Pandora's dog. The auction was a complete success. Julian's plan succeeded. In Yaseline Malika's room, Ju Hyan asked Chiha, now what should I do with you here? What made him appear at the auction house? Du Chiha, standing beside him shyly, said, I think he came to participate in the auction. When he came and saw a relic, he knew it was a fake. Ju Hyan said, knowing he couldn't fool him, even though the quality was sufficient has been improved. Ju Hyan ordered the rope to release Julian. Are you okay? Are you all right? The rope whispered as it removed its mouth part. Julian Miller began to question Julian if he was a scammer. What do you think I'll do to you after they find out it's a fake owl? Julian began to negotiate with Miller, saying that as long as he left quietly, he would be safe. Julian Miller angrily said, no kidding. I'll reveal the truth if I get out of here. Out of here. Zhu Hyan wanted to negotiate with Miller. Be patient. The person who got the relic is the princess of a nation. If she hears that, it could make things difficult for you. Julian still didn't change his decision and said, if it's that scary, you shouldn't have done it in the first place. I don't want to. Jo Hyan knew that what he was saying was hopeless. With a complete Ju Hyan was thinking about what to do. What should I do with this guy? A flame flew from the vent. Hey, get out. Julian lunged, followed it out like this. It disappeared. Ju Hyan realized. That's a soul relic, he said to Chiha. It seems she overheard our conversation of ours. So, what should we do? Chiha heard and panicked. Julian Miller heard. And was very satisfied, saying, very good. Someone knows the truth and you'll be caught soon. Julian, with his hands on his chin, thought about his options while agreeing with what Julian Miller said. What? Hearing Julian's agreement made Chiha nervous, scared, and confused. No, we can use this. Ju Hyan had thought of a way that could help him. Chiha still didn't understand what Ju Hyan was talking about. Julian looked at Miller and thought to himself. Having Miller in this plan is actually a good thing. We can use him. Julian smiled sinisterly. I'll make Julian Miller look like a dear friend to become an accomplice. In another room, Sophie was satisfied with obtaining the relic of one of the 7 tombs. The attendant congratulated her and announced that they had touched all the cash and relics brought. Sophie put the relic away and handed it to his servant, instructing them to watch over it. Sophie happily said she could become a relic user with this relic. Pandora is famous. You guys will know her, please, in a moment. This place is so uncomfortable. Sua and a few men entered the room. She said to Sophie that the relic is fake. Sophie skeptically replied, "You're the fake. Who are you talking to?" The man spoke up, clarifying, "The relic the princess won for you in the auction is a fake." Sophie was surprised. How could this happen? Sua said she would prove it to her for Sophie to see and requested that Sophie hand over the relic to borrow it for a moment. The atmosphere in the room was quite tense. Sua, along with a few men, came and told Sophie that the relic she was holding was a fake. Sua requested Sophie to give her the relic. To prove it's true, Sophie suspected Sua might have come here to steal her relic. Please subscribe to my channel to support me. That stupid dog. After thinking for a moment, Sophie took out the relic and said to Sue, all right, but if you're tricking me, I won't do anything. She will take the box. Take it. Hold it tight. Just in time." Before she could finish her sentence, Sue, with a dagger in hand, slashed forcefully at the relic in Sophie's hand, cutting it. It split in two and fell to the ground. What are you doing? Do you know what you're doing? Sophie panicked while she saw her relic cut in two. Sua explained that the dagger in her hand was only a B rank relic, and she still asked Sophie where her relic was, what rank it was. Sophie said it was S rank. Sua continued to explain that a lower rank relic cannot harm a higher rank relic for the clock. In normal circumstances. Sophie recognized the phone. That means the relic she possesses might be a free one, even below B rank. Sua also said that the entrance fee had been paid and everyone had been scammed. Everyone who witnessed this was bewildered about their relics. Sua continued to speak to everyone. That bastard is still somewhere in this auction house. We should stop him and take back everything. Everyone, after hearing this, agreed with us. Seeing everyone following Lee Sua's words, she was happy that everything was going according to her plan. She thought to herself, Julian probably didn't think I would put him in jail and get out freely because of the 7 tombs. At this moment, Ju Hyan had guessed they all knew this is a fake relic. Sha is rushing to make it. Hurry up. We need to pull another scam before it's too late. Ju Hyan. At this moment, Sua was secretly searching for the real relics. She couldn't figure out how Ju Hyan had done it. Hide them. Ju Hyan is here for a month. The man shouted, all of you are looking for me. Julian and Chiha approached with their hands up. Give us back our relics. You scammer. You really sold the relic. You're a fraud. Give us back the relic now. Everyone was clamoring and asking and demanding the relic back. Julian admitted to selling a fake relic. Upon hearing this, everyone became even more furious, demanding he quickly return everything hidden in the crowd. Sua was surprised to hear that. Ju Hyan admitted, calm down. We also have to face a province. Look here. As soon as he finished speaking, he signaled for Chiha to come over, pull up his shirt, and reveal the wound on his abdomen, a gash nearly a handspan long. Everyone who saw the wound was horrified. She spoke up. Actually, we didn't intend to sell the relic at first. We thought selling a relic was too extravagant, but we received a threatening phone call. Because we received relics from the tomb in Kyoto. Before, relics weren't very common, but the reality was the opposite. And then I got this wound and I had to do as the threateners said. As Chiha spoke, he showed the diagnosis results to everyone and it was indeed true. You guys believe me? Zhu Haiyan chimed in. And we're trying to catch the culprit at this auction house. Shay added, so, I tricked everyone. The person who threatened us will definitely show up here. Why did you let me win the auction? I'm not the threat, and if he's here, I'll catch him. Are you testing me? Sophie asked suspiciously. Zhu Haiyan explained. I'm sorry, you and the princess have a lot of guards. I thought it wouldn't be a problem. If the criminal is caught, we will return the real relic to you. And since the auction was still normal. But things continued like this, I still couldn't catch him. I'm telling you the absolute truth. The people around heard Zhu Haiyan's words, found them reasonable, and began to believe him. Actually, the wound on Shaha's body was a fake created by a relic. Now, just wait for that person to come. At this moment, Julian Miller ran over from somewhere and told everyone who had won the bid that they needed to know a truth. Julian wondered what it was that the bid winners had to know. Julian Miller said it himself. Julian said he would be honest. He fumbled in his pocket for the relic, but couldn't find it. It was gone. Julian's face darkened as he quickly searched. He couldn't find it anywhere. He shouted, the relic? I'm sure I put it in here. Please block the exit. Everything happened so fast, making SUA confused about what was going on. It seems it's not what SUA thought. His face really looks like he's been robbed. Everyone be on alert. One of the 7 relics has been stolen. No one move. Miller, who had just arrived, didn't know what had happened. Julian said that an important relic had been stolen and needed to be found and returned to the princess. Miller, hearing this, said he would help find it. As he spoke, Miller used his relic's power to pinpoint the relic's location. Zhu Haiyan happily said, thank you. The skill was just activated. The relic used lit up inside Miller. Miller was stunned, not knowing why the relic was inside him. The people around gathered and searched Miller's body, then stopped. He struggled, but it was no use. Miller was caught. Actually, Miller thought he could untie the rope and escape, but no. In fact, Julian ordered the rope to release him, and it did, and secretly slipped the relic into Miller's jacket. Julian intentionally let him use the relic he had cut earlier. Julian knew he couldn't use the relic he had cut because the energy consumption was too great. Some people searched Miller. One of them found a relic and held it up, saying, Miller is the one who stole it. Wait a minute, let me explain. Miller shouted helplessly. Sophie quickly borrowed the dagger relic from Lee Sua. She swung it hard at the relic. The dagger broke and flew far away. This time, the relic was completely unharmed. It flew into the air. He said, "This is amazing, sweetie. Do you want to see my power?" Sophie confirmed this was the real relic and turned to ask Miller if he had really stolen it. Julian shouted, "Miller, are you the culprit? I suspected you as soon as you entered the auction house and left. Now this has been proven. What did you say?" "You're the one who did this, Miller," angrily retorted, but he didn't know because he fell into his trap. No one believed him. Go to jail and explain. After the auction ended, Julian was arrested by the police for stealing a relic. In other words, his reputation will be weakened in the future, and he won't be able to bother Julian anymore. This happened because Julian was always getting in his way. To solve this problem, Julian and his group had to give the Nero relic to Princess Sophie. At this point, all the guests had left. Zhu Haiyan didn't know how long he had been away from his hotel in New York. In a room at this time, Julian and his gang were all frozen in front of a lot of gold and relics. Julian asked his underlings if they knew where all this came from. The bald-headed guy turned and said admiringly, "It seems my boss has done something extraordinary. It would be even more amazing if I could bring the Nero relic here." "Who did it?" Zhu Haiyan arrogantly sat down on the sofa and answered. At this moment, Shiha and Misery were doing push-ups and said, "It's my fault." Zhu Haiyan added, "And your punishment is 100 push-ups." 100 push-ups? Shea heard in panic, shouting. He said sternly, "Shia, you're being noisy. If you do something wrong, you have to be punished. That's obvious. You can figure out a way to do it yourself. Do you have any idea what would have happened if I hadn't been able to stop Miller?" Shiha, immediately realizing his mistake, gritted his teeth and accepted his punishment. But Juyin was quite happy because he had received a lot of interesting relics. At this moment, Juyin heard a noise outside the window. He went to investigate and saw the laurel wreath had returned. He opened the door for the laurel wreath to fly in and asked, "Why are you back so soon?" "Hey, you're so rude. Be more polite." The wreath replied aggressively, "Hello." While Ha was serving his punishment, he looked up and was surprised to see the divine Nero relic. "Why is it here? Didn't Zhu Haiyan give it to the princess?" Juyin calmly replied, "It's back. Because he and it still had a score to settle." Ha, dumbfounded, realized that their plan this time wasn't a loss. "What's wrong?" "Zhu Haiyan has calculated everything. You think I can just ignore a relic?" Zhu Hai answered nonchalantly. "Yes, then why are you still punishing me?" Sha cried in whine. Zhu Haiyan retorted. "Because you did something wrong. Why did you let Miller into the auction house?" Sha stammered. I'm sorry, but I tried to stop him with everything I had." The Nero relic called out to Juyin. He walked over and picked up the relic. He spoke to him. It said it was tired of this and asked Juyin when the race would start. Zhu Haiyan told him to calm down. He opened his laptop to look up some things. It will change the tomb if the duel starts. If it can put out that big fire, then this place will be burned to ashes. Juyin, while searching, said to the Nero relic, "Wait a minute. I'll find a place for us to duel." The Nero relic urged him to hurry up. It couldn't wait any longer. He reassured it. "Don't be impatient. Let me find it." Zhu Hai didn't want the battle to affect anyone. But so he decided to choose this place. At this time at Monaco, the palace was burning fiercely. Why is there a fire all of a sudden? It seems to be because of the relic the princess brought with her. The firefighters were all shouting while putting out the fire. Princess Sophie was worried and paced back and forth her soul. The attendant came and informed Sophie that all the fires had been dealt with. Extinguished. She breathed a sigh of relief. He added that although the fires in the park and the palace had been extinguished shortly after, not to mention for her, before he could finish his words, Sophie cut him off and said, "Let's deal with that later." She ordered her attendant on a mission. As soon as he heard it, he quickly left. Changing his name. He liked that. "I spent a lot to get it," Sophie said angrily, remembering the past. As soon as she got the relic, she was overjoyed. Suddenly, the relic glowed and flew out of the question, "How dare you touch me?" Sophie told it that she was its current master. The relic asked doubtfully, "Are you really?" Suddenly, it flew straight at her and out of the palace. Fate. Fi at this time felt that because of her, the palace had gone crazy, was on fire. She was looking for a way to control that relic. At that time, she was on fire. Please subscribe to the channel to get more new videos. Princess Sophie, that the relic's location has been found, is staying in these places a bit far away in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Sophie was surprised. Li Su continued. Maybe he went to Hawaii. Hawaii? Hawaii? What's in Hawaii? Is a relic there? Sophie asked curiously. Li Su wasn't sure if it was a national relic. Across the vast ocean, I don't know how to explain this. No matter how you explain it, the bottom line is my relic is there. Sophie ordered preparations to go to Hawaii to find a relic at home in the Hawaii area. Corrupted text. I was enjoying visiting the surrounding islands. It's great to be able to rest here. Why are you happy when this place will soon be destroyed? Ju Hyan said as soon as he heard the middle of the sentence. Shiha was stunned and asked why he said this place would be destroyed. Julian replied that he would fight Nero here. We'll fight Nero. This place will be like Kyoto. So there will be a tomb here? Shiha asked. Zhu Hyan said that this island has no civilians. So no one will be affected. Du Chia was again surprised that this island had no inhabitants, no one dead. Who lives near here? If not, this place will be destroyed. Shiha wondered. He just walked away. The person said this place is Old Kwan's villa. Finally, they both made it to the place. They were standing in front of Old Kwan's company, the station. Look over there. There's a tomb here. And this villa will be redecorated. This must be that old fox's favorite villa. So, I'm very excited. Okay, now we're going inside. Let's start playing. Julian looked straight up at the company, right at the polite TKBM villa. Should we have a few drinks after work? Sure, but why haven't you left yet today? The two guards were chatting. Suddenly, there was a commotion nearby. In the air, a rope was tied to a chest full of money, which was being lowered to the ground. A lot of people below were scrambling to grab it. On the chest, there was also a worm shouting, "This is my favorite money. Come here and grab it. Quick, quick." The guard looked on in disbelief. One of the people in the crowd shouted, "Now we don't have to work anymore. This is real money. You should hurry up, too." "No, you should stand there. It's all mine." As soon as he finished speaking, the two greedy guards rushed over. The chest full of money was both scattering money and flying away, luring Old Kwan's hotel staff to follow. The Dukal gang called and informed us to Ju Hyan that the plan was successful. There's no one guarding inside. Julian replied that that was all and gave the order. Leave the rest to me and come here quickly. I'll send the location. After hanging up, Julian turned and asked Dukia if he was ready. Du Cha replied that he was also ready. Julian began. He took out the Nero relic. It excitedly said, "This classic showdown, my spirits are very high. It's been rising. This time it's for real, but we failed. Something's missing. There are no audience and judges here." It complained. Ju Hyan told the relic that all the tourists had left. Is it that sad? Zhu Hyan urged it to stop talking nonsense and get started. The relic began. A huge beam of light shot straight down to the ground. The attack power was terrifying, destroying almost the entire island. All the hotels collapsed today. A completely new tomb was soon built. He felt more than a little victorious. This is more beautiful than before. Statues of the same season began to appear around one person, but depicted in many different poses. At this moment, the relic transformed into a human form and said, "Yes, that is my masterpiece. Come on, are you ready? I'll show you what art is." The system began to announce that this place had become a tomb. The space inside would be different from the outside. It would be like a golden palace. You will not be able to leave here until you defeat Nero. In the palace, Nero's power was so strong that it all supported him. Ju Hyan went to explore the surroundings and marveled at the beautiful theater. Then you can call the audience. No need to worry. I've already prepared it. I didn't wait for Zhu Hyan reminded him that many relics had already prepared the audience. A great variety of different relics sat in their seats cheering. Where did all these relics come from? Dush Ha was surprised and excited. Zhu Haiyan said it was the earthworm's doing. I'm curious about the author's ability. We have to see it before we leave. Yes, I'm also very curious. Some relics sitting near each other discussed. I remember that. Julian heard and got annoyed. Ha, so many people came to see this. This is amazing. So Julian, let's start, he said excitedly. At this moment, at Quan Jun's office, Uno rushed in panicking to announce there was big trouble. She's escaped. What's wrong with you? Why are you so panicked? Uno, panting, said, the chairman's villa in Hanoi, Hawaii has been destroyed. First, what do you mean? Quan Jun asked worriedly, but the CEO replied that Roman ruins had sprung up all over the villa. The entire villa seemed to have turned into a tomb because of the failed relic. What's the situation now? The old man asked again. The CEO continued to report that, first of all, there were no casualties. Instead, the $70 million artwork in the art gallery caught fire. The farms and factories also suffered serious damage. The estimated damage to property is over $200 million. Because the statistics are not yet complete, this is a minimum figure. As soon as Quan Jun heard this, his face darkened. Not to mention, Quan Jun angrily shouted, "What else?" The royal family of Monaco just called. In the second half of this month, all orders in Monaco have been stopped. Quan Jun shouted, "Huh? What? How are the goods? Is there any damage? Hurry up and tell me." The CEO replied, "It's not about that, huh?" Suddenly, a phone rang. Quan Jun picked up the phone. On the other end of the line was Quan Jun. Is Princess Sophie of Monaco? Quan Jun was surprised and turned to ask quietly, "Did the princess call you directly?" "Yes, exactly." Quan Jun was happy. "What's wrong, sir?" "You surprised me." Sophie demanded Quan Jun tell the truth. Otherwise, he would not be allowed to set foot in Monaco. She asked the old man if he knew she had bought the Julius Caesar relic at the last auction. Quan Jun said he knew the princess had won the auction. "That's right. I bought it for a very high price." "But how? That my relic is in your Hawaii villa?" The old man was shocked and panicked, explaining that relic is indeed in my villa, but it's not mine. Sophie interrogated him. "Why is that?" Listen to his answer. He admitted the relic is in his villa. "Why did you steal it?" Quan Jun, after hearing this, was furious and secretly cursed. "Why would I steal it? You're suspecting me? This damn bee is driving me crazy." The CEO next to him hearing this panicked and reminded him, Chairman, she'll hear you." The old man tried to calm down and replied, "I know it seems the princess has misunderstood. And let me explain this. It's not me. I also don't know why that relic is also destroying my villa. So, in this situation, I'm also a victim. If you say so, I will personally visit your island to confirm this. And I'm almost there now. I thought it would be more polite to report to you first, so I called you." Sophie replied, "It's not polite at all." Quan Jun said the princess could do as she pleased. "All right, very good." With that, Sophie hung up. The old man turned and scolded the staff. "What the hell are you doing? How did this happen?" He bowed his head and said that at that time they said a rope and an earthworm brought a bag full of money and dropped it. I don't know what happened there, but the staff there posted pictures bragging about it on the internet. It seems the culprit is among them. Quan Jun, after hearing this, rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "No wait, it seems this was planned in advance, wasn't it?" Suddenly, the old man realized he was the best. The one who conquered one of the 7 tombs in Kyoto. Then he took it to the Princess of Monaco. That's Ju Hyan, Yunio shouted at Kwant Jun. That Juyan was the bastard who did this. He's the one who did it, Kwant Jun said. Think about it. Isn't he the first to conquer one of the 7 tombs? And now that bastard is destroying my villa. Why does he always cause me trouble? Kwant Jun ordered Yunio to get ready. Yunio replied, yes. Kwant Jun shouted, we're going to Hawaii right now. Oh, okay. Very good. This is a good excuse to eliminate that bastard. You're so good. Is this the right way? Oh Sung-woo asked as he walked. Oh Sung-woo's friend said it seemed to be leading the right way. Let's go. Let's go. Oh Sung-woo was amazed and said, there's so many relics here. His friend was also quite surprised and said, what is this? Nero said, I have been waiting for this moment. I will prove that my art is extraordinary. Zhu Hyan asked, is something wrong? I didn't affect you, did I? Nero sighed. Since reading your novel, my soul has been enlightened. My novel. Although ordinary is still very popular, then because of your appearance I was embarrassed and they left. Juyan just laughed. Your novel is still selling very well even though you're the only one who bought it. Juyan told Nero it was that earthworm that sold it, not him. Nero angrily shouted, hey, don't talk nonsense. Juyan just replied, all right. He said, after all, I'm the victim. Because of your novel, I can't sell mine anymore. Nero writes novels. Does anyone know about it? One of them replied, I know. I think the title of a novel is The Sad Artist's Mark. Has anyone read it? That garbage novel. Sales are the most important thing. You guys, if there are no sales, then there are no sales. If you guys are still noisy, I'll kill you all. Nero's tyrannical and brutal power was unleashed in this domain. Whatever Nero wanted would be done. Be careful. Everything is gradually supporting Nero's return. Never leave Nero's approval. Nero said, you think they have a right to judge me? You think you have a chance to win against me in this battle? I will kill you for sure. She has said the fire was too big. This fire could burn me. Although he looks like a fool, he's still one of the 7 relics. He's gone, so he's gone. Be quiet if you still want to live, Juyan said, not knowing what to do to win. The kids are begging for mercy. Ju Hyan thought it would be very difficult for him to defeat him. I need to hit him first. Juyan told Nero to calm down. Probably not. Didn't we decide to have a literary duel? Juyan said, the novel you wrote, bring it here for us to read. We can do this before we compete. Nero asked, do you really want to read it? Juyan replied, no, you've also read my novel. It will be the same for me. She asked if he was scared to read it. I want to read a harmful novel. You really? We can understand human language, but can you understand the language of relics? Can humans understand the language of relics? Outdated people can't understand the language of high-level relics. Fire flared up around Nero and Nero said, all right, or do you want me to translate it for you? Nero asked Juyan. Juyan just now he said to shut up and give it to him. Nero is here. He gave him the Bible and said, read it if you can. Read it if you can translate it, or even half of it. I'll let you go. Said with a triumphant tone. Ha! How are you so brave? Juyan started to open it and read. Today Jim saw a goldfish. Please subscribe to the channel to support it. Translate it. He continued, today I went to the city and you saw my luggage. I think this is the story of your royal period. Nero was stunned and shouted, impossible. This is the first time. The first thing I saw was a human who knows the language of Alex. How could he do that? This is a sign of a disaster. He repeated Nero's words. You said you would let me go if I could read this. Nero was shocked and replied this. Julian, if you can't do that, then let's try another way. We'll help. We'll have a literary duel. Let's talk about the text. This is the first time I read such a terrible text. You really are an artist. Nero said, hearing Zhu Haiyan say that. Julian was serious. He carefully looked at his reaction. Maybe this plan can succeed. Nero had no artistic talent, but he was still recognized by everyone. Who would dare to do that to a Roman emperor? They recognized to protect their lives. That is the foundation of the Nero relic. So he will feel pained by my criticism. He thought to himself that he would attack his spirit. He asked him, You saw a goldfish? To help him make it a little more interesting, he told him to stand up. How can you change my novel? Julian said, First, let's change the title. The sinful artist is crying. It seems this will be better. Nero told Zhu Hai to stop. You have no right to do that. Julian crossed out a line in the Bible. This sentence will be the emperor's suffering. Huh, that's funny. Nero said, How dare you look down on me, and it's also possible. I admire that he seems to have more talent. Julian continued, You're not fit to be an artist. Nero shouted, My novel, Nero's Heart. Nero's heart is breaking. Nero's spirit is breaking. He's being destroyed. He can't pick up a pen to write a novel again. I need time to heal. He was happy. That's a symptom of a mental disorder. How long is the treatment time? Zhu Haiyan he asked himself. I don't have to fight. How can art be made if its author is like this? How can you do that? Like art. I'll write books for you. For example, for you, for someone as naive as you compared to others with that. This is another level. Nero was stunned by that. Nero asked, How can you do this? Yeah, I asked Julian, What do you mean, boss? Julian, he said, that was a new law in this world. Examples of the most horrific crimes. Nero knelt down in regret, holding the novel in his hand, and asked Julian, How is this possible? How can you do this? Julian replied nonchalantly, That's a negative comment. There are some crazy people lately. You think I'm crazy? Thank you for watching and see you again. Both Zhu Haiyan and Sha were surprised and looked around. Suddenly, he started to panic. Everything around began to shake. Black smoke rose from somewhere, enveloping the entire place, and it was truly over. Nero, out of utter despair, fell into a state of unconsciousness. If you want the relic to grow, basically in terms of materialism, it needs to have a specific value. The winner and loser have been determined, even if there's nothing else. Zhu Haiyan was now very smug, smiling and thinking to himself. He approached Nero, who was sitting with his head down in despair on the other side, and spoke, All right, you have to give up. If you do your job well, I'll let you write novels. Isn't it better to just give it up? Witnessing Nero take the ring off his head, Julian smiled and said, I understand. As soon as the ring was removed, it lit up the entire place. But in just a moment, it went out, no longer shining. The seal appeared on Zhu Haiyan's hand. Looking down at his arm, he smiled smugly and said, Good. The contract with the sloth relic has been sealed. Obtaining the power of sloth, which reduces the enemy's morale, the golden palace, absolute command, and all imagination are now available. By conquering the Emperor Nero relic and obtaining the quality of conquest, the dominance power has increased. This will be very useful when confronting relics with lordly and general-like properties. Julian bent down, picked up the ring, and asked curiously, There's more? Is one of 7 great emperor relics. Julian thought, Emperor relic? So, this relic is also an emperor relic. Could it be that each of the 7 tombs is an emperor relic? However, of course, these 7 tombs are not just places to store relics. Whatever they are, they must make these 7 tombs truly worth. The surrounding relics began to murmur. The battle ended too quickly. So, shall I go home now? Yes, the battle was very interesting. Go home now. Julian shouted. Where do you think you're going? As soon as he finished his sentence, a large net was thrown out. It descended from above and enveloped all the other relics. They panicked, struggled, and shouted. What are you doing? Hey, what is this? Julian pulled the net, which was full of relics, and said with satisfaction. A big catch. This net was not simple. It was covered by a very tough green shield. The relics that couldn't escape began to get agitated. Why is it so hard? I can't get out. The match is over. Hey, let me go. I want to go home. They knew for sure they couldn't escape. So, they started to plead. Seeing them like this, Julian spoke up. You guys seem to have misunderstood something. Cut. You watch my match for free. Now, I'm going to collect the money. And who said you could go home? The relics immediately replied, I already paid that. Mounted Dundas. That's right. All that money has been paid. Shiha forced a smile and said, You still haven't given me the relics. You liar. All right, I give up. What do you mean give it to me? Julian advised. You guys should take care of yourselves. The relic exclaimed, Julian, you human, you're very interesting. It's very good. These things were all planned by Julian and Shah beforehand. I created this network before starting the battle with Nero. Where are you then? Are you almost done? Shah replied, Yes, almost done. Julian continued, I created this network before starting the battle with Nero. Had ordered him to double the nets in large quantities. Yes, no matter how hard they tried, they still couldn't escape. Inside the net, an axe swung, cutting through the entire net. He shouted, You've underestimated my power. Julian stood there, staring intently. Wow, it's funny to think they can't get out. The relic was overjoyed. Wow, great. Let's go. A man with an angry face stepped out from inside the net. Then, the net emitted a bright light that illuminated the entire place. Julian stood there thinking, if this relic isn't a rank, then he wouldn't have been able to escape for long. It seems there are still S-rank relics in this group. A voice rang out. Sir, all the relics are running away. Julian, with a dazed look. I know. I have a plan. Julian channeled his power. The immense force destroyed everything here. He stood tall with a strong purple aura behind him. He spoke. Stop. No one moves. A panicked voice. What is this? The pressure is terrifying. Stop. Because the power was too great, it swept away everything around. Jen smugly thought to himself, I also have many relics that submit to my dominance. Not stopping there, his eyes lit up as he said, Go Anubis. As soon as he finished speaking, a dog appeared. Panicked, he shouted, Where am I? Julian said, Up. I need your power. The Chuk Cho at this point was still angry and shouted, What? Why is this? Why are you the human's dog? The yellow dog asked angrily to the blue dog beside it. Your stomach is so noisy. Did you eat something? What the hell is going on here? Julian stood with his arms crossed and said, You can understand it as the relics are not obeying and I need you. The dog wondered, You call me out for that reason? A relic said, I have no more energy. I have to say this. If Anubis has been restored, let him go. Julian, what does this mean? What? Julian replied. Ah, forget my request. So, Anubis. The dog angrily barked. This one. Don't bark again. Now, the humans are no longer under the control of the relic. At this time, his older sister, Set, who was cursed, also had to suffer punishment. You guys give up, too? Stand up. Stand up. What happened? What should I tell him now? I lost so much face. Don't use words. Misunderstanding. Ha? Julian said, don't think too much. Stand tall. I think there are some confusing states in the relic itself. The relic lay sprawled on the ground. So, how do you explain the current situation? I have a few things to say to you. That is me and this stupid dog. Before he could finish, a scream was heard. Aha! Stop. Up. The red dog was sweating, stammering. It is what I'm talking about, is the human's dominance ability, whatever. Therefore, this man is Julian, the only one with the ability to dominate us all. So, that's why I follow him. The relics murmured. Maybe I can find out, but hopefully this can end soon. The yellow dog lying next to it agreed. I think Anubis is right. Anyway, we've already seen his dominance power. The surrounding objects excitedly jumped up. Actually, I'm also a fan of that guy. I don't have any negative thoughts about humans. Now, I can openly be his fan. Dior. Dior. Julian standing nearby heard their exclamations and said shyly, what is it? Everything is beyond my imagination. The relic had a happy face. We're here. We'll help you with all our strength. The achievement of conquering many relics has been received. Cultural Treasure Artifact Number 1. Enthusiastic fans are active and appearing in large numbers and may increase further. As the power of the relics increases, your charm towards the relics will also increase. You have achieved a rare accomplishment because you can always harmonize your relationship with the relics. 8. Learn about their conditions. That is the ability to evolve level 2 relics. They agreed to follow Julian for the rest of their lives. Bro, do you want to give a short speech? Thanks to Anubis, all the relationships were created. This is a great oath. Just like when I received Nero from behind, a voice called out to Julian. They rushed over. Julian said, "Oh, long time no see, Mr. Chairman." As soon as he arrived, he angrily shouted, "How dare you do that? Are you mocking me?" Julian nonchalantly replied, consider it bad karma. Actually, there were necessary conditions here, so I chose this place. Quant Jun, enraged, gritted his teeth and said, "You psycho, don't expect to get back in one piece." Behind Quant Jun was a group of people. He ordered them to attack. Ichiha was stunned and panicked, asking, "There are so many people. What should we do?" In contrast to Chia's tense state, Julian calmly said, "It seems that Old Man has brought all the company's members here." Julian said, "What can I do? I haven't seen this in a long time." Zhu Haiyan said it seemed he had brought more reinforcements, a free army, and replied, "Today is your end, you bastard." Quant Jun ordered his cronies to attack him immediately. Zhu Haiyan stared intently at the weapons they were holding. That's the Emperor's assassin sword. Also known as the Sword Brutus. With this, he can defeat levels, destroy higher level relics. The other relics are also quite good. So, this is trouble. Julian told him he had changed his mind, which surprised Chiha. Before he could ask, he turned and ran. "Let's go." "Oh," Sun Wu shouted, "you're not going to fight them." Chairman Quan Chun's troops ordered to open fire, but all to no avail. Corrupted Text panicked and asked, What's wrong? What did you do, boss?" In fact, Ju Hyan didn't do anything. He didn't understand why he could dodge the bullets being fired. She didn't know. Old man Quan shouted loudly, "Why did you miss?" The subordinate stammered in reply, I'm sure I shot all of them accurately." Suddenly, the relics in the subordinate's hands protested. "You bastard! How dare you use me to attack him? Don't you know he's our idol, too? You guys attacking him means you're insulting us." The whole group of subordinates panicked. "This relic isn't following my orders anymore. Damn it! Let's use another relic." Julian laughed loudly. That's right. When I become a cultural asset of the relics, it's certain to have some significant benefits. This is when they come into play. Thank goodness, she has said. Suddenly, the audience relics spoke up. "What's wrong? It seems you need me." "Hey, let me speak first." He felt strange, so he took the painting out of his pocket. The audience relics were feeling uncomfortable. Julian laughed and thought, "Oh, this. Let's see. But this way, this is too good." Julian asked the audience in the painting if the relics on the other side wanted to join him. Come in here and have fun with the other relics. The company frowned, protesting vehemently. "How can this be? All relics are mine if I don't do anything. If the relic can't be used, then use a gun. Use anything to kill it." As soon as he finished his words, the subordinates pulled the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. Julian calmly thought, even if you do that, I can easily block them, right? Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Everyone stop. From afar, no more." Lord Sophie, he approached. He quickly turned and asked Uchiha if the instant teleportation was done. Of course, he had already finished it. Ju Hyan frowned. "Chairman Quan Tun, give this to him." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a laurel wreath. And it landed in his hand. Ju Hyan continued, "As I said before, my work is done. According to our prior agreement, I'm leaving and ending this." The company asked in shock, "What agreement? Do you have a problem with literature?" Sophie A asked Quant Jun, "What agreement is he talking about?" "I had to pay to get that relic." He immediately denied it. No, that's not it. "Princess, you've misunderstood that bastard. Don't let him get away. Stop." Julian vanished in a puff of smoke right before many people's eyes. Everyone was stunned. "What? He's gone." Quant Jun was furious. "Ju Hyan, you bastard." "Sophie, they told him not to mind him and to quickly do what he said before." He replied, stammering. "I mean, that bastard is lying." Sophie, of course, didn't believe Jun's words. No matter how much he tried to explain and reassure Princess Sophie, it was useless. The Heartland family mansion. "Today we had a great harvest." Shiha asked Julian, "Are you sure we'll be safe after this?" After all, they weren't far from Quan Tun's group. The two islands were right next to each other. The island was currently shrouded in darkness. Aisling Hilton said her family had many ways to keep the two of them safe. Shiha was just meeting her, and he was stunned by her beauty. Aisling Hilton asked Ju Hyan, "What do you think of this place? Is it to your liking?" He replied, "This place is very pleasant. It's an ideal place to rest." She was happy to hear his praise. "Is that so? If you need anything, just say it. I'll do my best to accommodate you. You guys haven't had dinner yet. Let me prepare it." Julian thanked her and continued the discussion. His business. Shah didn't understand what he was talking about. Julian explained, "I installed a chip, had placed it on an Arosa relic. Remember to get it. At the time, Julian threw the laurel wreath towards Quan Tun at that moment in heaven. At that moment, he had placed a chip on a nasal relic. He was sure they wouldn't throw it away, but it seems this was a bit useless. There was only the sound of old Quan angrily yelling at his subordinate. A moment later, Quan Jun started talking to Princess Sophie. He tried to explain that he had nothing to do with Ju Hyan. Just seeing his face makes me sick. Look, I haven't had a chance to do anything and my villa is destroyed like this. Sophie, he thought that was actually very reasonable. But Quan Tun immediately replied, there's nothing that the princess really wants to hear. Alright, I'll explain. Sophie noticed he didn't go to the auction house at that time. She thought he went home early because he wanted it. It was the Julius Caesar relic. Everyone wanted it. By the way, Chairman Quan here is also a relic user. Quan Jun frowned. Ha! This song by Quan is in the song. This song by Quan. For that reason, you suspect me. Because of that simple reason, I know that bastard sold a fake relic. But now I think this relic is not fake. But this is not the Julius Caesar relic. Now we should talk about the relic. This I can't say for sure. But I think it's a relic. But I'm sure this is not the relic of Julius Caesar. Sophia was surprised. How can that be? Are you sure? Yes. Julian on this side had heard the entire conversation. Sophia asked, do you have the relic of Julio? Saiwan Jun replied that this was a secret, but as I said before, I want to continue to maintain a good relationship with Monaco. Hearing this, Ju Hyan was secretly happy. Look, I heard something very interesting here. Chairman has the Julius Caesar relic. So when I gave the fake news at the auction house, the old man already knew about this. Perhaps the strongest relic he has is the Gaza relic. The conquest relic is the Gaza relic. A terrifying relic that can make everyone listen to him. He had always been trying to find out the name of the relic. But never could. It's truly terrifying. One way to get information from the enemy is to be the one who benefits. I can't wait to catch. Awan T. Jun's villa was just the beginning. Scene change. Everyone at this moment was happily playing in the water. Then he slammed the table and looked aggrieved. Damn it. Aren't we a little busy, boss? We're in the Pacific Ocean and you're making me do these boring jobs. Julian didn't even bother to argue. Who do you think pays you and got you here safely? He was angry. Even though I know you're the chairman of a company, I understand. He really wanted to enjoy the scenery here, but it seemed he couldn't. Julian said, you know, it's the same no matter where you are. Why are you so disappointed? She hearing this could only feel helpless. He's like an old man who doesn't know how to enjoy anything. Julian growled. Stop talking nonsense. He flew into a rage. What are you doing while I'm working hard to restore the relics? Julian smirked. In this time, with the achievements I've just gained, I'm still waiting. I will record the function and level of the relic because there are more and more relics. I can't remember them all. It can be a lot of work for later. I want to organize these relics after storing them. The multi-purpose relics will be in the same group, and I'll take them with me at all times. Sending something useful like materials to add words. You think I'm giving up on them? They'll be useful in the right hands. The things he had been analyzing all this time gave Chi a headache. Oh, listening to you gives me a headache, boss. It really hurts. Actually, Ju Hyan was just saying that everything needs time to be tested. At this moment, the system chimed with a notification. Life Necklace C rank common type consumable relic uses 126/200. He suddenly noticed he was holding something in his hand. Hey, and this necklace. Are there any others like this? Julian's eyes lit up. Wait, bank. It mentions Ho Hang in the Samuksa. He was born from the marriage of a Silic king and a commoner, a Tibetan. It is said that because of his strange birth, he could communicate with ghosts. The king, upon hearing the news, asked Hyangjeong to be an intermediary for communication. So, Hyangjeong introduced a ghost and said that the ghost was very good at working. Yes, Jiden is that ghost. Jiden is the ghost of Jiden. Ziden is a dominance relic. Ziden is one of the ghosts related to Hyangjeong. That's why Ryudo didn't attack me that day. Julian thought to himself, it seems there's no sense of a ghost's presence, and it's really difficult to activate this relic. Not very good, but it can be used to counter Lee Sua here. With that, he immediately threw the necklace towards Shaha. Slave number 1, fix it. Shiha, being treated like this by him, couldn't help but feel hurt. Damn it, boss. Why do you always act so suddenly? He smiled brightly. You're the manager of the first relic army from now on. He got angry. He shouted loudly. You don't even listen to me. This is so annoying. Scene change. At this time, the news was reporting at 6:00. The following are the news and incidents abroad. Zhu Hai went to visit his sister. Anything interesting, Aisling? Seeing him, she also politely asked, Oh, are you done with work after a long day? Julian smiled warmly and replied, Still a little bit, but want to go out for a break. Neither of them paid any attention to the fact that Shiha was now so exhausted he wanted to crawl home but couldn't. Aisling said, Julian, look, many countries are talking about you. The news editor reported, because so many members of parliament are missing, this could affect national politics. The number of politicians in South Korea missing so far is 5,000. Hearing this, Ju Hien rubbed his chin. It seemed he had figured something out. Oh, it could be something. It seems the second of the 7 tombs is about to appear. Aisling hearing this couldn't help but be surprised. Really? Then Julian looked mysterious. This is a sign. Perhaps this time the relic of Queen Cleopatra will appear. One of the 7 sins. It is a tomb full of lust. This is an agreement. This made Cha panic, his eyes wide with shock. Is that physical desire? His face became dazed and drool trickled down. The relic of Cleopatra is a den of lust. Isn't that a tomb of sorts? Although Jian knew what Shiha was thinking, it wasn't very convenient to say. I know you're looking forward to it, but it's not what you think. Cleopatra. Cleopatra was not just a character full of lust but also a character full of love. She was also the last ruler of the Tamic dynasty. At that time, Egypt's internal affairs were in chaos, and there was strong pressure from Rome. Cleopatra attracted the power of Rome and used it as a key to solve the problem. First, she cooperated with Caesar and drove out her own army. To understand this place better, please search Google for the Battle of Actium for more information. Back to the story, after Caesar was killed, she worked with Antony to benefit, but in the end, she was defeated by Octavius and fell right there. After that event, Egypt became a province of Rome. Zhu Haiyan's sarcastic words made Chai angry, but he couldn't do anything. The relic of Cleopatra is a strong, an intelligent person. You don't have those qualities. Cha grimaced. Boss, you mean? He continued to analyze. That's why the members of parliament are missing. It's a sign. Cha was a little confused. But how can you conquer it? Zhu Haiyan will use his dominance relic. The important thing is, how do we find the tomb? There must be a way. Aisling sat and listened to the two of them talk. She now understood the general idea. Zhu Haiyan, I don't think only the congressmen are missing. Hearing her say that, he was a little surprised. What? Just then, the news reported that in South Korea, a farmer had also disappeared. The government is trying to contact the missing congressman. Aisling said, from the elderly, teenagers to women, all are missing. Is this another incident? Zhu Haiyan felt confused. This is strange. I'll verify myself. Aisling at this point had nominated herself to go with him, but he flatly refused because it was impossible. It was impossible. The reason he couldn't let her go with him was because he was afraid that when she used the relic, it would produce a side effect that would force her to do strange things, and there could be other, more terrifying risks. She looked upset. I'm sorry. He comforted her. It's no problem. Don't worry about it. Conquering the tomb only requires my strength. Zhu Haiyan turned to look at Shah and said, I'm thinking I should go alone. Shiha, hearing this, felt like he had been struck by lightning. What? Why? I was so excited. You take me everywhere. Why? Now you won't let me go. With you. Zhu Haiyan looked serious. It's not an interesting place for you to visit. It will be very troublesome to bring you along. He added, if I have nothing to do, then I will have nothing to do. If you're free, go back to New York and restore the relics. He couldn't argue back, so he just cried. That's too much. Hello. Scene change. After spending a day at the Hilton Villa and completing the classification of the relics, Zhu Hai had brought some new relics. And when South Korea? He had asked Chiha and the others to return to New York. This was easily done thanks to the stone relic. There was no resistance. The kid almost couldn't stand the allure of Cleopatra's relic. Anyway, I haven't been back to Korea in a long time. At this very moment, he was overcoming his love. Getting off the plane, Julian felt something wasn't right. Something was wrong with this place. He looked at the bustling crowd and couldn't help but think, I feel relic energy. Why are there so many people here? The holiday season is still a long way off. It's even a normal workday today. Usually, they come and visit Mount Sakyan, Chandy Deek, and the restaurants naturally have a line. But the restaurants naturally have a line and clothes that are a bit strange. Office workers, farmers, even pajamas. These are people who are drawn to relics and they're heading towards this mountain. So many people have been accidentally injured and are wandering on the mountain. This is also a bit strange. The Cleopatra relic doesn't just attract people. Is it really the Cleopatra relic? Has the future changed again? He felt a voice ringing in his ear. How interesting. But when he turned his head, he didn't see anything. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Strange beams of light shot straight down to the ground, then created a giant shield that surrounded the mountain. It was an earthquake. Julian at this point still didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, he saw a tomb appear. This is one of the stories I like to talk about. Is a tomb on the surface. The strange voice from before rang out again. Now continue to conquer it, human. Now you cannot leave here. No one will be allowed to leave this tomb. Do you guys like this? Now Julian was certain that his speculation was correct. One thing is for sure, someone created this tomb, but it wasn't the Cleopatra relic. The system announced. This is a surface tomb. You cannot leave this area until you can conquer it. Julian thought to himself. When I followed the relic's energy, this tomb suddenly appeared. It seems the relic intentionally brought everyone here. The strange voice appeared again once more. You can't get out of here. I'll give you a hint. Enjoy the embrace as much as possible. Congratulations. His face was a series of notifications from a system. What happened? These people are directly affected by the relic's energy. The relic's energy is increasing. People exposed to the relic's energy lose their senses and begin to go insane. Whatever, but it's not the people who are affected by the relic's energy. Julian looked confusedly at the crazed crowd, screaming, "Long live the Empire!" He gritted his teeth in frustration. At first I thought this was the tomb of lust of Cleopatra, but looking again, now I'm sure it's not. What kind of relic is this? I've never encountered it before. Suddenly, a loud cry from behind. That man is mine. Mine. A crowd of people rushed forward. What are you talking about? I wanted him first. Zhu Hai dodged the hands. Are you girls sick? How the hell did this happen? The system showed a notification. The hưởng relic is active. With that, he immediately turned and ran. But the others wouldn't give up, chasing and screaming frantically, "Honey, where are you going? You're my love." A message from the system is displayed. This is the tomb of a lifelong widow. Dway, this is really a relic. I've never heard of. They are very similar to the tomb of lust. Two men saw the scene and said with envy, "What? Why are the women chasing after that guy? He must have done something." As if controlled by a relic. A group of crazy young men immediately chased after Julian. We have to teach him a lesson. After him, the number of people chasing Julian kept increasing, causing the situation to become chaotic. He panicked. Why are there more and more of them? There you are, honey. Damn it. Zhu Hai was blocked by two girls. Even here there are some. He turned and ran again. Where are you going, sweetie? Are you going up the mountain? My love, my love. He thought to himself. If I get caught, I might die. His sharp eyes were fixed on the tree over there. He immediately climbed the tree to shake off the crazy crowd. The whole group looked up at the tree. He climbed up there. Come down. Come on, clumsy. Get up here. He panted. PHW. I can relax now. Let's go. This is like the story of Silo and Gnome. But there's something very strange. The story tells of Silo and Gnome, the two main characters and the keeper of the Bansi powder. She was kicked out of town for having sex with a corpse. Silo met a mischievous girl with a reputation. The two were married. Then Silo died and the woman became a widow. This story is famous for being very vulgar and strange. Julian thought to himself, I should have known this sooner, and then wondered what class they both belonged to. Let's go. If you think in terms of them being the 7 tombs, then the level will also be very high. But it's strange that Silo and Gnome are S-class. No, this story is very good. He praised it briefly. Very interesting, but this is still. Suddenly, a sound from below cut through his train of thought. Hurry, chop down the tree. The people below were hacking at the tree trunk with axes. So, the rope relic appeared. Master, let me, he asked. All right. He then grabbed the end of the rope. So, you're very useful, huh? This is amazing. Hearing Julian's praise, the rope was delighted. I've been praised. I understand, Master. Suddenly, the system sent a notification to him. Only good people can ascend to heaven. He was confused and just swore. What does that mean? What the hell? The notification continued to flash. Karma has accumulated and you cannot ascend to heaven. The wrath of thunder. That's the truth. Both he and the rope were struck by lightning, burned black, and fell to the ground. I'm falling, Master. The rope was worried. Master, are you okay? Luckily, Julian was still able to answer. Yeah, I'm fine, he replied while holding his forehead. That's right. When the others caught up, now you can't run anymore. The whole group rushed over, fighting over him. He's mine. Give him to me. I was here first. The blonde girl suddenly threw herself at him, stroking his handsome face. Hey, I was here first, so you guys have to wait in line. That's your lovely name. With that, she looked at him with a dazed expression, licking the corner of her lips with a wicked intention. You're definitely different from other men. Calm down. I'll give you my love. Ah. She placed her hand on his chest. Julian cursed on his breath. Damn it. Yuck. Seeing this, the rope became jealous, lunged forward, and slapped her across the face, asking, Have you asked for my opinion? Get away from my master. The rope continuously wrapped around them and then loudly cursed. Get lost. The whole group panicked. The rope. Julian thanked the rope. He looked again. It then looked at the rest of the people hanging in the air. Rope, don't overdo it. They're just ordinary people. Stop. Just stand back and go. It obediently replied. All right, master. He spoke to him. With that, the two were about to continue when a strange voice rang out again. Ouch. You think stopping those women is the end of it? Something that has never happened before. A pink energy gathered and formed a ring. He wondered, is that a fire relic? The other voice rang out again. Why do you keep asking questions? The pink energy was almost surrounding him. Julian looked at the energy and thought, a strong and evil aura. It seems it has evolved. This might be easy. Meanwhile, in Hawaii at the Hilton family villa, the TV reported that the tomb that appeared in Kyoto, South Korea, has been identified as one of the 7 tombs. According to Pandora, this is the Tomb of Lust. It is said that powerful relics have been discovered inside the tomb in Kyoto. Irene Hilton looked worried. Her mother asked, Isn't Julian in that tomb? She replied, Yes, Mom. It's quite dangerous, my dear. She said, so she reassured her mother. Mom, you don't need to worry. He's Julian after all. The TV reported again that different excavation teams, including Pandora, had gone to the location of Makam Napsu. If you get close to the tomb, you will not be able to control your sexual desires. I hope everything will be fine. She looked at the TV with a little anxiety and then looked at the book on the table. She thought, this is a relic. The Book of the Mayan Gods. Before Julian left, he had left it in case of an emergency. I'm very worried about Julian. I need to try it. He spoke to him. Then she placed her hand on the book's cover. It began to emit a golden light. Unnatural. This relic speaks. Impending danger. The energy emanated. The book began to turn its pages automatically. The book opened to a page with strange writing which surprised her. So, is this a negative or a positive? At the Tomb of Lust in Mount Sakcho, South Korea, she has said, I'm finally in. Although I'm a little vague about this tomb, I finally got inside with great passion. Boss Julian, you didn't take me into this amazing tomb. Is it because you wanted to stay behind and repair relics and everything will go well according to your plan? Shaha proudly walked through the sandstorm, but there was no one around him. He stood here and shouted, even the Sudanese Imperial Army doesn't have a single ghost. I can only see the mountain when I'm here. I'm trying. A second later, a group of people ran past. He saw them and asked where they were going. They said that the Emperor of Sudan and the palace were there and even the beautiful girls were there. Shiha, hearing this, couldn't miss the opportunity and ran after them. A voice mumbled. Everyone stopped. Is this a terrible sight? Suddenly, from under the ground, a wooden pillar in the shape of a demon's face grew up. The whole night, the crowd also wondered, what is that? It looks like a matchstick. It said that they needed to fix this place. I will save you, you poor people. As soon as it finished speaking, it shot a beam of energy, causing the entire group to collapse. Only Chiha was unaffected. He was worried about the others. Are you guys okay? It continued. You don't need to search for happiness. I will help you. For example, look at that girl over there. Isn't she cute? Sha, hearing this, immediately turned pale. Suddenly, the whole group stood up and rushed at Chiha. Their faces as if they had found their soulmates. Come here, little sister. You're my type. Oh, you're so cute. Cha ran for his life, crying for help. No, you guys wake up. I'm a man. You baboons. Someone help me. In another way, I thought I heard a familiar voice, but I didn't care. Anyway, Zhu Hai could feel the relic's energy was near him. Suddenly he saw a bucket of water in front of him. Zhu Haiyan approached. He stepped inside the nearby house. A woman appeared in front of him. It was her. It was Li Sua. She stared at him intently. Zhu Haiyan, we finally found the fool. Do you know how hard I've worked to catch you? After that day in Kyoto, I will definitely not let you leave here, she said, pulling a knife from her pocket and getting into a fighting stance. Jean nonchalantly ordered the rope. Quick, tie up, Lua. The rope obeyed and flew towards her. Immediately, Li Sua threw out a bag that expanded and swallowed the rope. Gotcha, she said smugly. You think you can beat me again? I'll catch you here. The rope, unable to counterattack in time, was completely engulfed by the bag. It was still running. It struggled. Impossible. Let me go. That relic is the bag of holding from Irish mythology. Is an A-rank treasure class relic. The story tells that the hero Mark Wolfson in Icelandic mythology was like a mythological character, carrying extraordinary items. It can swallow anything. Liua held the rope relic which was trapped. She asked, now what will you do? Zhu Haiyan began to get into position. First, I will get my relic back. Lua got into a ready stance. Do whatever you want. He rushed over and she quickly tripped him, causing him to fall backwards in anger. Sua sat on top of him to restrain him. You should just give up and obey me. Li Sua's expression gradually changed. She looked at Zhu Hai with such a craving that she even drooled. He saw the situation was unstable and immediately, what are you going to do? Zhu Haiyan was scared. Am I going to lose my virginity? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Sua slowly used a knife to cut his shirt. Zhu Haiyan was about to lose his virginity right here in front of Li Sua. This was truly crazy for him. She seemed abnormal now. Suddenly, the system announced that the relic and the woman were bound together. Julian thought to himself, damn it, is that true? If I don't control the relic properly, it might take control of me back. You idiot. Wake up. What's it related to? When Sua was now controlled by the relic, she became stronger and stronger as she approached Julian. A spark from him struck Li Sua. The system continued to announce, the power of the bankruptcy relic has stopped your opponent. This is like a wife who isn't present but can still be jealous. Taking this opportunity, Julian rushed over. Quickly separated the relic from Li Sua's body. She quickly reached out and squeezed his face. Why are you resisting? You better not resist me. Julian suddenly changed his attitude. Nothing. It's just a change of order. You mean to let her lie down and enjoy it? Then Zhu Hai played along. He had to trick her to separate the relic. His hand roamed from top to bottom, then fell for the place with the strongest aura. Then he quickly snatched the relic away. You think I'll listen to you? But unfortunately, the relic hit Julian and floated in the air. "Don't touch me." The system announced that this was a relic with male and female cloth removed from their homeland. A B rank relic of the rare type. Julian took out his weapon, ready to fight. "I'm getting out of this perverted tomb." Thought to himself, this man is really hard to teach, but you've piqued my interest. It flew over and he struck. Slashed it. A single sock. "Oh, my love. I've been slashed." He was surprised. Why was it so easy to slash it? The name and color are characteristics of the 7 tombs. Julian ordered it to be quiet. "Quick, find a silo relic and open the tomb door before I destroy it." The relic said, "You're very interested." "Interesting. Try to find a silo relic." "Huh?" Julian asked what the condition was to conquer this tomb. On the other side, Lua also began to wake up. He urged the relic to stop messing around before he smashed it. The relic was scared and quickly replied, "All right, I'll tell you. You need to meet the owner of the tomb. To clean it. You need to give me money to make me talk." Hearing that, he burst out laughing. "The owner of the tomb? Ha, of course. Is there an original owner of this tomb?" He felt very interested. Juhai seemed annoyed. He asked the sock relic, "So, who is the real owner of this tomb?" The sock didn't give him an easy answer. It said, "You think it will tell you that?" Seeing the relic was keeping the secret too well, he pointed his sword at it, his tone threatening. "You can't talk. Should I cut you into pieces?" The sock immediately became worried. "Damn it. I can't say anything. I'm going to die here." "Speak." It even affirmed, "You can't do anything. You'll be killed by the owner of the tomb." It even insisted that it was telling the truth. Seeing this, Julian didn't threaten anymore. "Hurry up. I'll defeat the owner of the tomb and we'll both live." Even though he said that the cloth sock was still very skeptical of him, it insisted that he couldn't do anything to the owner of this tomb. Hearing it say that he couldn't do anything either. The cloth sock relic was really stubborn. He had just finished his words. Suddenly, Cha from outside slammed the door, flew in, and fell flat on his face, looking very bewildered. "Help! Help me, Ju! Kian and the relic." Seeing him fall, they were startled. He asked him, "Slave number 1, why are you here?" Shaha turned to look at him with a terrified expression and cried out, "Boss!" He scrambled to close the door. Zhu Haiyan asked what had happened to him. Sheha was utterly miserable. He recounted tearfully. "Boss, help me. Those perverts are chasing me." Julian was a bit confused. "What are you talking about?" The relic seemed to have figured something out and spoke up. "Oh, it's Silo." Suddenly, they heard a knock on the door. Thump, thump, thump. Shah was extremely worried at this point. A second later, he was startled by the knocking. Outside the door was a man's voice. "Honey, I know you're in there. Open up." Hearing this, Shiha frantically held the door shut. He continued to shout, "Come out here. Let's duel." But Shiha didn't want it all. He struggled to hold the door shut, desperately begging Zhu Haiyan for help. "Boss, do something." However, he didn't see Zhu Haiyan answer. Instead, it was Silo's voice, "Now I'll talk in my own way." Just now, as soon as he finished his words, he slammed into the door, causing it to shatter. The men controlled by Silo also became agitated. One of them said, You can't run anymore." This made Shiha feel terrified. He shouted for them not to come over here. The controlled guys' faces became more and more interested with a slightly perverted look. They even opened their mouths to praise Shiha for looking so cute when he shouted. He didn't know what to do but protest. No, get lost. To stop them from doing anything wrong, Julian used his sword to block their necks. One of them, seeing his threatening intention, immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" As his face turned cold, he said, "This person is my slave. If you do that again, don't blame me. If you're tired of living, you can try death. I'm sorry." He looked at his beloved, who was now only in the form of a sock. He quickly asked, "My love, what's wrong? Who did this to you?" He pointed directly at Shiha and Julian. Sayo immediately got angry and told Julian, "If you want something, just say it." But he calmly said, "Let them go. Consider it." Sayo didn't care. He was furious and shouted, "Are you the one who hurt my woman? Come here," he said, as if ready to kill him. "Get ready, you bastard." Zhu Haiyan wasn't just an ordinary person either. He prepared for battle. "Although you seem stronger than me, our ranks are the same." Silo hadn't even said anything before he struck, cutting off its entire body. Silo was extremely shocked and let out a few cries. "Ah, it hurts so much. My love is cloth sock." Seeing him quickly knocked out by Zhu Haiyan, immediately cried out, "Oh my god," he calmly said, as expected, "it's no different." Silo was defeated by Zhu Haiyan instantly. The hypnotized people also returned to their normal state. They looked around confused and asked, "What are we doing here?" With that, they all left together. The sock mourned for his beloved Silo. It hugged his beloved Silo tightly and cried. Julian gently said, "You know you can't beat me." He emphasized his question again. "Tell me, where is the owner of the tomb?" The sock, upon hearing this, immediately scolded. "You're so stubborn." "Hello." Theo could still speak, which means he's not dead, so there's nothing to remember. "If I tell you, will you conquer him?" The cloth sock, seeing this, frantically shushed him. "Are you crazy? Be quiet." Theo ignored him and asked Julian, "Are you tired of living?" Julian smirked, "Just say it. I'll conquer that person." Sayo also seemed to have a grudge against the owner of the tomb. He even wanted to make a deal with him. But before they could negotiate, a piece of cloth from behind suddenly flew over. The cloth wrapped tightly around Sayo, preventing him from escaping. He didn't understand what was happening and shouted, "What is this? Let me go now." And so he was trapped in Li Sua's bag. Julian was a little confused. "I'm sorry, but what are you doing, Lua? Give me the bag and the rope." However, I don't think that bag can hold him for long. Li Sua's expression at this point was not comfortable. She turned her face away and said, "Think about what you've done in the tomb all this time. This is mine now. I will take over this tomb." She immediately ordered the relic to block Julian. Not only was he not scared, but he also proudly said, "Have you forgotten? Your relic can't attack me." He ran straight to the relic, but her relic seemed to be disabled. She was surprised. "It's not working anymore." "Why? Now what?" Zhu Haiyan immediately attacked, but she managed to counterattack. The sword was flung high into the air. In a flash, he caught it. With one swing of his arm, she fell to the floor. Zhu Haiyan told her to give him the bag. "Don't waste your energy. I have to conquer this tomb quickly, so we can get out of here." His words didn't seem to faze Lua at all. Her expression was unwilling, but still she reluctantly gave him her bag. Zhu Haiyan's face showed a triumphant expression, and he reached out to take the bag without any defensiveness. "You should have done this sooner, right?" But a few seconds later, before he could grab the bag, it was already there. Something shot straight at him. He managed to dodge it by reflex. It turned out to be Li Sua's relic. Women are truly dangerous. The relic flew back into her hand. She said, "You're faster than I thought." Julian frowned and said, "I know that thing, the silver relic." "Where did you get that relic?" She then asked him what he was going to do. He replied that he just wanted to know before Chi has tension. He asked further, "Is that from a woman?" Named Jean Sha Li Sua. Hearing that name, suddenly her face became tense. She stammered, What are you talking about?" From his point of view, looking at her reaction, it seems to be true. He thought to himself, "Damn it, what's her relationship with Jean Sha when before there was the War King Xia, the missionary King Ali, the Conquest King Jun, and then the greed King Jin Shan, that is the strongest and worst enemy to deal with greedy relics?" He thought to himself, the silver relic is a weapon that Jin Sha often uses. I think Jado has also started to act. That's for sure. This is really bad news for anyone allied with Kota. I can't let Kota take advantage of my potential. Li Sua spoke up. "I don't know how you know about Jin Sha 1, but it doesn't matter." She added, "You will end here." Immediately, she used her relic and ordered it to destroy this place. Gildo, after saying that, the whole tomb seemed about to collapse. Both he and Sha did not anticipate this action of hers. And now everything is gradually falling apart. Julian didn't know what else to say. He frowned in annoyance. Oh. The tomb shattered in an instant and turned into a pile of rubble because at that time Lua had managed to escape not far from there. She turned her head to look at the tomb, her face extremely satisfied. She said, "Good. That idiot. He didn't know that Gildo had destroyed the house while he was worrying about those two relics. Die, you bastard." Before she could rejoice, her eyes widened in surprise. No. In that thick smoke, Julian had managed to use a relic to control the fire, flying high and sucking up everything that was falling on him. And Sha. Shay trembled and said, "Boss, are we going to die like this?" He gritted his teeth and said, "UBA, don't talk so much. Get over to my place quick." The relic continued to operate, sucking him more. He chose to get rid of all the dangers near the two of them like a fool. He and Shiha had escaped with their lives. Shiha held his head and said, "Boss, we're not dead." He was extremely happy, chattering, "Boss, we're really still alive." Julian, after using his power to control the relic, was too tired and collapsed onto the floor, sighing, "Be quiet." He had barely caught his breath when suddenly Li Sua flew over, her killing intent radiating as she approached the two with a sharp knife. She cursed, "These pieces of trash." She gritted her teeth in anger, holding the silver relic, her expression as if she wanted to skewer them. Zhu Hai was startled by her scaly skin. In an instant, he thought, "Damn it, I just escaped from the rubble. The problem is if I get killed by her, it would be an unimaginable scene." Just when he thought he was about to be skewered by her, the next second, the system immediately displayed. The bankruptcy relic energy and another energy are attacking each other. Just as the system was activated, just as she was about to land, a blue light suddenly shot out and threw her back. She let out a surprised cry of awe. What? She was thrown back 8 m. Shaha saw it and was startled. Zhu Haiyan also broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, bankruptcy relic energy. At least I'm still alive like you guys. I still need to verify if it's Ashling's hidden power. Lua was truly shocked that she had been thrown like that. She gritted her teeth in pain and asked, "What relic did you use? Why didn't I see you do anything? How can you attack without making any movement?" Julian didn't answer right away, just slowly picked up her bag. "Almost done." Then he just gave a faint smile and replied, "I don't know either." With a confident expression, he said, "However, you should know that you don't have a chance to defeat me." With that, he ordered the bag. "Give me back my relic." Relic. The silo, sock, and rope. Relics were all released. The rope said, "Ah, finally out." The happy rope ran over and wrapped itself around him. In a very loving tone, it said, "Master, I missed you so much. So much." But he seemed to be used to it, so he just ignored it. Then he turned and said to Silo, "Now I want you to lead me to the owner of this tomb." Silo, with a fierce expression, replied, "All right, but you have to keep your promise." As he spoke, he used his power to summon a portal leading to another dimension. The portal appeared, surprising Chiha and making him exclaim, "What's that?" "You?" He wondered and asked. "Is this a door leading to the owner of the tomb?" Julian smiled and said, "I think so, but that guy Shah was a bit of coward." He said, "But boss, it's too dark in there. We won't know what will happen when we go in." Julian replied, "But we need to trust him. He's a human. I don't look like a liar, do I?" Silo at this point didn't understand why he seemed so startled, sweating from the tension. Hearing his boss say that, Chiha also pretended not to be scared. He said, "I'm not scared either. Let's go." Although he said that Chiha's hands and feet were trembling, he was still very scared. Lua was so angry, her eyebrows furrowed. She gritted her teeth and told herself, "I can't miss it." She immediately called her dildo relic, and they both followed the others through the door. According to her report of them, and so she entered the portal with Jian and Cha. At this moment, when the two of them just stepped in, the space immediately changed completely. Chad didn't understand why he was so clumsy that he couldn't walk properly and fell sideways. He sat up, looked around, and wondered a cave. Julian spotted another gate in front and said to Cha, "There's another gate ahead. Let's go see." The two of them went over to see. In front of them was a huge gate. The surrounding space was dark and gloomy. Seeing such a large gate with their own eyes, the two of them were a little surprised. Shah said, "It's so big." Julian said that it's tightly closed. The two of them, as he approached the gate, a voice suddenly spoke from the heads of the two hyenas. "Hanging in front. You've come this far. You're truly talented." But Ju Hyan didn't waste words and replied, "Hey, don't talk nonsense. Open the door." The hyena head spoke again. "If you want me to do that, there's a condition." Julian was a little interested. He said, "So, what's the condition?" "Thanks." The strange and bizarre condition uttered by the hyena's mouth made everyone who heard gasp. It said, "Only pure men are allowed to enter. If not, don't even think about going inside." Damn it, what? And he couldn't help but get angry and, "Hey, what error do you think you're in? What's the final requirement? Do you think what you're saying makes sense?" The two hyena heads replied, "Cheating is not a condition." Finally, Lee Sua also entered the portal and arrived here. She came over and said, "That's not fair. Why are only men allowed to try?" Julian and Shia were startled and turned their heads to look. He looked at her and said, "Lua, you're still following me. Don't be foolish. But the law is the law." The door repeated itself once more to all three of them. I'll say it again. The law is the law. Only pure men are allowed in. Lua refused, gritting her teeth and saying unreasonable. Julian glanced at Lee Sua and asked, "What are you going to do?" The three of them stood in a triangle. Ju Hyan crossed his arms and asked, "So who can open the door?" He turned back. He turned to Chiha. "Slave number 1, can you open it?" Chiha, of course, didn't know. He pouted and said, "I can't open it." "Why are you asking me this?" Suddenly, Ju Hyan said, "This is strange." Shah shouted, "No. What are you talking about? I've had a girlfriend before. After all, do you have the ability to open it? You're older than me." Julian drew his sword and replied, "I can't open it either." "Yes, that doesn't mean we can't get in." Julian held his sword and prepared to control his power to break it. He smirked. "If I can't open it, I'll have to break it." Don't be mad. Then he didn't forget to remind Shiha. Get ready to restore it. Shiha obediently replied, yes, but use it gently. With that, he charged straight at the door, his hand empty. He raised his sword, preparing to attack. But maybe unexpectedly, the system frame appeared again. At this moment is very suitable for the condition. Very pure. The door is opening. Julian didn't understand anything and immediately stopped. The door joyfully praised. Extraordinary. There's still humans like this. A pure man. What that is? The door opened without any action, much to his bewilderment. The reason is Sua and Shiha stood there silently. Shiha was a little skeptical of his boss. Boss, you, but he quickly tried to change the subject, saying the door is open. Shiha asked again, is the door really broken? At this point, Ju Hyan was really angry, thinking to himself, damn it, I forgot that was 15 years ago. Damn. He was eavesdropping again, his face excited as he teased. Boss, why are you still lying? It turns out you're a pure boy. Ha ha. Julian, embarrassed, his neck veins popping, shouted at him, get in. I'll say it again. He's the best. You won't get a bonus. The three of them, just like that one inside. The area inside was very eye-catching, a bit mysterious. Shiha looked around. He said, the scenery inside was beautiful, like spring. Not only was it beautiful, but as they went deeper inside, they also came across a lot of precious treasures. Shiha continued, this is extraordinary. Remember to like and subscribe to my channel. But that didn't catch Julian's attention. He was too angry about what had happened earlier. So he shouted, damn it, that relic, come out here. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant purple wave of power appeared before his eyes, accompanied by a woman's voice. Ah, she said. Aha. The manager clearly said in an instant, the power flared up. Behind the aura was her figure, her tone very alluring with a sexy body. She said, are you a pure man? Seeing this, Julian smiled with great satisfaction, thinking, the owner of the tomb. You're finally here. Don't think she's a young woman just because she's sexy. Don't be so captivated by her breasts that you become delirious. She's no ordinary person. At this moment, Jane thought to himself, finally, the master of the Tomb of Lust has appeared, brothers. He looked around, silently, judging that she definitely wasn't Sayabacha. You see, the cave architecture and the clothes she's wearing are in the Chinese style. The color of her aura is pink. Zuyan guessed. If I'm not mistaken, she's the dodgy relic. Remember, subscribe to the Gimmick Go channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. In the past, Daji was a concubine of a king in ancient China. The king was a famous person for living a luxurious life at that time in China. Currently, she is better at seducing men than ever before. She licked her lips and said, it's time to eat. At this point, the system displayed a warning to Julian, notifying him that the relic she was using had a seduction power. If you're mesmerized by it, you'll be killed. Seeing this, he frowned and reminded everyone. Be careful. She started to use her seduction power. Before the three of them could do anything, she immediately unleashed her power on all of them. The power reached every corner of their bodies. But it doesn't seem to be very effective on Julian. Even so, he still finds these kinds of attacks annoying. He can say that he's not effective with his participation. He gritted his teeth in annoyance, telling himself that he needed to endure it. Golden bottle with Ju's determined expression. Shiha was immediately mesmerized and couldn't help but get a nosebleed. He said, wow, you're so beautiful and sexy. Please take me. Take me. Seeing his slave say such disgusting things, he slapped Shiha hard on the head and said, hey, you idiot, wake up. Shiha winced from the painful slap. Julian found Shiha annoying. He said, I shouldn't have told you the location of the tomb so you would know about it. In this case, the relic could kill you in an instant. As he was talking, his backpack suddenly started to rustle. Or rather, it turned out to be Silo. It said, hey baby, look at me. Come here. Julian felt really annoyed, thinking even they affected. Young. He then turned to look at Lee Sua. Seeing that she was the only one unaffected, he thought to himself, she's the only one who can help me. Then he proposed a partnership. Listen to me. We should cooperate now. But Lee Sua asked, what? A second later, she put on a cold expression and said, why are you suddenly saying that? He replied, because you're not mesmerized. Daji continued to seduce. With a gentle expression, she said to Lee Sua, if you need, I'll help you. Lee Sua asked, really? Suddenly, she turned and looked at Shiha with a dangerous glint in her eyes. Shiha was startled. A second later, she was grabbed by him and screamed, I'll leave this idiot to you. Help me control him. No. He protested, screaming, no. Boss, save me. Lee Sua used her strength, rendering the man helpless. As for Ju Hyun, he was speechless. He ignored it, his face determined as he told Daji, I'll finish you before things get worse. Daji wasn't in a hurry. She told him he could try. I won't bully you, honey. Zu Hyun couldn't wait any longer. His hand slowly drew the relic sword. The relic was still active, but it spoke. She's a relic that uses seduction as her power. Zu Hyun told the sword to wake up. I need you to fight. But the relic, seeing this, was also mesmerized by her and even shouted, why do we have to fight a beauty? At this, Zu Hyun's face darkened and he frowned, starting to worry. If this continues, I might lose all my relics. I have to double my dominance, so it might not be that scary. And this as quickly as possible. Just after that, he rushed towards Dottie. But don't forget, the legendary Dottie was a nine-tailed fox full of tricks. Not only did she have the art of seduction, but she also had this move. Her eyes lit up as she said, it's useless. In this song, something flew straight at Julian. In an instant, he seemed to fall into a panic. Something was enveloping and simultaneously wrapping tightly around him. And more. Something continued to fly at him, leaving Julian utterly bewildered. It turned out to be Daji's tails, thick and large, making it difficult for Ju Hyun to escape. He cursed, what the hell? He grabbed the tail with his hand. He wondered, a furry snake? No, a fox's tail. He asked, Daji, are you the nine-tailed fox? Her beautiful eyes were looking at him and she smiled and said, yes, that's right. What's wrong, honey? Although Julian was a bit surprised and confused, he wasn't too surprised. Beauties are often associated with fox spirits. Besides, there's a story about a demon who transformed into a beautiful girl during the Ming dynasty. That's one story. Daji slowly approached him, her face full of anticipation. Her face was close. She licked Ju Hyun's face and asked, which part is the tastiest? Should I eat all of it? But a second later, she stopped because she didn't understand why Julian was so delicious. She wondered if she should just swallow him whole. Ha! The system window appeared at this moment, saying that the relic was using a paralysis effect. The relic wants to deathflower you. The rice will be cooked and the tomb will not be conquered. Julian was tired and cursed under his breath. Damn it! And so boom. Daji fed him porridge. Cha down below was shocked and screamed, boss. Oh my god. Tijua was also completely shocked by this scene was taken by Daji, but he had to endure it. He glanced at the system window. A series of windows with the content bankruptcy relic is reacting. Appeared. Zu Hyun, of course, was surprised and didn't understand anything, just when he thought he was done for. But no, the tomb that Daji had been building for so long immediately exploded. Both Chiha and Lee Sua were surprised. She called out to his boss, "No, boss, why did the tomb explode?" The sudden turn of events made Dottie lose her appetite for Julian's flesh. She stopped furious and screamed, "Why did this happen? My garden? I spent so much time building this garden." She hadn't even had a chance to do anything before the power began to gather into a mass and grow stronger. Not long after, it erupted with a terrifying pressure, making it impossible for her to be at peace. She was caught off guard, injured, been thrown out. And in the ruins at that time, the figure of a girl appeared again. The scene was utterly devastated. Zhu Haiyan also took a hit and was knocked out. He sat up sweating and said, "This really happened." Amidst the bright flames behind him, a voice was heard. "Julian, are you okay?" He glanced around and was startled to see that it was Irene. He didn't understand anymore. As she helped him up, he immediately asked, "Thank you for saving me. But why are you here?" When asked, it turned out she said, "I knew you were in danger. So, I used a relic you left behind and came here." He said, "So, you really read it and there's nothing. And you came here to help me. This tomb is really quite difficult." Irene also seemed to really like it. She said, "Leave it to me." Ian pointed directly at Daji. "She's over there." Daji was startled. She backed away and said, "Wait a minute." Realizing the threat, Daji was also wary. In her heart, she thought, "I Center's power is terrifying. I need to stay away from her." Daji advised both sides to talk calmly. She continued, "I just want to eat that man. I'll show you an example." Her words had the opposite effect and made I Center even angrier. She looked like she was about to explode. Power surged and Daji screamed in fear. She kept asking why won't you listen to me? A second later, Daji was truly scared. The power in her body gradually disappeared. With a slightly panicked expression, she said, "How can this be my power?" "No." The boom 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 effect appeared before her eyes. You can see as a joke Daji transformed back into her original form, a fox with 9 tails. Ian was surprised and said she turned into a fox. Zhu Haiyan whispered to her saying that it seemed she was exhausted. She's returning to her original form. If you can get information about her, please share it with her. Leave that to him. There will surely be a better day. Motionless in another place. The records were sitting sadly because of a disaster that had drained all her power. He thought to himself, "First, I need to restore my strength." He thought he could rest for a bit, but he was found by Zhu Haiyan again. He said, "Hey, why did you run? Why didn't you wait for me?" And was startled. He told her not to be surprised. He wasn't a ghost. Dee jumped up and asked why he was here. After saying that, she bolted but was caught by Zhu Haiyan using his rope relic. "No." Then Daji continuously struggled. She couldn't help but scream, "No, let me go." Julian then asked her why she didn't give up. But she wondered at his question. "Strange," he even said. "From now on, I will be your master." Daji's face was angry and she couldn't hold it in. "You look at me. You think I'll listen to you? It seems you need to be taught a lesson. I have another way." He smirked and said, "A fox is like a dog. It needs its belly massaged." He seemed to mean it needed to be loved. So, he reached out to her. Daji saw this and was so scared she peed her pants. At that moment, on the high mountains, one could only hear the echoing cries of the woman named End. From then on, the Tomb of Lust was successfully conquered. At Pandora's headquarters, a voice rang out. "Have you read the conference documents yet?" There were 2 young men talking to each other. Not yet. What's wrong? The thing is, we missed 2 of the 7 tombs. So, there was a conference this time. Isn't the tomb excavation team? Very professional. Why do they let them be missed? What is this question? You're joking. They're just a bunch of useless people. Really? It's nothing. Don't you believe me? If I had worked for the conqueror of these 2 tombs, it would have been great. There was also a blonde man who came over and asked, "Ho ho, what are you 2 talking about?" The 2 men who were talking when they saw this person were startled and said, "Mr. Rockefeller." The other blonde man didn't seem happy and said, "You 2 shouldn't talk like that. Do you want to eat dirt? Subscribe to the channel to get more new videos." The other person immediately said, "I made a mistake, Mr. Rockefeller." The other person just warned him with one sentence. Be careful with your words. After the other 2 left, Rockefeller said, "This was very disappointing. What's even more disappointing is that they're right. You know, how is Pandora going to fix this? His current preference is just it's all because of him." When Jockey Fuller entered the room, he heard a female voice ring out. "You're finally here, Austin, my sister. I came here to see how my brother is struggling. This woman is Ivy Rockefeller, Alton Rockefeller's older sister." Ta shouted, "Why are you here?" "Why?" She replied, matter-of-factly. "Why?" "I'm here because I have a stupid little brother who always fails at his job. Just look at the current state of Pandora. Stop dreaming and get real, you dog. You get out of here and let me handle everything." Alton retorted, "I'm not kidding. Next time I will." Before he could finish his sentence, 2 men came and grabbed his arms. "It's over, my friend." Then Alton was dragged out. He was still shouting, "What are you guys doing? Let go of me. Don't kick me out of here. Don't. No." Ivy smiled and said, "Goodbye, Alton." Then she turned her head and asked, "By the way, who is Julian?" One of them was, the stern-faced bodyguard replied, "According to the Pandora system, he is ranked first among the masters of relic use at the Tomb of Sloth. My excavation team was outsmarted by him." Ivy asked further, "Is he strong?" Then she said again, "I will defeat him. I will cut and stab his body." All information about him is being handled directly by the Secretariat. He is directly responsible. He said he would stop Julian. Therefore, so Miss Rockefeller, we should focus on the next 7 tombs. Calm down. Besides, he's in South Korea. South Korea has worked with us and has issued regulations. I'm sure it won't take long to find him." Love TV flashed a dangerous smile and said, "Good. A juicy morsel. Goodbye." Du-cha asked in surprise. "This is your house?" Ashling said, "It's Julian's house." "Do you have a lot of money? Even a house?" Julian replied that he didn't have much money. That was before. In his head, he thought, even now, it's no different from the past. There used to be a lot of relics and equipment here. Zhu Haiyan continued, "All right, get some rest." "Dude," she has said, "even though you say that, you'll probably just drag me out to fix relics." Jin Sha Wan suddenly spoke up. "I've told you all the information that I have for you, so please let me go." "Yes." Zhu Haiyan thought. Seoul is communicating directly with Jin Sha. I won't let her go. I should check out the Lust relic. I think she's still not listening to me. When Jian opened the bag, a strange object flew out saying, "Hey, handsome. Let's follow you." Julian was surprised and exclaimed, "What the F? Silo and Gnome, what are you doing here?" "Forget it. And I have nowhere to go because the dodgy tomb has been conquered. Why don't you 2 find a new tomb and do what you 2 like? Do you like it?" The other relic didn't listen to Julian and started flirting with each other. My love, are you hard down there? You're so disgusting, but I like it. Besides that, I've conquered Dodgy. I want to see you to say thank you. Julian said thanks. Now go. Why didn't you say thank you? Why did you say that? Silo helped you. Aisling called out to Julian and asked, what is this relic? Julian didn't know how to answer her. So the other relic chimed in, oh, hey girl. Do you have a boyfriend? The end. Let us help you. Before he could finish, the relic received a cold, dangerous glare from Julian. He quickly wrapped them up tightly and then threw the bag away out of the house without any mercy. Then he closed the door. Seeing him do that, she was a little curious. Are you sure? He replied to her. It's nothing, just a bunch of harassers. Aisling, hearing him say that, didn't ask any more questions. Suddenly, from inside the bag, a small fox came out and said, hey, you stupid human. This fox smell. Anubis rushed out and said, it's really you, huh? Oh, isn't this a timid clown? Why are you here? Anu, don't you hate humans? Why are you with him? Is it because he's too strong? So you're in the same boat. Don't let me blow this dog. Let me hit this fox once. Julian said, this is interesting. There are conflicts in the relic world. No. Not as often as you humans. Your existence is just a silent relic. I must kill you, you stupid dog. Normally, don't send the ugly fox. Hey, if the human hadn't taken my power. Julian ordered the rope relic to stop them before things got worse. Go rope. Anubis, stop. The fox is your ally from now on. The rope, hearing this, happily replied, Roger, Roger, play with me. Then it tied up the fox. The fox angrily said, how dare you touch me? You trash rope. Not too tight, not too tight. Why are you going? Why aren't you going? Zhu Haiyan saw this scene, he said with admiration. Wow, looking at it like that, I feel a little sorry for the fox. Suddenly, from behind, a voice called out to Julian. Do you know? Turning back to look, it turned out to be his friend, Okim Dong Haiyan. Long time no see. His friend asked why there were so many people here. Then Zhu Haiyan also introduced him. This is my friend. But his friend Dong Haiyan didn't believe it and thought, since when did Zhu Haiyan know foreigners? He had to say that he had been out of touch for a long time. Dong Haiyan, hearing this, asked if Zhu Haiyan had heard the news. We are saying that Gunwoo is in big trouble. In the morning at CEO Jun Haiyan's apartment, he and Zhu Chiha went out. As they were walking, Ducha asked what kind of person Gunwoo was. Zhu Haiyan replied that he was a very generous person. When I was an orphan, she took care of me as her own child. In the past, when I was put in prison, he was the one who got me out. What on earth happened? What happened to you, Gunwill? A woman's loud voice said, no, I mean, what do we do wrong? Don't treat us like criminals. We are victims of the tomb. You can justify what you say, but you still have to pay the fine for illegally using relics. We didn't want to conquer the tomb. The relic, bless my child. This is Jun's sister, Kim Gums. The other man still didn't let it go and continued. I don't care. According to Pandora's data, a level 1 tomb is not harmful to humans. On what basis do you call yourself a victim? Do you have proof of the damage? If not, then you are resisting us. What? What are you guys saying? Ko Junhan came over and asked, Sister, what's wrong? Ji Jun was surprised to see him. He continued, Is there a problem with the tombs? Kyung told me that Gunwoo is in trouble. Yes, it's really not a big deal. Just a small tomb. Julian asked doubtfully. Really? The other man said, huh? Let me explain. In this house, there is a tomb, and this lady's husband, Dunwoo, conquered it without reporting the incident to his superiors. Julian said coldly, so, what's the problem? The other man was surprised. Huh? Problem? In South Korea, conquering and using relics is illegal. This requires permission from higher-ups. Julian was surprised. What? Korean law. Another man continued. If you conquer and use an unauthorized relic, you'll be fined and imprisoned. Dude Chai asked, how much is the fine to see? Conquering an illegal tomb, compensation of 50 million. 1. Not reporting the tomb, a fine of 50 million won, and illegally using a relic, a fine of 50 million won. You can watch this video. Can choose between a fine of 150 million won or 10 years in prison. Dukiha was shocked after hearing that. What? 150 million won? No, wait, just now. It just didn't conquer the tomb and didn't use the relic, right? Dawn affirmed. That's right. We didn't use the relic. The other man, losing his patience, immediately rushed in. We've wasted too much time. I'm sorry. Hey, don't just barge into my house. They went into the house and turned on the faucet, but strangely, the water that came out was yellow, not normal water. Why is the water like this? I can feel relic energy here. You sold those relics for a high price. You better stop lying. You've been coming to the store frequently lately. You want to sell them to the store. As June said, what are you talking about? The water source is contaminated. I have no choice but to buy water from the grocery store. I'm having a hard time without that water source. Pandora. Compensate for the damage. Julian continued, I don't know what kind of relic that is, but is this kind of search necessary? The other man replied, this is necessary to maintain order. This country has cooperated with Pandora to protect its citizens, even if it means. Julian thought to himself, Pandora, so all of this is happening because of that damn group. Julian sneered and said, oh, all right. I'll deal with these people, but a bit noisy. Dyson asked doubtfully, really? Who are you? The other man angrily said, hey, you. What are you talking about? Nothing. You can see that his clothes are on fire. He's on fire. When the man heard Julian say that, he looked down and saw that he was on fire. The two men quickly tried to put out the fire but to no avail. At that moment, Julian delivered a kick to him, causing him to lose. He fell to the ground, shocked. Then he walked over and arrogantly asked, you thought I didn't know you wanted to take these relics? You didn't teach them how to handle these relics? Meanwhile, the other two, who were engulfed in flames, panicked and ran to find water to put it out. But as soon as they got to the sink and turned on the faucet, it was still all fire. Hey, there's fire all around me! He screamed in pain and fear. The one on the ground was so scared he told Julian's group to stop laughing and come save him. I don't want to die like this. But Julian put on an air and said, I don't think this is my business, and perhaps I have no right to interfere in your affairs with this relic. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger and said he would report this to Pandora. Quick, give me the phone number. I'm not sure how long, but by the time they find me, I'll be dead. Please help me. Zuhai asked him if he intended to take this relic now in his current state. Which one? The guy scared admitted, yes, I understand it's my fault. Listen. So Julian snapped his fingers and dispelled all the fire on the two of them. The two of them were so here they wet their pants and wondered what was going on. Where's the fire? I don't even feel any pain. The two of them, Shiha, then asked if Julian was using a hallucinogenic relic. So that's what it was. Hearing this, the other guy got angry and cursed him for making him a joke. Then he carried his fainted companion and left. He didn't forget to tell Julian to just wait. The big shots would come and take him away and demanded he compensate them for the damages. See you again in the next videos. After he finished speaking, he left, slamming the door and not forgetting to curse again. Zhu Haiyan was still confident, thinking, alright, let's see who has to pay the biggest price. They barged into someone else's house without permission and still have the nerve to be loud. In the United States, at Gale Hilton's company, he was in a building. He was looking at some papers when he received a phone call. Seeing the caller's name was Zhu Haiyan, he immediately answered, "What's up, Julian? Did something happen to my sister?" Julian said she just got back from a jealousy fit. "It's nothing. I want you to do me a favor." "I already did it. I want you to join Pandora." George. Hearing this was surprising. "What?" Zhu Haiyan continued. "And take the position of Pandora senator." "How did you know?" "I have a lot of work. And besides, is the position of Pandora senator enough? The people who get this position are all powerful and influential people." "Oh, so this is beyond the Hilton family's power." George angrily said, "Who told you that? I can get in, but these things are very troublesome, and I have no reason to do it." "But why do you want me to join an organization related to relics?" "I still think relics are demons, cursed charms. At this level, I have no reason to do it. To some extent, relics are something beyond human imagination. That's why I need to control an organization like Pandora. But now is not the time for me to become a member of Pandora. And I need you as a substitute for my role in the organization. Don't worry, I'll find a place for you in Pandora." George said, "What? There will be a place for me. What are you planning to do?" Julian said, "The signal is weak. I'm hanging up. Goodbye. See you later." "What? Hey, tell me more." After Zhu Haiyan hung up, Du Chiha immediately asked if he would do it. Zhu Haiyan replied that he still had a bad impression of the relics. "But I don't care. I'll force him to do this anyway." He then returned home. As soon as he opened the door to his room, he saw Kim. Dong Haiyan was writhing on the floor, clutching his stomach in pain. Zhu Haiyan was surprised and asked, "Kim Dong Haiyan, what happened to you?" "It's nothing." He endured the pain and replied, "The girl who was tied up. She ran away. I tried to stop her as best I could. She's very strong." Julian was a little uneasy and thought, "Damn it, she ran away. I was so busy, so I forgot about her. It seems she came to this room to find my relic." Ducha asked what they should do now. "We can still find her because I put a tracker on her. I hope she doesn't realize it, but now we should take care of Pandora." "I have a job for you, dude." Shiha immediately agreed. Zhu Haiyan took out the Laurel Reef relic. "This is the Nero relic. He wants to use it." Julian nodded. "I still don't know." He continued, "Edward has sent the list to trap them. We need the power of Nero's Golden Palace. The problem is Nero's mental state is still unstable. Nero was very shocked in that match. It was like a mental disorder. He just sat there motionless. But I also have to thank him because he has become a problem-solving tool this time." Done. After I summon Nero, he's just silent. I have to wake him up somehow. I want to use Nero's power even if I can't. Ducha asked again, "Boss, you don't need to repair this relic because Nero is an attribute relic. In fact, his mental disorder is not a big problem." Dushha, with a head full of questions, asked how to treat it. "You're also an artist. I think you'll be able to confide in Nero." Dush said, "Yes, that's right." Julian continued, "Then you just need to seduce it and hold it tight like this. Hearing Julian say that, Ducha immediately shouted, "What kind of person do you think I am? You have the ability to heal physically. So you can also heal mentally, right? Goodbye." Ha! Firm for sure. Of course not. Julian stood up, turned, and left, saying, "I don't care. That's your mission. Don't even think about leaving here until you're done." "Dude," she knelt on the ground, begging. "I beg you, please forgive me." After leaving the room, he saw Aisling and immediately he asked her, "I thought you had already left, Aisling." She replied that she had gone to the supermarket in the morning. "Julian, do you have any plans?" I have a plan, but it will be completed soon. "Of course, I need your help." Aisling happily agreed and then asked, "All right, what's the plan?" Julian thought to himself, thinking about Aisling's power when she was in Sock Show. "I don't think I can ask Aisling for help at this time. The plan this time is to lure the Pandora members into Nero's Golden Palace. Then Aisling will attack with her bankruptcy power. Edgeworth has provided a list of nearly 200 people. This plan is effective in attacking many people at once. It would be a big problem if the side effects of the bankruptcy power reappeared." After thinking for a moment, he turned and said to her, "Aisling, has anything unusual happened to your body lately?" Aisling replied, "No," and then asked, "Could a side effect have occurred that I didn't know about?" "Oh, yes. I don't know either. I'm sorry. Somehow, whenever a side effect occurs, I always bother you." "It's no problem. I'm sorry for asking that." Julian put his hand on his shin and thought, if she continues to use her bankruptcy power, she might experience more complicated side effects. The problem is what the next side effect will make her do. The Midas relic side effect is greed. It seems to be related to the owner's desire. The relic is an asset, a relic that expresses the owner's desires. For example, before I was reincarnated, Aisling kidnapped many middle-aged men. She released them and apologized. She said she didn't know why she did it. Maybe it was Aisling's wish because she had lost both her parents at that time. That means let's look back at the side effects that have appeared before. Maybe I can predict the next side effects. The first risk is the smell, then the next is the kiss. So don't tell me it seems impossible." While thinking, Julian's face was extremely ugly, which made Aisling's head fill with question marks. But so far she hasn't done anything outrageous. She's also a good person. After thinking it through, he turned and said to her, "All right, I've decided." He turned back and said to her, "I need your help, Aisling." At the Pandora branch in South Korea, a meeting was taking place. "Ah, this is really happening. The relic is within our grasp. All of us, we will all receive them as a reward. And we have received a positive response from Pandora's headquarters. They said they would give a lot of bonus money to South Korea. What about the money and relics we received?" Suddenly, at this moment, there was a quarrel outside. "Don't go in. They're studying." But the other person said, "It's not important. Move right now." "No," he thought, hearing that. His face was full of seriousness as he looked at the door. At that moment before two men entered in a hurry to announce they found it. They know about the last shipment. 10 billion won has also been discovered. You have to run now because they've started investigating. Your house has also been confiscated. Not only that, but your wife's account has also been seized. Everyone hearing this was in an uproar. How could all of this happen at once? What? The phone kept ringing with notifications. Everyone was extremely worried because the stock market and the corporation stocks had plummeted by 75%. Outside, Irene and Julian were looking in and smiling. It seems they've already started below the Pandora branch building. Everyone, right, is panicking because of this unusual bankruptcy. On the other hand, Julian used this building as a point to activate the theater relic with the purpose of imprisoning all the people in the presidency. Organization right here. A moment later, the ground began to shake. Then towering pillars rose from the ground, clinging to the branch building and affecting it. He also panicked at this development and then ran away in a panic. After a while, when everyone opened their eyes, they found themselves trapped right in the tomb of this Roman theater relic. But not just the people at the Korean branch, but also people from other branches of the organization, notably the United States, India, and many other countries. While everyone was still confused about the tomb, Julian and Irene Podden has appeared before everyone. And Ju Hyun is also. He swiped his phone to look through the list of 268 people from the various missions, and then he accidentally swiped across a VIP, which was Jean Gitchuk. After finishing the censorship as soon as Julian moved on to the next stage, Jean Chuk was furious at his behavior. This madness of Ju Hyun, then he immediately pulled out a bridge. He also had a relic dagger to attack him, but the dagger was immediately destroyed. Suddenly in the sky, the Nero relic also appeared before everyone. And then he turned to Julian and criticized him for daring to bring these people like this. But unexpectedly, Julian retorted that Nero was always showing off in front of these ordinary people. Teacher Julian, what he said makes sense. So Nero immediately showed his good side, which is to keep quiet. After everything was settled, he immediately told Nero to move on to the next stage. At the feet of the people of the organization, the ground as it started from about 15. The lakes shook. The power of the Golden Palace increased, and even the interior of the Golden Palace would change as well. The earthquakes continued, and then huge walls also fell, gradually rose from the ground and formed a giant maze that surrounded everyone. Everyone was amazed by this maze. And of course, this was no ordinary maze, because this maze was created by his bankruptcy relic. Irene, along with a part of Nero's power until now. To get out of here. Everyone down there has to fight each other and find a way to leave together. Furthermore, Julian will charge each person here a fee of $100 million as a ticket to participate in his maze game, and everyone's phones started vibrating because of the amount of money in the case, and their fortunes are beginning to plummet. The organizers all blamed him for doing such a groundless thing, but it was only because they had harmed his family and friends who were the relic he was collecting. So once they were caught, having been stolen from him, then death is inevitable. ZZ Chub and the others didn't expect this demon's actions. And then, as soon as Ju Hyun was about to start the game, when the senator wanted to trade with him for a large sum of money, instead of one person trading with Ju Hyun, a senator also joined in. Considered a path to see a way out of here, he thought to himself that he would trade with Julian with the information he had obtained. A moment later, the organizers began to push and shove, demanding to trade with him at all costs to be able to escape with their lives. And Julian saw this was to his advantage. So if anyone gave him a question with such an attractive offer, he would give that person the final decision. The person demanded to sell him land and a hotel, while the other demanded to hand over all the top secret information of the Pandora organization to him. And at this moment, Jingy saw the foolish scene of these people. He stood up and advised everyone not to fall for Julian's trap. As soon as Zenzak suggested they should go together to find the exit, someone imagined that is foolish and suicidal. But Mr. Zenzak still refused and pointed straight at the faces of the others, saying they were his people of the Pandora organization. So don't be afraid and bring shame and disgrace to the organization. Seeing Zenzak still being so stubborn, a senator pointed straight back at his face and said if he could lead everyone out of here without any casualties, then he should go first. Gigi Char at this point was also hesitant, and the senator also knew this beforehand. So he turned around and along with the others stubbornly demanded to trade information with him. Seeing this chaotic scene, Julian felt like laughing. And at what point I took out my phone and Irene saw it and wondered what he was planning to do. Ju Hyun explained this was a good trick to get money and information from them, because they would try every way to get information directly from them. They'll just cause more trouble. And Julian suddenly smiled, because if he divided the internal affairs now, the relationship would not only be broken, but he would also it's not profitable at all. So he took out his phone to film and do it as proof of this amazing information.
couldn't stand the sight of everyone pushing and shoving to trade information with Ju Hyun.
So, Jean Gitchuk had to expose the corruption of the old director Kwon Tun. And a moment later, this place gradually became chaotic because of someone also had conflicts with each other due to betrayal and corruption.
While everyone was still questioning about the corruption,
Nero immediately landed and urged everyone to quickly pass through this amazing maze. Julian then hid, and as soon as everyone could find him, I thought Julian would fulfill his promise. Then he disappeared. Before leaving, Julian also asked Nero to pass on a message: "Thank you for the interesting performance from these foolish people, allowing everyone to vent their anger."
Nero set the entire maze on fire to urge everyone to go.
Zizap and the others had to run for their lives to get out of here. While running, Zizap was filled with indignation at the behavior, the sophisticated scam of that demon Julian. Yes. In another development, the footage of the Pandora congressman's past corruption has caused a public outcry. And many people began to hold large protests in front of Pandora's headquarters to demand answers about the corruption issue as well as other questions. At this time at the Galway Hilton, he also had accidentally seen this footage. So let's call Julian to ask about this situation. Julian picked up the phone and calmly replied to him that 200 congressmen from the Pandora organization had been fired and arrested has been cancelled. So at this time, Julian wants him to join Pandora, but Gail Hilton still refused because he didn't like getting involved in relic cases. You know, Julian had already suggested this would happen. Please subscribe to the channel to get more new videos, and he was extremely surprised when he saw with someone revealing that his and Irene's parents' illness was caused by someone from the Pandora organization. Rockefeller caused it.
Gail Hilton was at this point thinking and hesitating.
Julian advised him that if he didn't clean up all the trash and the poor, of course, this organization includes the people in the footage, then the illness of his parents might reappear. Listen, the old man Hilton was determined and demanded Julian put him on the list of those congressmen. But Julian said there was no need because he had thrown them into Nero's deadly maze with a chance.
He would also be willing to be a sinner.
Belva Hilton also didn't expect this behavior from Julian, but it's truly sad. But he also agreed with Julian about joining Pandora.
And of course, when George understood the need to join the organization, Ju Hyun would also let a few trusted subordinates work under him. After arranging everything, both sides hung up, and because he now had a reliable spy. When he returned home, just got back to the inn and opened the door, he saw. I saw Cha struggling to restrain Irene. What did you see? Ju Hyun had returned.
Cha was overjoyed and begged him for help. And just as Julian was still thinking the cause was the side effect of the relic, Irene immediately broke free from Chia's arms and jumped at Julian.
Yeah. An AA sound.
Irene was afraid she would go crazy and harm Julian. But when he came to see, he saw Irene playfully biting Julian in a rather awkward situation. I used for both sides.
After everything was settled, Chiha and Julian left the house to go somewhere else. And on the way, Chiha couldn't help but be jealous of Julian's affection for Irene.
But Julian thought it was because of the troublesome side effect of the relic.
Because if it weren't for that, why would Irene have apologized to him after that shock?
Chiha guessed that every time Irene went on a rampage because of the relic, she would always find Julian, no matter even Chiha had tried to stop it like that. Julian simply thought it was the desire of the relic's master. But he still considered the possibility that Irene really loved him. Seeing Julian smile, Chiha immediately went over and played with him about their first kiss, but was immediately threatened with death by Julian. A moment later at Julian's sister's house, there he was fixing a clogged pipe when he saw 2 sea rings.
Golden relics incubating inside, blocking the sink's drain.
After finishing the job, Julian immediately asked his sister to bring these 2 gold bars back. Boss, the story of these 2 ingots appeared in a story about 2 brothers with 2 ingots in their hands during the Kyoto era with the title Throwing a Gold Bar. After examining the 2 ingots, Julian saw that this gold ingot had been completely gilded, but the purity was reduced. So, the price was so low. So, Ju Hyun bought it from his sister with money, but she stopped him not wanting to use his money.
Ju Hyan thought his sister was looking down on his money, right? But actually, she didn't want to waste his money and wanted to save it with Kim Gun-woo so that later Juyeon could use it for his own wedding. Hearing this, Juyeon couldn't help but smile at the situation. After finishing things at his sister's house, Juyeon also went home. He went back to his room and saw Irene lying on his bed. Juyeon wanted to verify if Iris had enough strength. He was already normal. But then he suddenly remembered what happened earlier. Because she had used a lot of energy, the side effects would continue to occur many times. So he became more cautious and immediately covered her with a blanket, then quietly left. Unfortunately, at this moment, Irene also woke up and saw Juyeon in front of her. So, she sat up and called out to him. But he ignored her and took the opportunity to grab the doorknob to push it open, but failed. And when he turned to look, he saw that Irene had used her power to lock it. The doorknob, preventing him from leaving. Irene jumped up and walked towards Juyeon, then left. Suddenly, his old relic also appeared, scolding him. It excitedly said, "Big bro, why don't you do her? We've already prepared it for you." As it spoke, it was about to pull out 3 wolves for him. He thought it was all its fault, so he threw out the window, even though it was feeling down like before. At this moment, Irene came and hugged him. "I put him to bed." Seeing Irene showing desire in front of Juyeon, he immediately advised her to calm down. But then the screen appeared showing that the side effect of the relic had appeared. Juyeon suddenly thought of what he had told Sha is from the desire of the people. So now Irene has also encountered such a situation and only he can satisfy her. The kiss was long, but he also wrapped his arms around Irene's waist and kissed her passionately. Indeed, Juyeon cannot deny about him liking her. And on the other hand, the relic was terrified to the extreme at this scene and began to lose control. The two of them kissed all night long, lying in each other's arms every day. However, the next day was a day of miracles. The next morning, Juyeon woke up feeling very heavy and couldn't sit up. Then suddenly a lump of gold fell onto his face. Juyeon immediately sat up to see what was happening and was surprised because valuable things like minerals, gold, silver, and jewelry were spread all over his room. Suddenly, Juyeon remembered he didn't see anyone, so he immediately called out her name. "Yes." And he heard a faint sound from under this pile of gold. So he started digging through the layers of gold. A moment later, Juyeon saw Irene being crushed by dozens of gold nuggets, unconscious and still calling his name. At that moment, when Juyeon was about to pull Irene up, the screen showed again that the power of the Midas relic had increased, and the Midas user could now use the power of bankruptcy and wealth. These lines made Juheim smile because last time at the tomb in Turkey, Irene had absorbed the golden hand and had also gone through a lot. But this Midas power was not yet released at first because it was locked for some reason that he couldn't know. But even now, the reason it could be unlocked is as simple as this. While Juyeon and was still wondering if this pile of gold came from Irene, she had also floated up and was wondering what was happening. Zhu Hyan just smiled and told her that all these good things were because she had activated the power of bankruptcy and wealth. But Irene was still amazed by this. So she demanded to try it out. And just as Zhu Hyan was about to stop her once again, a boom was heard. You can see Chiha's voice in and Kim Jong-il immediately ran over and saw her. 1,000 gold pieces filled their entire room. Yes, please subscribe to the channel to get more new videos. Juyeon explained that this was the result of Irene using her wealth power. But just as Chiha still had questions, Juyeon ordered the two of them to quickly gather the gold and get on with their new work. A moment later, the group of 4 was at a deserted mountain. Kim Jong-il complained and asked Ju Hai where he was taking them in this hot weather. He said to find a secluded place and then talk. Listen, he was still complaining when he angrily said that if he said another word, it would be best to go back home. A moment later, Juyeon decided he would do it here. What he wanted to do was get the Hungjiu and Nanbu from the original painting. He really wanted to do it. This thing was brought caught by that damn crow. It brought this thing just waiting for today. Although there will be a catastrophe if Nandu appears. If Irene uses her power, we can open 100% Hungu. Listen. So Dukiha was shocked and asked back, can we use it? Zhu Haiyan just smiled and said that he had never heard the crow say not to use the power of wealth on Hungu and Nalu. Use everything I have. Okay, it won't be a reason. Then use the power of wealth. Hearing this, Irene immediately used her power on those radishes. How about it? Hey, Julian thinks this will be a 100% victory for the opening of Hungu and Nanbayu. Irene used her power on the gourds, Nalbu and Hungbu. The gourds glowed brightly. Then the outer layer peeled off completely. The outside revealed a blinding golden color. They were surprised. It turned to gold. This is real. Damn it, he asked. The outside is gold. What about the inside? He licked his lips and said, open it and you'll see. Immediately after, he took out a saw to handle the gourd. The saw slowly penetrated its flesh bit by bit. Now first pull slowly, then pull hard. Someone asked, where did you get that saw? Julian smiled when he saw the light. The golden gourd exploded into many other small fruits, also emitting a blinding light. Sha covered his eyes and shouted, it exploded. What? So many Nalu and Hunga gourds are falling from the sky. New information appeared. The gourd was multiplied thanks to the power of wealth. Julian crossed his arms and said, just as I thought. Sha was still surprised. How is this possible? This shouldn't be possible. If so, we can clone these gourds. We can get more gourds. Ashling asked, is that beneficial for us? What should I do? He said, we'll try again. Saw it. Ashling was excited. A sigh was heard. Why us again? What is it? And the gourd appeared with a brilliant golden light. In a hazy vision, something with wings appeared. What does it lead to? A second later, it glowed and it turned out to be beautiful angels with golden hair and white wings. What angels? The information panel appeared. Successful summoning. Feel the atmosphere of the Supreme Angel. The divine energy. Julian smirked and thought, an angel. This is truly a great achievement in my toon raiding career. However, is this power easy to control? Standing before the angels, surrounded by a blinding light, he asked, hey angels, who are you? Did you guys bring blessings to us? What did you bring? Someone spoke up. Hurry up and don't waste my time. What? An angel suddenly spoke up. Hey, human. You think I'm an angel? When he looked again, weapons had appeared in their hands. A puff of smoke appeared, revealing only two black shadows. The black shadows. The smoke cleared and a demon appeared with a ferocious look. Check it out. I'm scared. There's a demon in the gourd. Boss, what's going on? The ferocious demons with horns and sharp teeth. You think someone like you will be blessed? You're too greedy. The Hungu incident had acted contrary to normal, even though it was beneficial. Julian cursed under his breath. Damn it. The angry angel said, you will be punished. They will be punished. They rushed up. Go to hell. The angels also brought their weapons and rushed over. You too repent. Cha and his teammates quickly ran away. He shouted, please. Julian said, everyone run. We need to get away from them first thing. The demon's eyes lit up as it threw its weapon. Come to me. Luckily, he ran fast. Damn. And they hit the tree trunk and fell to the ground. He stopped and looked down at the axe. Let's go. Isn't this a relic? The demons approached. They saw he wasn't running anymore. Have you given up? You're not running anymore. Thank you for watching and see you again in the next videos.
He summoned his weapon.
This is truly a blessing.
Immediately after, he rushed towards them.
Swift movements. He took them down one by one. He stood amidst the chaos. Even Juyin told them we could take all their relics. Ashling attacked them with your bankruptcy power.
Yes, she replied, raising her hand and beginning to use her power. Immediately, a massive explosion rained down on the enemy. He said she seemed to have gotten much stronger after that night.
Ow! The fallen angels have been defeated. The angels dropped their relics.
The fallen angel left and dropped S-class relics.
Check.
On the ground were countless different relics.
He said, here it is. Shiha praised Irene. You're amazing. You defeated them all. Juyin bent down to pick up the items. We need to get them quickly. You can do it, too. He said, hurry up. We're going to do it again. Sha couldn't believe it. What? We're going to fight them again?
He held the relic in his hand and that signature smile appeared.
That's right. We're going to take all their relics. This made Shiha just swear one thing. Brothers? He asked. Are you okay? If you're tired, just say so. She smiled and replied, I'm fine. Don't you two joke around.
The two young men started again, one holding, one sawing with all their might.
All right, second gourd. Let's go.
Immediately, a line of beautiful women holding scythes appeared. They screamed and spun around as if their lives depended on it.
It wasn't even 3 seconds before the girls were beaten to a pulp. Next, please. Through. Another gourd was sawed open.
This time, a horde of monsters appeared with loving words.
Honey, do you want to borrow a shoulder?
But very quickly they were wiped out. Again, a shout to continue.
Scene changed to an urban area with tall buildings. What?
Somewhere on a bookshelf were all sorts of items that at first glance you'd know were for an otaku, but for some reason there weren't enough. A picture of two young men teasing each other.
Of course, in the wolf costume, he was extremely focused. Outside, the man ran in and called him a turtle, but the wolf angrily threw what was in his hand. You startle me. Didn't I forbid you from coming in? He was sweating and replied, I'm sorry, but there's big trouble. Startle me.
Your land value has dropped and the stock price has also plummeted.
He gritted his teeth. The work you did has also turned to trash. Hearing the announcement, he trembled and his hand said, enough. But he was still regretful and many relics have been destroyed. He roared. I told you to shut up. He left his position, ignoring the other person calling him. But you turtle, you turtle.
She said, I predicted this through divination.
Soon Pandora will be destroyed, but I didn't know I would also be caught in a crossfire. Damn it. According to the prediction, the person behind this is a man. A man named Juyin. He went to the room and angrily opened the door. What exactly did he do? I can't just sit still anymore. I will. We'll find your weak spot and crush you like a frog. Then if you want to stand in front of Golden Pot. He would put his hands on his hips and laugh. I'll make you regret messing with me because there's no divination relic. At the TKPMG US branch, two guards were leisurely chatting with each other. The door suddenly opened. As soon as SUA stepped in, she was immediately stopped by a guard. Where you going, girl? Can't you show me something? He was always glued to his computer, but then he looked up and his face. His face immediately changed. Joshua said directly, I'm here to see Quan Tun and Jean Chuck. A shout was heard, what are you talking about? Sir. Seeing the guard's attitude, he quickly ran out and stopped the two. Do you know who he is? He is possessing the relics of the Knower, Arandi, and Scald. He is known as the King of Fate, Joshua. That VIP is being taken advantage of. At this moment, Kwon Jun was furious with Jin Chuk. His face was covered in veins as he shouted, "What? What do you mean when you say I'm corrupt from Pandora?" Jin Chuk clasped his hands together and replied confusedly, "No, that's not it." Then what is this? A phone flew towards Jin Chuk accompanied by a fierce shout. Everyone in the world has seen this video. You're the one who said that on this video. On the screen was a picture of Jin Chuk enthusiastically exposing that Chairman Kwon has been embezzling money from Pandora. In addition, there are some other people who are corrupt with him. Jin Chuk, his face covered in sweat, explained, "Impossible. If I didn't say this, Julian would have killed me. And now I can come back here safely." After explaining to Kwon Tun, not only did he not calm down, but he got even angrier. This isn't a small matter. There are a lot of problems, Zizi replied. But you really did this. He said, "Shut up. I have to find a way to explain this to the public." Great. However, I'm very disappointed in you. You betrayed me. You think I can still trust you? He replied, "You've gone too far. You can't kick me out of Pandora." At this moment, from behind the door, sounds of arguing could still be heard. Why did I do that? Because you betrayed me. I had a reason for doing it. Then Joshua suddenly kicked open the door with a very polite greeting. "Hello, you two poor old men lonely in the cold winter." The two of them stopped arguing and looked out. Zizi said, "It's not worth it." Kwon Jun asked, "What are you doing here?" Zizi asked why he was getting involved in this. He put his hands in his pockets and approached the two saying, "You know, there are some things I just can't accept." Jin Chuk hearing this was stunned. What happened? Joshua laughed with a signature triumphant smile. Are you guys worried about the Julian incident? I think I need to join you two to punish him. I have a very good plan and I think you are the right person for it. Then Joshua leaned in and whispered, "Can you lend me 1x? Kwon Jun wondered, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Do you know Fojon Si, a cunning thief? The relic that summons Pi Gmit? This is a relic related to him." Kwon Jun asked why he was using this relic. This relic is very weak in combat. He replied, "I'm not using it for combat." Joshua said mysteriously, "If I teach you about it, you'll use it more effectively. It doesn't just summon objects. It can also summon people. Somehow, we can eliminate Julian's members one by one or use them as hostages." "All right," he replied. "I didn't notice Joshua's difference, but today you're a little different from usual. You usually attack the opponent's weak point thanks to having predicted it beforehand." Kwon Jun continued, "Why aren't you doing your usual thing?" Joshua frowned and replied, "You really are a fool. I really want to do that, but I can't predict his future." He exclaimed, "What?" He said, "Of course. I've used the Delhi relic before." He remembered when he entered that room, stood before his relic, and said, "You will regret messing with me." As usual, he used a relic. Obey my command and quickly display all information about Julian. The citizens can also learn about Julian's relics. The room suddenly changed color. He casually walked over to the bed, lying down and waiting. All right, let's see how it goes. But when he closed his eyes to feel, he didn't see anything. He opened his eyes in panic. When I sleep in the prophet's room, future targets will appear in my dreams. Strange. I don't see any information at all. I tried saying it many times. No matter how many times I do it, it's all meaningless. That's why I use this method. I can't spare him. My power is useless now. Sua said, I also don't know if my subordinates have the ability to catch Julian, so I had to come here to cooperate with you too. Anyway, they were also having a headache about Julian. Kwant Jun replied. Alright, we'll support you. Joshua affirmed. That's right. We'll cooperate happily. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Alright, he smiled. Really? A peaceful mountain suddenly appeared. An explosion shattered the peace. Continue. And the demon flew out. After the hazy smoke cleared, two black silhouettes of a young man and a girl appeared. Excellent. Julian smirked. This time the harvest is quite abundant. It has a huge impact. He held the spoils of war in his arms and turned to say to Chiha, this is the last time. Quickly put everything into the Van Gogh relic. Chiha replied, this is a really crazy thing. All the collected relics are gathered together. He said, I didn't think this put in so quickly. He replied, I thought so, too. Johayan turned and said, thank you, Irene. It's all thanks to your help. She replied, I'm happy to help you. Now, let's go rest. I'm going home today. That day, he took the opportunity to check the collected relics again. Boss DCs, are you planning to check everything right now? He checked while asking, can I? Damn it. The Haas seemed to disagree. That's a big problem. The house is getting very crowded. He said, if you want to be comfortable, then come and help me check it. What can I do? What can you do? He pointed to the boxes. There are some relics that are very suitable for your assessment level. Hurry up, Shah retorted. Arranging these things would be more appropriate. Although he said that, he still came over to help. Is there anything useful? Do you know? He replied. That almost all the relics were a rank or higher and they were all sorted. Shiha was carrying a box full of relics. He told him he was carrying attack relics. He looked back at the other box. Juhai said, in front of you are medical relics. There are also some multi-purpose relics. He assessed that the best part was that there were many defensive relics. The little pig's brick house and the reverse dragon's blood by Super Long. He remembered the time he was attacked without a defense relic and could only run away from the opponent's attacks. He could run away from the opponent's attacks. He said that was a worrying issue. But now we don't have to worry about that anymore, he replied. Juhai took out something shaped like a small bottle. Odin's dagger, Mimir's tears, unknown rank consumable relic uses 10 out of 10. A consumable relic is the basis of a consumable relic shaped like a small bottle. As you can see, this relic has an unknown rank. Julian picked it up. This might be a gift from a crow. It tells of ancient times. Odin was a god of Norse mythology and he valued wisdom. He has two crows that he uses to gather news from the world every day. One of them is Hugin, which means mind, and the other is Munin, which means memory. He wondered, since this is Mimir's tear, could it be related to memory? Hey, can you tell me how to use it? Silence. Not to mention a crow. There's not even a fly. He said, all right, let's put it away for now. The more relics, the higher their performance. Zhu Hian sat on the ground, surrounded by a mountain of relics. There's not much time to rest because arranging the relics takes a lot of time. I'm not complaining about this because everything has a reason. Corrupted text. However, according to the latest news on air, a tomb has appeared in Zizia. According to Pandora, this is the third of the 7 tombs. Many excavation teams have established bases around the tomb to help. Julian's group watched the news. He asked why this tomb suddenly appeared. I still haven't finished sorting the relics and haven't prepared anything for this tomb. And by now, I already have some information about this tomb. It's too late even if I go there now. So far, I've been able to get there first and defeat any tomb that appears. But I can't do that this time. I definitely can't do that. Corrupted text. I can't just sit still. What should we do? Do we have to go there? I'll prepare a flight for you. Irene replied, but Julian said, no. He looked at the screen and said, there was still a lot of work to do like this. If someone conquers this tomb, we can just steal it back from them. Sha said, you sound like a real thief right now. I couldn't leave right away. I noticed this time the military report is very detailed and useful. The most common theory is that there was a conflict between the excavation teams. Perhaps it was the effect of the relic, so they couldn't control their emotions. Zhu Haiyan lay on the bed looking through the information. So the tomb that appeared this time is wrath-scared. The next morning, the new day's sunlight shone brightly. A voice said, "Boss, look at this." Shay rushed over with his phone. Zhu Haiyan turned and asked, "What is it?" He replied, "This is a report saying the tomb in Shija has been successfully identified. They say this is the Tomb of Envy." Julian took the phone and looked for himself. He scrolled through his phone. Envy? What does this mean? Yesterday, I read it and thought it was about wrath. He turned around. If it's envy, then it also makes sense. Then we don't have to hurry. He wondered why. Julian explained that the difficulty of the tomb is quite high and the competition between the excavation groups will also be fiercer. He looked at Sheha. So, we should prepare everything. Hurry up and fix the relics. Shaha's face turned pale. Do we have to? What if the tomb is conquered before we even start? He replied, that's why I need you to hurry up. Shay bowed his head and cried, I don't even have time to rest. Aisling walked over and said, Julian, you should watch this news. He asked, news? She said, Jean Gi Chuk was being interviewed and he said the tomb in Zizio was almost conquered. Julian put his hand on the keyboard and typed Jean Chuk. His face was pale. Jean Gichchuk appeared on the screen. Behind him, a group of people in protective gear ran past. He affirmed, Med, this time we will definitely conquer the tomb. Boss, how could he do that? Who helped? Then said something must have happened in the tomb. I think someone helped him. The news rang out again. Jean Chuk's excavation team will conquer this tomb. Next, we will explore Gon Chuk's conquest process. Aisling asked, this is beyond your expectations. Are they really going to succeed? Julian replied, the reporters nearby also became envious because of the nature of the tomb. You need to watch news that is practical because we don't know what the situation is like there. He thought to himself, but things seem a little strange. Tonight you will have nothing. Subscribe to the channel to get the latest information. Nia is still tiredly repairing the relics on the mountain of a table. He sighed, damn it, when will I finish? This pile. The boss seems to be making a big deal out of things. A black aura appeared and surrounded him. At this moment, he was sitting and watching his phone. The ceiling was falling in pieces. Right. Suddenly, the computer fell down and the ceiling shook. The house cracks and the entire structure shakes violently. I kept falling. Everyone sat on the ground. Zhu Hai protected Aisling in his arms. She was terrified. Zhu Hai, is this an earthquake? The guy next to her shouted, Julian, if this continues, the house will be destroyed. No one will. A status panel appeared with the content. Someone is trying to summon. I looked at it and realized something. Summoning a brick from the ceiling fell. The house also returned to normal. Is this over yet? He said. It's probably over, but no one was hurt. Julian remembered something and ran up the stairs. He quickly opened the door to the empty room. Sha was supposed to be repairing the relics here. Damn it, that damn guy got caught at the tomb in Ziga. Sha suddenly fell to the ground. He held his head, crying and touching his head. He sat up in a panic when he saw that the surroundings were a strange place. Where am I? Am I underground? What the hell is going on? A human voice said, "You can't just scream like a child." Sha looked at the pile of stuff on the other side. He exclaimed, "This is the boss's relic." He quickly picked up the painting. "Luckily, I still have this painting. Come in here, little one." He took out his phone. No cell phone signal. I'm air. I hope I can use the flash. He looked around in confusion. Is this a tune? So, cell phones don't work. I hope I'm a good shot. Suddenly, he saw a path. There's light. All right, I'll go there. All right, this place. A voice appeared behind him. Where are you going? He jumped. You scare me to death. He asked. Can you go there? Can you help me find the exit? The rebellious rope wrapped around Shiha. Coward. Coward. Cha's eyes welled up with tears. No, it's not like that. I walked a new place. This place was blindingly yellow. The land of the people. Sha and the rope went in. He died in awe. Wow. There's a palace underground. Suddenly, a terrible sound appeared. Sha covered his ears tightly. The sound was so unpleasant that he fell to the ground. What's that? Suddenly, a terrifying monster that could play the violin appeared. Who's tired of living and dares to barge in here? It increased its intensity. Not only could it play the violin, but it also had many heads and hands carrying various other musical instruments. Shaha writhed on the ground. The rope still cheered. Don't kid me. Get up. Don't let it beat you. But Sheha could only scream in agony. The rope, out of options, wrapped itself around him. You really are a piece of trash. I'll save you, the musical monster sneered. You think you can escape me, D? She suddenly sat up. What exactly is going on? He opened his eyes wide to see clearly the shape of the other person. So many instruments. Violin, piano, beautiful, NS, cello, piano, trombone. I don't know, but it seems he's related to music. Standing there, Sheha cried when he saw that terrifying figure. You look so scary. He cried out in agony, Boss, save me. Not long after entering the underground palace, Sheha was attacked by a bizarrely shaped monster. Its upper body was split into three. One held a cello, one held a piano, and the last one looked like the three of them played music together, deafening Sheha and driving him crazy. The rope wrapped around Sheha and pulled him away to escape. What the hell is going on? He shouted, covering his ears. For the rope to pull him away to escape, the two of them managed to shake off the monster and hid in a room. The rope forcefully dropped Sheha with a clear thud. It hurts so much. The rope was also angry. Shut up. Shut up. Where are you? Come out now. Outside the door, the monster had caught up. As it walked, it said, I'm scared. The two of them hearing it fell silent. Shah had to cover his mouth to avoid making any sound. Let's see how long you can run. Passed lightly through the room where the two were hiding and disappeared. With no more noise, Shiha cracked the door open slightly to see if he was gone. He whispered to the rope, He's gone. I thought we were dead. It replied, Don't be noisy. He'll be over now. When a monster was no longer present outside, Dokiha turned back, rolled onto the floor, and weed, why are there such freaks here? Why am I like this? I'm in the boss's room, right? You're in the boss's room? The rope asked back. Shaha was worried, not knowing how to get off the ground. The phone still wasn't working. He couldn't contact Juyin. Shaha turned and asked the rope. Rope, can you contact the boss? You're the boss's relic, so you must be able to use telepathy, right? Hearing this, it also tried to make contact. Hello? Hello? Shah anxiously asked if it was working. It just shook back and forth. Come out now. He anxiously continued. Then can you contact the relics next to the boss or something similar? As soon as he finished speaking, an idea suddenly popped into Chiha's head. Right. Let's use the relic communication network. I'll think of the content and you send it like the earthworms did. He stood up and shouted. I remember the monster heard it from behind, broke through the door and rushed to grab him. The rope clung to Chiha. He panicked and ran as fast as he could, screaming, "Ah, boss, come and save me." At that moment, he would know. At this moment, in Juyin's room, only he and Aisling were left. Juyin took out the relics to check and said some of his relics had also disappeared. It seemed they had also been pulled in by the energy stream and some of the other relics he used had also vanished. Juyin listed them off. The code, the ring, the silver axe, the golden axe, and the rope had also disappeared. Who checked? Excuse me. What should we do? These are the relics you use the most, right? You can't just let them come here. Ju Hyan agreed with her. Right. We should summon them back here. As he spoke, he began to summon them back. See you again in the next videos. Notifying that the relics are in an area where you cannot summon them. The power is too strong. Zhu Hyan examined his relics one more time. He saw a relic that he hadn't used in a long time was quite useful for searching. Anyway, Zhu Hyan told Aisling to prepare to go to the tomb in Syria. Who do you agree with? Agreed to go immediately. Zhu Hai spread the relic out, held up to Shiha's hoodie, and ordered the relic to find the owner of this hoodie. The relic began to activate. A phone rang in his pocket. Juyin answered. The person on the other end of the line answered, What's going on, Juyin? Are you in trouble? I recognize this voice. He continued. Ed, where is Chiha? I know everything. He is Jean Chuck. He must be, he continued. Do you know what will happen if there's no relic restore on an excavation team? That means all your relics won't work. Anyway, he asked seriously if he was the one who captured Chiha. Ji just laughed and said, that's right. I sent him to the Tomb of Envy. He was very serious and worried after hearing that. Impressive. Hello. Well, Cha is all alone now. I hope that idiot is okay. On the map, the location of where Zuza is was finally indicated. Kilzine Gi Chuck began to negotiate. Do you want him to die? If not, then if you accept my offer, believe me, I'll get him out of the tomb. If you don't make a wise decision, that kid might die. Heian asked him what he wanted. What? Dicha began to say, you can conquer all the tombs with a team of only 3 people. So, you must have a secret. Give it to me. Juyin, what? After hearing it, he laughed loudly. What's so funny? He asked angrily. Why are you laughing? He immediately began to mock him. Although you threw that idiot into the Tomb of Envy. You can't conquer it yourself, so what makes you think you can get him out? Jean Chuck held his breath. Juyin continued, You're right. My group is much smaller than Pandora compared to conquering companies in and out of the world like Pandora. You guys have nothing but relics. Honestly, you've been looking for information about me, right? But there's nothing. You think there's some secret in the relics I use. If I had such powerful relics, I would have already conquered the world. I also went through life and death to get them. Chuck didn't get the information he wanted. Julian laughed and continued, should I tell you this? Do you believe that there are special relics that can only be used by certain people? Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Goodbye. I don't know the answer either because I don't know what the truth is behind that. Even old man Quan Tae-jun, a pillar in Pandora, was no match for Anubis. I don't know which of my relics is my secret. I don't know what will happen if I share it with you, so I won't give it to you. More accurately, I'm not able to use it. Use it. Julian questioned him about kidnapping Chiha to use as bait in this deal and separating that idiot from him. And then everything would be over immediately or from the beginning. You couldn't get Chiha out of that tomb. He heard and anxiously said they could get Chiha out of the tomb and Pandora would clear the tomb of envy. Zhu Haiyan sneered at him. Really? You can get Chiha out of there? At the very least, Pandora should have joined the Coffin Lovers Club. And it's not too late. Or the tomb of envy will become Pandora's tomb. Ziji's bald head turned red with anger as he cursed at Julian. You just wait. Julian hung up and cursed him, calling him a fool. We also don't know. Of course, the Nero relic appeared happily calling Julian. He then said that he had written an introduction for a new novel and when the novel would be released. Julian was confused and asked what he was talking about. What novel? As soon as he finished speaking, the relic produced a piece of paper in front of him. In the paper was written the new super special work of Yon Bosuki. Fuzzy as a joke. Yan's goal, he realized, was the Relic Communication Network. The Relic, Nero excitedly said, I'm so happy you're releasing a new novel. This makes me so excited. So when are you releasing this work? Ah, you have one thing that makes me so happy I could go crazy, Julian said joyfully. At this time in Syria, the area around the Tomb of Envy. Julian and Irene have arrived. He said that according to the Vanguard relic, there was a hole in the tomb. The system announced that the Greed relic was expanding its energy. You are within range of scouting relics from the Greed relics. Julian said they needed to stop for a bit. If we keep going in, we'll be discovered. Then Julian predicted that perhaps everything around the entrance was within the detection range. Aisling Hilton asked if they couldn't go in there. He said, we don't need to go into that area. Julian explained that we can enter the tomb by destroying the tomb's detection range. Just a guess. To find the tomb's weak point, we need to avoid the areas within the tomb's detection range. The problem is to go around and find the right place. Julian told Aisling to go back and he would implement the plan from the beginning. From afar, Lee Sua stood on the fortress using binoculars to observe Julian returning. Lua wondered if they would come back. What should I do? Should I shoot him? Beside her was a sniper. He had already loaded his gun, ready to shoot as soon as Lee Sua gave the order. The place she was standing was the China-Russia Alliance fortress. The sniper urged her to make a decision quickly. After thinking, Kwa made a decision and ordered, attack them before they can leave here. The sniper defiantly said. He also continued, but don't destroy the relics. He was surprised and asked why. Tua recounted that not long ago, he had defeated Pandora. At that time, the relics had been stolen, including ours. One of our superiors, an undercover agent within Pandora, said he has a very important relic, and she requested we bring it back for her. The arrogant sniper laughed and said, that's not important. I'll end his life with this shot. Right. Now he doesn't have any defensive relics and this is a civilian's gun. No one can escape the Lord. He just finished his question. He activated his gun's relic and fired a shot from behind. With his sensitivity, Juyin felt relic energy was flying towards him. Juyin quickly took out a shield with a Medusa head on it. He pulled quickly. I'll hide behind you. It's time to use the new defensive relics I just got. A barrage of bullets flew towards him, but was blocked by the shield. Hey, human. That hurts. Before he spoke to him. The first time it's really unstoppable because the proficiency level isn't too high. Irene, I'll give a signal. I'll wait for you behind a rock. Juyin said to Irene. Really? You took out a smoke bomb. Clone jutsu. He threw it hard forward and said. Quick, kill him. Corrupted text. Corrupted text. He couldn't find Juyin anymore and screamed in frustration. Damn it, he disappeared. Damn it, I've lost him. He reported back. Lua beside him asked worriedly. Ah, you aimed well. The sniper explained that there was no problem with the aiming. But at the moment the bullet hit him, there was something. Unexpectedly, the system announced that Nero had established an empire. A 50 radius became an inviolable territory of Nero. Nero's ability to be silent and do anything was activated in that area. Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. The fortress was shaking violently and everyone was panicking and screaming. A bombing right in the middle of the room. It was the fortress, where all the soldiers were standing with Lee Sua. A large fire appeared and inside it a voice was heard. Why did you dare to attack an artist? You will pay for what you did. Now respect this genius artist immediately. The flame just disappeared and Juyin appeared standing on a tree. The pillar was carved from the ground. That's too flashy, Juyin said dryly. The Nero relic proudly said, this is the stepping stone for your ascension. Appeared. All the soldiers drew their guns in order to shoot him. Juyin quickly took out his shield to block. He realized the people here were getting stronger every day from the excavation team from China, and they had met before. Juyin ordered the fatherland. The Nero relic deals with the other people. Damn it. I'll chase you until I know what art is, Nero angrily accepted Juyin's order. Understand? How dare you lowly people attack us? To a massive explosion that wiped out everything from within the flames. Juyin stepped out. Long time no see. Lu Sua, how could you leave me without a word? I thought you would run away again, but it seems I was wrong. You've worked with the Russia-China alliance and also with Jin Sha. Am I right? Lua was surprised to hear this. Zhu Haiyan continued. This is not your fault at all. This is your family's fault. Am I wrong? No. Lua stammered, asking how he knew. In his past life, Sua had once told him that Lee Sua was abused a lot, especially by her father. An older brother now was very different from the first time I met her. Lee Sua's talent is extraordinary. He said he knew a lot about her. Lua looked skeptical. He made an offer to Sua. Do you want to join me? Isn't this a good offer? He asked how much she wanted. Just name your price and I'll meet it. Lee Sua coldly said. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding at all. Especially those who know my weakness. As soon as she finished, Lee Sua, radiating a cold aura, drew her weapon, ready to fight. Zhu Haiyan also raised a shield, ready to fight. So, what should I do? Don't talk a lot because that will spoil my mood. Lee Sua rushed forward with her knife. The system announced that Mimir's Tears had found a target to display its ability. Relic. The system continued to announce that you can use Mimir's Tears. He took out the relic, ready to fight. Lee Sua lunged forward and slashed powerfully at Juyin. he raised a shield to block her blow. Her striking force was very strong. With each slash, a destructive force was released. The shield also started to get scared. "Hey, human, you're hurting me." "You're a shield, so don't talk so much," she retorted. Ju-hyun was taking the blows, waiting for a good opportunity. Suddenly, he used his power to forcefully push Lee Sua back, causing her to lose her balance. She stumbled backwards at the time when she had the ability to find her footing. At this moment, Ju-hyun splashed tears on her. His tears stained Lee Sua's right blood. An electric shock shot through Lee Sua's entire body. She suddenly fainted, but it seemed to be very painful. What exactly is the effect of the tears? Was this foundation? Even Ju-hyun doesn't know for sure. He was worried about Lee Sua. And ran over. Which one? He struggled in pain and screamed. A memory fragment appeared. This is the first time I've seen it. I must have known it already. In the memory fragment, she saw herself picking up a card surrounded by many relics. She saw two men arguing about something. Why did Lee Sua feel so familiar? And this man is her captain and could also be her captain. She used to have a special relationship with him, but never her. Her group was always left behind and discriminated against like this. The real achievement always comes first. That is the result of hard work of all the team members. And at the final tomb, they ran into trouble. The team members one by one. Even at that time, at this moment, Lee Sua woke up. She thought of the captain. In her memory. What about him? She was busy. He sat up and shouted, "Captain, are you okay? What happened to your leg? You're not the captain." In this direction, Lee Sua's head was spinning. Then he was also surprised to hear Lee Sua call him captain. She even knew my leg was cut. He realized, is this the relic to restore past life memories? And this relic is named Munin, which means memory. The system displayed a notification tiers of the Chrome unit. Consumable relic N out of 10 uses available. The number of uses, and strangely this is the number of members in my past lives group. Is it to let the members of my group regain their memories? He smiled with a new goal. I will bring back their memories. Ju-hyun sat beside her to wake her up. It's about love. As soon as she woke up and saw him, she lunged to hug him, calling him captain and crying, saying, "How is this possible?" At that moment, help. He then comforted her. You had to calm down first. Tell me what you remember. At this time, Lee Sua had calmed down and slowly recounted that the tomb was very different from the other tombs on her face. She began to darken as she recounted that Wiley died first. Then you tried to save us, but your legs. As a result, we were also killed by that monster. It was a snake. Ju-hyun reassured her. Calm down because I'm here now. Do you remember anything else? When was the first time we met? Lua replied. All I remember is Christmas Eve. It was my first day on Team 13. I bought a Santa Claus doll to eat together. He continued the story. I also remember that working on Christmas Eve, we had no right to resist the chairman's orders at that time. There were signs that. Anything else? She asked, thought, and said loudly. She had got drunk during a meeting and peed in the closet. Ju-hyun hearing this burst out laughing. Everything fits perfectly with his memory. Ju-hyun realized it wasn't just him. He was revived. He could also revive his teammates. Lee Sua shook her hand and asked him, but what happened? Was I just dreaming? I died and you were almost killed by that painful snake. Just then, a relic suddenly appeared and time flew by. However, it helped me to be reborn. Ju-hyun continued. Lua calculated that it was now July 2025. He then said, exactly, and in fact, we shouldn't have met. The future has changed bit by bit since I was reborn with my memories. You guys are alive thanks to this relic. She nodded in understanding. That was then and now. In fact, everything is very different now. I don't know. I don't mean to question your loyalty because your life is your life. This life is different from the last. On the contrary, Julian changed the light with a serious look. He threatened Lee Sua, saying, "Never appear before me again. Next time we meet, we won't be strangers anymore." Lee Sua placed her hand on his lips. "Thank you," he said happily. "Really? What should I do as your subordinate?" "That's Jean Shan. I don't want her to benefit." "I want you to betray her," she said defiantly. "Good. You've restored all my memories. This is what a real captain I can trust is like." "I'll give you all the money when I get back," Julian told her. The two went down to the Nero relic. A group of 2 citizens. "Is it over?" Julian asked. "What about these people?" He crossed his arms proudly and said, "It's nothing compared to my power." He turned and asked him about Lee Sua. Julian said, "She is now my partner." She asked him what she should do now. He said they would now go to the tomb to rescue a fool. He is a relic restorer. Lua recognized this person at this moment. Inside the tomb, Cha along with the rope relic was struggling to escape from the monster. "At the tomb of Envy and Za, I prefer to introduce myself now. Let's get acquainted. Irene, look at him. Irene, she's Lee Sua. From now on, she's a member of our team." Ju Hyun turned back. "Sua, this is Aisling. She's helped me a lot." Lua realized something. "Wait a minute. Aisling." He pointed at Aisling in surprise. "Prize. She's Aisling, the god of bankruptcy. How can you cooperate with the god of bankruptcy? She is the one who likes to destroy everything and cause economic panic in all countries." Julian replied, "That's true, but aren't you being a bit rude to say that in front of Aisling? Basically, she's a good person. It was like that in her past life. But in this life, I stopped it." Aisling thought. "I don't understand what they're saying because it's in Korean." She frowned. "Although she's a teammate now, for some reason, I still don't like her." Aisling got closer. "Ju Hyun, isn't she an enemy? You said she attacked you many times at the Korean tomb." Julian replied quietly. "The situation is different now. I guarantee we can trust her." He slung his backpack over his shoulder and said, "It would be great if we could talk a little more, but we don't have time right now. We need to go save that idiot." "No problem, right?" The car was speeding down the road. Julian was at the wheel. Aisling, sitting next to him, asked if Chiha was okay. He replied that he was fine and had used his own way to contact him. He could describe the inside of the tomb and the relics he's come into contact with. The owner of the Tomb of Envy might be Solarii. She asked Solarii. Antonio Solarii, he was a musician in Italy and was also famous in Austria. Talali was a great musician who successfully trained students like Beethoven and Schubert. He was also famous for his rivalry with Mozart. At first, it was just a rumor, but then the story was often mentioned in many TV dramas. After that, a term called salary complex was born. Julian, holding the steering wheel, thought it made sense that he was the owner of the Tomb of Envy. Even his name became his separate term. The laurel wreath beside reminded Julian of a new message from the novel that had just appeared. He asked, "Really?" "Read out loud." The laurel wreath said, "This episode would have a very dramatic chase." He asked what that meant. "Tell me more." Suddenly, a soldier whom you would never think of actually still had another relic. The main character was finally caught. It seems there are still many hidden things from the enemy. That was his last sentence. Aisling worriedly asked if he would be okay. He mumbled something. The car suddenly sped up. At this moment in the tomb, Shiha was being chased by a crowd. After him, don't run. Come here. You stupid human. Shiha wondered, this is crazy. Where did they come from? Salary should only attack with his voice. Besides, their clothes are not very suitable. And the other relics, they're like, a rope appeared and wrapped around him. You were lifted up in front of them. They screamed. Humans. Don't run D. Y was dragged away by the rope, was let go, and fell freely. Oh well. Who told his hateful rope to only like Julian? It whipped him and questioned why he was alone. He cried out, ah, it hurts. He angrily shouted, what the hell? Oni-chan. The rope was surprised. What? On-chan ho-ho. Then it rushed up and wrapped tightly around his neck. You should listen to Oni-chan. On-chan, the others passed by and heard the noise. He looks like he has a big belly. R-A-N-T. Do you want to suffocate? Sarko explained that he ran away because the relics were very scary and they would kill him immediately. The rope suddenly became gentle and said, really? Oni-chan is sorry. Shiha was sweating. This is so weird. Why are you suddenly so nice? The others suddenly rushed in. You can't escape, son. He shouted. Nanny. They suddenly rushed in and pushed him. The rope was trying to fight them off, but there were too many. The other monster appeared. Ha! Finally, the intruder has been caught. He shouted, why are you here? He questioned, are you crazy? I didn't do anything. Let me go back. It said, those more talented than me must die. He asked, what do you mean? What did I do to you? It replied, you talk too much. Just write something. Ha ha. Die. The terrible music played again. He covered his ears. A crack suddenly appeared on the ceiling. An explosion occurred which caught the monster's attention. Julian appeared and said a super cool line. Beautiful. A dog must look at its owner. You horny pig, face your punishment. It got angry. D, he said. Eliashua, quick, finish him off. She replied, all right. Julian brought out a relic and set it on fire. You're a bad musician. You need a fiery stage to play better. He rose up and a burst of fire appeared, attacking the monster playing the instrument. A massive explosion occurred when he kept screaming, it's so hot. So hot. The fire surrounded the other thing. He stepped out. Lee Sua's eyes lit up and then a beautiful slash streaked across the other guy. Damn it. She ordered Judah to take them down. Judah was behind Lee Sua. Rush forward with a case to blow away countless enemies. Shiha was worried for a moment. Aren't you? Aren't you a Chinese spy? Why are you here? Bijui looked at him and wondered. He doesn't remember me. He's still a childish idiot. She moved forward. Sha, bewildered. Step back, she thought. Or maybe he hasn't regained his memories yet. She pulled Shiha's hand. I'll help you. Stand up. He asked. Why should I trust you? Lua raised her fist threateningly. Be quiet. He found fault. Look, how can I trust you? Follow me quickly. You'll be safe, he asked. Can I really trust you? This is so confusing. At this moment, there was a movement in the fire. Damn it! Oh ho! Zhu Hai crossed his arms. With this fire, your performance will be very lively. He was angry. How dare you! Suddenly, the fire was gradually extinguished. He was confident. Ha! The fire is out and the wounds are healed. This is great support. I haven't conquered him, he guessed. Is there still another relic? He flexed his muscles and summoned a chessboard. How dare you disturb me, you foolish human? He said he seemed to have succeeded in provoking the relics. Tijua ran to the captain with the painting. Shiha asked me to give this to you. Very well. From inside the painting, he pulled out a sword. It's time to work, she said. Let's fight. The chessboard floated. Sally Lee analyzed that it wasn't just a relic. He brandished his sword and charged. Julian confidently swung his sword. A powerful blue light emanated from the blade, enveloping him. Ready for battle. The battle began. Julian, sword in hand, shouted, "Let's start." Relic of wealth. The golden chest piece on top moved. A blue light flashed across him. The chess officials were indignant. You have no artistic talent in you, and you don't like relics that criticize my novel. You're just a piece of trash. Julian heard this and smirked. You're a fan of mine, too. Don't you know what respect is? The monster of envy. He struggled. Art, I will unleash more power and kill them all. I will kill them all. I'm overflowing with power. Ha! He began to call upon the musicians. This will be history. The greatest orchestra ever. Countless of his musicians are approaching the two of them. He complained, "You guys are so noisy." The information panel appeared. The opposing relic's power is enhanced. The opposing relic begins to move. The relic has been enhanced. The information was announced by Amara.org community. As soon as he finished speaking, the drum corrupted text. The sound of the violin rose, played by his subordinates. Zhu Haiyan quickly used his shield. Damn it! They're coming at me. Even a shield couldn't hold. This is too strong. Wrong. I might be destroyed. Come back here. The monster Celerii was proud. This is my favorite song. Enjoy the music, you pigs. Ha ha. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. If you like it, then listen to it yourself. Before cracks started to appear. A rock grew up behind him. I'll get it back to you, an eye for an eye. Enjoy my music. Honda emitted a blinding light. A circle of blue light surrounded the two of them. The monster Celerii was shocked. What? This is very interesting. It suddenly stopped because Julian escaped from the suffering. The control had been broken and he rushed forward with his glowing sword. He slashed the monster once. It only had time to scream, "Oni-chan, my luck." Unfortunately, its hand was cut off. The relic of wealth was furious. You bastard. Do you know a senator's limbs are more important than their life? He smirked. You don't need to worry about that. Although I'm not good at this, I know a few things. Hearing those arrogant words, the monster shouted, "What do you know, you bastard?" Julian thought to himself. After thinking about him, I have a very good plan. This guy isn't like Celerii, but all the information about him is related to Celerii. I'll make it unstable and full of envy. This is like how I defeated No. At this moment, Aisling and Zoe were waiting in the car. After thinking it over, he said a few words. I know a little about music. Beethoven, Schubert, and Haydn. It was surprised and asked back, "What are you trying to say? By the way, I know Mozart the most. He was more talented than you." His face turned dark. Truly angry. "Human, you've made a mistake. I shouldn't have mentioned him." Suddenly, a grand piano appeared and fell straight at his head. Julian jumped out and dodged, but then it appeared again. More musical instruments forcing him to run away. What kind of musician? Is he throwing his own instruments like that? The monster of envy roared, "Die again." At the same time, Lua appeared. "I'll try to block his attacks." He agreed to let her act. No. As for himself, he rushed forward. The monster roared with indignation. "Oh, Mozart, what? What? Why does everyone recognize that damn guy?" It attacked Ju Hai with powerful blows. He quickly jumped up, standing alone. One hand held a shield, the other a sword. He was still very resentful and full of envy. "Oh my God, why am I not recognized? Where is justice?" Ju Haiyan found it really annoying. He gritted his teeth and gave him a blow. Immediately, the monster of envy took a slash from Julian. It couldn't scream anymore. People drank together. At this moment, the chest pieces were shaking with scream, "My God." He just touched his sword and defiantly declared, "I will grant you a favor. I will not use this sword. I will only attack you once." The information panel appeared with the content, "Safety, sir," and the greed relic. He was surprised and repeated, "Greed relic." Immediately, rocks from above fell down. Lua panicked and shouted, "Boss! This place is about to collapse." The two immediately reunited. "We rescued Shiha, so we should go," she pointed to the exit over there. "But it's not that easy." A voice echoed. "Stop. You incompetent bastard. You can't even beat a human." Even a monster of envy was surprised. "What?" The chest pieces moved violently. "Let me control this tomb." "Impossible." "Thank you for watching the film." A protest was raised. The pawn moved to counter the monster of envy, sucking its power. "Shut up. I told you to give me your power." The monster screamed pitifully. The information panel appeared. The greed relics are dominating this tomb. The tomb's trap has been redesigned. The tomb's difficulty has been increased. Ha! It seems a bit much. All my power has been taken away. The die in the book floated in the air, emitting a green energy stream, then fell to the ground together. Julian thought, "This is terrible. I can't move my body. Something is having fun with this useful power." Li Sue's body also couldn't move. Julian was held fast, unable to move. Now I'll try the power of envy. This is one of the bad qualities that everyone has. Strong envy erodes the mind. The people around you are starting to envy everything. You can't get along with your friends. Help you. He then clutched his head, his thoughts now under control. I'm very jealous of him and have a desire to kill him. I have to endure it, otherwise I'll be in danger. The difficulty of this tomb is really high. Anyone who enters this tomb will die because of their friends. Even Li Sua raised her sword and pointed it at him. Seeing this, Julian screamed, "Wake up, Sua." She was out of control. Couldn't hear anything anymore. Just mumbled, "I'll kill you. I'll kill you. A is very jealous of you. She's completely lost control." Ju Hai frantically rummaged through his bag. "I have to find a relic that can control her." But even the relics were affected. They were jealous of each other. "Why are you guys so competitive? I'm the relic he needs." I'll kill you. He'll kill her. He became more and more worried because there were no useful relics. Meanwhile, Lee Sua was trembling, wanting to advance and kill Juyin. The situation was really not good. He held up his hands and pleaded, "Hey, calm down." The more he talked, the tighter she gripped the sword hilt, thinking, "I'm cornered." Then she raised her sword and charged forward. The ceiling collapsed, all rocks and dirt fed down fear. What happened? God, please save me. A rock fell and hit Sha, causing. He cried out in pain, holding his head. Boss said he would come and save me. Wait, how's the boss? The ceiling kept collapsing with more and more rocks. Nanny of? He screamed in despair, then held his head in fear. Is this over? Am I dead? He slowly opened his eyes. His body was still intact. He checked himself. I'm still alive. I'm fine. Thank God I'm still alive. I don't feel any pain at all. I don't know why, but I'm very happy. Suddenly, he heard a scream. Calm down. Shiha looked around. Isn't that the boss's voice? On this side, Lua had lost her mind and was continuously attacking Juyin. Juyin jumped up to dodge the blow. I'm in trouble. My relic isn't here. She continued to swing her sword and slash. The envy relic wondered why he wasn't affected by envy. It commented that Juyin was very good. But what if it increases its power? The flame suddenly flared up and a thick black smoke enveloped a censer. Let's see how long you can resist. He wondered if that incense smoke was a master here. It seems the greedy relics have left this room. He rushed up, thinking that if he destroyed it, a voice would immediately cut him off. It's useless. Leave. The information panel displayed the words. The intensity of envy is continuously increasing. Another strong form of envy arises. The quality of causing envy is maximized. You become envious of yourself. Again, he was bound. His legs trembled. He couldn't move. He gritted his teeth, unable to even move his hands. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, I can't move. Juyin became even more bewildered. What? It's controlling me? The monster smugly said, It seems you're about to give up. He suddenly summoned a sword and put to his own neck. Goodbye, little one, fetch. The sword got closer and closer to his neck. Is this the end for me? Am I going to kill myself? What to do? He looked over and saw Lee Sua was in a similar situation. She also lost control and was holding a sword to her neck. Zhu Haiyan was sweating. Damn it. Before he could do anything, Shi has suddenly appeared holding the sword in his hand. Boss, what are you doing? He reached out and pushed his face. Why are you killing yourself? Then Sheha snatched Juyin's sword and ran over to Lee Sua. Red hair, why do you want to kill yourself, too? He thought this idiot wasn't being controlled. He snatched Sua's sword and ran over to ask what's going on here. Why are you killing yourself? Zhu Haiyan gritted his teeth in annoyance, his eyes darting back and forth, signaling. Sha realized he couldn't speak. What are you really doing? What are you trying to look at? Shea followed his gaze. He discovered the huge censer over there. Ah, you mean this thing? What did you say? I was surprised that Cha could move. In that case, I'll increase the power. Cha covered his eyes and cursed. What is this smoke? Hi hey. He asked if it was bad for his lungs. I'll cut it. He slashed at the censer, cracking it. Meanwhile, Juyin was dragging Lee Sua away. He suddenly looked down at the ground and saw a fork and a notebook. These relics, let's just fish in troubled waters. He bent down, picked up the 2 items, and then turned to tell Cha. Run quickly before things get worse. Don't forget to bring the bag. Goodbye. The car that had just escaped death had to become a porter. At this moment, the relic spoke up. Why did you listen to him? Why? Why is he hugging that girl while you're hugging a bag? He's just an arrogant and mean person. Do you think it's intentionally trying to create a rift?
Julian, seeing him hesitate, urged, "Come on, hurry up."
The tree glowed. Something flew out. He wondered, what's that?
A sound was heard.
No, you can't go. Get out of the way. The rope is lost. To Julian inside, it was overjoyed. He asked it what it was doing. The rope immediately replied, "Master, look at this." And then placed a coin in Julian's hand. This is the memory coin of Emmy Morsi. Yeah, found it strange. We have a relic like this. Jayan slowly replied, "These are the relics I took from Pandora." Subscribe to the LA School channel so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Any More is a Greek goddess of memory. In other words, this is a relic with a very good memory.
In his past life, Jean Sherwan was the owner of this relic.
It seems she still owns it in this life.
But the strange thing is all of Jean Sherwan's relics are in Pandora's hands.
It seems Jean sent someone into Pandora.
Zhu Hai said that foolish woman had been following him with this thing from the beginning. She must have known he would appear at the 7 tombs.
That's true. Jean Sherwan did this. She wanted to get the relic and then kill him. Li Sua exclaimed with a tense expression.
As for Chiha, who knew nothing about Jean Cheyenne, the 2 of them explained, she's a conqueror from China.
Quite a nuisance. Hey, what you going to do? Anyway, Zhu Hai clenched the coin. You horny bee. Even though there's nothing, give this relic a mission.
Zhu Haiyan, however, destroyed the coin relic, causing it to scream in pain.
He raised his hand and laughed heartily. To get out of here, we need a good exit. We also have a bomb to open the door here.
Sha went from one surprise to another.
Boss, didn't you say this was a useful relic? Why did you destroy it? Dway, he calmly replied. If I keep this relic, Kyan will always be watching me. Besides, I have a word. Destroying a C-rank tomb. This skill is basically destroying a relic to destroy a tomb. It refused to submit, screaming, "No! Overthrow!"
The tomb of envy exploded into pieces.
A massive explosion erupted from a tomb.
Aisling, sitting in a car nearby, witnessed the whole thing in horror. She worriedly exclaimed, "Julian is in there.
Is he okay?" She then immediately sped off to find and pick up Julian. I'm coming to get you right now, Julian.
After the tomb collapsed, the falling cliffs created a small.
The relic's voice rang out. Ah, it didn't cause anything. There's no way this tomb could be easily crushed by humans. Oh, no way. You can't go, human. Yes. Jan, while dodging, turned his head back and asked, "What the hell?"
Then smirked and said, "The greedy relics were originally here. I'll be safe if I get out of their detection range."
Sha tilted his head and asked curiously, "Are there any relics that don't need to be near us but can still track us?" Julian replied, "Of course there are, and that's definitely not it. It's not an ordinary relic."
Which makes Chiha a little scared. The 3 of them immediately moved on.
Julian urged Chiha, "We need to hurry up." Suddenly, a bright light shone, blinding the 3 of them
and causing them pain. Please subscribe to the channel, guys. It turned out Aisling's car had arrived in time to pick them up.
Aisling called out, "Julian." Seeing Aisling, all 3 of them were very happy. Everyone got into the car together. Julian, while closing the door, said, "Thanks to you, we can get out of here safely." Irene asked curiously, "What happened?" Julian just said vaguely that there was an incident, but it was fine now. The car also started to move. Diane showed off what he had found and said he had also picked up an envy relic. Irene smiled gently in response. "That's great." And asked what kind of relic it was. "This is salary sheet music." Then he took out a fork and a stone from Singati Haji's house. He began to ponder. "I don't think the original shape of the chessboard was a fork like this." Who is Singati Haji? She was a famous person in France. She became the Queen of France and then the temporary ruler of France. At that time in France, religious conflicts were very fierce. She introduced policies to force the new and old religions. But in the end, many people did not agree with these mandatory rules, which led to the largest religious war in French history. It seems she was a sinister woman and wondered again, man. Although this is related to envy, Pandora never said there were two envy relics. Her husband, born to Hot, was attracted to a woman named Diane, so she became jealous. Aisling suddenly asked what this relic's ability was. He replied that he didn't know because he hadn't made a pact with it yet. Chiha said the saliary relic attacks with sound. And he only attacked him with that. Julian replied, "Probably." So, as for the ability of this fork, it's probably some kind of buff. He then replied that he had seen it use this ability at the tomb. Suddenly, in front of Aisling's car, a convoy of cars appeared approaching. Everyone also wondered why there were so many cars coming here. To explain to you, please subscribe to our channel. They discovered that these cars had a national logo. The TV news his channel. She spoke up. "I guess because of the previous explosion we caused at the tomb, they came." Shah also added, "That's right. They're probably gathering information." Zhu Hai just smiled and told Aisling to turn the car around. His unusual action made Aisling surprised and she asked back, but he explained. "I'll tell them we conquered this tomb." Aisling wondered, "You're acting differently than usual." It's true that appearing on TV is a bit uncomfortable, but this time it's to help this idiot, Shiha. What do you think? Hearing his name mentioned, Shiha was surprised and asked back, "For me?" Julian smiled and replied, "This is a fatal blow to Jin Ji-chuk." Shiha jumped up in surprise and asked why. Julian replied, "He's the one who brought you to this tomb." This made Shiha a little curious and he asked back, "Isn't it Jin Xian?" "That woman has a personal grudge against me." Dizzy must have threatened him over the phone. Johayan laughed and said, "I know what he's doing now. We're going to be on TV and then you have to tell the truth that he copied your work." This made Shiha a little concerned. "What did I say?" Johayan helplessly asked why he reacted like that. Shiha both scared and replied, "Because I'm still scared." Anyway, Zhu Haiyan teased again. "You were fine at the Pandora party." Shah explained again that it was because he was by his side. Then he asked again, "Do you think I've changed since then?" "I haven't changed at all." Julian comforted Shiha. "Calm down." Sua sitting beside him just smiled, gently in the rain. The argument between these two, whatever it is, Zhu Haiyan knew the reason why the Tomb of Envy didn't affect him, because it was probably related to his pride. He poured his heart and soul into his work, but all became a stepping stone for someone else at that moment, or even when I became his subordinate. Zhu Haiyan remembered that time in the past. At that time, he just needed to say, "If you work for me, I'll get back all your fame." And he would agree. Now is the time to fulfill that promise. At the same time, at the television station, the staff were buzzing with excitement. Everyone can. The person explained that a large explosion appeared from the Tomb of Envy and created a huge hole. The conquerors of the tomb have also appeared. This surprised both Jean Gitchuk and the host. They switched the signal to the screen. On the screen appeared the images of Zhu Haiyan and Shah. Zhu Haiyan called out, "Hey, Jean Gichchuk, you're doing an interview about the tomb right now, aren't you?" "But I'm sorry. The relic of the tomb is already mine." Zizi got angry and his jaw clenched. Julian continued, "Yes, it's not surprising that I conquered this tomb." "Right. Let me reveal another piece of news. Hey, this guy's name is everyone watching this broadcast, listen to me. Zenzak kidnapped and wanted to kill my disciple, Chiha. He went deep into the Tomb of Envy because he wanted to capture Chiha and imprison him there. Assisting him was a man named Francis. He had a capture relic. And how do I know this? Because that person is in the news studio. That's why Chiha is in this tomb. And I know Francisco's face, Chiha's defense." The nearby official asked if he was serious. Julian replied, "Of course." He thought to himself, the kidnapping of the relic restore has happened a lot in the past. That's the method used by the King of Fate. Is this just a coincidence or is he behind Gonjiai Chuck and Francisco? But it doesn't matter right now. He looked straight into the camera and continued, "From now on, what I'm saying is the truth. I'll only say it once, so record it. Well, there's a reason why Jean Zizak wants to make Chiha disappear from this world. Just listen to this person's explanation." He pointed the camera at Chiha. He was both shy and scared, blushing. Under Julian's trust, he mustered up all his courage and replied, "Jean Zizak plagiarized my painting. This happened when I was a student and he was a teacher." Shah became more and more agitated, shouting, "He's a bastard." "That's the truth," Julian sarcastically said. "He tried to kill the owner of the paintings he plagiarized." "How disgusting." The editor at the studio asked Jean Zicket if that was true. He immediately hesitated and denied it. "No, that's the host added fuel to the fire to make the news more exciting." He reminded everyone that there had been a similar scandal before. Julian's next words made him so scared he trembled, his face turning pale. "I guess you're silent now, right?" Jean Chuck angrily glared at the screen where Julian was appearing. "Ju Hai." He just looked straight at the camera and said one checkmating sentence. Ju Hai continued to provoke Jean Chuck. He said into the camera, "Scream, boy. Scream louder." He was so angry he stammered, his hands clenched into fists, trembling. Finally, he got agitated, stood up, and shouted, "He's a bastard. He's lying. Don't believe him." The editor at the studio asked, "You think he's not telling the truth?" He replied, "Of course." The editor continued to lead. "If so, try to provide some proof." Gigi scared. Her face wrinkled as she asked, "What?" The editor just smiled faintly and said clearly, "You have the right to remain silent, but what you say will be evidence in court." This made him feel scared. The camera continued to point at the two of them. Gigi thought, "Damn it, this guy's intentionally putting me in a bind. I'll be screwed if I don't say anything, but if I say the wrong thing, then it's over, my friend." "Stop for a moment." After a moment to regain his composure, he replied, "All right, I'll talk." The editor just said, "Oh." And then listened. Ziza began to explain, "At first, I came to the tomb to conquer it, but I is defeated. So, I had no choice but to leave." "That's an encouragement." The editor asked, "So, what now?" "They've already conquered the third tomb before you." Zizi, sweating, continued to pretend. "Haha, no problem. I'll definitely get back at him with another tomb. Putting that aside, I'll talk about the person who said I plagiarized. He said the truth is not like that. On the contrary, Chiha is the one who plagiarized my painting. That day at a cheap hotel, he was forced to wear a suit of armor and a helmet. He wondered, 'Boss, why do I have to wear this horny pig armor?' Julian, holding a relic in his hand, stood from a distance and raised it, which made Chiha scared. He asked what he wanted to do. Zhu Haiyan explained that these were all defensive relics,
including the W Dragon's Blood relic. Shiha said. Jiha still backed away and asked again, why do I have to use these things? I just got back to the hotel after a long trip. Can't you let me rest properly? Ignoring all the complaints, he asked Shiha if he was done. It sounds good, but we need to do some things first. After all, we're back at the hotel. Shah has recovered and as you can see was not fully restored until they swore an oath. One by one they all swore an oath under the power of the main character. Shahajin wondered why he was doing this. Don't say. He told me to draw this map so that every time I get kidnapped I can come back. Julian laughed and praised. Bingo! They can kidnap you at any time. So we need to be on guard. One more thing. I just provoked Jean Chuck. Shiha cried and screamed. Oh no, my life is over. Ju Hai calmed Shiha down. Just calm down. I'll always be by your side when you get kidnapped. But you need to be ready if you get taken. What you need is to prepare your defensive relics and escape with that painting. Julian opened a relic jar and poured it on Shiha's head. Then continued, now take it slow. Shah cried and replied, all right, I'm less worried now. But thinking of another possibility made him agitated again. What if they keep kidnapping me? Julian gently closed the jar and replied, then you have to be ready to escape. This made Shiha angry, and he asked, boss, are you on drugs? Julian crossed his arms and laughed. Don't talk so much. Old Jean Gi Chuck is preparing to kidnap you. But is this enough? Ah, if you get stuck in the tombs, you should probably bring all kinds of attack relics. Let's see. As he spoke, he picked out other relics one by one. So much so that Shaha had to use both hands to hug him. He felt concerned and said loudly, no way. I've never used relic. Johayan taught him, if you haven't used them, then use them now. Then he threw out the last relic and said, all right, take salary. It's yours. At this moment, the surrounding energy began to shake violently, making him, are you scared? He asked. Boss, is it starting? Julian replied, that's right. They've invited us, so we have to go. With that, he hugged Shiha, which startled him, and he asked, why are you hugging me? The two teleported to an abandoned house. Sleeping in the abandoned house, Jean Chuck asked Frank Francis that he had been found. He replied, yes, I've caught him. One of them gritted his teeth and said, good. I'll put a hole in that bastard's head. After teleporting to where? Jean Gi Chuck was standing. Julian with his hands in his pockets smiled faintly and said, see, I was right. Shah standing beside him agreed, yes, you're right. Julian tilted his head and looked at Jean Chuck. I don't know your plan, Jean Chuck. He trembled with anger and cursed. Damn it. Then gave the order. Hello everyone. Thank you for watching the film. The people around started shooting at G. Zhu Haiyan used his shield to create a protective barrier around the two of them. Shiha standing inside the shield screamed in fear, Mommy, save me. He ordered Shiha, I'll defend now. You attack. Shiha was surprised and asked back me. He agreed and made sure he had to hit the one with the capture. Sometimes he also hit the one with the capture relic. The protective shield was shattered after a powerful attack. Julian was startled and cursed. Damn it. These worlds can all deal with being broken. The surrounding guys thought smartly. If guns don't work, then let's play. Definitely don't let him run. Shiha, terrified, squeezed his eyes shut and shouted, I'm going to die. God have mercy on me. The relics Shiha was holding began to glow. Winter has come. The smoke began to spread around, causing everyone to panic and ask, what is this smoke? Arrows and other objects began to fly out, attacking Jinzi's men, making them wonder where the arrows came from.
Ha! After the smokescreen gradually dissipated, a relic appeared and said, "Stupid human. Let the show begin." On the ground, Shiha fainted and moaned. Damn it, it hurts so much. Julian knew he had fainted because he used too many relics at once. At this moment, he needed to find a painting and get out of here. Ready? After searching around, he quickly found it. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to get notifications first. Now, I just need to draw the final stroke. The music that the relic was playing all around had caused Francisco to pass out. Gigi was also affected and had a headache. With one hand, he held a gun and tried to wake Francisco up, but to no avail. Enraged, he shouted, "At least I have to kill you, D." He immediately pointed his gun at Julian. But at that moment, Julian was holding a pen. A smile on his face as he said, "Too late." As soon as he finished speaking, he placed his pen on the painting. The final stroke lit up. A line of light surrounded and teleported him away. Gigi, enraged, gritted her teeth and shouted, "Damn it. I will kill him." Julian returned to the hotel after calming down. He noticed Shiha lying on the ground. He wondered, he's knocked out. The news started to report that Disco had to go to the hospital. Julian thought Sally AG was attacking him continuously. He's stronger than I thought. Zizi is trying to explain this incident to the media. He's afraid this incident will affect his previous scandal. Julian happily considered what to do next. This is just the beginning. The next morning at the hotel, Julian handed Sua a file which made her sleepy. He asked, "What's this?" He explained, "This is the contract agreement to join his group." She continued, "The name is this a tomb robbery?" He picked up his hot coffee, smiled faintly, and replied, "This will be more intuitive and better than a name like Team 13 in the past life. This is a contract for reference. When you sign the application form, you'll be sworn in by the Hammurabi. If you break the contract or betray me, then see how the Hammurabi relic tortures you." That is a standard contract when he deals with people who have nowhere to go. She wondered again why he told her everything. He replied that he thought she would never stab him in the back. "I don't want to lie to you." Finally waking up, Shiha yawned loudly and came out. "You made me sign, it was different from now." Julian asked him back. "Are you awake yet?" "I made breakfast, so come and eat." Shah wondered what had happened and why his taste buds were so strange. Julian explained that it seemed his taste buds had been affected because he used many relics at the same time. "In short, it's because you're useless. You probably need training, whatever." Then he urged him to hurry up and eat. He sighed and obediently went to one side to start eating breakfast. Sua whispered, "Boss, you haven't restored his memories yet. Is that not a problem? 15 years of experience?" He nodded. You're right, but the problem is I can't restore his memories." Julian explained again that Shiha was a good painter. But after the incident, he gradually lost his confidence and his precious ability was only used for scams. Therefore, then the negative actions increased and Pandora recognized him as the king of scams. His personality got worse and worse. Honestly, I don't want him to have a personality like that. Although he's still weak now, he just needs a little training. Besides, I'll overthrow Gene Chuck and restore his honor. So, I'm wondering if I should restore his dark memory. He raised his coffee cup to drink and thought to himself, knowing these things in advance is a better advantage than in my past life. I hope this is the right choice. Because Julian suddenly went silent, she wondered and called out. He was startled and paid attention to the question again. Where were we? She reminded him that in Shaha's case, it seemed that restoring his memories was a problem. He was surprised and replied, "Oh, you still remember his personality from before?" Then so continued, "I understand. It seems you've made the right choice." Julian asked, "Really?" but Sua didn't answer and instead changed the subject to the contract. All right, I'll sign the contract. He reminded Sue, this is a contract, so why don't you read it? I will ensure your safety. Jin Shagwan Sua accepted. Oh, thank you. A relic suddenly glowed and appeared in front of Chiha. I found you, which startled him and made him shout, you scared me. The relic said, playing with you is fun. But he said, today I'm not feeling well. The relic made Chiha promise to play with it next time. He held out his hand and said casually, okay, next time I'll play with you. That attitude made the relic angry. It wrapped itself tightly around Chiha's body, you liar. It was so tight that Chiha trembled and shouted, ah, you're hurting me witnessing this. So, someone asked, does this kind of thing happen often? Zhu Haiyan replied helplessly, you'll get used to it soon. At the airport, Quan Jun on the other end shouted, how are you going to take responsibility for this? Because of you, Francis is in the hospital and is now a cripple. Damn it. He hit Jean Chuck holding his head and pushed the phone away from his hand. Oh, my head. The person on the other end of the line continued, why aren't you saying anything? Are you deaf? He just replied, I heard you. But there's nothing I can do about this. Quan Jun called him a fool. Now there's no chance to catch Chiha anymore. You couldn't contain your anger and messed everything up. Besides, you used it twice. How can a fool like you exist in this world? Why do you always do such stupid things? If this continues, it will be very difficult. Go and find a way to fix this. He carefully replied, I understand. Hang up the phone, old man. He gritted his teeth in anger and turned his face away. Fix what? Now I've been brought down by that bastard. Sha old bastard. I can't do anything. Who can I trust now? He hesitated for a moment. Then he decided to dial a number and called Jean Sha. She's the only one in the city of Jimathsesia. In a hotel, 2 people were guarding. He reported that 2 tombs have been successfully excavated in Lebanon. A deal with a relic merchant here has been established. Jean Shawan with his back turned replied, very good. Everything is as usual. Now only the Tomb of Envy remains unresolved. Suddenly, someone ran in through the door and shouted, Chairman Jean She Huan, there's urgent news. Juyan has escaped from the Tomb of Envy. This made her turn around and ask what had happened. The person continued to report that during the process, the tomb was destroyed and the relics inside were stolen. A red aura appeared around her. She laughed and said, strange. Isn't that the tomb that was being watched by my relics? She laughed again. She stroked her chin. A red relic appeared and said, that's right. He has a trick. It's a strange and annoying skill. I did as you instructed, but it wasn't a man. But when she found out he had done something with her relics, she jumped up and asked again, what? Which startled the people standing nearby. She asked the reporters, did you find my relics in the tomb? He replied that they didn't see anything. The red relic said that her relics had been destroyed. We could have stopped him if we had been there. She stood up and said, shut up. I have a job for you. The person said, you can monitor all relic users. You said, all relic users leave an aura. The red relic agreed. But Zhu Haiyan is a strange one. We have to stop him immediately. She replied, that's interesting. The relic asked again, interesting? What do you mean? Damn it, relic. I've lived a life where I can have anything I want. This is a challenge for me. Xin Shan showed a dangerous face. How dare you bother me? What kind of man is he? Where are his abilities? I want to know everything. Eat him slowly, right? Someone suddenly spoke up. Chairman Jean Shah, Professor Jean Gichchuk is calling. She requested to be connected and for him to report back to her. He bowed and said, "Yes, sir." The relic said again that there was no time for someone like that. But Jean Shaw Goldap waited a moment. "I'll check on that old geyser first. It's easy to observe the Tomb of Envy." "Thanks, ZZ Chuck. We must maintain a minimum level of courtesy, but I will not carry out your foolish requests." She smiled devilishly and said, "Right now, I have to focus on a guy named Julian. Please subscribe to the channel to get more new videos." At this time, Zinzi Chuck was dissatisfied with his attitude of Jean Shawoon through a phone conversation about conquering the fourth tomb before one. Actually, she could have intervened, but she didn't pay attention to it because she didn't have enough time to prepare a plan and more importantly also had extremely disadvantageous Vietnamese news. She advised him to deal with his plagiarism case soon. Of his, then hung up. Zinzi's last hope to cover up this case. This plagiarism case finally vanished with the wind. On the other hand, Julian and Cha have returned from Syria to New York. They prioritized interviews with the media with the aim of making GI quickly and also normally as well as not letting the mirror mask relic eat doubts. Drew inspiration from Sherlock Holmes into his hands because this is a poor soul as a relic that allows the user to accurately disguise themselves as another person. But that relic also has a fatal weakness. The other person's abilities will not be copied over and instead the person Dung has to use his own ability to do that. That's why until now Zinzi has not been able to find the target's painting. After finishing the interview, Julian and Chiha had just stepped out of the recording studio when a swarm of reporters rushed over to ask him a few more questions, but Julian was adamant and refused because he had already answered everything and was in a hurry to leave. The two finally took refuge in a restaurant. He even ate, but Chiha was concerned about Ju Hyan's plan. Julian was still confident that with so many different opinions and viewpoints, the two's interview would surely be achieved as a top trend on social media. When Julian and Cha were about to open their phones to watch the interview, please subscribe to the channel to support your channel. The interview has been removed from the website. The two were stunned by this. Julian guessed that this was because Jean Gi Chuck had interfered, so he immediately opened the paper and arranged another interview, not even letting Chiha finish his lunch. The strange thing is that after continuing the interview, all of their interviews were also removed from the website and especially the plagiarism scandal of Jean Zizak was not published. Julian thought to himself that Zinzicat was trying to restore his honor. Gigi has always been a person with many partnerships. So many people will pay attention, keep an eye on him. And at this rate, Julian's work will be meaningless. So he had to resort to the circle of life relic of Marie Antoinette to create unfavorable rumors about a rival. Marie Antoinette was a former French queen who lived with many bad rumors. And her most famous quote is, "I don't think it's too hard to buy an expensive diamond necklace." This relic was born from that saying. And right now, this is a perfect relic in this scandal. Now, Julian just needs to hand it over to someone who can get close to Gonchuk directly. He can do it. Had entrusted the job to Lee Sua. This because of her perfect disguise before. A moment later, Lee Sua had disguised herself as one of the participants in Zenzika's interview with a necklace relic in hand, trying to activate its effect. After everything was done, Lee Sua reported to Julian. The relic was used successfully. The bulletin board began to continue reporting on Jean Chuck. But among those rumors, not a single one mentioned the plagiarism incident. At this point, Julian suddenly remembered, oh, wait. There were many bad rumors, but their subject was not plagiarism, which would lead to the plagiarism case being gradually forgotten. Julian was sad about this result. But at this moment, the computer was still on. An email from a stranger appeared. He said he would spread some bad news about Jean Zizak himself for him. Indeed, the next morning, thousands of news reports about Jean Gichchuk's plagiarism quickly spread all over the world. And even became one of the top trends in the world. In his mind, he could only think of one person who could do this as the rumor king, Wade Hamilton, with the ability to control the media. With this help, a movement about the information of the Jean Chuk plagiarism case exploded. Although Julian was helped by the rumor king, he felt that he had some ulterior motives. He was not a good person, but he temporarily put that aside because this was a one-time thing. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for both Julian and Shah. Corrupted text. The media war continued to turn the tables. Bad news about Jean Zika began to increase. Hey, the rumor king Wade Hamilton took the opportunity to spread more news about Xinzieg's plagiarism. Julian used this opportunity to sway people. He demanded he prove it by redrawing it with his own ability and also threatened those who had covered for him before. For example, James, a former classmate of Yuzukaha. Although James was still stubbornly defending Gonchuk, he smiled brightly. Julian smiled and told them to watch the news to know the truth. Ducha on the side saw that this might not be successful because these people were definitely previously, because of fear of Genizi Chang's fame and power, they turned a blind eye. Now it won't change, but Ko Junhan confidently said that the situation was different now. Now they also wanted to take revenge on GI, just as Julian had guessed the far-off things the fans in France and New York agreed to side with him. With so much incriminating evidence like this, Zizi will surely be arrested. Will probably be dead soon after. Ju Haiyan was very happy because these things help Zukahan not to follow the same old path as in his previous life. Zuka saw Julian smiling and immediately wondered because Julian saw Zukoha was still not satisfied with these things. But anyway, he had prepared for a fatal blow. On Zenzika's side, although he had bought off the media, they still chose to side with Julian. Even his old students were turning against him. When Jean Gitschuk was about to open the door, he went outside to take care of some business, but a group of reporters were already waiting in front of the door to block his way and interview him about the plagiarism issue. These people were brought by Julian to witness him plagiarizing Duka's painting. The incident is spreading all over the world. Seeing Jean Zizak's angry face, Julian immediately provoked him. Prove that painting isn't plagiarized. He was determined not to lose and immediately agreed. A request with a condition that if he wins, Julian must hand over all his achievements too. He said that in the past few days, Julian has threatened his private life and honor. So the fact that it's not surprising that he's threatening him back. Ju Cha saw this was absurd and intended to stop him even if, but he was silenced by him. Ko Junhan immediately accepted the condition, but he would be the one to choose the time for Jean Chuk to execute the drawing. Of course. Company. Junhan wasn't so foolish as to give him time to prepare, so he requested it to be done right now. The others also started to get impatient and urged him to accept quickly. In this situation, Xinzi could only grit his teeth and accept. Co Julian has also prepared the competition venue. Not only that, besides the reporters, there were also people from a national art organization who came to see what was going on. On the other hand, Duka was terrified because he was afraid that Zizi would. Using a relic to cheat in the previous bet also didn't bring any benefit to the two of them. Ju Haiyan still calmly advised Du Cha not to worry because he wouldn't dare to use a relic in this case. Besides, he had already planned this case carefully, so he just needed Di Cha to focus on drawing. If you're scared, I'll stand by and watch over you while you draw. After hearing this, Duka felt somewhat relieved and had no choice but to follow Julian's instructions. A moment later, the topic was also brought up. That is Xinzi Chuk's work, the wonderful park landscape. The director asked the two to redraw this painting exactly as it is. Hearing this, Yuha almost fainted, but Ju Haiyan patted him on the shoulder for encouragement. Jean Juk was still smug because he thought Julian had underestimated him too much. He can still draw without using his hands. Plus, he's looked at this painting thousands of times already. Thinking of this, Xinzi Chuk flashed a confident smile, certain that victory would be his this time. Remember to subscribe to my channel to support me. But strangely, after starting to draw, Xinzi Jack's face gradually lost its confidence. Zhu Hai smiled with satisfaction at this scene because of him. He knew for sure that this victory would belong to him if he drew with his own ability, but he didn't expect the disaster of using a relic. A few minutes passed, just as Julian had predicted, had drawn a painting that was nothing like the original. Gad was almost devastated by this, because he didn't understand why his hands wouldn't move as he wanted. Taking the opportunity, Julian immediately explained that it was because he had abused the face-changing relic of the chameleon to plagiarize his painting without thinking about its side effects. Every time he used it, of course, he would also become another person. But that also meant using the fact that he would lose his own ability if he continued to use it many times. Hearing this, Gigi Chuck truly fell into a state of despair, crying, "There's no way back anymore, so stop." Julian also advised him to confess quickly. The plagiarist. At this point, everything has been revealed in front of everyone. Zizi has no way to escape the suspicion of the reporters. Julian also advised him to quickly confess to the crime of stealing, including Chiha's drawings. The rest of them, upon seeing the reporters who had just heard the hot news, immediately rushed up, demanding to report it to their superiors. He got so mad, he threw everything at the cameras. He stubbornly denied it, claiming that everything was just to slander him. But he thought he was just running away from the truth about himself. "We'll have to go to jail just like some guy named." Enraged by Julian's taunt, he took the relic to blind our vision. Of everyone, Julian was afraid he would take the opportunity to escape. So he ordered the holy rope to quickly rush over and lock the door so he couldn't escape. A moment later, when he arrived, the light had finally faded. Everyone was shocked at the strange disappearance of Zinzin. But Julian immediately advised everyone to calm down because he still had the chameleon mask relic, so he can disguise himself as some of the people here or as the person he knows best. Duran requested everyone present to take a test to find Zenzi. At this point, a female reporter immediately wondered why he was so sure he was still here. Zhu Haiyan replied that if he could use a teleportation relic to escape from here, he wouldn't have had to go to the trouble of making such a bright light. Besides, the door wasn't open in the first place, and it's now tightly bound by a relic, so it's even more impossible for him to get out the front door. So, he suggested everyone should cooperate with him to investigate who Zenzik had disguised himself as through an interrogation. Of course, the reporters also made sure to film it in detail. But unfortunately, after a few rounds of interrogation, even though he had looked carefully here, he's not disguised as one of the reporters here or as someone he knows anymore. Julian also began to panic, so he decided to reconsider the whole room. Then a shadow, a statue of himself in the distance, attracted his attention because it looked a lot like Jinji. So to be sure, he opened the door. The relic with its eyes lit up to see. And looking after a few minutes, Julian was the one who had the opportunity. In capturing Jean Gichchuk at the headquarters at Pandora, right in New York City at this moment. Elsewhere, Joshua, who had accidentally seen this news, was furious at the beginning of the Turtle's curse. He didn't expect that Julian had not only beaten Fanzich and sent him to the hospital, but now he had also put Gonchuk in jail. Besides, Joshua also wasn't impressed by his fast relic acquisition speed in 3 of the 7 relic tombs. Seeing that things were not right, Sua immediately ran out to discuss another plan after so many failures like this. As soon as he opened the door, he ran into Pandora's new senator. Bellevue Hilton was standing there waiting for him. He thought Gwei Hilton was just a member of the army of Pandora. So he scolded him this gift. But Gale Hilton basically didn't care because he knew very well about Joshua's identity. The one who helped Austin Rockefeller in harming his parents. Hearing this, he was suddenly scared and turned around. He turned and asked the bodyguard what was going on. The bodyguard then told him that he was the newly elected senator of the Pandora organization to fill the vacancy. Without waiting for him to finish his bewilderment, George Hilton, he then lightly patted him on the shoulder and invited him for a simple drink. But in reality, it was to get information that he had about his parents' case. He's a lovely person. He could only resentfully follow the gentleman. And contrary to the tense atmosphere at Julian's house, there was a party to celebrate Chiha's new job. Even though it was such a happy party, Julian felt that Chiha was still not really confident in his artistic talent. So, he asked Lee Soo-hei to give Chiha. Let's watch a special document on the channel. Why did you accept it? But when he opened it, he stopped with what was inside because it was the title. A flyer for an art exhibition of paintings by Chiha right here in New York City. Seeing that Chiha had also shed his burden, Julian wanted Chiha to become a real artist. And of course, he would pay money for every painting Chiha drew. But he also reminded Chiha to still prioritize repairing his relics. Before Julian could finish speaking, Cha burst into tears at his kind act and wondered, sincerely thanked, and vowed to be Julian's slave for the rest of his life. Julian heard this and wanted to cringe any time. At this moment, the screen also showed that he had gained the loyalty of the first slave, and this had also helped increase his charisma and his ability to use military relics by another level. In addition, Julian had also achieved the infinite kindness within the villain achievement, which made the relics that hated him become weaker, and he had also achieved the frank training skills. He was very pleased with his growth. Johayan immediately turned to the tearful Chiha and told him to read the back because the picture, the next one, is about Chiha's revenue. The proceeds will be divided into 1 part for Chiha and 9 parts for Julian. Hearing this, Aisling and Lee Sua also felt awkward. Cha still didn't believe it, thinking he was joking. But when he turned to the next page of the contract information, Chiha flew into a rage and began to scold him. How he successfully captured him. Edward called Julian back and said there was important news for him in the mail. Hearing that, he also asked him back, "All right, is it that important? You seem to be in a hurry." Edward immediately replied, "You'll see. This is really important information." Zhu Haiyan opened the machine. And read the title, determining user ranking. What does that mean? He immediately said, just read the whole thing. The current screen shows the relic user ranking chart. A king rank 1 can use his power to start a world war. A professional rank 2 with professional relic usability can create a world disaster. An expert rank 3 with rather good relic use can create a national disaster. An amateur rank 4 with normal relic usability can create a city disaster. Julian thought to himself, I see Pandora, they want to set the standards for everyone. Pandora set the ranking standards on tombs and relics. Now they're also setting standards for relic users. Cha saw Julian like this and curiously ran over to ask, "What's wrong, boss?" He replied, "I'll look." Pandora is starting to create ranking rules for relic users. Let's see what our rank is. Chiha was surprised and said, "We're on the ranking list." Julian, while typing on the keyboard, said, "They have a very wide information network. Let's see." Cha saw a mistake and said, "I'm not on it." "Ah, the boss's name is here. You guys just saw Ju name and immediately clutch your stomachs, laughing loudly. King of Robbers. Ha ha. Juhayan was speechless at the name Pandora had given him. Lua happily said, "Boss, you're on the king's ranking." Julian replied helplessly, "Ah, that's right." While the two were talking, Chiha beside them was still laughing uncontrollably. Lua continued, "This is a good start for us, but it doesn't seem like the king of Tomb Raiders, does it?" Julian immediately replied, "It's just a nickname." "What's wrong with it?" "My nickname?" Chiha, while laughing, said, "You're a bastard, boss." Ha ha. I got angry and gave him a slap, then asked, "Do you like being noisy?" Chiha, after being hit, cried out. After a slap that hit his cheekbone, Chiha also stopped laughing. Julian said, "King of Robbers. It sounds strange. A peaceful life, a passion for speed. Why am I a robber? I'll contact Galway Hilton." Suddenly, at this moment, the system panel displayed a notification. You have received the title King of Robbers. I think this nickname is a bit wrong. Do you want to? Julian read it and angrily said, "This crow, are you kidding me? which made the other two not understand who he was talking to. Without stopping, the system panel continued to appear. Although this title is quite fitting for you. Ha ha. If you change your title, the skills you have will disappear. Instead, you will get new skills depending on your title. Do you want to change your title? Zhu Haiyan was angry. Damn it. I just want to change my nickname. Zhou Hai called Galway Hilton, who was scared. He answered the phone. What's up? By the way, congratulations on becoming the king of robbers. He couldn't help but immediately say, I want to ask who gave me that nickname. Gatada also quickly replied that it was the Pandora relic that couldn't be used that day. In the end, the senators took turns voting. Julian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as he said, So, you the senators took turns voting. Roger Hilton asked back, You don't like it? I think it suits you. King of robbers. You should be glad your name isn't King of Pickpockets or some other dirty king of hers. Julian helplessly asked why he didn't write King of the Unknown or King of Darkness, for example. The guy immediately said it didn't suit at all. I can't change it. I'm about to have an interview. I'm very busy. Goodbye, King of Robbers. Almost done. After George Hilton hung up, Julian was burning with anger and said, I'll bury you alive when I get the chance. She had tried to calm Julian's anger by saying, Boss, we can continue to look at the R. Julian tried to regain his composure and then looked at the next ranking. Ah, here it is. Both of you believe it and asked again, really? Liuhua is a spy. But who are you? Is innocent. This nickname isn't so bad, is it? Sha, hearing his nickname, immediately shouted, What the hell? What kind of stupid nickname is that? Julian smiled faintly and said, Hey, slave number one, can't you be quiet? Chiha replied frustratedly, How can I be quiet with this stupid nickname? Hearing Chiha's words made him feel annoyed. Zhu Haiyan told Chiha to shut up. You should be happy your name is here. Chiha, worried, immediately flattered him. Ah, I think the nickname Demon King suits you better, right? Then he whispered. So scary. The demon's eyes. Zhu Haiyan spoke softly. Cha, innocent. At least you're ranked from expert to professional. Hearing that, he immediately jumped up and shouted, What's so great about that? Which bastard gave me that name? And besides, you don't like being a king, right? You just want your name to be cooler. Zhu Hai stood up, refuting Chiha's words. The king that Pandora gives is nothing because in the end, I will become the lord of all relics. Besides, those names aren't just names. There's something called the king's treasure. You need to find it if you want to become a king. This is the first time I've been called the king, so I don't really know what it means because the treasure is a very powerful relic. Cha said confusedly, Wait a minute. You've become a king. So what relic have you conquered? By the way, what does a king do after that? Rule a territory, build an army. Julian, hearing this, also felt he agreed with Chiha's words and said, That's a very good idea. Consolidate my position to rule the world. After saying that, Jen thought to himself, Even so, and then said, Perhaps only relics want to rule the world. Humans will sink into suffering if they let relics manipulate them. The Pandora system has a huge impact on the Pandora organization's decisions. I know that the Pandora system is a relic. When that relic chooses the strongest king, it will cause suffering to humans. Chiha was a little scared and said, Evil relic. Julian continued. So if we want to ruin its plan, we also need to become kings. The more the better. We'll get the treasure together. I heard there are 15 king's treasures. Currently, there are only 5 people, so there's still a lot of opportunities for you. Sha worriedly asked him, How many people are in the professional league? I hope not many. Lua replied to him, and currently there are 180 people in the professional league. Sha was surprised, realized, and shouted, "How can I surpass all of them?" Julian confidently pointed at himself and said defiantly, "Don't worry. I'm here. I'll do everything to make you a king." Sha, hearing this, broke out in a sweat and said, "Are you planning to kill and usurp the throne?" Julian replied, "Of course not. For example, Quan Jun in Ho Chi Minh City." "Ha? Quant Jun. Wait, maybe it's Quant Jun. Yeah, he's scared." Ha thought to himself. What am I talking about? Suddenly, Ha thought. A strange number called Ju Hai has picked up the phone and asked, "Who is this?" Then on the other side, a man's voice rang out. "Ha? You don't know me? If you think you can handle GI on your own, then I'm the one who helped you?" Julian thought, so it's him, the man. The other man continued, "Are you curious to know who I am?" Julian didn't care about the man's question, just replied with a compliment. "You said, that's so cool. Do I know who I am?" "Mr. Hamilton, the representative." The man hearing this was scared and whispered. "Oh my God, it's him," the man said. He regained his composure and said loudly, "Hey, how did you know my name?" Julian calmly replied, I just know, although it's unnecessary. Thank you for your help. Besides me, there's nothing now. Goodbye." Haemon, noticing that Julian was about to hang up, quickly said, Wait. So, the rumors are true. You're very strange. I'm calling you. They gave you a call because I want to form an alliance with you. Julian often refused. No. The man also didn't. He angrily said, "Hey, do you know how hard I worked to write an article exposing Jean G. Chuck?" Julian, hearing this, said, "You did what you wanted to do. Why are you telling me? Are you not?" "I wonder what's wrong, boss," replied the rumor king. "He invited us to form an alliance. We can also do something. I will form an alliance with him. This is crazy. Personally, I don't like his relics. Extremely of the rumors. He has the relic of Joseph Goebbels. He was Hitler's right-hand man and minister in Nazi Germany. Extraordinary propaganda while in power. As a result, World War II and the massacres were all massacres. I was hoping we were allies. Goodbye." Mon stopped him. "Wait, listen to me." Ju Haiyan thought. "If you're planning to give me relics, then I don't want them. I have plenty." Haemon said, "I want to form an alliance in digging the 7 tombs. You have the intelligence, but you lack information, don't you? I'll call you guys. We'll tell you everything about Pandora, the King of Fate. And also about the King's treasure." Julian thought, the King's treasure. "Do you know information about the King's treasure?" The man replied triumphantly. Do you want to know what the King's treasure is?" "I already know." "So, do you want to form an alliance?" "Whatever. I want to." He then had no choice but to compromise with Mon's invitation. "That's it, then." Mon laughed happily. Good choice. "Oh, right. I need your help with the excavation." Julian quickly understood and said, "So this is the real purpose, huh? Who is that person? Who is he?" "Is a very strange relic user named Julian Muller." Julian thought enough information is also related to the arrest of Jean Ziza. "He helped me not just for fun. He want me to form an alliance with him, but especially he can also help me." Surprisingly, his exchange conditions are quite simple. In exchange for information about the King's treasure, he wants information about Julian Muller. For the first time, the last time I saw Mueller was when he played a prank on me at the auction house. After that incident, I haven't heard anything about him anymore. Do you know the set relic? Julian replied, the set relic? I've never seen him use it directly. Lyman said, that's the information I just heard. If you want to know more details, you can come and see me in person. Zhu Haiyan agreed to meet him. Heyman replied cheerfully, really? You're very interesting. All right, we'll meet in. He then said, wait a minute. I'll decide on a meeting place. Although it's quite surprising. Man remained calm and replied, oh, all right. No problem. Then he said to Man. Then Julian hung up. Lua asked him, didn't you say you didn't like him before? If it's beneficial, then I'll do it. Isn't that right? All right, get ready to go in the morning. At night, the tall buildings were lit up by incredibly beautiful lights. On a rooftop, a plane, Heyman's voice rang out. We'll meet in the sky. You're really crazy. XD of yours on a plane, or are you trying to trap me? If so, how can I trust you? Shah said sarcastically. Ah, you're different from what I thought. So, this is the rumor king. Julian is the rumor king. You don't have to act so over the top. Do you like my plane? Heyman's at it. Oh, what the hell? Julian didn't like it. Heyman suggested Man sit down to discuss business. Heyman nodded in agreement. He showed Zhu Haiyan a video of Lean Muller using the Z relic. The sound developed. It came out of the video. I run now. Shah was amazed. Damn, that's awesome. He's so strong. Zhu Haiyan just watched intently without saying anything. Do you know what that relic is? What a madman. A terrorist. Mueller found out on his own. Attacking excavation teams when they let their guard down and destroying their relics. In addition, a few of my teams were ambushed by him. We can find out about their situation. We have to eliminate him first. Then the tomb will be conquered very easily. I'm sure you can finish him off easily, right? How will the reward be divided after conquering the tomb? Julian smiled and said, it won't be a problem. All right, I will form an alliance with you. Hammond, hearing this, said happily. Oh, is that so? So easy. He also said, all right, now I will explain my plan. Man was confused. Now you, he slowly replied, do you find it strange that we're discussing this on a plane? We're going straight to the tomb. He said, Julian, very good. Just as I expected. Well, do it. They said, foot in Syria. Damn. Shah said again. How many times have we been to Syria? Julian said, what else can I do? The tomb is here. What else? Between Europe and America, the China-Russia alliance has taken over East Asia. The diggers of the African and West Asian continents have formed small to medium excavation groups. Li Suer asked, but isn't this the territory of the preaching king? Ali Show, there won't be any preaching king because you've already taken his main relic. Although he doesn't have the main relic, he still exists. Liuwa was bewildered. Boss, when did you get it? Anyway, Julian continued. He won't be as strong as he was in the past, and he still has a lot of subordinates. Currently, this area has 3 groups of people. Julian Muller's team, Ali, and the teams Underwa said it seemed Muller was their toughest opponent. You want to prepare everything well, right? Julian replied, the other group isn't a big obstacle either. Shiha wondered, what about the set relic? Julian replied, the other group. Julian replied, the other group isn't a big obstacle either. Julian said, through Harmon's video, I might know what Muller's relic is. Shiha was curious. What is it? It's a set relic of Indian origin, the war god Indra, Julian explained. Julian thought he had seen this relic in the past. Indra is a very powerful god, and so is his relic. But luckily, he also has a weakness. Indra can explain them to us, Julian continued. He was nicknamed the god of war. He is the son of the earth god and the sky god. He is a very powerful relic. Shay asked, so, isn't that relic very scary? Julian said, strong is strong, but there are still weaknesses. Kia said, so, just by exploiting this weakness, we can win. Bingo. Yon replied. Sewer said, finally, we meet again, Vice Captain. Julian said, wait, slow down. Don't be so happy. After that, Julian wondered why that was. Julian is thinking back to the argument in his past life but just told her to forget it. She was shocked. What? What's wrong between the boss and the vice captain? At one point today, the barracks were everywhere, surrounded by smoke and fire. A group of 8 people knelt down and begged, please spare us. We haven't even set foot in the tomb. Ian Miller coldly said, I'm not doing this because you're just wandering around in the tomb. Think about the damage you've caused by bringing relics with you. He panicked and begged for forgiveness. Julian glared at them. You're setting up camp and robbing in this place. You have no right to keep relics. All of you. And the relics will be confiscated. The other group was surprised and said, what? A question. The young man standing next to Muller said, we didn't hear Captain Muller, did you? Hurry up. The other group had no choice but to obey. All of you have agreed. All the relics they had are taken out. Muller's subordinate was surprised. Wow, they have a lot of relics. Stealing a few probably won't be a problem. Don't be crazy. Be careful. This guy can do it. Should know to respect Captain Muller. He's trying to fight for the people who are oppressed by relics. That's right. During this time, he has been fighting the bad guys. The Ocean President. Our Ocean is a great person. I'm very proud to be the captain's subordinate. He's a hero of justice. Hearing these words from his subordinate made Muller embarrassed and he said, I'm so embarrassed. I can hear what they're saying. The other person continued, but why is the captain only active in this area? This area is not under Pandora's influence. Don't you know? The captain is wanted. He was framed in a scam. Really? Miller couldn't listen anymore and spoke up. Don't talk so much. The other 2 immediately replied, yes, Captain. Someone ran over and said, your captain has killed you. Captain Muller, information about the excavation team alliance. Mueller told him to speak. The subordinate quickly said there was a rumor that someone named Julian had joined the alliance. Because he's an acquaintance of the captain. So I immediately reported this to you. Mueller said, very good. I'm really grateful. He put his hand on his chin and thought about Julian, a person in the presidency. The other 2 wondered who Julian was. The other one replied, you don't know. I'm not sure either. It seems to be related to the captain's scam. What is it? Does that mean the captain is a professional scam artist? He asked how much of this rumor was true. The subordinate Har replied, I heard it directly from a high-ranking excavation alliance. Mueller said, I understand. Let's act. So now we have to quickly attack the next target before dealing with them. To confront Julian, we have to finish our work first. One of them provided information below. He asked if they needed a short break. Mueller let him know, we don't have time. From here, we have to act quickly. We're facing one of the most dangerous excavation teams. I know you guys are tired, but please try a little harder. We will make this world a better place. All of you, everyone said in unison, yes, Captain. He then sent a Zet from the sky down to another barracks. Then he panicked and said, it's Muller Julian. We're surrounded. Why do they appear so suddenly? Excavation Alliance. A group of people were discussing another report from the Anderson Group. Damn it, they're getting out of hand. What's going on? Is Ju Hyan doing something? Didn't he say he would help us? Hasn't he signed a contract yet? Damn it. What does he want? I don't know. At Ju Hyan's place, everyone was quite calm except for the silver-haired man. What space? He was silent at any time. While the man sitting opposite couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. I'm sorry. You've been bothering me, but you've been reading this paper for a long time. We're in an emergency situation, so I hope you'll make a decision soon. He calmly said, That's your problem. I don't care. I have the right to review the contract I'm about to sign. You should know that. The man, he wondered, but this contract is very good for you. So why do you have to think so much? Much. I said, here it is. All the benefits after conquering the tomb will be divided by 7. Divided by 7. 3 here are you? 7. And we only have 3. The man, he lost his patience and shouted, Yes, that's it. So, what's the problem, boss? Isn't that unfair? Julian replied, I think so, too. I'm about to lose control. Why is it unfair? You guys only have 3 people. Getting 30% of the benefits is already a lot for 3 people. Julian continued, the number doesn't matter. I'm sure my team will carry this whole game. I want to remember. Hello everyone. 1, of course, we are you guys 1. The other man angrily said, Are you crazy? That offer is too unreasonable. I'll kill you. I felt it was a bit too much. Lua also thought this was a very interesting bargain. From outside the door, a group of people walked in and said, The contract, why is it taking so long? Do you know? Do you know how many of our excavation teams have been ambushed? Do you really want to help us? Help, Kiss, he calmly replied. If you guys agree to the contract, as I've said, we'll cooperate. I don't want to waste time here. I just want to split the profits in a 9-1 ratio. I get 9, you guys get 1, you guys. The other person, after hearing that sentence of his, angrily said, 9-1? Are you crazy? I forgot. Why form an alliance with this guy? Although he's very strong, but get this guy out of here one more time. And someone else calmly said, Is there any other way for you to sign a contract with us? I mean, right now, Julia Muller is continuously attacking our excavation team. So now, even though I don't know, he laughed and said, that's your business. A person with no reason. Because among them, he lost all his teeth and gritted them a lot. He then shouted, Damn it. 9-1 then 9-1 sign it for me. Instead, you have to try to conquer the tomb, even if you're buried alive. The silver-haired man from before grabbed the collar of the speaker and scolded, You can't say that. Do you really want to sign it? Is there another way? With that contract, we won't get any profit, even if there's profit. Zhu Hyan stood up and said, Hey, hurry up, you old geysers. I'm thirsty. The others were still arguing. What do you mean? No way. Whatever it is, it's nothing. Julian thought. Finally, they've agreed to my request. Then we went straight to the rescue area. I took them to the rescue area. I have to move fast before Mueller moves on to the next target. Shiha pointed and said, Boss, there's a big black cloud over there. Julian calmly said. It's most likely the power of Mueller's relic. Damn it. He was bewildered. How are we supposed to deal with this? Zhu Hyan replied nonchalantly. We'll try my plan. If it fails, we'll just run with a relic in this place. The place where I just conquer my life. Mueller said, take inventory of the relics we've collected. I'll go to the next target. The subordinate obeyed Julian regarding the relics. Suddenly, from somewhere, a voice stepped forward and said, where do you think you're going? Hearing a familiar voice, Mueller turned his head and said, Julian, you appeared sooner than I expected. Zhu Hai replied, the Excavation Alliance has informed me of your location. So, I can ask you one thing. Why did you attack the small dozes? You wouldn't understand because you have no conscience. The people from Excavation Alliance used relics to threaten the surrounding population. I want to help the people around here. Zhu Haiyan sarcastically said, oh, you're playing superhero. You have nothing better to do. Did you realize you're lumping everyone together? There are people who didn't participate in threatening the civilians. Hearing that, he got angry and reached out, using his relic to attack Julian. He was also lucky and nimble, so he dodged. Julian said his power had increased significantly, but his ability to use the power was still lacking. Milo angrily said, shut up, Julian. I always saw it and immediately said, oh my, he's angry. Then he took out his own relic and lay down. He said, now set up the third brick house with the city. We will not be struck by lightning. Has successfully lured him. Moving on to phase 2. From inside the car, he stuck his head out and said, all right, I'll do it right away. Zhu Haiyan requested to release the civilians. Galbid Shiha took out Van Gogh's painting relic and said, now come out, lady. The girls were brought out and immediately asked, where is this AA? Where's Zhu Hai and Appa? You hid Zhu and AA, didn't you? Shah immediately denied it. No, it wasn't me. Zhu Haiyan is over there. After that, when he looked in the direction, Shah pointed. The girls immediately rushed towards him. Juhi and Appa. On the way here, the boss had gathered all the women we met. The boss had enticed them with the Casanova relic and then put them into the Van Gogh painting. From there, he collected a lot of women. After I got a call from the boss, I would release them and let them go to the boss's place. They will surely come to the boss no matter how difficult the situation is. And that was the boss's plan from the beginning. A voice rang out from the small roof. Hello. Oh, I'm reporting. Do you read me? Knight, you can't destroy this little house. Co 19. So, you're even weaker than Pikachu. Aren't you ashamed? Hearing Julian's mockery, Julian Muller was furious. He used all his strength. He came into the house and shouted, come out here, you damn thing. The house began to show signs of being about to collapse. Even if he said, oh, it looks like it's about to break. Lua asked, boss, why did you provoke him? Because of you. He then explained that he would have to continuously attack us. Thanks to that, he won't realize that there are many women here. It's here. Julian Muller's subordinate saw, and he said, Captain, look over there. The civilians, anything wrong? Many other subordinates rushed out to stop the other women. Everyone, this area is very dangerous. Everyone, be careful. An angry woman said, hey, get out. Move. Muller's subordinates panicked. Hey, don't push. Who are these girls? As if realizing the truth, in the midst of something, Julian Mueller turned and asked Julian, what are you doing? Zhu Haiyan said. He then nonchalantly replied, huh? How should I know? I'm innocent. They came because they wanted to. Who's stopping them? Right? Then he smiled and said, now, shall we begin? Even though it's not. He thought the plan was going very smoothly. These women have been influenced by the Cassano relic and come to me. According to this plan, I will help you. The plan is that Mueller won't be able to use lightning anymore. He also won't attack any of them. Now it's time to get out of this place. Let's continue the plan. Juhyan opened the door and stepped out to enjoy. The air outside is great. The villages. I signed up. As soon as she saw Juhyan, she got excited and screamed. He held out his hand to them and told them not to act so thirsty. People will judge you. He can only say that he can't. A girl wondered and asked him why. Do you know? Before he could answer, Miller looked at him and asked, Are you the one who brought these people here? Julian looked at him and said, Who knows? I'm innocent. I wrinkled my nose and said, You're lying again. Aren't you Julian? He laughed provocatively. If you don't believe me, then don't. He looked at Julian with lightning in his eyes and said, Head. They couldn't have come here on their own. The horny lightning relic saw the pretty girls and immediately spoke up. There are so many pretty girls here. How could these beautiful girls have gotten here? Miller was startled and turned around to see the lightning relic appearing behind him. What? Julian, seeing the lightning relic appear, said, What I've been waiting for has finally come. Does he know? He looked at the people here and said, All the women here are in danger. And here there is a hero. What will he do? He looked at Julian with a furious expression. So all of this was your plan? You knew about my relic, Julian? He answered Muller with a very calm expression. Just bad luck. Forget it, man. You relic? The horny relic immediately shot a bolt of lightning towards the girls. Sweet girls, I'm here. But was caught again. My mother was stopped by Miller. He was surprised and then he was angry. He got angry and attacked Muller. Get Mueller out of the way, he said. I'm lending you my power. Why are you stopping me? He told Mueller to step aside, but Mueller refused. He got angry. He shouted. So you choose death. And released a powerful bolt of lightning shot towards Miller when he lay motionless and said, This is what you brought upon yourself. Looking at Miller, he said, It seems a bit rough, doesn't it? And now, ladies and gentlemen, while he can't. I need the girls here to seduce him, but they said they didn't care about anyone else but him. Do you know it? He said they wouldn't agree, so he had to use seduction. He said he would date the one who did this best. They said, hearing that they would get to date him, they all became like hung three tigers and approached Mueller. They're killing me. They fought over Mueller, each wanting to seduce him first. Mueller can. He tried to tell them to wake up, but it was no use. Enza said, Oh, this wave. It's rare for me to be surrounded by so many women like this. He took out his phone and filmed it. If I upload this, the others will love it. A voice called from a distance. Leave it. Luo Juhyan turned around. It turned out to be his number one slave. Sha ran over and asked, How are things? Are you still okay, Julian? The plan was a great success. They arrived at the perfect time. Just as I thought, he would never attack women. Shiha replied helplessly. Why do I feel like we're more like criminals? Pretty mouth. He looked towards Julian's group and then launched. Suddenly, a small amount of lightning shot up at the other women. He was surprised. What? He's attacking innocent people again? Impossible. Tuan said, It seems those people are just paralyzed. There are no wounds. It seems as if he had adjusted his power. 1. He can adjust it himself. That's only natural. Myler looked at him and said, Only you would use such a despicable trick. Julian replied, Oh well, all's fair in love and war. Muller's companion came over. Muller pointed at Julian and said, You really are a scoundrel. Julian nonchalantly replied. It doesn't matter. And then hit him. He then turned and told Lee Sua to prepare for the worst. Luo bait, Julian said with a provocative tone. I'm going to fight you for real now. Let's fight. But you don't look so good right now. You used a lot of energy to block the attack from Isa, didn't you? What did you do? Do you want to rest for a bit? I'm very generous. Mueller angrily said. Stop. And then attacked Julian. He used his relic to block it and shout, Don't. That hurts. Even though it didn't affect me, it still hurts. Julian complained, even though you're a defensive relic. Why are you so afraid of pain? Hitler attacked again, and this time he used more force, pushing Jan back. He fell back, and you're just a punching bag. Useless. He calmly replied, not at all. Good. I just attacked you. Miller looked behind him and saw something stuck to his back. It said, Mission complete. It turned out to be a part of Julian's relic. It said it provoked the god of thunder and said that he was really weak. Miller tried to take it off but couldn't. What the hell is this? Julian agreed with his relic. He said the useless relic was a piece of trash. And also told Muller that this thing, although it wouldn't affect him, would affect the relic's unstable emotions. Enza angrily said, How dare a low-level relic like you mock me? You'll regret this. I thank you for watching. He screams, Damn it. Don't do that. Ina didn't care and sent a bolt of lightning down. Feel this. Mueller screamed in pain. Ina said, Just a low-level relic and you dare to look down on me? Duh, he sneered. Are you as high as a kite? My friend has been struck by lightning twice already. Will he turn into a piece of burnt meat? Enza felt uneasy and immediately told Mueller to don't let him leave. I can tell this guy is dangerous. Juan says, Take it easy. I heard you have a thing for women. If you're willing to sit still and let me negotiate with Mueller, I'll introduce you to some girls. Enzo was bribed. He said, That's very interesting. You have to keep your promise. Even though you're a commoner, you have to keep your promise. Even though you're a commoner, you have to keep your promise. He then said to Mueller, Your failure this time is quite laughable. You were attacked by your own relic. For you, with a powerful relic like this, you should conquer it first. Whether you use dominant or social power. He asked, Are you going to kill me? Julian was surprised. Ha! He then said, If you want to kill me, then let my comrades go. Julian reached into his jacket. What are you talking about? Who wants to kill you? Ju Hyan, he tried to take out a contract and give it to Mueller. Here, this is your contract. A contract so you can join my team. Mueller was quite surprised. Even if I can't, you should feel happy if you can. If you see it, you can join the group. He then cut off his words. No, I will never sign a stupid contract like this. Do you want me to be your slave or something? What? That when you call me, I have to be available in any situation. I have to do what you want. And this contract is also bound by the Covenant relic. You reduce me. Kill me. It's healthier, Julian replied. So that's her answer. Pride is more important than your life. I'm sorry, but I have many ways to force you if you don't. Don't sign. I'll post this video on the webpage. Julian Mueller, 500 Wives. This will be the hottest clip of the century. Mueller roared. You can't threaten me with that. Why is my life so miserable? He scrolled through his phone and said, Oh, I have a lot of other interesting things. Mueller was panicked. How did you get these things? Julian said, Now you should think carefully. Look into the annual salary. It's not bad. Mueller was helpless. Shut up. I'll take it. Do it, Wolf. After the battle, Mueller finally agreed to sign. Happy to cooperate. Don't be so sad cooperating. With me, it isn't as bad as you think? Hitler asked with a frown. What's not bad about having to cooperate with a villain like you? He replied with amusement, a villain? Am I that bad? The rope relic said, my master is not a villain. Mueller said the Excavation Alliance was a bad link. Maybe you don't know. You all already know. They're a group of people who don't care about ordinary people and they are very greedy and selfish. Anyway, Julian wondered what he knew about them. Mueller replied, can I tell you here? Julian affirmed that it was no problem. Mueller replied, he said that this alliance had displaced the people where the tomb was and exploited it, even though the law strictly forbids it. It seems they care about the people, but in reality, they're a profit-seeking organization like in Pandora and the Russia-China alliance. So behind them is Wade Harmon. He has the relic of Joseph Goebbels. Julian asked. Mueller replied. That's right. Their destination is the Hitler relic. Their relic. Hitler and Goebbels' relics when combined will be very terrifying. They can't be underestimated. They want to use that power to be able to balance with Pandora. Julian laughed and said, so that's it. You know everything and want to stop them. Now what? Julian immediately told the rope to release him. The rope obeyed and slowly untied the restraints. Julian hit him. He said, the first thing to clarify is that I don't work for them. Mueller, no. I don't believe it, he asked. So why did you say you were working with them? Julian looked at him and replied. I was only involved a little. I didn't like the rumor king from the beginning. I don't know if I can trust you. Can you trust me? You guys can lie to me, right? He traveled. He then placed his hand on Mueller's shoulder and said, all right, you'll witness it yourself. Just wait. I will betray them and prove my words. Yes. I'm confused, he asked. Betrayal? What do you mean? Ju Heian said. Isn't this place a big tomb? I want to take all of this. The curtain has fallen. The betrayal begins. The army's plan of the Excavation Alliance is that they will conquer this tomb after he defeats you. Mueller, he asked why he had betrayed them. Julian answered forcefully. Because that was my plan from the beginning. If I don't have a plan, I won't have a plan. I cooperate with them. I won't get all the rewards after conquering the tomb. And there's a possibility they'll betray me, too. Shah hoped the boss wouldn't go to hell. You strike first, wins. Betraying them first guarantees victory. Right now, they still think I'm fighting the army. You and we will take advantage of it. Mueller thought to himself. He really is a despicable person. Julian, he urged the whole team to start the mission immediately. The whole team imagined approaching the tomb. Remember to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. He said this wasn't the entrance to the tomb. Julian, he then threw a Rubik's Cube towards the tomb. Open your eyes, little bro. I want everything to be quick and easy. The Rubik's Cube, she knew, and immediately exploded. Panicked, he said. You just threw a relic and it exploded. Julian calmly replied, this is how I do things. If you can, you choose the weakest point of the tomb and hit that point. You'll have a door. Mueller said that he was breaking the law. Julian, innocent, asked, what law? I didn't know there was such a law. Suddenly, he would have. A call came in. He's calling. Ju Heian listened. What's wrong? he asked. The person on the other end asked, "Hey, Julian, it seems you've already left that place." Julian, he thought to himself, how could he? The person on the other end said again, "I came to help you, but no one is here." "What's wrong, Julian?" "Oh, is that so? Miller has already left that place, and I'm chasing him." "Wait there. I'll complete the mission right away. Ju Hyan is. I'll take him home." "How could he get there? This guy is really." "Oh, well, it's no problem. I was one step ahead of him. Let's go in." "It seems this is not one of the 7 stone tombs. She has said, this is a big tomb." Julian, what he explained inside the 7 tombs? "There are usually many traps and their auras are very strong, but there's nothing here." "Why do you think Pandora didn't give an opinion on the tomb this time?" "Usually, when the 7 tombs appeared, they would talk about it immediately." Mueller guessed it seemed this was just a normal tomb, and coincidentally, it was a large tomb. Julian, a tomb. He hesitated. He asked, "So, you can predict the relics based on the tomb's characteristics?" "No." Hyan said, "Of course you think you're the best at analyzing tombs and relics, right?" "I'm sorry, but I'm number 1 in this matter." "So, what do you think?" "I think this is not one of the 7 tombs, right?" Also had a similar thought to Ju Hyan. Ju Hyan smiled. "Really?" That as soon as he finished speaking with a boom, Julian blew up a relic. Mueller jumped. He panicked and asked why he had destroyed the innocent relic like that. Julian didn't care and told the team to keep moving quickly, then started to give up. They overcame all the traps by destroying the relics. Mueller always grumbled every time I destroyed a relic to open a path. It seems like a struggle. As he had never seen this high-level skill before, Julian thought, this tomb is too big, and I have to conquer it quickly. Go boss. The deeper we go, the more natural the environment, the dirtier it is, right? Maybe. So, the relic of this tomb is a plague relic. Chai immediately dodged the stains and asked, "So, are we going to get sick?" "How can you conclude that?" Julian replied that it was written in the relic encyclopedia. Mueller and Hwan. "I'm still confused. There's something strange. I have my own way of finding information about tombs and relics. But now it's not working, as if something is bothering it." Ju Hyan thought to himself. Mueller's relic is being disturbed. Ju Hyan is, he told everyone. It seems something strange is going on. We have to hurry. This room has been abandoned. Mueller asked if he could feel anything. Zu Hyan replied, "No, maybe we're close to the relic." "Good, because we're in a hurry, Zu Hai. Today we still have many more months. Goodbye." The ultimate skill successfully detonated. Another one gone. Mueller grumbled again. "You did it again." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Damn it! Who dares to offend me?" CHA was confused. "What's that? It looks like a piece of shit." "What is that thing?" the intruders asked. "Who are you?" Luo looked up. "There's also something up there. Be careful. System intrusion." Suddenly, a notification. Wrath of diarrhea. They all attacked at once. Ju Hyan. He reminded everyone to prepare their relics. "We have to burn them. Don't let them surround us. They might be captured." They attacked together with fire, causing two. The system couldn't handle it again. He continued to announce that the relics would continuously attack. The tomb was being reshaped and all the relics were gathering. Looking at the announcement, Ju Hai was surprised. He thought, what? All of them? Does this mean there are many more relics here? The ground shook. Xiao panicked and shouted. Wait! The system is dominating again.
The tomb has been covered in many layers.
You can't get out right away. The Gobo relic is watching you. The whole group will give you a bad review. Bad review? Zhu Hai thought. Isn't that Wade Harmon's relic? Could it be that he's been following me from the beginning? Suddenly, it appeared. Is a very strange monster, Julian. Then he said, so we've been hit.
Cha said fearfully.
Framed? A whole group of monsters. They surrounded them.
And at this point, he realized he had lost to him from the very beginning.
Joan shone his flashlight on the monsters and said, when we entered the tomb, everyone's aura.
The tomb isn't very big, but now it seems everything has been planned.
In addition, Wade and Harmon is watching us. Mueller was startled and turned to look at Julian. What? Julian told him to check. Maybe I'm wrong.
Mueller then used his power and said, I can see it's really him. Julian said he can use the Gobo relic to track from a distance, but to be sure, he needs to monitor directly.
Now watch this video. Do you believe me now?
I'm not in cahoots with him, Mueller replied.
Now is not the time to think about that. Julian agreed.
We have to fight this slimy bunch.
Be careful not to let them hit you.
Just one light blow and you could die from some malignant disease.
What a boss!
Had ordered the demons to attack and kill them all. Everyone together raised their weapons.
Shiha was attacked.
He pointed his weapon at the enemy.
Stay away. Don't attack me. Damn it. How are we going to get past them? Zhu Haiyan, in this case, you can't do anything either.
While fighting, he said, fight.
This is a life or death battle. The monster broke in.
He looked and said, damn it, my body is losing strength. Juan immediately stopped fighting and turned to look at Mueller, then asked to borrow a relic.
Mueller wondered, borrow for what?
Julian, and then with the ultimate power, Miller said indignantly, you unscrupulous bastard.
Miller was angry. What did you say? You just threw one of my relics.
Julian said, I'll leave it for later, so don't complain.
Think carefully.
Careful with the battle plan.
The whole team obeyed.
We will surely win this battle.
It will also. Fought the monsters together for a while. It's time. The monster screamed.
Damn it, these guys. Why are they so strong?
Zhu Haiyan sneered.
Because you guys are idiots.
Now burn. That's it. Lua told him to. We can use these relics if they're repaired. Zhu Haiyan immediately replied, all right, let me see. This is the relic. The map relic. The plague route of Dr. Jon Snow. Very interesting. This is a medical relic inside a plague tomb. Mueller International.
He turned back and said to Julian, there are a few more items here.
Julian immediately told him to bring those things for him to see. Myolo said, this relic is called Zugat.
And the bag was thrown away by Zugat.
Zhu Hai was surprised and said, that's an amazing relic, Mueller said. He said he couldn't give it to Zhu Haiyan. Zhu Haiyan wondered why. Mueller said, we don't know if this is a medical relic or a plague relic.
I don't want this relic to be used carelessly.
Julian said.
He said he understood, but he wouldn't use them carelessly.
Lua continued. That's right. The boss wouldn't.
Suddenly, she coughed up blood on the left hand.
It was the same.
His mouth was also bleeding.
Eating a lot, even more than Lisu at this point. What was his system? The notification immunity is increasing appeared. Julian thought his immunity was increasing, which meant someone was attacking him. Mueller put his hand on his chest and said, I feel like my body is sick. Julian realized there was still something here that was making everyone sick. It will be the atmosphere here. If so, Julian is not. He then pulled out a house and told everyone to go inside. Lise, you turned back and asked, what about you? Julian replied, I need to conquer this tomb. You shouldn't do that.
I can endure it after it's related to my failure.
Be careful, Julian said, then turned around. He went out and said, it seems you're happy and at ease there. You want to kill us with this poison gas, don't you? What's his name? You're amazing.
You were able to find out so quickly, but it's too late. The human body can't survive long in this atmosphere, even for a human.
The company once laughed and then asked, impossible to survive? So, how can there be a huge explosion in this room? The other guy is right after that happens. How are you going to get out of here? You want to blow yourself up? Go ahead. I don't care. Of the person has been determined, even if it is love. He pursed his lips and then cut him off. Excuse me. Behold my masterpiece, said the other guy. He put himself. What is this? Is it killing me? The other guy. What? The money attacked Julian. He used his power to block it. Left side in a shaking house.
Mueller said is an earthquake which killed him.
Panicked. Damn it. I'm going to die. Calm down, little bro. Lewis said. She came out of the house and asked what's going on, boss. When are you going to kill him? He whined. It's all broken. It's all broken. What does this become of my body? Julian passed away. He said again, it's over. Everyone can come out now. He really did. He raised a relic and said, the Hippocrates Myatma legend is the name of this relic. Lee Soer wondered, poison gas? What is Julian?
He then explained, in ancient Europe, according to researchers, dirty air was caused by the decomposition of substances, and it became a source of disease.
Miasma was believed to be air that carried pathogens.
After the discovery that bacteria or new viruses were the real pathogens, the miasma theory was completely forgotten and this relic was born from that story.
The Chinese will be tormented by painful deaths. Did Miller wonder about that before? Julian, I'm not saying the low-level relics we fought before were just time wasters. Meanwhile, this relic has been spreading its gas and making us sick.
I'm sure these relics have caused our failures and our organizations.
We are all infected.
Hearing this, the whole team was bewildered.
Zhu Haiyan said nothing.
Don't worry, I have some herbs here. Now, I'll go eat this fruit, Julian.
Go. He divided a little for each person, and for himself, Mueller. And in return, Julian will take that back. Mueller shouted, hey, what the hell?
I told you with him, this isn't an ordinary relic.
You can't use it carelessly. He calmly said, don't worry.
I'll be a miracle worker with this.
Mueller said confusedly, hi. What the hell? What is it? What do you mean? Who is Zhu Haiyan?
He opened the other bottle with confusion and sheer panic from his teammate.
It smells so bad. Lee Sunday, please subscribe to the channel to get the latest information. He was panicked and scared. What are you doing?
After opening the door, Julian poured it into his mouth and drank it all along with the calls and desperate attempts to stop him from his teammates.
Lee Sua said, boss, stop. While Mueller said, you idiot. After Julian suddenly poured the bottle of poison into his mouth, Lee Sua panically said, why did you drink the poison? Are you high? Immediately after, Lua also knew what he was doing. Then, Julian coughed up blood.
Blood flowed from his mouth, his hands clutching his chest.
Done. The system announced that many types of viruses were entering your body. A deadly virus has invaded your entire body. Many more times, various other infections appeared. Tumors and many other places began to bleed. The body was used to avoid the tumors. Julian suddenly emitted a blue light. The system was again interesting. The notification of the immunity level has increased significantly by 3 times. Julian secretly celebrated. It's really at the feeling of playing with legendary items, but it's so painful. The system came through. He reported that his body was full of pathogens. The relics will appear after he has met the conditions. A man with a strange shape appeared out of nowhere and spoke as the one who awakened him. What kind of person is he? He is the god of the plague. Nurgle of the goddess of the underworld. Only those with power can see him. He then spoke up. Look over here. You can meet the god's conditions. You can reduce this. The god of the plague looked at Julian. He smiled and said, "You're right. Kudos to Julian for being able to withstand all these tumors." He said he would make a pact with Julian. He and Julian would be connected and he would be by Julian's side for the rest of his life. See you later. The system then announced that the number of viruses in Julian's body had met the conditions in the pact with the god of plagues. Julian thought, luck is always on my side. The system is so right. The announcement was made that the pact was complete. The plague god from Mesopotamian mythology is known to have more than 60 different diseases in his body, and he serves the goddess of the underworld. Perhaps because he is a god-rank relic. The conditions to conquer him are very strange. The conqueror must have many pathogens in his body. If you can see, please subscribe to the channel to get more new videos. You wander around an area full of plague relics. You'll be qualified to meet the requirements of this relic. However, you will be sound asleep before you leave here. Then you can go home. You know, this relic will come to you after you die. It will take over your body and use it completely. However, in life, there is also one most important factor, that is luck. Now, he's become Julian's slave. He came over and asked him, "What is that? Why is there another relic?" He said, "That's right. They found a super cool treasure there. This is the relic of the plague god Nurgle." Meow asked Juhai what he meant. He said, "You still don't get it? You're so slow. Now Julian has a highly plague relic." Meow. He said, "No, that's a very dangerous relic. It will harm a lot of people." He smiled and then asked, "So what? What's that? Is it a serious problem?" Hitler said, "Of course there is. How can they use something so dangerous?" He then said he knew that, but Meower was too noisy. He said Meower was not wrong when he said this was a dangerous relic. Meower looked at him with a bewildered expression. Julian asked Meower what was wrong with his face. "Is something wrong?" Meower said nothing. Ju Hyan said nothing. He then said he would use this for the first and last time, then destroy it. "What do you think?" "Oh, okay." He hesitated for a moment and then he asked what he wanted to use this relic for. Julian said he wanted to teach someone a lesson for life. To the right. Right. The other side. The man. His companions were observing and he spoke. "Maybe they're all dead, but there's something strange. If they're dead, there should still be some trace left, right? And also not." Wade Harmon immediately sent his subordinate to investigate this matter. Suddenly, was there a noise that made him startled? What was that? What's that noise? Then slowly, a stream of water flowed from somewhere heading towards them. It's their water. He shouted loudly. This is not normal water. It smells. It appeared from there. Damn it, run. On the side. On this side. Julian was controlling Nurgle. As he controlled it, he said, "Mighty, you think you can escape? Let's announce it." He reported that sewage had been released throughout the entire tomb area. Back to the report. On the other side, the others have been swept away by the current and were continuously crying for help in vain. The system announced the level of burying the target in sewage is 90%. Tea water, take them somewhere. Then he stopped, turned around. We looked at the dirt on our bodies and said, "Damn it, what is this stuff?" And we were thrown into the darkness. However, one of them coughed up blood and so did the people around us. One of them could be a natural one. I feel unwell. It feels terrible. One of them felt very hot. His skin felt like it was blistering. Even Wade felt something was wrong with his body. Damn it all. What is this? Warts are popping up on my skin. He screamed in despair. On this side, this Chiha asked Ju Hyan, "Are you really sure? Has destroyed this relic?" He said if he promised, he had to do it. Meow. He looked at Julian and said he was sorry for misunderstanding him. Meow. He thought he had misjudged Julian. He had thought he was the kind of person who would stop at nothing to get a relic. Miller thought Julian's parents should love each other more so that more outstanding people like him would appear. He laughed and said, "Miller, that's a bit of an exaggeration." Ju Hyan. He also said that the private matter was resolved and now they should quickly leave the relic before another danger strikes. You and your brothers don't miss each other. And Mir joined forces to destroy the other thing, but their voices weren't enough. Of said, "Hey, what the hell is that?" Looked at him with a face full of charm and not a hint of villain. And then told him that he would have to be properly reincarnated. And so sad, the tomb began. The head collapsed. I told everyone, all right. Get out of here, all of you." As soon as he got out of the tomb, he said goodbye to everyone. It's time to say goodbye. Thank you all for the past few days. Chi have. He asked Mir if he wasn't going with them. Zhu Hyan replied that his and his goals were not the same, but each would achieve their goals in their own way. He will continue his role as a protector of justice. Julian turned around and said to Chiha, "You need to go back to the tomb and retrieve the relic." Cha shouted, "What? Didn't you already destroy it?" "No," he said. He had to destroy that relic because it was threatening the world. Why? Julian told him that as long as he used it carefully, nothing would happen. He will also use it to deal with Pandora and Old Quan. Sha was certain. Ju Hai, didn't you say you had to keep your promise? Did you lie to me or Julian is what I said? He flashed a confident and villainous smile and said to Chia, "What promise did I say that?" Sha shouted that Julian was a despicable person, and then he told Chiha to shut up. You eat. I crossed my arms and watched him. Muttering, it's true. Jan is not despicable. He's not relic. The plague will be collected carefully. She shook his head and complained. How long will it take to collect everything? And so, collecting the plague relics became the #1 mission. On a private island, 1,000 people. The woman was floating in the middle of the water, lonely. While Loi Chu was there, a voice of a person rang out saying, "Let me in." The person added, "I'm an acquaintance of Chairman Chaewon." She turned to look and there was a group of guards saying, "Don't be rude. What are you relying on? Chase him out." It turned out the person said he was an acquaintance of the chairman. It was Wade Harmon. He was making a scene, demanding to see Chairman Jean Sean. As soon as he saw her, he shouted, "Chairman Jean Sha, please." He said he was Wade Harmon and begged her to give him some time. She said she slowly walked up to him and smirked. Then he said, "Oh my, who is this?" Wait, Harmon, you're not dead yet. COVID-19. She thought he was already dead. It seems you've been through a very terrible thing, huh? He was angry. He then shouted in her face, "Don't talk nonsense. Help him quickly." He said to her, "She has a medical and she helps him." But before he could finish, she said, "Be quiet. Why should I help him? What did you say?" She continued, "It seems he has a malignant disease. I heard Julian also drank poison and he didn't die." He blamed her. "How can you compare him to Julian? He told her Ju Hai was a merciless monster. But he had also completed his mission." He said again, he had to say he had lured Julian into the trap she had set, so that was enough. The rest was up to her. She had to take care of him inside that tomb. No matter what he said, she just sat back leisurely on the chair and rested. Wade Harmon said, "This is your fault because you couldn't kill Julian, so you have to take responsibility for everything." "I remember I'm not at fault." She looked at him, smirked, and said, "Don't make such a fuss. You look like a chimpanzee." She then said that from the beginning he was already a fish on the chopping block. Julian is not a fool and he has a way to fight in the tomb, but he doesn't know it. Where is he? Hammin was flustered and said that he had completed his mission, and as she had said, she would give him the Hitler relic if he completed this with his withered face. He told her that he didn't need any more relics at this moment. He just needed a medical relic. They had already agreed at the beginning, so she shouldn't act selfishly anymore. "I remember I told her." She smiled and said, a deal. If he wants to change the deal, she'll also change her way of thinking." Suddenly, a giant black centipede came and squeezed him to death. He was squeezed tightly. He cried out in agony, "What? What is this? It's you, right?" Her expression turned serious. She glared at him and said, "Don't ever appear in front of me again." After being marinated, he slept soundly and went to the afterlife. He bit his lip and said irritably, "It seems the Gobo relic was also taken by Julian. In that case, he'll probably also look for the Hitler relic." Then she ordered her men to clean up this place. "You try into one." She scrolled through her phone and said, "Who should I use next?" As she scrolled through her phone, she said, "Who should I use next? Please subscribe to my channel to support me." He looked at his phone seriously and said, "No." And then a malevolent aura surrounded her. She suddenly became scary and said, "Now, should I go? Go and see Julian. And next week I'm in New York." The person on the other side, on the other end of the phone, he asked Julian what the hell he was doing. "Want to auction off the plague relics?" The person then questioned Julian's lie to him and that his statement about destroying it for the sake of humanity was also a lie. "It," he told him. "It seems you're asking a bit too much, Melier." He continued, "How did he know? He's busy with the work of being a superhero." Miller said he found out because he advertised it so ostentatiously. What else did Julian say? He told Mailer that was true, but he shouldn't worry too much. He wouldn't sell the malignant plague relics, and he said what he's auctioning today are all just normal relics. Neo Lo was surprised and asked him, "What normal relics? How can these relics appear from the plague tomb?" He told him that, "Mom," Neo Lo said that he knew that perhaps those relics would drop by the plague tomb for a visit. Julian continued, "I only use the plague relics for healing. So you, superhero Mio, don't worry anymore. I will never give it to anyone else." Neo Miller said this time he had to remember his promise. He said, all right. Goodbye, Miller. SUA. He approached and called Ju Hyan saying they were ready for the auction. "You go back." Okay. He then asked Chiha and SUA if they were ready to collect the money. "Are you serious? The relic has no side effects, so it can be used." And now there are a lot of people raising their hands. The MC said $500,000. $600,000, $1 million. A turned and said to him, "Is this sound real?" The other MC continued, 1.2 million and 1.5 million. He said he expected more than this. He said with a happy face, "After this, where should we go, Julian?" Immediately told Shiha to shut up and watch the auction. He said disappointedly, "Why is that? Aren't you going to test out a few items? It's so clear." The MC's voice rang out again. $1 million, $1.55 million, $10, $15 million. "Oh, wow. 20 million in one arm," he said. $80 million. Everyone was surprised and looked back to realize the person who had just bid was his soul Hilton. And when they saw she had had someone who had given up and said, "My child's money is infinite." The MC on the auction floor was flustered and said, "The winner has been determined and it will be sold for $80 million. After Isiel bought it again on this side, Shiha laughed heartily and said, "Huh, Isiel bought that. Why did she buy it? Could it be that she bought it for the prince of her life? Things are going well, aren't they, boss?" Julian blushed at this kid, Shiha, and said, "Lately, I think you're being a little disrespectful. Are you messing with me?" Sut, on the other hand, was extremely confused when she saw her boss blushing and thinking, "Boss and I, could it be?" After he had vented his anger, Julian said, "Don't be rude to him." Ha held his head and turned to look at Julian with a disrespectful attitude, saying, "You're too cruel to that kid." Sua whispered and told Sha to come over. She had a few things she wanted to ask. She also came over and asked what was wrong. She stammered, blushed, and then asked her, "Archia boss and is you dating? Archia boss and is you dating?" He thought for a moment and said he had never heard the boss admit it, but from his observation, he hadn't finished speaking when Sua panicked and impatiently asked him, "So what, Summer?" The light flashed past Shiha. He told Sua that they would probably start dating soon. But why was she asking about this? Could it be? Sua panicked and shouted loudly with a face that showed no embarrassment at all and then said no. Shiha was startled and then said, "I haven't said anything yet. Why are you shouting so loudly?" So she then pointed at Shiha and said, "Today's conversation, it's best that Shiha forget it or Shiha will be turned to dust." He ran for his life, leaving Cha utterly confused. "Damn India," he said bewilderedly. What happened to Sua? But in this part, Sua was running and thinking that everything was really like what Cha said. Just like, "So, is this the reason you said that?" Sua's eyes welled up with tears and she remembered his words. The person said before that he had told her this life and the last were different. He didn't force her to be loyal to anyone like in her past life. She would be the one to decide her own lifestyle. After running for a while, she stopped to catch her breath. What will this girl do? She slumped down against the wall, her tears streaming down her cheeks, and a thought flashed through her mind. What should I do? Early in the morning, Lee Sua brought the reports about the expansion of the Biolo farm for Phut to Jian. Approved of this and Zhu Haiyan quickly approved. He agreed because it could be a good time for him to launch a campaign in the various medicinal herbs and distribute them there as well. Julian even bragged to her that was the reason he never got sick and advised her to go out more often. But as soon as he thanked her, Lee Sua's expression also became sad and she asked him if Julian was planning to excavate any tombs in the near future. Julian shook his head in surprise. Luo was full. Had asked him if she could take a few days off because she wasn't feeling well. So she thought Zhu Haiyan would be worried about her. But all she got was his indifferent agreement. Let's go. Sua in a gloomy mood quietly left the room. And at this moment, Julian's phone also rang. He immediately picked up the phone and heard Galway Hilton calling him about the excavator at the Plague Tomb, even though Galway Hilton told him to speak. He also knew how Julian would say he was busy even though he was at home with a holy relic Doi Dutskoy beside it. Back to the issue, Gail Gohutten asked Julian if he knew who had reported the excavation of this tomb. Because while Gail Gohutten was bringing the report to give to the head of Pandora, the Pandora system caught the information about the tomb as well as the Conqueror. But when he met, George Hilton went down to check and saw that the tomb had been sold to Windhugger, the Glutton King. At this time, he was at the Pandora headquarters making a scene about losing his excavation right. I laughed lightly at this problem because he thought this Pandora system was unreasonable. Even if the tyranny, when the excavators have obtained a right to excavate Pandora, they will be supported in the excavation, and other teams can take over the excavated tomb. That's when the corruption regime begins, discovered when Pandora demanded they hand over 60% of the relics they had collected. Of course, they also had to pay for the excavation rights, as that was enough to consider Pandora a rogue bastard. Pandora operates based on each person's power, and of course, will not follow that system. But back to the issue, Julian thinks that Gail Hilton's terrible charge is not enough to prove that he is the one who bought Big Tomb. Hearing some small document rustling, G sighed and had to tell Gail Hilton that he was the one who stole it. All the relics in the Plague Tomb, but Gail Hilton already knew. So he advised him to don't involve George Hilton in illegal cases and you should tell me everything you've collected after conquering that tomb at the next auction. Julian, on the other hand, thought Galgar Hilton was restricting his freedom of trade. And he still hadn't broken Pandora's law because this Pandora system has exceptional contracts that can be found recently. Residents were arrested for causing a disturbance near the tomb. But the strange thing is an unnamed excavation team. No more than 10 people can freely excavate a tomb without having to report back to the organization because the system thinks a group of more than 10 people isn't enough. Who else has the ability to excavate the tomb? So, Julian has carefully studied the system beforehand and established the 13 TB Chem excavation team with no more than 10 people, although there are not many people. In his past life, Old Quan, a member of the Pandora organization, wanted to seize everything for himself, but unlike the other 10 excavation teams, Julian's team 13 instead of excavating engaged in theft. And of course, right next to, even when they were caught, their group was still safe because the group didn't have more than 10 people like that. CEO Julian's teams had always worked tirelessly to find artifacts to help the old chairman stand at the peak of society, but he never expected the old man to betray him at the very last minute. With that in mind, he told George Hilton to come up with some excuse to deceive that gourmet king. And without waiting, George Hilton responded to the information. Julian immediately hung up the phone. Why was he smiling to himself? Because he had a trustworthy henchman. Late at night in a small pub over a glass of milk, Sue was drinking alone to drown her sorrows. But when she saw a couple being affectionate, she didn't know how to feel. She suddenly thought about the timeline of her previous life. When the world collapsed and the tombs began to appear, the artifacts changed the lives of those who possessed them, but didn't affect everyone. Sue was still burdened with a massive debt and her health was deteriorating day by day. That was also when she met CEO Julian and was invited by him to join the TKBM excavation team. During that time, she was wholeheartedly helped by him whenever she felt down. Whenever there was trouble, Sue felt deep down that this wasn't just a normal superior-subordinate relationship anymore, but family. Just when she thought a relationship was starting to form between the two of them, that was exactly when she realized it. It was when they encountered a final tomb different from the ordinary ones where they had to admit defeat before a giant snake. Sue had always wondered how, thanks to a relic, CEO Julian was able to come back to life and turn back time 15 years. What was it? It helped CEO Julian use the information. He had to seize all assets as well as other artifacts. But with her overthinking, Lee Seward thought CEO Jean was dating the Aries Irene Holton and leaving her behind. That was the reason she thought he had changed. Lee Seward thought CEO Jan was busy excavating tombs like in his previous life. So he ignored her. But now she felt truly abandoned. Understanding that CEO Jan returned to the past to collect artifacts and start a new life with Irene, just thinking about it. At this point, Lee Seward burst into jealous tears, lying face down on the table, regretting the past and everything. Everyone in the pub was confused when suddenly a waitress came over to put money down, adding a free beer for Lee Suer, for Sue to drown her sorrows a bit more. Right. When Lee Suer downed that free beer, the waitress revealed her true form as the warrior. It was Jin Shuan. Lee Suer didn't expect that. She intended to step up and fight. But unfortunately, the beer earlier had been spiked by Jin Shuan. Poisoned, Lee Suer collapsed, falling unconscious. Because this was a good opportunity for her to meet him again, to take revenge for Lee Suer betraying her. At a vacant lot, a group of people dragged Suer out a car. Then they shoved her hard onto the ground. One person stood up. The woman walked over and said, "Oh, you're awake? Well, it doesn't matter since we're already here." Sue tried to stand up, asking, "Where am I? What are you planning to do to me? Who are you?" The woman walked over and kicked Suer hard, saying, "What will I do to you? Guess." Suer screamed in pain. Then the woman grabbed Suer by the neck and squeezed. She smiled a wicked smile and said, "First, I'll borrow this pretty face. This way, I can approach Ko Juyan easily. And then what? I'll kill him with my own hands. Let's see." Suer realized and thought transformation relic. This is bad. The woman changed her face to look exactly like Lee Suer. She said, "What do you think? Not a bad plan, right? Ha? Don't make me laugh. Juyan won't be defeated that easily." "Oh, really? I don't care. No matter how great he is, I will kill him. You know what? Humans will always have a weakness. He will never know that I'm disguised as you unless you tell him." "Oh, wait. What should I do so you can't talk?" "Of course. Make sure you can't talk. Naturally, I'll shut your mouth with brute force." Then she unleashed her power, creating a purple circle around Suer. Have I ever told you about my relic's power? I can erect a tomb anywhere, anytime. Suddenly, the ground Sue was lying on cracked open, causing her to fall into it. She continued, "I hope you like it. This is a special tomb I built. Just for you. There are no artifacts in there, only traps. Lots of them. You should reflect on yourself while you're in there for betraying me. Of course, that's if you can survive long enough to think." Sue thought anxiously. Damn it. Ju Hyan is in danger. At Ko Juyan's house, the fake Sua opened the door and entered with eyes full of murderous intent. She thought, "This house looks pretty decent. Is anyone here? Does he live alone? He lives with that traitor. I'm glad there's no one else. I won't have trouble with the subordinates. Barging into the tiger's den like this is a bit reckless. Where is he? Co Juyan." She licked her lips in excitement, thinking, "Let's start at the hunt." Just then, she opened the door and walked into a room saying, "I'm home." She saw Juyan in the room and thought, "Caught you." Hearing the voice, Juyan turned around and asked, Suer, what's wrong? You're not thinking straight." The fake Sue pretended to scratch her head and said, "I changed my mind. After going out and having a few beers, I think I'm fine now." Ju Hai said, "You won't get another chance. You should rest or you'll regret it when we get swamped with work." Everyone included. "Thanks for the advice." "No problem. See you again." The fake Sue thought to herself, "I knew for sure he wouldn't recognize it. Of course, because this is a complex disguise technique. I'm not just using a transformation relic, but also illusion relics. Even if I die, this guy won't recognize me." She walked over and grabbed his hand, saying, Juyan, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" "Just say it." "No, wait. Something's weird. Why do you look so old today?" Hearing Juyan say she looked old, her blood boiled. "You. He stepped closer to her and continued, if I look closely, you look 10 years older. Ah, I see why. Suddenly. Is it because you worked so hard as Jin Xian's henchman? That hit the spot. Hearing that, she thought, this bastard. Can't you speak nicely? Juyin continued, I should have met you sooner. You suffered being by her side. The fake Su was shaking with rage, but tried to act as gentle as possible, saying, you don't need to worry about me like that. No way. You always said that place was hell on earth. She thought, damn, Su, I should have tortured you more. Su, if you're still alive later, I'll torture you until you go insane. Out loud, she tried to say, that's right. How can there be such a crazy woman? All her subordinates complained about it. Besides, I have some information for you. After hearing her say that, Julian smiled and grabbed her by the neck. Catching her off guard, he said, thanks for confessing, Jin Shaiwan. I guessed the right person. You crazy woman. Realizing she was exposed, she slapped his hand away and shouted, damn it. How did you know? Julian sneered. Are you stupid? I knew from the start. What do you mean the illusion relic didn't work on you? How is this possible? It's impossible. He smiled a cunning smile and said, I would have been fooled if you came earlier. A few minutes ago, that crow told me. So, I knew someone would approach me and I guess it was this crazy woman. Thanks to the 2 relics, she was very confident. However, I didn't want to confront her right now. Genshai won. Now, I know right now I don't have enough ability to solo her. This is intense. After that, she returned to her original form. He said, finally, you reveal your true face, you witch. Hearing him say that, she was already angry, but now got even more furious. A terrifying aura appeared around her. She said, don't mess with me. If you have something to say it to him. If you could just shut your mouth and take a stab from me, maybe you die painlessly. But unfortunately, that's not happening. Goodbye. I didn't think you could recognize me. You're actually quite talented, but unfortunately you'll be buried here. System notification. A terrible energy source is nearby. The energy is spreading throughout the house. Suddenly, a liquid substance appeared on the floor. Julian said, no way. This is part of tomb. She said, that's right. My relic is different from other relics. I can erect a tomb anywhere, anytime. Ha! I don't know what relic that is. But it's an anomaly, he thought. I've never seen this before. Suddenly, he felt pain in his hand. Looking up, he saw his hand showing signs of ulceration. Let's watch the next video. System notification. You are exposed to a massive relic energy source. That energy can turn humans into zombies in seconds. Suddenly a voice rang out, it hurts. Oh God, it really hurts. Master, save me. Julian felt the situation was really bad and thought, damn it. I really thought fighting in the relic warehouse would be to my advantage, but these relics basically can't withstand this energy. In that case, let's run. Then he turned to flee. She shouted angrily. You think you can escape from me? Julian turned back and said, guess what, old hag? The other relics cried in pain. It hurts. Oh, mother. Julian took out the Van Gogh painting and said, get in here, all of you. I need to run and reassess the situation. Julian thought. Luckily, the door hasn't turned in a part of the tomb. Running away is my specialty. Suddenly, the door was gradually covered by that strange substance. Jin Shai once said, you think you can easily escape from here? There's no way out for you. You'll have to stay here with me. No exit. Now all you can do is kiss my feet and beg. Wait. Bring up the 20 cm ruler for me. Translation note. Likely a mistranslation in source.
Ignoring specific nonsense.
Fate. Zhu Haiyan thought.
She turned the whole house into a tomb.
So I can use my ultimate skill to destroy the tomb.
Then he took a jar of the Van Gogh painting and threw it.
Throwing it far away, he said, ridiculous. You think these things can stop me?
Then a huge explosion occurred, causing a chaotic scene. She was surprised.
What the hell? Destroying artifacts? Is that the weird skill I told you about? He used a relic explosion
inside the tomb to create a large hole to escape. He's a guy with low morals. But what he didn't expect was that the explosion had no effect on this tomb at all.
What? No effect? She said with amusement. You think that low-grade skill can affect my tomb? The tomb I erect cannot be easily destroyed.
Julian was truly uneasy this time, thinking, damn, this relic is too OP.
Why?
She used a blast of power to attack him.
Bam. System notification.
You are exposed to a very strong energy source.
Passive persistence class.
A cannot withstand the poison and is starting to get infected.
Infection level is increasing. Zhu Haiyan felt immense pain in his body. Damn it. If this continues, I might die.
I have to do something before my body is fully poisoned. Thinking that, he drew a sword and said, all right, Jean Cheyenne. She said, sounds stupid. Listen, starting now, I won't hesitate to destroy anyone who intends to resist.
Absolutely.
Use your sword, young man. It immediately escaped Julian's hand.
Forgive me, master. I cannot fight. Hey, what do you mean? Come back here.
I dare not fight against her.
I don't want to be destroyed. Damn it. Damn. What are you saying? Hearing that, she laughed. Ha ha. This is what I predicted. You must know what rank my relic is. All your inferior relics can't do anything to my relic. So what? Relics have their own thoughts. Regardless of the master's orders, they will still tremble before stronger relics. Julian tried to say, you talk too much. Surely there's still a few of my relics capable of resisting.
The Van Gogh painting trembled, saying, Master, I cannot obey your command.
I cannot take them out.
Julian whispered, do it fast or I'll send you to your ancestors.
She continued, ha, how silly. Just kneel down and beg for mercy and you'll live. A relic user who can't use relics is just trash.
Then she continued to attack him with power. Julian surpassed his limit of endurance and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood.
She excitedly said, I'll make this fun. I'll slowly torture you. Torture you the way you destroy your relics. Do you feel happy? His legs lost all strength. And he knelt down. Julian thought, I can't last much longer. Power is still something memorable.
Her shadows kept attacking continuously, causing him to cough up blood repeatedly. Suddenly, a voice rang out.
Looks like you're almost out of breath.
You're not used to life and death situations like this.
Unlike your usual self. Have you forgotten this feeling? Funny. You think these things can make me give up? She saw him talking nonsense and asked, what are you babbling about going crazy?
Julian stood up and said, damn crow. Seeing him stand up, she was amazed.
You can stand? Impossible. How can you resist the chronic poison? My power is limited. I can't protect you for long. Julian wiped the blood from his mouth and said, you want me to quickly? In this old hag. Agreed.
Then he rushed straight towards her.
The system said, I told you I can't stay. Julian. Julian swung a fist at her, saying, "You want me to kneel? Take this dirty punch of mine." "Ah, here it comes." She dodged and whispered, "Damn it." He continued to swing another punch at her, but this time she couldn't dodge and fell backward. She angrily said, "Damn bastard." Another voice rang out. "Now, I understand this is the crow's energy." She angrily said, "Damn bastard." She asked confusedly, "Crow?" The voice continued, "But currently he is imprisoned. What is the relationship between you and him?" "Oh, what is this?" The energy is increasing terribly. A giant spider-like creature appeared, saying, "I know it's you, Crow. This time I will kill you with all my strength." Zhu Haiyan said. Jin Shiwan seems to have lost control of her relic. Now it's transformed. The system said, "Why did you provoke him?" The spider shouted, "I must kill you." Then it continuously attacked him. "You won't be able to escape me." Suddenly, Julian tripped. "Damn it! What the F***ck?" The spider rushed at him saying, "First, I'll kill this guy. I hope you won't regret cooperating with that crow. Repent. Goodbye, stupid human." Suddenly, of course, Julian smiled and said, "Haha, you think this is the end? What?" Suddenly, a blue light rushed to attack the spider and Jinshai won. "What is this? Who dares to disturb me?" The rope relic appeared, saying, "Don't bully my master." Julian was surprised. "Rope? I'd been by master's side from the beginning." Zhu Hien said, "It's not affected by that relic. Besides, I have many other relics protecting master. I will give master a special gift." System notification. The rope has received a new skill. The rope made a legendary achievement in the relic world. Achieving the new title relic always by master's side. The sword that was trembling earlier said, "Hey, damn rope. How dare you attack that relic? Are you tired of living? Can't you just watch the fight silently? We'll all die." The rope steadfastly attacked that giant spider. The sword relic saw this and said in fear, "Oh crap, that rope is really doing it. Now we're all going to die." The Van Gogh painting said, "Do you want to stop that stupid rope?" Too late. We're all going to die because of that rope stupidity. Damn it. I don't want to die. Should we just wait like this? I'll do something, right? Whatever. The result is the same. The spider fiercely said, "Lowly relic, can you behave? You must be destroyed." The spider used its power to knock the rope far away. The rope screamed in pain. "It hurts. So painful." Boom. Zhu Haiyan saw this and said, "Damn it, rope. Don't push yourself." The crow told him, "We don't have another chance. My protective layer will disappear soon, but I can't leave the rope. If I go, I'll lose it forever. If it continues to fight, it will be destroyed, and I won't be able to subdue it again." The rope determinedly said, "I can't lose. Can't lose. Can't lose. Cannot lose." Suddenly, the rope emitted a blinding aura. System notification. The poison from the rope's body has been purified. The rope's body has been regenerated due to super strong determination. Now then, the divine rope has received a grace from the heavens. Legendary Class S Hero Super Relic. Translator note. Manhwa usually means tired, but here likely means powerful/tough contextually, or a mistranslation of Relic of Perseverance. The rope has evolved to S-Class. The spider said, "Impossible. At a time like this, you can evolve." The other relics also exclaimed in surprise. "What happened? I've never heard of anything like this." Grandma once said, if one can achieve extraordinary achievements, one can transform. Even artifact fragments have grandmothers. He really evolved and became stronger. He's truly crazy. The spider angrily said, Crow, is this your work? You want to destroy the relic ranking system? If so, there will be many fluctuations. There will be traitors. You planned all this. The other relics continued, wow, this is great news. Hurry up and spread this to the relic world. Relics can self-evolve. Spread this quickly. But my grandma said we need to have a great master to evolve. Master? That means if we are loyal to CEO Jian, we can also evolve. The spider boiled with rage and shouted, you guys, anyone who says another word, I will destroy them. The Van Gogh painting and the sword said in unison, oh, forgive me. Don't crush me. That it turned to look at the rope and said, then I will destroy you first. The rope provoked, oh, try it. Try it. Then the rope rushed to tie the spider up. The spider screamed, you bastard. How dare you? The crow said to Jian, come on, we have to leave. This is your last chance. Surely you don't expect a miracle to happen a second time, right? Even though you've had a beautiful life, even though the rope just evolved and recovered its strength, and even if it shrank, it can't last long. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the tomb. Rumble. Zhu Haiyan saw this and asked, what is that? Why did cracks suddenly appear? That's because right now that spider can't. I understand. This is an artificial tomb created by that spider. Suddenly, a new idea appeared in Jian's head. He said, I have an idea. The crow said, I have a slightly uneasy feeling. Then he ran toward the spider. The crow saw this and said in horror, why are you running straight in like that? Jian ran and said, if we run away, I'll lose a lot of relics. Although I can find other replacement relics, that won't do. Then he grabbed the sword and pulled it up. Get up, master. Why did you come back here? The thing is, you don't want to die here, right? Master, you all helped me, and I'm very touched you didn't abandon me. In that case, this time I will try my best. Hearing that, Jian's eyes glowed. He said, I knew you would say that. The sword was surprised. I think we can destroy this artificial tomb because that spider is distracted. What right now? Wait. You want to use me as a bomb? Don't worry. I'll fix you later. The sword shouted. Damn it. After that slash, a hole was opened. Jian said, it's open. What? Damn human. How dare you blow up my tomb? You weren't paying attention to me. Rope, come here quickly. We're escaping from here. Come here quickly. Hearing that, the rope replied, yes, master. I'm coming. After that, the rope quickly rushed towards Jian. The spider said, you think you can escape from me? Jian sat down and said, sorry, but I also have the tomb restoration skill. Quickly using his skill. No use. Impossible. How can you? How can you destroy and recreate the tomb so freely? Agree. Gradually, the spider was submerged in the new tomb Jian created. Taking that opportunity, the rope rushed out, its mouth constantly saying, run away. Run away. Alive. Alive. Once the rope was safely out, Jian said, you have to be careful. Just a little slower and you would have been destroyed. Hee, but you survived. You seem very excited, but it won't last long. Neither will this wall. At this moment, the crow said, my shield will disappear. Once the shield disappears, all the pain will return. Prepare yourself. Jian said, okay, now I'll show you guys. Now take out all the relics inside. Oh, what? Julian smiled dangerously and said, "See that sword? If you don't do it, I'll break you into pieces. Enjoy the pain." The Van Gogh painting said fearfully, "All right, I'll do it." Perhaps because of the rope's evolution, these relics became more obedient. As soon as the crow's shield disappeared, the pain ran through my body. I can still suppress the pain myself with the herb relic. I also equipped myself with defensive relics, and then I chose relics that can be used as weapons. Since my opponent is very strong, should I use Class S relics anyway? I'll use S0 relics. Zhu Haiyan asked, "Where are the Egyptian relics?" The other relics replied, "Huh? They're also here, Mimi. I see they hid." Zhu Haiyan was surprised. "What? Aren't they high-ranking relics? What does this mean? If I knew this, maybe we should have gone with them." "I'll go with them. I think it's better if we stay here. I could die and see my grandmother again." Hearing them say that, Julian angrily said, "Can you guys shut up? As for the others, if they come back, I'll send them to the afterlife." Suddenly, however, a violent sound rang out. "Rumble," Julian said. "Damn it, the wall has." After the wall collapsed, a bunch of strange creatures stepped out. Julian said, "Where are those creatures?" The spider's voice rang out again, saying, "These are all the relics I have collected. I will end you quickly. Attack!" The sludge creatures advanced towards Seo Julian. He raised his shield to defend. And said, "Damn, what should I do?" And from out of nowhere inside the cave, a swarm of spiders appeared, chasing Sue. Soa ran, holding a torch, screaming, "Damn it!" She looked back at them and said, "This tomb is really dangerous. Plus, I've been searching forever, but can't find the exit. Running around in circles like this, sooner or later, I'll be exhausted and die here." She looked back at them again and said, "Jean Chai, one the damn bastard burn in hell." However, a spider web shot towards Sue from somewhere and she was caught. The web grabbed her. She struggled to pull it off but couldn't. She was annoyed. "What is this sticky stuff?" When it started, they advanced towards her. She panicked and screamed loud, telling them to get away. But they didn't care. She closed her eyes, accepting everything was truly over. Then from nowhere, a streak of golden light appeared. It turned out to be Judas. Her relic appeared and saved her. Her relic furiously said, "You guys get away from her." Judas picked her up. Sue worriedly asked, "Judas, are you okay?" "I thought Judas was destroyed by Jin Shiwan." Judas said, "That's not important. More importantly, how do we get out of this tomb?" Judas spoke while holding Sue and running. While running, Sue asked Judas again, "How did Judas get in?" I remembered Judas was outside. Judas said that there was a hole outside the tomb. Judas said yes. And when Judas carried Sewer to that hole, Sewer couldn't believe. "There is actually a hole in this place." Sewer asked, "Did Judas create this hole?" "Sewer," he said, "it seems Jin Shiwan is having trouble protecting her own tomb. That means Julian is fighting her." Realizing he was in trouble, she hurriedly ran to his location to help him. Over here, sensing danger, the giant thing was appearing on top of the building, and the monsters were attacking Julian relentlessly. He was good one by one, but it seemed ineffective. Whenever he killed one, another would attack. Seeing too many demons, he ordered his relics to come help him. But now they didn't want to help him and were looking for a way to hide. They said, "Looks like things aren't going well. We should hide." Another one said, "No matter where we run, our fate is the same." And told him not to drag them into it. He turned around angrily and said, "You cowardly bastards, shut your mouths." "That's right." Suddenly, a voice approached saying, "Ko Julian, looks like you need help." And from out of nowhere, an extremely powerful flame burned those demons. They screamed in despair. The relic is a silhouette. Nero appeared and said, "Seo Ju Hyan, why didn't you take me out sooner? This is a golden opportunity for me to show off. I'm very disappointed in you." Julian turned back. Julian smiled and said, "Nero, forgive me. Those cowardly relics wanting to run away made me forget you." He looked at them and said, "It's not too late for you to show your masterpiece." Nero crossed his arms confidently looking at him and said, "Of course, watch this." A talking demon looked at Nero and said, "He is a traitor. He should feel ashamed to be a high-rank relic." Nero angrily pointed at that guy and said, "That traitor? What do you mean? Do you think you're the king of relics or something that I have to follow your will?" He added, "Truly a narcissistic spider. I've hated you guys since you executed Merchetti. In my eyes, Merchetti was a gentle guy. Regarding art, Julian recognized the truth. What? Executed? You mean a relic like Merchetti was executed? What happened to the two of them?" Nero said, "If you continue to do this, I won't hesitate to attack you." He pointed his hand towards Julian and said, "The person you are attacking is Ko Julian. A person with top-notch storytelling skills that fits the taste of relics. It would be a great loss if you hurt this talented artist. If that's the case, we can only settle this with strength." Nero firmly said, "Then let's settle it with strength." Snap. Nero said, "Let's fight, you rude spider." And the battle began. Nero said Nero will turn this place into his performance stage, Golden Palace. And suddenly, a golden palace appeared out of nowhere. Julian looked at them smiling and said, "Golden Palace? Maybe he's really serious. All right. He told the stupid relics to hurry into the palace. They rejoiced. Finally, we have a place to take shelter. As long as we get inside, we can survive. But he stood blocking the door to tell them, "Let me tell you, you have to work to eat. If you don't work but demand food, you'll only eat dirt. Those who want to hide must exert effort to protect this stronghold. Anyone who doesn't want can step out." Hearing him say that, they had no other choice. They decided to follow any of his orders and wouldn't betray him. The rope relic moved towards him, saying it would always be with him. "Love you forever. Love you forever." He looked at them and thought, "Looks like this is the only way." And they told him to cheer up. They're always on his side. They, the relics from the Relic Association, would always support him. They wouldn't let him die. Here they would continue reading the stories he wrote. And they told him again to cheer up. They would help him. He looked and asked if they all appeared from the relic world. And they said they would be very sad if he died and were ready to do anything to help him. He asked them, "Even though I treat you very roughly, you still stick to me?" He thought for a while and then continued, "I appreciate your enthusiasm, but the problem here is I can't freely use all of you." But he thought for a long while. "It seems I've decided how to use you." He looked at them and said, "The selected relics follow me. The rest go help Nero, who is fighting on the front lines." He told them they had to fight alongside Nero. They couldn't believe it and asked him, "Didn't you say we would always be by your side?" He said, "Didn't you say you would always be by my side?" He looked and pointed at them, saying, "If you don't follow, I'll send you to the afterlife, and you also have to listen to Nero." And he chose 3 relics to go with him. And he also divided the teams based on the abilities and attributes of the relics here. He left the Golden Palace with the best relics, and Nero's mission was to lure this crowd and attract their attention so I can move freely. A relic asked him why they were going so far away. He smiled and told them, "Now you will create a raid with me." They wondered, asking what raid. He told them currently Nero has attracted the spider's full attention. That spider will deploy all those sludge monsters to the front, so its rear will become empty. A relic asked, "Are we going to attack that spider?" He said, "Not attacking the relic, but attacking its owner." Undeniably, that spider is a very strong relic. But unfortunately, it is an intangible relic. He looked at Jin Shiwan with a body like a soulless shell and said, if that spider is a physical relic, he must have a weakness and we can attack the host. Then that relic won't be able to use his power. I see that as an asset. He looked at Jin Shiwan and said, before that spider realizes our existence. Before he finished speaking, a relic interrupted and asked, so we have to attack him together. He smiled and said exactly now prepare a relic said it won't work before finishing he ordered them to attack. The relics advanced to Nero's location. A relic told Nero that it was fed up with this. When will this war end? Another one said if this continued they would be destroyed, and they were surrounded. And those spider guys. He continued to submerge them. Don't let any traitors survive. Suddenly, he realized Julian was approaching his owner. He panicked and shouted, asking what he was doing there. Ko Julian. He said he continuously attacked Jin Shiwan. He looked at him and said he's quite good. He thought he had good reflexes. He could move the host even though he was ambushed. He turned to him and said, what do you think you can do by sneaking up on me? He continued, you think attacking this woman can destroy me? How stupid. He raised his hand straight towards him and said, like I care. And ordered the relics to attack him together. He intended to control Jin Shiwan to dodge the relics, then said, damn it, you lowly bastard. You think they are capable of defeating me? He walked up to him and told him to talk less and look at the battle behind. Then he raised the axe and slashed at him. It seemed since he was in a human body, he could only dodge. And if he kept doing that, Julian could easily defeat him. He turned to look at him and said, don't be mistaken. This is indeed a human body, but this body is much stronger than a normal body. Then he said, I won't be mistaken. He proceeded to attack those relics, making them tattered, and said, look at this mess. Trash is just trash. Julian laughed at him and said, is this all your power? Then you stand no chance against my army. He surprisingly asked, what army? His relic stepped up, saying, let's go, everyone. And told him, don't dream of touching him. He dodged the rope relic's attack and annoyedly said, this damn rope. He smirked, whispering, that's right, just a little more if you step back a little more. And then he was tied by the leg by the rope relic brothers. He moved towards him and ordered Silo, and right at this moment, they realized the order and pulled him backwards lift. But luckily, he grabbed the door and tried to hold on a bit. Don't miss it. Standing there saying, this plan isn't bad. I'll send him and her to paradise. He said to him, this is the door that can take him anywhere. If Silo and On use it correctly, it can be very useful. The two relics said, thank you. Now, I don't want to fight him directly anymore. With this relic, I will make him leave this place. Goodbye and see you again. And he rushed ahead, but Jin Shiwan's body hard, making him lose, making her push behind the door. He was angry and said he was the leader of relics. No way he could be defeated by a bunch of low-lives so easily, adding fuel to the fire and making him furious. Julian said, truly a lame leader defeated by cheap tricks. Best you leave quietly so you don't suffer humiliation. He continued, no matter how strong you are, you're just an intangible relic. You won't be able to go too far from your owner. Goodbye, lame leader. These guys aren't my leaders either. That monster saw this and was extremely confused. He shouted that he remembered Julian's face and had marked him. Finally, he remembered his face and marked him. Finally successfully sent him away. The relics told him he has left. So he told her to close the door but asked, aren't there still a lot of monsters here? Saying basically they're also considered relics. Then he smiled a friendly, sociable, happy smile. Speaking of love, I can also receive better love. Instead of throwing them away, isn't it better to catch and use them? From now on, they are all mine. Hearing him say that, the group was shocked and froze. He said that if the situation was bad, he would use it and told the gate to close. A stupid guy unafraid of death said to him, asking him to say it again, calling him a damn bastard. He said, "How dare you claim they will be yours?" He pointed at him and said, "Not accepting it? Then bring it on. I'll take you all on since that spider is gone. Now you guys are just mosquitoes. Just mosquitoes." They angrily told him, "You think losing our leader makes us useless?" Brothers attack. Nero also rushed in, gathering the relics to protect him. All for the birth of the sequel to the novel. He looked at the situation now. It seemed his plans were all going very smoothly. Outside, that giant lump of flesh suddenly exploded. People outside were curious about what was happening inside. They wondered if it was caused by a relic. Sue moved forward and squeezed into the dense crowd there. While trying to get to him, someone called her name, Sue. It turned out to be Yuga and everyone. She asked them why they appeared here. Yuja said he was outside buying some things when suddenly this happened. Irene said she heard the news and ran straight here. Julian Miller was also assigned to come here. Does this mean Julian is in a relic alone? Sue turned back to look at the building and saw it explode. She and Irene both called him with faces full of worry. The two intended to go in but were blocked by Ija saying the building was collapsing. They couldn't get close. They had to wait until the battle ended. At this moment, they could only wait and trust that he would be fine. Ja believed he would definitely overcome it. Sua has suddenly realized the energy of the tomb construction relic was fading. This meant he had defeated Jin Shiwan. That Shiro guy suddenly shouted calling him. Ja turned back saying shouting like that wouldn't help. Before he finished speaking, Yunshir Wu said, "At least they should try." And so everyone called him together loud and long. Sue called him all hoping he was okay. And suddenly from the rubble, a figure appeared. And another figure. That person was Ko Juyan. He looked at them and said, "Why are you here making so much noise? Keeping this up will pierce my eardrums." And at this time, the news reported the latest update. A building had exploded in Manhattan, New York. Before this building exploded, something strange happened on the roof. Initially, experts said this was a tomb created by Heil relics. More specifically, a tomb created at the residence of Mr. Ko Juyan, a relic conqueror. And currently, they are still unclear if Juyan is still alive or not. Suddenly, the anchor surprisingly said, "Wait, what?" They received the latest information from the scene that Juyan was still alive and had left that ruined building. They contacted the reporter near the scene for more details. The camera panned to him and his team. The team asked if he was okay. He said, "As you can see." And he brought back a lot of souvenirs for the team. In the team's surprise, Sue asked him what this was. "Oh." Ja asked if these were relics. "He told you, Ja, that's right." And he added a bonus sentence. "All these relics need you to repair them." Sue looked at him with a face full of surprise and admiration. She still couldn't believe he defeated Jin Shiwan alone and looted all her relics. He was truly amazing. He gently walked towards everyone. While walking, he said, "I feel very tired." Yuja was startled hearing him say that. He immediately asked, "You don't look too good. Are you okay?" He turned to Sue and said he told her he was fine and now he needed and you seem to need to find a new place to live. He turned to tell Yuja to check all the relics, repair the ones that needed fixing, and classify them. At this moment, his face didn't look good and darkened. He told everyone, "Everything is fine. So now I'm going to pass out for a week." While everyone was stunned, not understanding what was happening, he fainted with a thud to everyone's astonishment. The next day at a certain place, only Xin Shiwan couldn't believe she and her relic were defeated by Juyan. He said they weren't completely defeated. It was all because he used tricks. She annoyed said to him, so he used a trick and we were teleported elsewhere. She told him she could have handled him easily and told him from now on not to control her body for her. She asked if he didn't trust her. He told her not to be like that and reminded her the power she had was from his people. She told him things were already like this and he could still be arrogant. She walked to the door and opened it. Then there was a purple light moving around on the room. She looked into the room and said, "This time I'll give him a taste of bitterness." She entered the room and approached a box, unsealing it. She said she sealed this guy because she couldn't kill him, but this time she needed him. Just once more. Opening it, a light appeared. Then she said, "Awaken and go find your master as you wish." The light shone everywhere, then left the room. A few days later in New York, while repairing because it hurt, the relic yelled at Ja, telling him to be gentler. Ja told it to be quiet so he could work. He had to stay up all night to repair the relics. "So please be quiet and don't make noise." The relic loudly blamed Yuga. "How dare you order me?" It also said Ja wasn't him, but just a normal slave. Yuja cried helplessly, saying while crying, "You relics go play somewhere else." Irene asked Yuja what's wrong, then, bursting with aura, she continued, "Is there any relic causing trouble again? Do you want me to punish them?" Ja told her he was just complaining a bit, it was nothing. "Don't worry," Irene said, looking at Ja. Seemed like he was having a hard time. "Why not take a break?" His face darkened. He agreed with Irene. Maybe he really should go rest. Just about to rest, the news reported again. Right now, there are many new relics in the world. According to the information they knew, these relics didn't wait for others to conquer them, but they chose their masters. Thus, there were many disputes among relic users. Ujaha went to Suri and asked, "What is that new relics?" Suri said many new relics appeared, but these relics didn't build tombs. They directly chose their master's body. Uja was surprised by this information. Suer continued, "These are cases of relics choosing masters themselves. But I didn't dare think they would appear so numerously. I feel there's something suspicious about this." Uja felt jealous of those people. Guess, they don't need to conquer tombs but still get relics to use. And naturally, then there were many controversies. Some said it wasn't fair. Lucky people were chosen by relics while they had to fight to get them. Others said these weren't ordinary relics, possibly a new type, and thought Pandora should do something because since then, until now they hadn't made a move. If this continued, many bad things would happen. Ujaya looked at the situation and said, "This is truly a mess." Sui felt something was wrong. It appeared while Juyan was resting. He has extensive knowledge. Surely he would guess what will happen next. Yuja agreed with Su's statement. It's been a few days. I don't know when he'll wake up. Goodbye. In his recovery room, Irene was looking at him, giggling, looking very happy when suddenly Yuja and Suer appeared. Ja asked Irene if he showed signs of waking up, but Suer replied, "Looks like he hasn't woken up yet." Irene said he was still sleeping. He seems to really like this bed. Ja looked at Irene and said she didn't need to worry about it. Then he asked Irene, "Are you sleeping day and night?" She looked at him and said when she used her relic, she also got very tired and the same thing happened. She said he would wake up soon. The two didn't need to worry. She looked at the two and said they didn't need to be here. She would take care of him. She smiled an extremely happy smile and said, "Looking at his face is very interesting. And cute when sleeping." Yuja shuddered saying, "Irene, you're scaring me a bit." She asked him why he was scared. Was something wrong? He was speechless and didn't know what to say. Sue. Sewer blushed and panicked, telling Irene, no way. Let's all go out so he can rest quietly, and told Irene to go out with her. A phone rang. She was startled and turned back to see his phone ringing on his body. The caller was George Holton. Irene said this was her brother. She could answer it. She asked him what was up. He wondered, asking her why she was with Ju Hyun. He asked further, where is Ju Hyun? Is he with you? She said, Juhyun was very tired and had gone to sleep. She asked why he called Juhyun. Juhyun's teammates are here. He said they could listen too. He told her to put on speaker for them to hear. Then he said the Pandora relic rankings had updated. There were many changes and now the number of kings had increased to 15. Both were extremely surprised. Sewer said, does that mean there are no king positions left for them? He said, that's right. Not long ago, there were only 5 highest ranked people, but now there are 15 people ranked that high. Anyway, Sue said currently in their team, only Juhyun was ranked king. Yu Ja continued. So now we can't execute the king plan anymore. Sewer said they still could unless they reach king rank. Yu Ja said this is weird. Is it hacking? He continued, I don't know the details, but I believe this might be due to many new types of relics appearing. Sue said these newly appearing relics were also somewhat strange. He said Pandora was still investigating and didn't know the details yet. Thus, but right now things were happening too fast and this wasn't the time for Ko Juhyun to rest. Irene told him right now they couldn't disturb Juhyun because he needed rest to recover his strength. Hearing that, he agreed to let Juhyun rest. What they needed to do now was hope Juhyun woke up soon. In a room, Juhyun woke up from his coma, not yet determining where he was lying. Mouth wondering where this was. Then Irene happily hugged him, saying, Juhyun, you're awake. Causing him to say, ah. Then she continued asking how he felt. Do you feel anything unusual in your body? Juhyun replied, no, I feel normal. How long have I been asleep? Yujiha pushed the door open and shouted, what's going on? Is the captain awake? Oh, you're awake. You've been in a coma for a whole week. Are you okay? Sewer also happily asked. Captain, when did you wake up? Juhyun replied, I just woke up. Actually, a week. Looks like what I said before was right. Did everything go well while I was sleeping? Hearing Juhyun's question, Ja and Sewer couldn't speak. Realizing something, Ju Hyun immediately asked what happened. At the same time, his stomach suddenly growled. He said, before hearing that, I want to shower and eat something first. So hungry, crazy, food was brought out. Juhyun, with a mouthful of food, asked, new type of relic appeared? Ja replied. That's right. There's a lot of news and articles discussing it. Those relics suddenly appeared and chose their owners. Juhyun wondered, asking back. Self-choosing owners. That means it didn't build a tomb. Yujiha replied, seems so very strange. Sway added, things like that are strange, right? Juhyun continued, things like that are strange, right? What? That relic sounds complicated. Besides, this case has happened in many places. Dui replied, that's right. Do you know what's going on? Zu Hyun held his chin, thinking, saying, too little information. Maybe it's Jin Chaiwan or Pandora. I can't be sure yet. Yuja added, also another strange thing appeared besides the new relics. Pandora has identified 15 people at king level. This made Juhyun very surprised, asking what Yuja explained. According to George, after the new artifact type appeared, suddenly many people became stronger. Juhyun replied, that's truly news I didn't want to hear. Being automatically placed in king rank and achieving king rank are two different things. I can't interfere too much in this matter. but that won't change our plan much. So don't worry. Ujiha scratched his head saying, and finally this made Juyin feel helpless, saying, still more sewer. He asked, still more, what is it? Ja replied, you don't know, you rested a bit too much. Then Uja held his phone in front of Juyin, saying, I've seen many articles like this since this morning. People say you evaded taxes and you also bought and sold relics illegally. There are even articles saying we are involved in a conspiracy in this world. This made Jin very angry, gritting his teeth and asking, what the hell is this pile of news? Uja replied, those news are the good ones. The worst part is there's an article saying you have a secret child. Irony. Zhu Hai was truly furious. He raised the phone intending to smash it, shouting, what the hell? Uja had to intervene. Ah, don't be hot-headed. That's my cell phone. Then continued, the news says the boy is 9 years old and he was abandoned by you. It's all lies, right? Suddenly feeling heat beside him, Yuga asked, huh? Why is it so hot on my left? Then, they were really angry. Surrounded by red flames. This made Uja hurriedly explain. Calm down. That's a scam. 100% scam. Then he felt heat on his right side again. He wondered, huh? Now what is the heat on the right? Irene too. She walked amidst the flames blazing up, saying, Juyin has a child. Ujiha said in horror, you startled me. When did you appear? How much did you hear? Both women were angry, calling Zhu Haiyan in unison. How do you explain this, Juyin? Zhu Haiyan slid his chair away, explaining, hey, that's definitely a hoax. I'm sure it's 100% fraud. 9 years old. How the hell? 9 years ago, I was still a kid. Then he held up the phone in front of Irene, saying, all right, look here. This is me when I was little. This will prove it. Look at the skin. So white and blonde hair. Actually, I'm French. Clearly, this kid has nothing to do with you, right? Translation note. This French part seems to be a joke or sarcasm about the kid's appearance in the news matching him, or Juyin denying resemblance by claiming to be different. The two women calmed down. Irene said, you're right. Sewer wondered. Then why did this article appear anyway? Juyin replied, these articles appearing. Maybe it's the power of Goebbels. Similar ability to the Goebbels relic. Everyone wondered, Gob? Isn't that Westmon's relic? Juyin replied, that's right. When I attacked him with sewage at the plague tomb, I stole his relic. It was a golden opportunity to steal it, so I didn't miss it. Uja interrupted, asking, wait, you stole it? That means the relic is in our hands. Why did that relic attack you? You lost that relic. Juyin replied, impossible. I destroyed that relic with my own hands. This statement surprised everyone. What? Uja asked. Juyin continued, I destroyed some relics I didn't like because they had high risks. One of them was Goebbels. So that relic can't attack me because I destroyed it. Uja gently said, ah, I see. Juyin continued, that's why this situation is somewhat absurd. There's no way a dead relic can function. Or maybe it's a relic with similar abilities. We can't conclude right now. We'll find more information after eating. The news spreading is getting worse. So, I can't sit still anymore. However, there is relatively good news. Help me a bit. Juyin added. I also worked hard to restore many relics. The relics I usually use have been restored. The relics are restored and managed in various places, but there are still quite a few relics not yet restored. It will be more efficient if I restore the useful relics for myself first. Then therefore, I must directly classify these relics and I'll be able to handle it. I found some relics that seem useful. Peon's sculpting tools and Hista's blacksmithing. Peon was a sculptor in Greek mythology. After sculpting a woman who was his ideal type, he fell in love with the statue. Hades is also a god in Greek mythology. He was an amazing person who created all the items for the Olympian gods. But this is not a god. This is not entirely his relic. This is just a flame from his forge. Then draw. Julian thought further. Piggin wasn't a god either. This isn't a Heil relic. But if I give it to you, Ja, he can. Definitely use it wonderfully, and that's good. And we reorganized everything. Our suspicions are gradually clearing up. While looking at the documents, Julian said, large tombs are concentrated in Central Asia. Some diggers said there are many. Jael wondered, are we going there, too? Ju Hyan replied, that's right. I need to confirm a few things. Let's see. This is an image of conflict between diggers. Yu Ja recognized one of them. Ah, isn't that Miller? He replied. That's right. Looks like he's preparing something. Look beside him. This made Yu Ja wonder what's beside him. Julian pointed at the boy standing there and said, the brat impersonating my son. Because the appearance was identical to Julian, Yu Ja was very surprised. Oh, he looks exactly like you when you were small. Kojian said, I think this brat is actually a relic user. Yu Ja wondered about this boy. Julian explained, age doesn't matter. Do you remember that Medusa brat? He replied, yeah, right. Julian continued, I'm going to meet this brat. I'll teach this brat the terror of a woman when she knows her man is cheating, and we will take all the relics as payment. Yeah. In Kazakhstan, at the grassland area, another tomb was conquered. The So shouted loudly, damn bastard. Finally, we can conquer a complete tomb without being disturbed by that Kojian. He shouted loudly. Suddenly, that damn bastard appears again. Why does he hinder those who want to conquer tombs? Julian Miller, troublesome bastard. I really hate him. Last time he rejected the invitation. This time the CEO asked the guy next to him, what about you? He replied, oh, it's you, the guy from TKBM. I also tried negotiating with him, but it was useless. He's very stubborn. I don't understand why. Yun Sherwu said, me, too. Are you annoyed with him? I guess we have no choice but to remove him by force. Someone nearby said, remove by force? Julian is a very strong user. A candidate for king level. Queen Edward said candidate for king level. We also have a candidate. Why be afraid? Don't say that. Agreed on that. We have to get rid of Julian quickly and fast and conquer the tomb. He continued, I lost a lot of money. After buying the excavation rights for the plague tomb. So, I'm very eager to conquer this tomb. The CEO shouted, that's your business. Suddenly, Lewis Martin walked up and said, I also agree with that. I worked very hard writing tabloid articles framing CEO Julian. We don't know how long these articles can hold up. People around started discussing, this is very true. We must quickly conquer the tomb to save money. Agreed. We should negotiate with him one more time. If he continues to block the way, we will end him. The CEO smirked, saying, this is what you guys should do. Then he walked closer, calling loudly, Julian Miller. He turned his head and said, what are you gathering here for? Nothing will change. This tomb is too dangerous. If you want to enter, you must follow the conditions I set. You can only enter one person at a time, no one else. The CEO angrily shouted, what do you mean one person? Want me to go in there and die? Congratulations. Julian Miller continued, this is the tomb's trap. You have to believe me. I can't let anyone be in danger. The CEO shouted back, "What you calculating? Trying to be a hero?" Lewis stood beside him, whispering,
Arguing with him is useless.
"Let's star Queen." Queen Edward also whispered, "Okay, we will deal with them by force." The CEO laughed. "I will attract attention. We will attack at the same time." Then he shouted, "Hey, Julian, can you change the condition a bit? If I go in alone, we'll die, too. This is ridiculous. Each team gets to bring 5 people." Suddenly, Julian appeared shouting, "Hello, 500 brothers. Very rare for 500 brothers to gather here. 1, go for a ride. Let's go." Note, 500 on M is a Vietnamese slang for everyone/the gang. This surprised everyone. CEO shouted, "Ko Jian." He stood with hands in pockets, smiling, saying, "That's right. It's me." Julian Miller asked Julian, "Yo, Julian, you're awake?" He replied, "I just woke up a few days ago." "Did you know you are truly a wonderful slave?" This sentence made Julian Miller very confused.
He continued, "Without my order, no one can enter."
"You really did it."
But now you don't need to worry. Your handsome, cool master has arrived."
This sentence made Julian Miller angry, shouting, "What the hell are you saying? Why am I your slave? What?" Those people started feeling confused, saying Julian Miller is Ko Julian's subordinate? I've never heard of this news advertisement. Subscribe to Gimigo channel. The reason you didn't let us in is because of Ko Julian.
Julian Miller shouted back, "No, he's talking nonsense."
Koji explained clearly. "Since when am I your subordinate? What you're saying is an insult to me." Electric sparks appeared around Julian Miller. He continued, "I don't think we are allies just because we fought side by side for a while. And you also lied to me about the plague relics, right? Kojian." Julian laughed, replying, "If you don't like it, come here. You ugly duckling. Let's see how much stronger you've gotten, then help me." Julian turned to the crowd saying, "Miller is the exclusive lawyer working for me." Surprising them. What? He worked for someone like CEO Julian? We work for someone like Sir Miller. Julian Miller. He pretended to be nice in front of us. Actually, he's just in it for himself. He doesn't deserve to stop us from entering the tomb. These words made Julian Miller truly angry. He called out, "Ko Julian," once, then launched. His hand shoots out bolts of lightning. Ko Julian dodged, asking, "Why are you angry?" "Good. I didn't say anything wrong. This is our contract." Then he held out a paper for everyone to see. Julian Miller shouted back, "I signed a contract with a devil." Then they chased and fought each other on the field, confusing the surrounding people, wondering, "Hey, what's happening here? Go." This also made the CEO and Queen Edward confused. They are fighting, so they aren't on the same side. Julian Miller is fighting against CO Julian. If we all help Julian, maybe we can destroy Ko Julian. Then the CEO asked again, "So, we changed the plan to help Julian Miller?" Lewis confirmed. "Not a bad idea." The CEO shouted, "Agreed. Let's attack Ko Julian. Congratulations. We will help you, Julia Miller." People around started responding, "Come out. We'll make CEO Julian eat dirt. We won't lose this opportunity." Kuian, not far away, replied, "Huh? A bunch of trash combining together. Thinking you have the ability to fight against Daddy. Do you know who Daddy is?" Those people replied, "You won't be able to talk anymore. CO Julian, this is the end for you." Then they prepared to rush in. CO Julian quickly said, "Idiots. Going into the shaking tomb. Julian, Su, and Jia were going deep inside. Julian, nothing. I heard a very loud noise. Looks like they took the bait. Turns out outside was just a fake code Julian. What's in front of you is the power of the peon relic brothers, he continued. While they struggle fighting, we will take all the relics here. After that, we'll go out and teach that Lewis kid a lesson. This is the entrance. You. Jia wondered, are you sure? The main path is too narrow. Julian replied. The tomb owner's place is here. Tomb owner, no. We will quickly go down below. Then he placed his hand on the ground, causing the ground to explode, making Sora and Jia jump. Ah! The ground formed a large hole. Julian rappelled down, then flipped. It was Su and Jia's turn. After landing, Su said, this secret chamber is big enough to hold entire statues. Ji replied, yeah, I feel the relic energy is very strong, but the chamber is unfavorable. This statue is different from what we've seen before. Yeah, I think there are many secrets in this tomb. Is there a riddle? Now, then, the grid pattern on this floor is quite strange. Also, the statues here feel familiar. This place looks like a chessboard. Yu Jia loudly asked, huh? Is this human chess? Anyway, it's not exactly human chess. You can find out more. Julian laughed, asking, huh? You want to play chess? The relic replied, you realized this very quickly. Must stand at the general's position. I must check if you're worthy to be my master. Julian agreed. All right, I'll play with you. Ujiha concernedly asked back, boss, are you sure about this? Julian smiled, replying, don't worry, I'll handle this neatly. On the human chessboard, Co Julian and the general stood straight, looking at each other. The general emitted a gloomy blue light. The relic said to Julian, you go first. Nothing different. Jia and Su were witnessing. Jiho wondered, is this okay? Does the boss actually know how to play chess? If he doesn't know how to play, there's no way to win against that relic. Co Julian crossed his arms, saying, before we start, shouldn't we set the rules? The relic asked back, what do you mean? Julian replied, how to play this? We are playing Xiani, Chinese chess, right? In my country, it is called Zhangyi, and there are different rules in the game. This made the relic astonished, shouting, what my eyes? Kuyan continued, in Shangyi, there's a river in the middle of the board, while in Zhangyi, there isn't. Pawns can move sideways right from the start because there is no river. Cannons in Shani can move freely, but here we don't play like that. Cannons must jump over other pieces before moving. The relic said, if it's those things, it's not that important. Ko Julian said again, that's not all. Elephants move easier and can easily approach the enemy's defense line. The relic loudly responded, wait a minute. There are too many differences between the two countries. Ko Julian replied, since this board is unfair, we need to clearly define the rules. The relic said, I agree with you. Co Jin thought in his head. That's right. You should do that, my prey. On the way here, I learned the identity of this relic through the text I saw. This is the Sun Tzu's Art of War relic. The Art of War was written by Sun Tzu, a general in ancient China. Some quotes in the book are very famous and received a lot of attention. For example, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. However, since this is a relic with a very strong storyline, there is no doubt about his power. This relic will easily win in this chess game. So, how to defeat it? Because I personally don't know how to play chess. I don't know how to play ball. I can't force myself to do something I can't do. On the other hand, each country's chess has its own rules. Chess originated in India and was known as Chaturanga. Then spread to eastern countries and transformed into Xianji, Zhangyi, and Shogi. and after entering Europe, chess became a widely popular subject. During the spread of this subject, many rules were changed. Although Chinese and Korean chess have similar forms, differences in rules on the board are too big, so the game won't be fair. The relic started thinking, saying, "This is really a serious problem. Quite a few differences between the two countries. I have a proposal. Do you want to hear it? Tell me all the rules of Jangi that you know." Julian replied, "No way. Thanks for your offer, but can you understand it all?" The relic replied, "I am a manifestation of intelligence. I can understand everything immediately." But Julian firmly replied, "No way. Then the game won't be fair." The relic loudly said, "It's fine. Very fair." In Julian's head, thoughts started appearing. I'll continue to refuse him. I won't play this game with you. I'll try baiting one more time. Julian made a suggestion. "Why don't you give me a different challenge besides playing chess?" "Not a challenge. Isn't direct war between two armies the way to show military prowess? All the pieces here are fake." "Turns out," the relic replied, changing the challenge. "That is insulting me," Julian replied. "I just think this is necessary for you to subdue me." "Why? Why don't you agree to a real war? You say you are the relic manifesting intelligence, but you yourself aren't confident in your intelligence." The relic became silent. Then Julian thought, "Come on, take the bait." Finally, the relic replied, "You will regret this, warrior." Julian triumphantly thought, "Took the bait. Just as I thought, provocation works on relics with high self-esteem." The relic started speaking again. "These statues are not just ordinary masterpieces. Each one of them is a very powerful weapon of war. You will have to deal with these powerful statue soldiers. You will regret insulting me. I don't understand why you refused the challenge I offered. I definitely offered the challenge politely, but you still didn't accept." "All right, whatever. Let's start now." Seeing the army in front, Ja held his head in fear, saying, "Wow, we're going to get trampled." "Done." Ju Hai calmed Ja. "This is better than playing chess." Ja didn't think so. Replying, "Really? I don't think so." Then suddenly he screamed out loudly, saying, "Why do I feel so itchy?" Realizing something, Julian said, "Looks like the fake me was destroyed." Ja trembled, asking back, "What? How do you know?" Ju Hai explained. "If a statue made from the peon relic is destroyed, the relic owner or the creator of the statue will be affected. That is the side effect of the peon relic." Jiha cried and shouted, "Why didn't you tell me about that beforehand?" Suor spoke up. "So since the fakie was destroyed, they might come here immediately, right?" Julian replied. "Probably." Suor continued. "Do you want to stop them?" Julian replied. "There are quite a lot of them. Don't do that. Just stall them for a bit. If it doesn't work, come back here." Suor replied. "Okay." Ja said. "I will go with Suor, too." Ju Haiyan wondered. "You're injured." Jaha clutched his chest, answering. "That's why I have to leave here. I'm useless here. I shouldn't be a burden to you." Julian compromised. "All right, you two go together. Don't forget your purpose is to buy time. I'll explain to you guys. I'll come to you too after solving things here." Suor reminded, "Be careful." He just smiled, replying, "Don't worry. Fighting like this is my profession." Remember, the people outside started becoming confused, wondering, "Hey, what happened? Why did he turn into a statue?" "Co Julian, that bastard. He turned into a statue. Damn it, we fought a statue. We were tricked." Julian Miller was shocked, thinking, what? I checked it with Jugalong Relic, but I was also fooled. How could he create such a perfect deception? Who did this? Tell me. It must have been created by you, Ja.
He has increased his power many times after the time at Nero's tomb.
I think never thought you Ja could develop that fast. Is it because he was guided by CEO Julian? People around started urging each other. We must hurry. That's right. We must enter the tomb quickly. We must enter the tomb quickly. Julia Miller stopped them. Wait.
I told you guys the tomb is very dangerous.
Those people loudly replied. You're still talking about that? That's not important anymore. Ko Julian has entered the tomb.
We must catch up before he conquers this tomb. We must quickly catch him before he pulls a trick again.
We will launch a total attack. They started entering the tomb. The Ko angrily said. Damn it. Right now my mood is terrible. This time I'll let you lead. Lewis replied. I understand. Decided. Queen Edward said. We can't stall here. Hurry up. Someone suddenly shouted, reporting. Captain, look. It's a statue of Co Julian giving the middle finger. Everyone started speaking up. This is crazy. This is a statue of Ko Julian. He is mocking us. Helpless.
Those people were angrily agitated, shouting, damn it.
His face annoys me. Destroy this damn statue. But someone stopped them. Don't do that.
They must have placed a trap or something inside this statue.
We just need to bypass it and chase him.
Ja and Sue were hiding behind a rock looking pleased.
No fear, Ja said. Our plan succeeded.
They all did as we predicted. Sue also laughed, replying, I can't believe this simple plan succeeded.
We did it. Let's go, two together. Teach them a lesson. Ja shouted. That's right. Let's go. We will teach those idiots a lesson. All of you. The soldiers ran to a very large open ground. Everyone looked around. There seemed to be no relics here.
Yun Shiru ordered the squad.
There's nothing here. We will continue deeper. All obeyed. Roger. Suddenly slam.
The door they entered suddenly closed.
Damn it. The door is closed. We're going to be trapped. Everyone inside. I panicked. What happened?
Yun Shiru looked around bewildered, asking. The ground shook violently, started cracking and collapsing.
Everyone fell down into a swamp.
At this moment, the door opened slightly. Yuja stepped out, laughing sarcastically in their faces.
Ha ha. Hello, you idiots. You guys thought there would be relics here. Actually, this is a trap.
The trapped soldiers, covered in mud, were furious.
Pointing up for below. Yuja, you idiot, they shouted.
Brothers, prepare relics.
We will attack that clown. Great. I think this is a suitable time to test the new relic from the boss.
Saying this, Yuja took out a jar and started opening the lid.
He threw it down into the hole, shouting, Taste this, idiots. I will turn this place into a battlefield. My village.
The jar flew down the hole and broke, releasing thick purple smoke.
Damn it. What is this smoke? Damn this smell.
Everyone down in the hole took the full brunt of this terrible smell, like Godzilla.
Yuja and Lee Sua stood high, looking down.
He put his hands on his hips, looking down, laughing satisfactorily.
Ha ha. This stink is just a prelude. Stop. Stop immediately. Julian Miller said loudly, approaching from behind. Yu-ja heard and recognized the voice. Turning back, he said, "Fool. Julian Miller, you came late." Miller walked up, saying, "Stop it. You should stop everything before it gets worse." Yu-ja asked Miller, "You on their side?" Julian Miller replied, "I'm not on any side. I just don't want anyone to get hurt." Yu-ja asked back, "But now they want to kill us. Moreover, you also signed a contract with boss. Aren't you on our side? You're my junior, too." Miller angrily shouted. "I was forced to sign a devil's contract. If you don't stop, I'll have to use force." Yu-ja asked, surprised. "Why are you doing this?" Miller replied loudly. "That's because you provoked me." Yu-ja worriedly looked at Lee Sua, asking Miller. "So then what? You won't let them attack us? I give you a few seconds to think." Miller didn't care about you. Ja's question. Lightning started appearing around him, showing he was ready to use force, looking fiercely at you. Yu-ja didn't back down, ready to fight him, smiling challengingly. "Come on, I'm ready. There are a few other relics I want to use." "What are you trying to do? Don't make me get rough." "Stop it quickly," Miller warned. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of pain crossed his head. His eyes blurred, ears ringing, only hearing faintly Yu-ja's voice sang in front. "HM. Is he affected by the relic?" Miller clutched his painful head, looking up for a moment. The surroundings had turned into a battle in the medieval era. Everyone around was fighting fiercely and violently. Miller panicked, looking around. What is this? Damn it. This is an illusion. Miller didn't know when Ja attacked him. But this illusion is useless against me. I have the Zhuge Ling relic. Having said that, he activated his relic. A small lightning bolt struck Miller's relic. He couldn't use his relic's energy. My lord, where are you? What is this?" He panicked frantically as strategist Zhuge Liang couldn't be used. Julia Miller was truly lost in the illusion. His body stood motionless. Miller's consciousness was controlled by the illusion. Ja watched, laughing. "Ha, look at his face. Seems the illusion works. How do you feel?" Miller Lee Sewer wondered, asking. "Yu-ja used the illusion relic. Did you know?" He explained to her. "That's right. This is the labyrinth illusion relic. I prepared many relic plans. A, B, C, D. You can see. Focus. Can you create an illusion based on what you draw?" Sewer asked. "Lonely," she added. "If this is an illusion relic, he will wake up soon." Ja was quite surprised. Surprised hearing Sue speak, added, "Miller has the Zulong relic and it is a very powerful relic." Both looked over and saw Miller's body trembling. Ja confidently said, "No problem. We still have plenty of time to escape." Sewer agreed. "Must leave quickly." My lord. Sewer agreed. Julian, and Ja didn't understand, turning back to look at him. Miller shouted, kneeling down on the ground, voice tearful. "I'm sorry. I failed to protect you. Oh, damn. This illusion relic is really troublesome." Hearing that, both panicked. Ja said, "What's happening? Did he escape the illusion?" Julian Sue also panicked. "What happened to him?" Half awake, half asleep, Ja speculated. Is it because of the Zhu Yong relic? This tomb is Chinese style, so I drew an illusion based on reference material earlier. The image I drew was exactly like the Three Kingdoms era. Perhaps Zhuang is witnessing his past again, so he is being manipulated by the illusion, saying that. He looked at Miller kneeling miserably on the ground. EU. Jia happily continued. This means Zhu Yang is very easily affected when mentioning the Three Kingdoms era, especially Liu Bei. Right. Isn't this good information? Miller's fatal weakness. According to history, Zhuang was very loyal to Liu Bei. True. Suddenly, Miller grabbed Jia's leg. His head was spinning, not yet fully sober, asking angrily, "My lord, no. Jia, you idiot. What did you do? Oh, you're awake. Your Zhuliang relic seems unusable now. I know your weakness." Jia gave him, pointed at Miller's face, who was suffering, and laughed till tears came out. He mocked, "Miller, you're afraid of lube, right? You don't like the Three Kingdoms era, do you?" Yahoo! I got very valuable information. Miller was so embarrassed he got angry, saying, "Damn it, you bastard. Don't tell Ko Juyan. Damn it. Fate." Jia continued saying, if you don't want me to tell boss, then respect me from now on." Li Sua stood speechless watching the two argue. Why did you two have an affair? Translation note, likely a mistranslation of, why are you two fighting? / messing around. During that commotion, everyone had climbed out of Jia's trap. Queen Edward was helping Yun Shi-Wu climb up. Yun Shi-Wu was annoyed, unable to believe he was flushed down. In the cave, a heavy rain poured down. It was Queen Edward using her water relic, creating rain to clean everyone. Louis Martin pointed to the opposite side, speaking up. "Look, J. Ha is busy dealing with Julian, so he doesn't realize we left the swamp. We don't know what we can do about this. We can leave here." Queen Edward agreed with him. Yun Shero asked, "Is that okay? Seems some of my subordinates can't go on." Queen Edward decided to leave some people behind, saying, "We need to move quickly with the rest." The group continued to depart deeper into the tomb. Queen Edward walked and reminded, "Now we know this tomb is full of traps. We need to be careful." Yun Shi-Wu with hands in pockets said, "Koju Hyan, I won't let you escape." "Mister, my ears are itching. Who is bad-mouthing me?" A voice rang out, making everyone startled. "Co. Johayan." Yun Shi-Wu shouted when seeing him fly down from above, looking down arrogantly at everyone, saying sarcastically, "Long time no see, idiots. Long time no see, idiots." Ko Juyan stood proudly in front of everyone, surprising them all. He continued, "Seems you guys faced a lot of difficulties getting here, but I have to disappoint you." Yun Shi-Wu furiously shouted, "What fear?" Co Jian held a bag full of chest pieces, confidently saying, "I already conquered this tomb. I just defeated the owner of this tomb. Right now, I can use this tomb as I please." Yun Shi-Wu, hearing that, couldn't believe it. Shouting, "You don't bluff. Are you tricking us? Your teammates are here stopping us. You alone couldn't possibly conquer a tomb this big." COG inside saying, "You can't believe I can conquer this tomb alone, then verify the battlefield I created yourselves." He challenged, asking, "Well, want to see?" Yun Shera hesitated a bit. At this moment, Louis Martin stepped forward, speaking up. "If that's the case, it's easy to solve. We just need to attack you and take all your relics." Done. Ko Jian crossed his arms, looking straight at him and started questioning. "Evil brat. You're Louis Martin, right? You ruined my clean reputation. How dare you do that? You will regret doing that." But before that, his face turned serious, asking Louis Martin if he wanted to hear the reason why the kid did that. "Louis?" Louis Martin shouted, "Because of you, my parents died." Yun Shi-Wu added, "Ko Juyan. You are a murderer." CIO Juyan was confused. He didn't remember doing that. Ko Jian seriously and bluntly replied, I never hurt others without a cause. Maybe your parents messed with me and pointed a gun at me first. And if they didn't do that, they should know what the consequences would be, right? Maybe your parents were enemies while conquering tombs.
Louis Martin heard this and shook with anger. Robbery, he shouted, don't make excuses. You killed my mother, General Kara.
Hearing the name Kara, CEO Jian realized the kid standing in front of him was General Kara's son. Thinking back, there were many kids under Kara who were very good at using relics. He speculated if this kid was one of them. Louis Martin's eyes directed at company Julian were full of hatred. The boy angrily screamed, You will pay for my mother's death. As soon as he finished speaking, purple lightning bolts appeared on Louis Martin's body, surrounding him. He summoned his relic to start using it. His relic had the shape of a missile appearing between his palms. Yun Shiwu beside him suddenly spoke up. Hey, don't attack alone. Let's do this together. Sorry, but now you're my puppets.
Louis Martin didn't care about Yun Shiwu's words. He started using his relic power to control Yun Shiwu and everyone around him.
System notification, the people around you are being controlled. Everyone considers you an enemy. They lost their senses and became angry and aggressive.
A group of people with red eyes and faces full of murderous intent stood behind the boy, waiting for orders.
Attack him.
Louis Martin is shouted, pointing at company
Julian.
The whole group, like zombies obeying orders, aggressively rushed to attack him.
Hey, you guys are pathetic. Easily manipulated by a kid. Wait a minute. That relic is company. Julian just dodged the controlled people. Company. Julian realized the relic Louis Martin was using wasn't the Gobble's relic.
He was surprised.
How can that relic appear in that brat's hands? Even though I destroyed it. See you again.
The system notification appeared, telling him these relics were fake.
However, these relics could unleash 100% ability like the real relics. Company.
Julian struggled to dodge with difficulty.
Fake relic.
Even though it's fake, it can unleash ability.
Like the real relic 100%. Are there actually relics that can copy abilities? Ko Jian realized there was a relic capable of mimicking other relics.
One of the three most influential people in the Renaissance, the relic of genius artist Leonardo da Vinci.
In the previous life, that was Yu Jia's relic.
Thanks to that relic, he became the master artist da Vinci based on his scientific thoughts.
Thanks to continuous observation, build techniques, and knowledge of anatomy.
He had many famous paintings. Relics about great figures like him will have amazing abilities capable of duplicating objects perfectly. Even without looking at the original relic, this relic can still duplicate it.
Thanks to that, Yi Jia was dubbed the king of fraud. Maximizing the relic's ability. He could duplicate relics perfectly. At first, Ko Jian didn't expect to meet such special relics. But since he met it, he wouldn't miss getting it for you. Jia, get lost, idiots. I have important business with that kid. CO Julian created an explosion, knocking the whole group away. Don't mess with daddy. Humans generally can only use a few relics at the same time. But what about this?
The system notification sound detected enemy artillery. Ko Julian was surprised all these crowds are arts dogs and the kid can control them. Even though you're still a kid, you have very high control ability, very talented, professional relic user.
CEO Julian praised Louis Martin.
The boy listened, smiling arrogantly. He aggressively stepped forward saying, If I met you earlier, maybe I would have invited you to the team.
But fate says otherwise.
Around him, the fire started exploding bigger, full of strength. Behind him appeared a monster full of lava shouting.
Fireball of blacksmith Hephaestus, heat up everything. Co Julian ordered. Louis Martin shouted, "No, wait." He replied, "What? Why are you screaming like that?" "I just screamed the relic name." Louis Martin started getting scared, saying, "You intend to destroy this entire tomb? Your teammates are still here." Ko Julian smiled proudly, saying to the boy, "I trust my teammates. They can definitely survive." Louis Martin from afar screamed, "Just say you don't care about them." Having just introduced his name. "It's this guy." As soon as he finished speaking, the relic self-exploded. A huge fire broke out, the heat burning everything. It was big enough to destroy the gate and spill outside. Outside, the two people were bewildered, not knowing what was happening. A fire burst out, reaching them. Only Ja had to cover his face, surprised. "This is fire." "Definitely not. Something must have happened. Let's go in." Lee Suer spoke up. Yu Jihad agreed, but said to wait for the fire to die down first because it was very hot inside. Inside the cave, the fire had died down, leaving only a few small embers scattered on the ground. "Paint company." Julian proudly said to the relic, "Wow, you're strong, aren't you? Just a fireball from the kiln is this strong. I wonder how strong the Hestus relic is by heated away." From afar, Louis Martin was sneaking away, but Ko Julian discovered him and ordered the rope to tie him up. Preliminary talent. Julian walked over saying, "You can't leave so fast. I still have business with you." Louis Martin struggled on the ground angrily. "What do you want?" He didn't know. He ordered the boy hand over the Daincy relic. The rope followed along. "Hand over the relic. Hand over the relic." The boy annoyed said, "What do you mean? I don't know where the Da Vinci relic is." Slowly, Julian smiled, continuing. "You think saying it will make me believe you? You used the Daincy relic to duplicate the Goebbels relic, right?" Louis Martin replied, "That's true, but I really don't know where the Da Vinci relic is. Currently that relic isn't mine." Julian looked serious, thinking. "I don't think the kid is lying." Yu Jia's group ran up, asking, "Boss, what happened? There was a big explosion here." "Oh, you guys came at the right time, especially Miller," Ko Ju-hyun turned to say. "I told Miller to activate the Zhuge relic to track information about the Daincy relic. As predicted, the Daincy relic isn't here, but I got very valuable information." Louis Martin, struggling on the ground, screamed. "I told you I don't know anything. The Daincy relic is very valuable, but I'm not even allowed to use it." Zhu Haiyan surprisingly asked. "Permission?" He said to him. "Tell me, whose permission?" His face full of malice, asking the boy. Currently, Louis Martin was tied lying on the ground. Ko Ju-hyun asked Louis Martin, "You need permission to use the Daincy relic. Tell me, who do you ask permission from? Hurry up, evil brat. Tell me everything." While speaking, his face looked ferocious, threatening the boy, making Louis Martin a bit scared looking at him. Miller, worried for Louis Martin, reminded Koinian, "You shouldn't do that to a child." Ko Julian smiled, answering for Miller to understand clearly. This kid isn't a normal child. He's a professional relic user. Louis Martin stopped struggling and continued, "I can't say it because if I say it, you and I might get in trouble." "What?" Kohn calmly said, "You have the right to remain silent, but you will be tortured to death here by me." Having said that, the rope understood and hung Louis Martin up in midair, shaking him back and forth, saying, Master asks, answer, answer." Louis Martin was shaken until dizzy and had to confess. "All right, I'll talk. So, tell the rope to stop. The Da Vinci relic is in the US. Ko Jian didn't signal to stop, but continued asking, "The US is too big. Can you be more specific?" Someone tied the rope. "Hey, Ko Julian. Miller spoke up, reminding him not to do that to a child. Always. Lewis Martin cried out. Even if I say it, you won't be able to enter. Relic in the Pentagon.
Pentagon, he said.
Pentagon.
The rope stopped shaking. The boy innocently said, anyway, Yuja heard and realized a place saying Pentagon.
You mean the administrative agency Pentagon where relics are managed directly by the US government?
Kon put his hand on his chin, smiling.
Probably looks like the Daincy relic is very valuable. Yuja seriously asked Ko Jian. So if we try to steal these relics, we will automatically become enemies of the US.
The rope had stopped. Lewis Martin was shaken to the point of dizziness and vertigo, staggering, saying,
Of course, I told you can't enter. Now, let me go. The rope asked for Ko Jian's opinion if it could release the boy yet. He said. Not yet released. This brat still has value. Oh, what? Lewis Martin panicked.
Even though he confessed everything, he still wasn't released.
Julian Miller frowned, asking Ko Jian if he wanted to kidnap this child. Ko Jian turned back annoyed, saying to Miller, Starting to act up again? Why are you always nagging?
I wiped out all the excavation teams here.
Plus, I'm holding a child. Miller pointed out to Ko Jian that everyone except Jian's group was lying scattered around. Ko Jian? Jian coldly said.
Child, I don't care as long as they are relic users.
They're all the same.
Miller heard this and felt nothing could stop Ko Jian. He sighed, pushing up his glasses, saying,
You can't set a good example as an adult. If you don't want to stop, I will stop you. Cio Jun raised both hands, giving up, saying, Hey, I fought with you earlier. Aren't you tired? Today I'm very tired. Can you let me go home and rest? Miller angrily said, No way. He couldn't let Ko Jian go. Ko Jian was helpless. You're right. You're always like this. Anyway, you, Ja from behind threatened Miller. Hey, subordinate, if you're still stubborn, I'll expose all your weaknesses.
Not only saying your weaknesses here, I'll tell the media.
Miller turned to scold Ja too. After getting roasted by my relic, let's see if you can do that. Ja quickly hid behind Ko Jian, shouting, This guy is crazy. Ko Jian summoned his relic to fight Miller. What are you thinking? Who roasted whom is yet to be known, he ordered it to attack him.
The relic rushed, using a hot hand full of lava to slap down at Miller.
Miller used his relic energy to block the full blow. Stepping back, Lewis Martin far outside felt the terrible heat and backed away. Two attacks collided with a loud boom. Master, be careful. Be careful. Do I need to help you?
The rope worried for Ko Jian.
It inadvertently loosened the rope tying Lewis Martin and crawled away. The boy took the opportunity to run away.
Yuja reminded Sir Ju Hee, boss, don't be too rough.
You might destroy this tomb and more. Can you beat Miller? He has a very strong relic.
Ko Jian confidently watched the battle, smiling, saying, Calm down.
I won't lose a solo match.
In the end, if there's no way, I'll use another relic.
When Miller was struggling with Ko Jian's overpowered relic. Ko Jian, since when did you receive such a powerful relic? Facing each other seriously. Ko Jian smiled, replying. Waiting for what? Coffee? You want to attack me or what?
Suddenly, while Miller wasn't paying attention, the rope flew in and hit Miller a few times.
Ko Jian shouted, Hey, rope, I didn't tell you to do that.
It didn't hear and continued picking a fight with Miller.
Ko Jian shouted loud again. Rope? Why aren't you guarding the hostage? It innocently turned back saying, I tied him. He pointed and asked, What did you tie? Oh crap. He turned back. Currently, the rope wasn't tying Louis Martin anymore, but tying a rock. Siojan sternly said, "You let your guard down. And that brat took advantage of your carelessness and ran away." The rope looked dejected. "Sorry." The battle paused. Ko Juyan turned saying, "This isn't your fault. The fault belongs to our superhero. Are you happy now? Because you made a fuss. That brat ran away." Miller retorted. "I stopped you from becoming a child kidnapper. You should thank me." Ko Jin silently speculated. "Damn it. He will report the situation to the US. This government. If so, I'll be in big trouble." "Cheer up. You became a superhero for that brat. Let's go. Work here is done." Ko Juyan turned, ordering the group to go home. Yuja spoke up. "Boss, will this affect anything? Should we go catch that boy back?" "It will be very difficult if pursued by the US government. We will find the brat with a map relic," Seo Ju-hyun said as he spoke. He held up a piece of fabric he tore from Louis Martin. Yuja was very surprised. "Since when did you tear that piece?" The next day, the Suansu Art of War tomb was successfully conquered. Besides bringing the Suansu Art of War relic home, Seo Juyan also brought a lot of information about the Dancy relic. Suansu's Art of War is a very useful relic helping the user use the 36 strategies in battle. But I overestimated this relic. Although Yuja can repair it to normal. Besides restoring relics, there are many other things to do right now. One of them is finding where Louis Martin is currently. Soon Won got information that the Dancy relic is at the Pentagon. That isn't a place one can enter and leave, it will need more information. So, Seo Juyan needs Louis Martin. Regarding the lessons can be used to understand more. When Sue went into the room reporting, Seo Juyan, "This is too hard. Can't find any information about him." She wondered, why does a French person like him have a special relationship with the US? There are many questions about that boy besides the US. There are many questions about that boy. Seems he also has a relationship with TKBM. Ko Juyan clenches fist, saying more and more reasons to chase and catch this brat. Luer agreed, smiling, saying right, and he was also appointed as one of the new kings of Pandora. Close friend. His name is the King of Fraud. The same name as you, Ja, in the previous life. Ko Julian seriously said, "I knew it. That brat shouldn't have left. But this makes me even more sure about one thing. That brat needs to be taught a lot more. Of course, information about Da Vinci is our top priority." Ko Julian turned back to examine the map, saying, "I know the location. To be sure, I'll check again before moving." "Congratulations. We will do it immediately," Luer asked. Ko Julian's eyes looked surely at a glowing point on the map, replying, "Yeah, I don't think we can move carelessly. That brat isn't a normal child. We should prepare fully, then move to start." He turned to talk about Lee Sua's job, which is to find as much information as possible. He would try to outline a plan to catch that brat. Lee Sua hoped the plan would succeed. Ko Julian smiled. "If the kidnapping plan fails, of course, we will use another plan, right?"
Trong một bộ truyện thì có nhân vật chính ấy, thì tác giả sẽ yêu ái cái nhân vật đấy nhiều hơn. Cho nên là nếu như mà mọi người mà thấy cái nhân vật chính đấy nó chưa phù hợp thì có thể comment dưới bình luận cho mình, để mình sẽ lọc qua những cái ý kiến của các bạn nhé.